Humans are very adaptable creatures. In the blink of an eye, Song Shuxian and her friends have been living here for half a month, and everything has settled into a routine. Today, Song Shuxian and Tian Tian are going to visit the Saren family. Saren is a cheerful Mongolian girl, and her husband is Captain Yang, who is said to be a descendant of Yang Guiqiao. He has been stationed at the border of Mongolia and is a very capable man. Captain Yang has a rugged appearance and is quite strong, taller than Wei Jiangwo, about 190 centimeters tall, and from a distance, he looks like a bear. Talking to him can create an unexplainable sense of pressure. And En and Lulu behave very well in front of this uncle, even more so than in front of their father. Saren has a round face. Her mother is Mongolian, and her father is Han. She has inherited the best features from both parents: fair skin, defined features, and slightly prominent cheekbones. As the youngest girl in her family, she is very cherished and has a simple personality. The Saren family lives in a village near the family compound. They need to ride their bikes to the town first, then cross through the town to get to her house, which is a bit far, so they have to leave early. At 4 a.m., Song Shuxian gets up sleepily. Wei Jiangwo is a bit worried. Are you really going? Should I ask that Rizu to go with you? No need, don't worry. I have Tian Tian with me, and besides, I can handle myself, Song Shuxian replies cheerfully as she gets ready. And En and Lulu will be your responsibility today. Remember to feed them lunch, Wei Jiangwo says helplessly. Don't worry, he adds. The children in the family compound run around every day. Although they are small, they know quite a lot. It could be troublesome if certain things got out. Recently, it has been decided that they will have some classes. These classes are mainly for training together and also include safety education. Since they are close to the border, children need to learn what they can and cannot say and how to respond to suspicious individuals. Such classes are held once a year. Any child who can speak clearly is required to attend. At 5 a.m., Song Shuxian, Tian Tian, and Saren gather at her front door. Wei Jiangwo sent her off with concern, saying, "Be safe, don't talk to strangers. If someone asks for help, take them directly to the police, don't handle it yourself." Listen to Saren and Tian Tian. He looked just like a caring father. Wei Jiangwo's worry came from the recent discovery of a coal mine nearby. With such big interests at stake, he feared that some troublemakers might appear. Tian Tian joked with her, "Your Commander Wei really spoils you, just like he did in the staff quarters." He must be the same here. Song Shuxian replied confidently, "He is really good, willing to listen to me and the kids. Lu Xinghua is nice too. He listens to everything you say." Tian Tian laughed. "Of course, old Lu is the best." Saren felt envious. "You all have such a good relationship. Commander Wei seems fierce, but he's not scary when he's with you." The three women chatted and somehow ended up discussing their husbands' appearances. Song Shuxian said admiringly to Saren, "Every time I see Commander Yang, I feel a sense of pressure. Like I can't misbehave, as if I were facing a school leader. I secretly admired your courage." Saren laughed heartily. "I was scared the first time I met him, feeling like I encountered a big black bear. But then he said that after we got married, I could live freely and I was touched, so I agreed to marry him." Through their conversation, Song Shuxian and Tian Tian learned that Saren was Commander Yang's second wife. His first wife had passed away during childbirth, and they had a child, a 16-year-old son, who joined the army. Yurigala is their second son, who is 6 years old. While sharing this, Saren felt a bit anxious, worried that her new friends might look down on her. After all, she is 24, and Commander Yang is already 36, with a 12-year age difference. Many people laughed at her behind her back, saying she married a man who is almost the same age as her father to have a good life. Clearly, her worries were a bit unnecessary. In her past life during the Daong dynasty, Song Shuxian had seen many older men marrying young girls. It was quite common for a 50-year-old man to marry a 15-year-old girl. There was nothing surprising about it. As for Tian Tian, in the post-apocalyptic world, people believed in enjoying life now, as no one knew whether tomorrow or death would come first. Seeing that they did not show any disdain, Saren quietly felt relieved. When they arrived in town, they headed straight for the state-run restaurant. After riding on the bumpy dirt road for so long, their backs were sore and their stomachs were growling. They needed to fill their stomachs quickly. Saren said, "The chef at this state-run restaurant is from our county, and the food is very much to everyone's taste." Song Shuxian loved trying different foods. She first observed the diner's tables and asked, "What is that black, lumpy thing?" Saren replied, "That is buckwheat cake. You should try it, it's really good." Song Shuxian ordered a bowl. The buckwheat cake looked dark, but was very soft. She picked up a small piece with her chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, and found it delicious. She added some chili oil to the sauce, which made it even better. Song Shuxian really enjoyed the pickled vegetables served with it. They had a tangy flavor that went well with the dish. Saren explained, "This is pickled cabbage, usually made with round cabbage, but you can also add carrots or any vegetables you like. Almost every household makes it, and each family has its own unique flavor. It's very simple. I'll teach you how to make it when we get back." Song Shuxian happily agreed. The buckwheat cake was quite filling, and she could only eat half before feeling full. Fortunately, Tian helped her finish. Saren also mentioned that buckwheat and oat noodles are the main staples here and can be made into various dishes. Buckwheat noodles are also very common. Song Shuxian and Tian exchanged glances as they were used to eating rice, which made things a bit challenging. They were not very skilled at making noodles. This county town was small, with only one main street. They quickly left the town, turning down a dirt slope and crossing a large river. Saren explained, "There are some fish and shrimp in this river, but the water is quite fast, so it's not easy to catch them. We are lucky. The river isn't too deep today. We can cross by stepping on these stones." Song Shuxian hesitated to move forward. The river was at least 50 meters wide. Although the water flowed slowly, who knew how deep it was if she fell in? There was no bridge. The stones in the river were placed there by the villagers themselves. Seeing her fear, Tian stepped up first. "I'll go ahead, take the bike across, and then come back for you." Tian made 3 trips before successfully helping Song Shuxian cross the river. The stones in the river were spaced far apart, requiring big steps to get across. They also had to be careful not to slip and fall into the water. After crossing the river, they entered a forest. Saren explained, "People in the village like to come here to pick mushrooms. After it rains, there are many mushrooms." After walking through the forest for about 40 minutes, they finally arrived at their village. Saren's village relies on farming and is backed by a mountain, rich in resources. It is not a traditional Mongolian herding community. Saren explained, "Herding is tough. It's far from the city, making it very difficult to buy supplies. You can't grow crops on the grasslands, so getting fresh vegetables is hard. The climate here is also a big issue. Winters are extremely cold, and the winds on the grasslands are colder than you can imagine. Moreover, taking care of the animals isn't enough. We must ensure they are healthy. There are very few veterinarians here, and medicine is scarce. Girls from herding areas are very willing to marry into the village for a stable life." Saren spoke calmly, but Song Shuxian and Tian could hear the sadness in his words. In such a remote and underdeveloped village with only about 20 households, Saren's mother had already married well. Saren's home was at the end of the village, in a modest yard of about 400 square meters. The house had 4 rooms, built from a mix of clay and grass. They arrived at an inconvenient time. Everyone in the family had gone to work in the fields. Saren explained, "It's the busy farming season now. My family leaves for the fields at dawn. My sister-in-law will come back at noon to cook and then take the food back to the fields. They won't return until it gets dark." Saren quickly boiled a kettle of water and poured it for them. "First, drink some water and take a break. I'll take you around the village. We can go to the hills near the village, but we can't go deep into the mountains. It's not safe there." Song Shuxian and Tian followed Saren's lead without hesitation. The two of them came today to see the nearby village, as the autumn harvest is approaching. They also needed to trade some items with the villagers. However, it seemed they had come to the wrong place. This village is quite poor, and it struggles to provide for itself, so they probably don't have anything extra to trade. As they walked around the village with Saren, they hardly saw anyone, not even any children. Saren explained, everyone is out in the fields, and the children go with them. The little ones just sit on a mat while the older ones start working. Our village's fields are spread out. The ones you saw when you came are the closest to the village. Right now, the fields being worked are a bit farther away. At my walking pace, it takes about 50 minutes to get there. Song Shuxian and Tian Tian immediately gave up the idea of going to the fields. It was too far. Song Shuxian explained to Saren, Tian Tian and I used to go to the nearby village every autumn to trade for some grains and vegetables. You know how hungry the men at home can be. We need to prepare more food. We thought we could trade with someone, but since we have a good relationship, we thought it would be nice to visit your village and help your family a bit. We didn't expect the situation here to be so tough. Saren smiled sadly. It's good if the villagers can have enough to eat. They don't have extra food to trade. You can ask the village chief to trade directly with the team. The village has no money, and the team is always looking for ways to earn. They want to set up a place for barefoot doctors to treat people, but they need to prepare medicine in advance. After walking through half the village, they finally saw some people. There were 3 children with 2 young girls. When the 3 children saw Saren, their eyes lit up, and they called out to her happily as they ran over. Saren patted each of their heads. Big head, second head, little tail. Why are you back? Big head is the older brother, looking disdainfully at the 2 young girls nearby. These young people can't do anything right. They are the biggest troublemakers. They got stung by nettles. Such big nettles were fine where they were, but they had to go near them. I wonder if they did it on purpose to avoid work. It was clear that the young boy was quite unhappy. He muttered softly, "They are wasting my time earning work points." The 2 young women, one tall and thin and the other short and thin, were in a tug-of-war, with the shorter one pulling on the taller one and giving her meaningful looks. Song Shuxian and her friends pretended not to notice. Saren introduced the 3 children, saying, "These are my neighbors. You can call them Sister Song and Sister Tian." The 3 children politely greeted them. Song Shuxian casually took out 6 candies from her pocket. "This is a welcome gift from the sisters. It's nice to meet you." The 3 children only took the candies after Saren nodded at them. Little Tail quickly grabbed a tomato from a nearby vegetable stand before anyone could react and handed it to Song Shuxian. "Sister, a welcome gift." Now it was Song Shuxian's turn to look at Saren, wondering what to do. She hoped the child wouldn't get in trouble. Saren chuckled and ruffled Little Tail's hair. "You're really quick." Seeing that Song Shuxian didn't seem inclined to take it, she added, "It's okay. Just accept it. They won't get in trouble." Still worried, Song Shuxian took out 3 more candies and put them in Big Head's pocket. "If the adults at home scold you, just say the sister traded you 3 candies for it." The 2 children smiled and said, "Thank you, sister." Song Shuxian noticed that one of the children was the smartest among them, quietly observing without speaking. The tall young woman couldn't wait any longer. "Is there more? Aren't you supposed to take us to find medicine?" Only then did Song Shuxian and her friends notice the young woman's arm was covered in a dense rash, which looked quite alarming, with deep scratch marks on it. It seemed she had scratched herself because it was too itchy. Song Shuxian swallowed what she had originally wanted to say. She wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. After parting ways with the 3 children, Song Shuxian asked curiously, "What are nettles? How do they sting?" Saren explained, "It's a type of plant. Do you remember when we entered the village, I told you to walk on the right but not too close to the roadside? The grass by the road is called stinging nettle. If it touches your skin, it will cause redness and swelling. At first it hurts, but then it becomes very itchy. The remedy is nearby. It's a smelly plant called mugwort. If you crush this mugwort with a stone and apply it to the bitten area, it will be fine in a little while." The situation of those 2 girls earlier wasn't very serious, so they would be okay without applying mugwort. If they don't scratch it for a while, the itch will go away. Song Shuxian exclaimed in amazement, "It's incredible that such a plant exists." "Yes, It's best not to touch unfamiliar plants around here, Saren replied. Tian asked, how old were those 3 kids? Why aren't they in school? Saren explained, our village doesn't have a school. The nearest one is in Dayo village, which takes 3 hours to walk to. Only the village chief's grandson and the accountant's son go to school. They spend 6 hours commuting every day. The 2 kids go together. Song Shuxian was a bit confused. Now, factories hire only those who have graduated from middle school. If they don't go to school, they won't even have the chance to take exams in the future. Saren sighed. When you can't even get enough to eat, you don't think about the future. Look at those mountains behind us. There is coal in the mountains. The children go to collect a little bit every day to help their families get through the winter. They can also earn some money. This was the first time Song Shuxian witnessed true poverty. Compared to this place, people in Haludio seem to live in comfort. Speaking of school, Saren added, your children are getting older too. There is a school in our compound run by the military district, and the teacher is Sister Zhao. All the children are in one class, and Teacher Zhao teaches them based on their needs. Song Shuxian frowned quietly. She felt uneasy. Saren's mother heard the children say that Saren had brought friends back and hurried home for lunch. From a distance, they could hear Saren's mother's voice. Saren, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I could have sent your brother to catch a fish for you.
Mom.
At this moment, Saren had become a little girl, acting cute in front of her mother. Song Shuxian and Tian watched the scene nearby, feeling warm inside. Saren's mother spoke to them a bit shyly. Hello. Come in and sit down. I'll make you something to eat. Song Shuxian smiled and took Saren's mother's hand. Auntie, I'm sorry to trouble you. We are Saren's neighbors and just moved here with the military. We were curious about life here, so we asked Saren to show us around. Tian chimed in with a smile. We're really sorry for making you come back and taking up your time. Seeing that they were easy to talk to, Saren's mother gradually relaxed. The 4 of them returned home, and Saren and her mother went into the kitchen. Mom, these are gifts they brought. I couldn't refuse, so I accepted them for you. This brown sugar can be used to make brown sugar eggs to help you regain your strength. Saren's mother gently patted her back, knowing her daughter was sensible, and didn't say much more. Saren's parents had a good relationship, and her 4 siblings had Han names, following their father's tradition. Only Saren, the youngest daughter, was given a Mongolian name out of respect for her mother's culture, despite some disagreement. In daily life, Saren followed her father's family's customs, calling them Dad and Mom. Only when the family was together would they privately use Abu and Ag. Saren's mother cooked quickly and soon brought out the food. Come and try Auntie's cooking. It's all home-cooked dishes. Saren's mother made milk tea by boiling brick tea with water, adding milk and a little salt. Brick tea is unique to the people of the grasslands, made from the coarse leaves and stems of tea plants, fermented, molded, and pressed into blocks that look like bricks. It is very hard and can be stored for a long time. Since herders spend long periods on the pastures without access to vegetables, they rely on brick tea to aid digestion. This kind of milk tea is a high form of hospitality among the people of the grasslands. Song Shuxian and Tian received the milk tea from Saren's mother with both hands and quickly expressed their thanks. They took a sip and said it was delicious. For lunch, they had yam balls, which are made by shredding potatoes, coating them with cornmeal, steaming them, and eating them with dipping sauce. It was somewhat similar to the buckwheat cake they had for breakfast. During the meal, Saren's mother was very welcoming and worried there wouldn't be enough food, so she offered to refill their milk tea, but Song Shuxian and the others politely declined. For Song Shuxian, this wasn't a big deal. However, for Saren's family, it was a rare opportunity to nourish their bodies. She felt shy about taking more from them. She could imagine that after they finished, Saren's mother would add enough water to the milk tea to serve the whole family. 1 bowl of milk tea was enough for Song Shuxian and Tian to have a meal, and there was still half a bowl left. Only after Saren's mother left did they finish what was in their bowls. To be honest, it didn't taste very good. Song Shuxian had never had such poor tea in her life, but the kindness behind it made up for everything. Tian Tian was a bit curious about the local eating habits, while Song Shuxian was intrigued by Saren's mention of Big. Saren explained, "Our village is a mixed surname village, and most of the people here came to escape famine. My family came from Shaanxi. In Suiyuan City, it's similar. Many people come from Shaanxi, and you'll notice when you see them." Song Shuxian and her friends had always thought that the people here were all from the grasslands and lived by herding. They didn't expect the reality to be different. After the meal, Saren took them to see the back mountain. Compared to the rich resources in Holidio, the supplies in this mountain were quite scarce. In Saren's village, there were many apricots and plums, but these fruits didn't fill you up and couldn't be considered food. They didn't have walnuts, chestnuts, or hazelnuts in their village. However, with such a large Qingshan mountain, there should be some in other places. In the afternoon, after saying goodbye to Saren's family, the three of them set off on their way back. Passing through the forest, they picked mushrooms for a while. Perhaps because they were near the village, their harvest was minimal. When they crossed the river again, the water was much faster than in the morning. Tian Tian held Song Shuxian's hand to help her across. Once they reached the other side, Song Shuxian's heart was still racing. It scared her. If she fell in, she would be swept away. Saren was already used to it. She had walked this path since she was little. Saren said, "When it rains heavily, this river can flood." At that time, everyone in the village stayed inside and did not come out. Our village is on high ground, so it's relatively safe. The journey there was easy, but on the way back, Song Shuxian felt like her bicycle weighed a ton. After finally getting home, she washed up quickly and went to bed. Wei Jiangwo returned with the two kids and saw the house was dark from a distance. Worried that Song Shuxian had not come back, he said, "Let's check if Mom is home. If not, you two stay here with Lightning while I go get her." The two kids agreed. When they found the yard gate was locked from the inside, Wei Jiangwo felt relieved. He gently knocked twice and sensed Lightning coming over. He said, "Lightning, it's me. Open the door." Lightning, being clever, quickly opened the door with his paws and mouth to welcome the little ones home. Seeing someone sleeping and lightly snoring inside, Wei Jiangwo signaled for the kids to be quiet and went to the kitchen to cook. Song Shuxian was awakened by the smell of food. Drowsily, she came to the kitchen, leaned against Wei Jiangwo's back, and said softly, "I'm so tired. Their home is really far. We didn't manage to trade anything. Their village can barely be self-sufficient, so they probably don't have extra things to trade with us." Only after saying this did she realize something was off. Seeing the two kids, her face turned bright red. Still half asleep, she had forgotten there were two kids at home. Wei Jiangwo intentionally changed the subject and quickly started talking about what he saw today. Song Shuxian was a bit incredulous, saying, "It's my first time seeing a village like that. It's quite surprising." Anan and Lulu were even more stunned and couldn't imagine it at all. Wei Jiangwo squinted his eyes. It was time for the kids to see real life, so he began planning to take them out. Song Shuxian mentioned another thing. There's only one school here, and it has just one class where all the children study together. The teacher's last name is Zhao, and she's a military wife. I heard she only graduated from middle school, and I'm a bit worried about An and Lily's education. Wei Jiangwo explained there's only this one elementary school, and for middle school, they need to go to town. Teacher Zhao has taught for many years, so teaching elementary school is not a problem. Song Shuxian disagreed. But for now, she didn't have a good solution. Children need to integrate into groups and learn to interact with others. Let's go for an on-site visit tomorrow, and then make a decision. The next day, Song Shuxian and Tian Tian gathered in her yard. They relaxed in a lounge chair, thinking about their upcoming lives. The two raised their teacups and toasted each other. Song Shuxian said, "I was so naive, thinking it would be the same in the military district. I thought the only difference would be the harsh natural environment, but I didn't realize that everything here is challenging. Also, people here don't dry vegetables in the fall. They make pickled cabbage and store potatoes, radishes, and cabbage in the cellar for the whole winter. I'm worried that if the kids only eat this, they won't get enough nutrition and won't grow tall." Tian patted her head. It's not hot. Why are you talking nonsense? Look at those Mongolian men. None of them are short. Here, I can't guarantee everything, but meat is not a problem. About 100 kilometers north of us, there are pastures, and every household raises sheep. When the weather cools down, we can trade for few. It will be enough to last the winter. Next year, we can raise our own. I checked, and each household is allowed to keep 2 sheep. Wait, there's a limit on the number? Song Shuxian asked in disbelief. Look at the families in the compound. They're struggling to get by, Tian explained. Sheep eat grass, and this limit was calculated by the military district to avoid harming the nearby pastures. More than that could affect the recovery of the grasslands in spring. With Tian's explanation, Song Shuxian understood. One must think long-term. She said, all right then, 2 it is. I'll go to the pasture to trade. Before leaving Holidio, I exchanged contact information with the village head's wife, who often trades. I can still get dried vegetables and shrimp from her. She can mail them. Tian added, I found that guy in the black market. Having him around is safe. Now their winter supply problem was solved. As for everything else, they just needed to follow what the other women were doing. With the problem resolved, both of them felt much less anxious. I really think the clouds in Inner Mongolia are beautiful. The sky seems low, as if you could reach out and touch it. The blue sky and white clouds are truly lovely. Song Shuqian started to worry about the schooling of the 2 kids. Where do you plan to send your 4 tigers to school? Tian shrugged playfully. Wherever An and Lele go, he will go there too. Song Shuqian. Well, she should have expected that. I've looked into the nearby schools. There's one in our compound, one in Dafikan, and one in Shiniakan. The one in Dafikan is bigger, with 1 class for each grade. The other 2 schools have all the students in 1 class. As for the quality of education, I guess they are all about the same. What elementary schools teach these days is generally quite simple. Parents don't pay much attention to their children's education. They mostly just let them go to school for a few years to get a diploma. Tian agreed with what Song Shuqian said and knew some insider information. The graduation certificates are supposed to be based on exams, but there are also gifts involved and other things. The Dafikan school has a pretty well-known incident. A few mischievous kids needed middle school diplomas, but the principal didn't issue them according to the rules. The next day, the principal's chimney was knocked down. After that, as soon as they rebuilt the chimney, it would be knocked down again the next day. They couldn't catch anyone. The principal couldn't take it anymore and obediently gave those kids their diplomas. Song Shuqian was stunned. This was really disrespectful to teachers. Tian pouted and said, Teachers are afraid of students now. Song Shuqian nodded. It seems my plan is right. The 3 of them will go to the elementary school in the compound. They will mainly learn how to live in a group, how to manage a team and cooperate, how to communicate with different people, and how to establish their own authority and choose followers who will wholeheartedly support them. This time, Tian was confused. Wait, the kids are going to school to learn, not for this. Is this really how you plan to raise them? She sat up straight, feeling anxious. Song Shuqian signaled her to calm down and explained, in the future, they definitely cannot work alone. Whatever they do, they will need help from others. So, how to choose people, how to get along with them, and how to lead a team is very important. If you look at Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingua, part of their work involves these aspects. These skills are not innate. Instead of letting them learn through failure as they grow up, it's better for them to learn from a young age. This is called personal charm. Tian felt strangely convinced, but still sensed something was off. She asked, what about knowledge? Is what schools teach enough? Song Shuqian continued, of course, it's not enough. That's why I plan to have the 3 kids take on the role of little teachers under the guise of going to school. To express something, one must first understand it themselves. This will benefit all 3 of them. Additionally, it can help teacher Zhao share her workload. The staff housing doesn't have only teacher Zhao as a middle school graduate, and the school isn't completely lacking teachers. The fact that we haven't heard about hiring anyone after all this time shows that teacher Zhao is afraid someone might take her job, so she hasn't reported the need for more staff. The 3 kids can't take her job. This will also be better for her. Finally, this approach will benefit the children who go to school. It's not arrogance. It's just a different perspective. The things I can teach are likely better than what Teacher Zhao covers from the textbooks. I will teach the 3 kids myself, and they will pass on what they learn to their classmates. It's a win-win situation. That's my plan. Tian clapped. You're amazing. Are the 3 kids willing? That's something I need to explain to them well, telling them the pros and cons. They should agree. If not, I can show a bit of vulnerability. As a mother, I do worry about them going to school too far away. They are still young, and if they are not by my side, I will definitely feel uneasy. Maybe I can accompany them to school and back every day. Children are all considerate. They wouldn't want to see their mother upset. Tian gave a thumbs up. She didn't know how Song Shuqian taught, but the 3 kids listened to her very well. With the school issue resolved, it felt like a huge weight had been lifted, and she could relax. Tian started to ask about Song Shuqian's work. How is your work arranged? I have 2 options now. One is to go to the steel factory in Siyuan City, where I could work in the technical department. I have done translation work before and read many professional books, so my knowledge is not worse than that of current university students. Also, there are imported equipment and experts coming from abroad, where my foreign language skills would be useful. The other option is to continue translating at the Xinhua bookstore in Siyuan City. However, there isn't much material to translate here, so they can't offer me a specific position. I would only get paid for each translation I complete. Tian asked, which one do you prefer? I prefer translating. Working at the steel factory would mean leaving home, and the 2 kids are still young and need me. I also don't want them to be separated from Wei Jiangwo. Besides, I like literature more than technical work. Moreover, translating is more flexible, and I have time to teach a few kids. What Song Shuqian didn't mention was that there are very few books available for young children. She wanted to write a few books to teach the kids and publish them when the situation improves. She didn't have grand ideas. She just wanted to give children who can afford books a bit more choice. Tian gave her a thumbs up. You really have a clever mind. Song Shuqian rolled her eyes at her. I just know how to make good use of available resources. I haven't heard you talk about your trip home. How was it? Song Shuqian asked. Tian had mixed feelings. How should I put it? Let me tell you a few things, and you can feel it for yourself. When we went home to see my parents, we stayed at a guest house. Song Shuqian sat up slightly, waiting for her to continue. My mom treats me pretty well. She was nice before I got married and still is, but it's more of a better than some, not as good as other situation. In a regular family like ours, that's already quite rare, so I'm grateful to her. This time we went back, it wasn't that my family didn't want us to stay, there just wasn't any space. The room I used to stay in has become my niece's and nephew's room. When we went back, we had to share a Kong bed with my brother and sister-in-law, separated by a cloth curtain. Song Shuqian couldn't believe it. That's really inconvenient. We should definitely stay at a guest house. Having been educated separately from boys since childhood, she never imagined how awkward it would be for 2 families to share one bed. Tian continued her story. You can't imagine, at night, with just a curtain between us, my brother and sister-in-law were busy, and we wanted to hide in a corner. We couldn't make a sound, as if we were the ones doing something wrong. But my sister-in-law didn't care at all, getting louder and louder. I thought of myself as thick-skinned, but I felt so embarrassed. When she said this, Tian looked disgusted, as if she had swallowed a fly. Tian angrily said, I couldn't stand it for even a day. We couldn't leave fast enough. Song Shuqian was completely shocked. This was so different from the education she had received. In reality, they had misunderstood. People at that time were truly conservative. Even a few words between men and women could lead to gossip. There were many cases of people getting blamed for helping others in the river. But it was also true that they were quite bold. In the countryside, giving birth in the fields was common. Taking the baby to work and nursing without hiding was normal. Tian encountered many families where space was tight, with brothers sharing a room separated by a curtain. If they were so particular, How did all those children come about? Tian continued. My brother and sister-in-law know Lu Xinghua has money and think we should give more to our parents or help build a house. But which married daughter gives her parents money every month? I give my parents 5 yuan a month, just enough for them. People are never satisfied. My brother and sister-in-law think I would agree out of past kindness. They are really out of touch with reality. If I agree this time, I won't be able to escape later. They will always come to us for money. I can already imagine my nieces and nephews needing money for school, for weddings, or asking for jobs. In the future, I won't give them a single penny. During holidays, I buy my parents a couple of outfits or some food. I make sure to do it in a grand way, in front of our neighbors. I want to show that I am a good child. Song Shuxian has a great relationship with her brother. They both want to give each other the best and are willing to sacrifice for one another. So, she never expected her brother to act this way. She said, your brother and sister-in-law are really something. Tian explained, you haven't experienced being broke, so you can't imagine what people will do for money. There really are no limits. I've been working hard to earn more money. When there is food at home, I feel secure. With a little savings, I can be more confident. Plus, we do have a lot of options when it comes to food. Song Shuxian understood. Money isn't everything, but you definitely need it. Her grandmother said that money can solve 90% of the problems in this world. Tian continued, and my mother-in-law is pushing us to have a second child. She says that since the first one is already so big, we should hurry and have another. She wants to come help me after the baby is born, as if she has forgotten our past disagreements. Song Shuxian asked, do you want a second child? I'm not sure. My mom has grandchildren, and I can't find time to help me. As for my mother-in-law, you know it's easy to invite someone, but hard to send them away. What if she brings all her grandchildren with her? The cost isn't the issue. It would be a big problem if we had to take care of them all. Our peaceful home life would be disrupted, and the first child wouldn't have a good environment to grow up in. As for having a second child, I do want to. The first child is too lonely. Song Shuxian suggested, you could find someone from the community to help you, or look for trustworthy people from nearby villages. In this community, while there might be small conflicts, there aren't people with bad intentions who would report you. This was what Song Shuxian liked most about their community. As they chatted about these topics, time flew by quickly. The three kids came back from school, looking for something to eat. Song Shuxian got up to cook for them in the kitchen. Everything was ready. She just needed to heat up the dumplings and porridge that Wei Jiangwo made in the morning. Anan and Lulu saw their mom and excitedly started sharing what they learned in class. Mom, the instructor said if someone comes to talk to us, they might have other intentions and we should leave quickly. Or we should bring them to the soldiers for help. We can't talk about the family compound or Dad's work with others. The two kids were eagerly taking turns speaking, almost competing with each other. Song Shuxian praised them. You both are amazing. You remembered what the instructor said. But there is one thing I don't fully agree with. The instructor wants you to help others, but I want you to ensure your own safety first before helping anyone else. We need to be aware of our own abilities. Otherwise, trying to help might put you in danger instead. So, when you see someone who needs help, your first reaction should be to find an adult. You are still just kids. Anan looked a bit confused. Mom, if we don't help, others might be in danger. But if you help, it doesn't mean they will be safe, and you could definitely be in danger. I just want you both to be safe. Can you promise me that? The two kids obediently agreed. Song Shuxian knew that asking her children this way was a bit selfish. But as a mother, all she wanted was for her kids to be safe. She had been quietly encouraging them to dream of things other than being soldiers. She didn't want them to join the military. One selfless contributor in the family, Wei Jiangwo, was enough. After discussing serious topics, Song Shuxian wanted to lighten the mood and asked the kids, whose house do you think the sun belongs to? Lulu quickly replied, of course, it's ours. It belongs to the flower kingdom. Anan disagreed, no, the sun belongs to the universe. Lulu countered, brother is wrong. Hui shot down the suns. If it wasn't ours, would he dare to shoot? He shot down 9 suns. What if he had to pay for that? He could lose everything. and it felt like his brother had a point too. Lele was still dissatisfied and continued, "Is the universe also a flower country?" This time, even Song Shuqian was interested. "Tell me more." Lele said, "The sky had a hole, and Nua worked hard to fix it using many rare materials. If it wasn't for her own home, she wouldn't be foolish enough to do something that would cost her." Song Shuqian. Lele made a good point. Following Lele's train of thought, Anan said, "That's true. Otherwise, where would the cowherd and the weaver girl meet every year?" "Brother, you're so smart. This means that wherever the sun and moon shine, it belongs to Huaxia. Wherever the rivers flow, it belongs to Han soil." Song Shuqian. Well, as long as you all are happy. After feeding the two children, Song Shuqian had some free time. Such days are really comfortable. Suddenly, Fudian ran back, looking anxious, pulling at Song Shuqian's pants and trying to lead her outside. "Fudian, don't rush, listen to me. Are you taking me somewhere? If yes, bark once. If no, bark twice." Woof. Song Shuqian suppressed her panic. "Is something wrong with the two kids?" Woof woof. "Is something wrong with the brother?" Woof woof. Song Shuqian let out a big sigh of relief. As long as the kids were safe, everything else was manageable. "Don't worry, I'll lock the door and come with you." Fudian ran into the house and brought back a water bottle and a bow, wanting Song Shuqian to take them. Even though she didn't know why she needed the water bottle, she took it as Fudian wished. She followed Fudian outside, running along. She didn't know how long they had been running, but Song Shuqian felt as if something heavy was pressing down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. Her legs felt like they were filled with lead, and she could hardly lift them. "Fudian, how much farther? I can't run anymore." Woof woof woof. This time, Song Shuqian couldn't understand. She could only continue to follow Fudian. In the distance, she saw Mo-ing and Lightning confronting something. At that moment, Mo-ing revealed the true nature of the Black Wolf dog, looking very fierce. Lightning also became the former king of military dogs, brave and unmatched. Song Shuqian thought that Mo-ing and the others were injured, so she carefully approached with Fudian. She confirmed the range, drew her bow, and aimed calmly. Song Shuqian adjusted her breathing, trying to stay calm. She could see clearly now that the creatures confronting Mo-ing and the others were a group of vultures. Where there was one, there were many. She was no match for these animals. It was a mistake. She should have called Wei Jiangwo to come along. The vultures noticed Song Shuqian, and two of them turned to look at her. Without time to think, Song Shuqian released her arrow. Fewer skills were still intact. She hit one. "Fudian, go." Hearing the command, Fudian dashed out like an arrow. Mo-ing and Lightning saw Fudian move and charged forward again. On Song Shuqian's side, she shot arrow after arrow. While not every shot hit, it was enough to disrupt the vultures' attacks and give Lightning and the others a chance. Vultures are very clever animals. Initially, they could hold their own against Mo-ing and Lightning by using their advantage in the air. Now, with Song Shuqian's long-range attacks and the fierce Fudian, they were gradually losing. But they were unwilling to leave, always looking for an opportunity. As Song Shuqian saw her arrows dwindling, she began to sweat. She desperately tried to remember what useful items she had. A whip. She wasn't very skilled with her whip, just managing to defend herself. After shooting her last arrow, Song Shuqian took the whip from her backpack and struck a vulture that tried to sneak attack her. Just then, a large bird, protected by Lightning and Mo-ing, took off, diving straight for one of the vultures and grabbing its neck with its claws. The vulture flapped its wings wildly, trying to shake off the large bird. The large bird dove down, bringing the vulture straight to the ground, while Lightning jumped up and bit the vulture's head. The bodies separated. Seeing this, the other vultures changed direction and fled. Song Shuqian didn't dare relax. She held her whip and watched where they were leaving. She confirmed that they had indeed departed. She quickly went to check on Lightning and Ink's injuries. They were just superficial wounds and not very serious. Song Shuqian poured some water mixed with healing liquid from the kettle, and gave it to them to drink. Since they were used to it, Lightning and Ink obediently accepted. Once she confirmed they were okay, Song Shuxian turned her attention to the large bird. What kind of bird was it? It was a prairie eagle. But it was a prairie eagle that was seriously injured. Song Shuxian didn't dare to get too close. She spoke gently to the eagle. "We fought together just now. We are comrades. Can I help you check your wounds?" The eagle completely ignored her. Despite its injuries, it remained very alert. Song Shuxian didn't mind and sat down on the ground, handing the kettle to Lightning. "You three called it over, so you explain to it. It needs treatment, so let it drink some water to regain strength. I'll take it home and treat its wounds." The three dogs surrounded the eagle, barking excitedly. It was unclear how they communicated across species. Anyway, the eagle didn't seem to mind Song Shuxian getting closer. She quickly offered the eagle some water, which was very appealing to animals due to the healing liquid. After drinking, the eagle's attitude towards Song Shuxian improved a lot. It also allowed her to come closer. Now, the question was how to take it back. It couldn't fly on its own due to its injuries, especially after helping them fight that vulture. That was a desperate effort. This place had a strong smell of blood, and they needed to leave quickly. Song Shuxian hurriedly picked up any arrows she could find. She said to the prairie eagle, "It's very dangerous here. We need to leave right away. I'll carry you, so please don't resist. Otherwise, I might drop you, and that wouldn't be good." "Pai, you," the eagle, having regained some strength, called out twice. Song Shuxian didn't understand. She picked it up and started walking. To be honest, the eagle wasn't very heavy, only about 7 or 8 pounds, so she could carry it without much trouble. The problem was that she had used too much strength when shooting the arrows, and now her arms felt weak. The eagle was quite large, about 80 centimeters long. This made walking difficult for her. Song Shuxian struggled to move forward. "Fudian, go find Wei Jiangwo, and be quick." Song Shuxian secured her backpack for Fudian, which contained a note asking for help. With eagles and vultures around, if a wolf caught the scent of blood, she wouldn't even know how she died. Fudian had been well protected by Lightning and Shadow, so it was the best choice to send him. Song Shuxian struggled to carry the large eagle. At the military district entrance, Fudian barked wildly at the soldier on duty. He tugged at the soldier's leg, signaling him to help find someone. The young soldier was confused and didn't know what to do. Fudian pushed with his back legs and raised his front legs, waving goodbye. This was a trick he learned at home. A simple wave would get Song Shuxian to agree to anything. Another soldier said, "This is the dog of Captain Wei. It seems urgent. You should take it to find Captain Wei." Upon hearing Captain Wei, Fudian knew he was being taken to find someone, so he waved eagerly. Wei Jiangwo was training when he saw Fudian approach and was quite surprised. Unlike the young soldier, he immediately noticed Fudian's distress. He asked, "Did your sister send you?" Fudian barked in response. Then he turned and tugged at his backpack. Wei Jiangwo helped him take it off and saw the note inside. "Take me there." Song Shuxian struggled to carry the large eagle. Whenever she found it difficult, she wanted to talk. She asked Lightning, "How did you meet?" Lightning responded with a few low barks. After a long battle, he was exhausted but managed to walk back thanks to the energy from the spirit liquid. Song Shuxian continued with her questions. "How did you end up working together? I saw you protecting it." This time, Shadow gave a few low barks in response. It seemed a bit dismissive. After that, whenever Song Shuxian spoke, the two would bark twice, creating a harmonious exchange. Song Shuxian praised the two dogs. "You are so good. Even when you're tired, you're still willing to respond to me. I don't really need to talk. I'm just a bit scared and slow to realize things. Just now, those were fierce birds. I was brave enough to confront them directly. Fortunately, there were only a few of them, and they seemed weak. If they were really strong, we would be in trouble. This time, it was the eagle in my arms that responded, weakly making some sounds. It seemed to say, 'You're too loud, be quiet.'" Song Shuxian was delighted. "Oh, you're awake. I thought you were unconscious. Hang in there, I'll give you medicine when we get back. The eagle ignored her, probably thinking how one person could be so noisy, even more than him. Song Shuxian had no idea what it was thinking. She was getting more tired with each step, relying only on her willpower. Holding the eagle, she couldn't even take a sip of the healing liquid. Moreover, she didn't dare to drink it. Wei Jiangwo would definitely come with others, and if they saw her looking fine, wouldn't that clearly indicate something was wrong? She never underestimated anyone. The first lesson Song Shuxian learned was to be cautious. She needed to be careful at all times. While she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Lightning's excited barking, like a traveler in the desert spotting an oasis. Song Shuxian looked in that direction and vaguely saw 3 figures running toward them. They were moving quickly and appeared before them in no time. Song Shuxian smiled with relief. You're here. That's great. Wei Jiangwo looked her over to make sure she wasn't hurt. Just as he was about to step forward, the eagle in her arms struggled and flapped its wings, almost making her drop it. Worried about hurting the eagle, Wei Jiangwo and the 2 young soldiers stood still, afraid to move. Song Shuxian quickly said, Lightning, MOing, hurry and help. It's flapping too much. I can't hold on. With Wei Jiangwo there, she felt more confident and didn't force herself to keep standing. She sat down on the ground, waiting for Lightning and the others to solve the problem. The 2 young soldiers were amazed. Lightning and MOing approached the eagle and barked excitedly. The eagle responded with a couple of sounds, surprisingly accepting their touch. Lightning picked up the water bottle and signaled Song Shuxian to feed the eagle. Wei Jiangwo took it and fed the eagle a few bites. Seeing that it was not resisting, he signaled the young soldier to pick it up. Wei Jiangwo quickly came to Song Shuxian's side. How are you? Are you hurt? I'm not hurt, just a bit exhausted. Wei Jiangwo squatted down and motioned for her to climb on. Song Shuxian felt a bit shy. I can walk back. Wei Jiangwo ignored her protest, picked her up in a princess carry, and securely placed her on his back. Once he confirmed she was comfortable, he handed Song Shuxian's bow and arrows to another young soldier and asked, Tell me what happened. There have been reports of birds of prey nearby. We need to investigate. Song Shuxian explained the situation. That's all I know. As for how Lightning and the eagle became friends and helped each other, I have no idea. When you go to investigate, could you also check if I can recover my arrows? I only have this many. The young soldier helping Song Shuxian with her bow glanced at it and gave her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you're really amazing. Song Shuxian smiled weakly. Wei Jiangwo took the eagle and Song Shuxian home while the 2 young soldiers went to investigate, with Fu Dian leading the way. Once they were sure no one could hear, Song Shuxian quietly apologized to Wei Jiangwo. I'm sorry for worrying you. I acted without thinking. Then she added, but I also feel wronged. I never expected such a big surprise ahead of me. Fu Dian should have reminded me to ask for your help instead of just telling me to bring my bow. Wei Jiangwo couldn't help but laugh at her seemingly apologetic, yet defensive words. He playfully tapped her on the back as a light punishment. After that, they both fell silent. Having gotten used to being at home, they forgot they were outside. After the awkward moment passed, they decided not to dwell on the day's events. It really wasn't Song Shuxian's fault. She truly didn't see it coming. The usually reliable dog suddenly became unreliable. Lightning and Moing, we misunderstood. We sent it to get help. Didn't let Fu Dian go back to find the lady owner.
Fu Dian.
You guys took advantage of my absence to tease me. In my heart, the lady owner is the best in the world. The best lady owner was carried home by Wei Jiangwo, causing quite a stir in the family compound. Everyone came out to check on Song Shuxian's condition. When they learned that she saved a steppe eagle, many military wives from the Mongolian community expressed their gratitude and blessings. They also began to actively befriend Song Shuxian. In the eyes of the steppe people, Song Shuxian's actions were commendable. Back home, Song Shuxian had mostly recovered. She took out her first aid kit to clean and treat the eagle's wounds. It was at this moment that she realized this was not Mr. Eagle, but Ms. Eagle. After treating the wounds, she helped the steppe eagle build a nest for it to rest temporarily. She belonged to the sky and would leave once she healed. Joyfully returning home, the children rushed inside to share what they learned today with their mom. Then they suddenly felt weightless, their legs dangling, and began to flail. Seeing their dad, the two kids wanted to shout. But Wei Jiangwo stopped them. Mom and Fudian worked together to save an injured steppe eagle, and now they are very tired and resting. You two need to be quiet and not wake them up. Dad will take you to see the eagle. Eagles are dangerous birds of prey, and when they are unfamiliar with you, they can be very cautious. You both need to listen to Dad and take it slow, okay? As soon as Lele started to say can, he quickly covered his mouth with his little hand and softly said, Dad, we can do it. Wei Jiangwo was pleased. He took the two little ones to the eagle's nest and signaled them to stop. He communicated with the eagle, explaining that these were their kids who wanted to see her. He thought it would take some effort and was ready to call for help from Shandian and the others. To his surprise, Ms. Eagle was very friendly towards the two little ones. She allowed them to gently touch her head. Anan, seeing her wound, felt a pang of sympathy. Both children were very understanding. Even though they were excited to see the eagle for the first time, they knew she was injured and needed to rest. She greeted them and then left. When they saw lightning and shadow, their eyes widened in surprise. The fur on both of them was patchy and looked quite sad. The two kids had never seen anything like this and started crying loudly. Song Shuxian was startled awake by the crying and rushed outside in her shoes, asking, What happened? What happened? She quickly hugged the two kids and checked them from head to toe, relieved to find they were okay. Seeing their mom made the kids cry even harder. Anan sniffled and said, Mom, lightning and shadow lost their fur. They're sick. Song Shuxian looked and was shocked. Was this really their once proud and handsome dogs? Wei Jiangwo, who arrived a bit late wearing an apron and holding a spatula, watched the scene with interest, a slight smile on his face. Song Shuxian shot him a glare. Wei Jiangwo said with a pitiful expression, Honey, they got hurt. Vultures carry bacteria. What if they get infected? You love to hug them. What if it spreads to you? To keep you all safe, I shaved off the fur around their wounds. It makes applying medicine much easier. Song Shuxian thought. You always have an excuse. You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are quite cunning. Don't think I don't know. You just wanted to teach those two dogs a lesson so they remember not to bring me into dangerous situations. She thought that, but knew she couldn't say it out loud. A father's authority had to be maintained. Besides, this was indeed better for the dog's health, even if they looked a bit silly. Most importantly, she couldn't stand Wei Jiangwo acting cute. As the saying goes, a strong man being cute is the most dangerous. Song Shuxian explained to the kids, Today, lightning and shadow worked together to save a prairie eagle. I don't know the details, so you can ask them yourself. When I got there, they were facing off against a group of vultures. You know vultures, right? They are the birds that eat dead animals. They have a lot of bacteria on them, and when they fight, lightning gets hurt. If we don't shave their fur, we can't put medicine on their wounds. They look like this for their health. Health is the most important thing. Their fur will grow back in time. Song Shuxian tried to comfort the children in words they could understand. The two kids reluctantly accepted their mother's explanation. As the main characters in this situation, Lightning and Mo Ing lay in their bed, resting their heads on their paws, looking like they didn't want to be bothered. Song Shuxian felt they were heartbroken. Their bodies showed sadness. Wei Jiangwo, having seen enough, said they were not allowed to hold them and took Song Shuxian away. In a place where the kids couldn't see, Song Shuxian pinched a bit of flesh at his waist, and Wei Jiangwo tried to relax his body to make it easier for her. Wife, he said, his tone full of unspoken grievances. Song Shuxian reminded herself to be rational and explained, Today's situation isn't Mo Ying's fault. Wei Jiangwo put away his playful attitude, realizing it wasn't working today. He then took Song Shuxian's hand and said, I know, but this will help them remember to call for help next time. Anyone over there is a professional. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. And it's far away. Running there would be exhausting. Today it was a vulture, But what if next time it's a wolf? Song Shuqian didn't argue. Her fighting ability was indeed much weaker compared to Wei Jiangwo and his team of professionals. Seeing her agree, Wei Jiangwo continued explaining, "The monkey and the goat are the little warriors who just returned from the investigation. Moing and Lightning seem to have encountered something. A prairie eagle helped them but got seriously injured and attracted the vulture. Lightning and Moing protected it. They showed compassion and didn't abandon the eagle." Song Shuqian found his mixed feelings amusing. While she complained, she was also feeding the 3 dogs. Having an eagle at home made things much livelier. The first thing the 2 kids do when they come home every day is to check on their new friend. Now, they are very familiar with each other. And Lila gave it a lovely name, Arslan Kikij. They said it was the brave one of the grasslands and also the queen of the grasslands. Only this name suited it. To get this name, the 2 little ones bravely asked their neighbor, Captain Yang, for help. Every time Song Shuqian thought about it, she couldn't help but smile. The 2 kids knew they needed to bring something when asking for help. They took out their snacks. Standing in front of Captain Yang, they carefully said, "Uncle Yang, can we be friends?" This went on for many days. Captain Yang was quite confused. Once they got a bit more familiar, the kids finally shared their purpose. They wanted him to help them come up with a name from the grasslands. And so, Arslan Kikij was born. After some time of careful care, Arslan Kikij healed quickly and could fly again. This also meant that their bond was coming to an end. It had to return to its rightful sky. Today, their family was going to send it off. Wei Jiangwo borrowed a jeep and took them to the grasslands. When they reached the heart of the grasslands and ensured the area was safe, he stopped. Song Shuqian raised her arm, and Arslan Kikij stood on it. It gently pecked her hand with its beak. Song Shuqian patted its head, saying, "Kikij, it's time for you to go. Please be safe, don't trust humans too much, and remember to stay away from them." Anan and Lulu felt very sad, wiping their tears with their little hands. "Mom, can't Kikij stay with us? We can take care of it." "No, it belongs to the grasslands. Keeping it would be like cutting off its wings and breaking its spirit. We can't bind it in the name of love. We are good friends, and good friends should never hurt each other, even in the name of caring. You should say a proper goodbye to Kikij. It will miss you too. If fate allows, we will meet again." Song Shuqian squatted down and spoke seriously to the 2 children. And Lula hugged Chi-Chi and let her stand on their shoulders. It might have been a long time or just a little while. Chi-Chi spread her wings and flew high, circling above them. This was the first time and Lula saw her flying over the grassland. Her feathers shimmered like satin in the sunlight, and with every flap, it seemed like she was creating a brilliant path in the sky, as if countless stars were flowing between her wings. At that moment, Song Shuqian felt she was the queen of the sky. With a call, Chi-Chi looked back at them one last time and flew off into the distance. She got farther and farther away, until they could no longer see her, and then suddenly said, "Mom." Chi-Chi was very happy just now, happier than at her home. Song Shuqian felt sad to see her go. Yes, she has returned to her home. It's wonderful that we had this connection and met each other. Wei Jiangwo watched the mother and son chatting, clearly on different wavelengths, but he found it interesting and didn't want to interrupt. Only Lulu, a little crybaby, was wiping away tears. To keep a memory, Wei Jiangwo had brought a camera today and captured that moment, finding it quite amusing. A little cutie appeared, breaking the atmosphere between them.
"Ah, Wei Jiangwo."
Song Shuqian almost instinctively jumped into Wei Jiangwo's arms. Her face was pale, and her whole body was trembling. Wei Jiangwo caught her and said, "I'm here. What's wrong?" He spoke in a light tone to ease her tension. He held her tightly, giving her a sense of security. Song Shuqian didn't speak, clinging to Wei Jiangwo, her whole body hanging on him. The 2 children were startled and ran to their mom, asking what happened. After a while, Song Shuqian lifted her head, her eyes still a bit red. "A mouse just crawled on my foot." And then said, "Don't be afraid, Mom. I'll protect you and scare them away. Lulu quickly followed his brother. Mom, Lulu will protect you too. The two kids squatted on the grass, starting to look for things that might scare their mom. Wei Jiangwo gently patted her back, saying, It's okay, it's okay. It's just a field mouse, a little creature from the grasslands. You just happened to stand by their burrow. It's not a mouse. They're not the same, she replied. Hearing the word mouse made Song Shuqian tremble. She felt really uneasy now. She wasn't afraid of anything else, but this was different. In her eyes, field mice and regular mice looked alike, so they were all the same.
Please take me back to the car. I'll stay there, she said.
And Lulu found a nest of little field mice and was very excited. Mom, we found a nest of little mice. Don't be scared. They're very small and won't come out. Song Shuqian thought, please, just let her be. She never wanted to hear those two words again. Wei Jiangwo held her and took her back to the car. He held her hand to keep it warm. Don't be afraid. They won't come out. I'll stay with you. Not being able to see them made Song Shuqian less scared. She said, you should go spend time with the kids. It's their first time on the grasslands, and they're really looking forward to it. They were sad when Kikij just left. They need you for a talk between men right now. I'll be fine as long as I stay in the car. Wei Jiangwo didn't want to leave. The kids had each other, but Song Shuqian only had him. However, he couldn't argue with her and had to go. He approached the two kids and said, from now on, you have a new task. Make sure that mice don't appear in front of your mom.
Can you do that?
Anan didn't understand.
Why?
They're so small and fun. Mom can play with them. Because your mom is scared. She has been afraid of mice since she was little. Every time she sees one, she trembles and sweats. If it gets too bad, she might faint. And immediately promised, Dad, we will check the house every day to make sure no mice come in. Lulu added, I'll go out with Mom and keep an eye on our surroundings. If I see a mouse, I'll tell Mom to close her eyes.
Great.
You two also shouldn't touch anything that looks like a mouse. If your mom sees it, she will feel uncomfortable. What do you think will happen if you scare her to tears? Spanking. The two children said in unison. Anan and Lulu always remembered that their dad's spanks hurt a lot. If they made their mom cry, their dad would spank them. Seeing that they agreed, Wei Jiangwo let them play by themselves, saying, Don't run too far, come back after a while. After sending them off, Wei Jiangwo returned to the car to be with Song Shuqian. Song Shuqian heard their conversation.
Why do you always say I cry?
What if the kids think I'm too emotional in the future? It's fine. Let them know from a young age that mom needs protection, and when they grow up, they will protect you. Feeling a bit bored, Song Shuqian was curious about the car in front of her. Can I drive this? Wei Jiangwo was thinking of how to shift her attention, and this was a perfect opportunity. Of course, there are female drivers too. If you want to learn, I can teach you.
Great.
Is it hard? Not hard at all. You can ride a horse, so this will be easy for you. One taught while the other learned, and Song Shuqian picked it up quickly. She had a strong ability to understand. The two children came running back, each holding a small bunch of purple flowers. Mom, these are for you. Aren't they pretty? They are the most beautiful flowers on the grassland. Song Shuqian was touched and hugged her two sons, giving them a big kiss. Wei Jiangwo drove the car, with his wife, two children, and 3 dogs, continuing deeper into the grassland. They arrived at a yurt and stopped the car. A man dressed in a Mongolian robe bumped fists with Wei Jiangwo, saying, Bai Lejie, welcome. Behind him, a woman in traditional Mongolian clothing came out to warmly greet Song Shuqian and the children. Wei Jiangwo introduced, This is Badr and his wife Dylan. Song Shuqian quickly brought the two children to greet them. After some friendly exchanges, they followed them into the yurt, which was very tidy inside. Dylan and Badr were very welcoming. As soon as they entered, they brought out milk tea. Try this, it's freshly made milk tea. Song Shuqian thanked them, imitating Dylan, took some milk skin and put it in a bowl, added a bit of Mongolian fruit and some butter, then mixed in milk tea. She took a small sip. She gave a thumbs up, saying it's delicious. It really was good. not greasy at all, and the soaked fruit tasted great. After drinking the milk tea, they followed Bader to a small riverbank and saw a group of horses, about 7 or 8. Bader pointed to a chestnut horse and said, "That's the one. You need to see if she will accept you. If she does, then she's yours." Song Shuxian could hardly believe her ears. She looked at Bader and then at Wei Jiangwo. "Really for me?" Wei Jiangwo patted her. "Go on, see if she'll accept you." Song Shuxian circled around and approached the horse from the side, making sure it could see her. She stopped a few steps away, not looking directly at it, allowing it to get used to her scent. Seeing it didn't react strongly, she slowly moved closer. She extended her hand for it to sniff. The chestnut horse gently touched Song Shuxian's hand with its nose. She smiled brightly. "Hello, I'm Song Shuxian. This is my first time on the grassland and it feels a bit new. Would you like to take me for a ride?" Having grown up drinking essence, she had a pleasant scent, and animals have very sensitive noses. The horse liked the smell of Song Shuxian. It didn't mind her touching it. Once she felt happiness from the horse, she climbed onto its back. Her movements were smooth and graceful. The two children were already excitedly applauding for their mom. Bader and Wei Jiangwo said, "Earlier, when you mentioned buying a horse for your wife, I thought you were joking. But now, I see you were right. She really loves horses and sees them as friends." Wei Jiangwo was as happy as if he were being praised himself. Having just met, Song Shuxian didn't run. She simply rode it around once. When she got off the horse, she was beaming with joy. The two children rushed over and hugged her legs. "Mom, teach me. Mom, I want to learn." Song Shuxian gently approached the horse's head and stroked its fur. "You are amazing. I'm so happy to meet you." The horse also liked Song Shuxian and took a step forward to nuzzle her, showing affection. The girl and the horse played together for a while. The two children were getting anxious, wanting to come over and be close to the horse. They were being held back by Wei Jiangwo, worried that the horse might react strongly since they weren't familiar with it. Seeing this, Song Shuxian said goodbye to her new friend and returned to the children. "It's a great companion. Thank you, Bader." Bader waved his hand, not concerned. "At first, Wei Jiangwo asked me to help choose a horse. I worried you would just keep it for fun, but now that I see how well you understand her, I feel relieved." Lele couldn't wait any longer and wriggled out of her dad's hold. "Mom, can I ride the horse?" "Just a little circle." Ainen also wanted to go, looking eagerly at their mom. Song Shuxian innocently replied, "You asked the wrong person. The owner here is Uncle Bader." Lele turned to Bader. "Uncle Bader, can I ride the horse? In exchange, I can ask Dad to drive you around." People on the prairie are known for their hospitality, especially when it comes to two adorable little kids, so Bader agreed, without hesitation. He picked up both children and whistled, and a black stallion galloped over. Song Shuxian softly said, "Good horse." Bader smiled brightly. "He is my old friend, Hari." After placing the children on the horse's back, he said, "Hold on tight. I'll take you for a ride." Ainen and Lele's faces lit up with excitement. Once they left, Song Shuxian patted Wei Jiangwo. "Why are you lost in thought?" Wei Jiangwo's ears turned slightly red. He was captivated by his wife's spirited demeanor, but he wouldn't say such things. "No, let's give it a name." Song Shuxian thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it Qian. When it runs, it must look as beautiful as the sunset in the sky." Wei Jiangwo recalled what she had said before. "I started learning to ride at 7, and my horse was called Qiang. It was my companion." His wife is very nostalgic. "Let's name it Qian." Song Shuxian asked, "When did you start preparing for this?" "I asked Bartle to help find one when I confirmed I would be moving here. This is a Mongolian horse, and this grassland is its home. When you feel bored, you can ride it around. I really want to see you riding a horse, galloping across the grassland. It must look beautiful." Song Shuxian also wanted to ride, so she nudged Wei Jiangwo's shoulder. "I have a full set of riding gear and riding clothes." Wei Jiangwo understood that she needed him to help keep it a secret. "Leave it to me. The clothes can't be too flashy." Song Shuxian nodded in agreement. Bartle and the others quickly returned after a short trip. The two kids were happily chattering away. Wei Jiangwo and Bartle bumped fists, saying, "Thank you." Back at Bartel's yurt, Duran had prepared lunch. "You're back. Come on, it's time to eat." Duran's Mandarin wasn't very good and sounded a bit awkward, but it didn't affect their communication. Song Shuxian didn't quite understand Mongolian dining etiquette and followed Duran's lead. The meal was very hearty, featuring the essential Mongolian milk tea, clear stewed lamb, chive-filled dumplings, and homemade yogurt with fried rice. Song Shuxian really liked the chive dumplings. Duran mentioned that chives are a common wild vegetable on the grassland. They can be eaten fresh, pickled, or used as seasoning. They can be harvested from March to September. Song Shuxian gave her a thumbs up, saying, "You have a magical talent for turning the ordinary into something amazing. That's impressive." Wei Jiangwo and Bartle enjoyed their lamb and milk tea while chatting happily. Song Shuxian loved talking with Duran. She had a refreshing openness typical of the grassland people. When she learned that Duran's younger son was about the same age as Anin, she suggested they could play together and she would bring both kids over in the future. After the meal, it was time to say goodbye. Wei Jiangwo called Bartle to help take things out of the car. At that moment, Song Shuxian realized that the supplies in the car were all prepared for them to trade for Qian. She suggested exchanging some dairy products, like milk skin, tofu, and butter, for shrimp and dried fish, which are not available on the grassland. Dulin happily agreed. Those seafood items are very precious to the herders. Some people have never seen them in their lives. With Wei Jiangwo's help, Song Shuxian prepared a saddle and other gear for Qian. She got on the horse. "Wei Jiangwo, let's race and see who is faster." "Okay," Wei Jiangwo replied, a bit helpless but affectionate. Since Lightning and the others arrived on the grassland, they had disappeared to play somewhere. Now that Wei Jiangwo and the others were leaving, it took a while to call them back. Botter saw their 3 dogs and couldn't take his eyes off them. He wanted them too. Wei Jiangwo could only apologize and say it might be a bit difficult. 2 of the 3 dogs were retired military dogs, and Mo Ing had wolf blood. They were not ordinary dogs. Lightning and the others noticed that after just one afternoon, their owner was riding a creature they had never seen before, and they were very curious to come over and sniff. Qian snorted in discontent. Song Shuxian quickly calmed them down. She got off the horse and introduced Mo Ing and the others. "This is our new family member, Qian, my horse. We will be one family from now on, so let's all get along." Wei Jiangwo drove with the 2 kids while Song Shuxian tightened the reins. "Qian, let's see who is faster." The car and the horse raced side by side. Inside the car, the kids cheered, "Go, Mom.
Go, Qian,"
along with the occasional barking from the 3 dogs. Outside, the person and the horse had already bonded very well. Basically, with one command from Song Shuxian, Qian knew what to do. I must say, the spiritual liquid really works wonders for animals. On the horse, Song Shuxian's long hair flew wildly in the wind, her eyes bright and determined. After enjoying the run, she gradually slowed down, letting Qian trot. "Are you tired, dear? Do you want to take a break?" "No, let's keep going," Anan eagerly asked. "Mom, can I ride with you?" Song Shuxian thought for a moment. "Sure, come over. You and your brother can take turns, and Dad will time each of you for 20 minutes. Anan cheered and, as soon as Dad parked the car, rushed to Mom's side eagerly. On the horse, Anan felt very curious. Earlier, he didn't dare to ask too many questions while with Uncle Bader, but now he could. He could also ask Mom to go faster. Qian patiently let Anan touch its mane. "Mom, when can I learn to ride?" "You have to wait until we find a horse for you. Dad and I are already looking, but there aren't many people raising horses right now, and good horses are hard to find. For now, you can just bond with Qian until we get you your own horse." Back at the family compound, they once again became the center of attention. At this time, horses were precious. In some villages, there was only one horse per village. Now, Song Shuxian's family had one. Fortunately, everyone knew that both parents had jobs. Song Shuqian was a cultural worker who earned money with her writing. This was also why Wei Jiangwo didn't buy horses for the kids. It would attract too much attention. The arrival of Qian filled the sadness left by Kikij's departure. Anan and Lele were now very interested in it. To be able to ride Qian around, Lele was even willing to carry those articles he didn't like. It was a pleasant surprise. Now, Song Shuqian had grown fond of life on the grassland, riding Qian every day to feel the wind blowing past her ears. She would complete a day's work in 3 hours at home. After that, she had her own time to learn cooking, bake pastries, or read books. Tian and Saren came to visit the Song family's courtyard and saw Song Shuqian leisurely drinking tea while reading. Tian teased her, "I've realized you really enjoy staying home. If I don't come to find you, you could stay at home all day." Song Shuqian replied, puzzled, "I do go out. I went for a ride with Qian this morning." Tian was truly impressed by her. "What do you do at home every day?" Song Shuqian raised the book at her hand. "I recently took on a new translation project, so I'm reviewing it before I start writing." Tian gave a thumbs up. "I didn't realize you loved your work so much." After knowing each other for so many years, who doesn't know that Song Shuqian works just to pass the time? Song Shuqian smiled and didn't argue. She was reading a foreign novel that she couldn't show to anyone. This was something only she knew. Not even Wei Jiangwo was aware. She had cleared out the Song family's collection, and now her treasure chest contained many forbidden books. Song Shuqian changed the subject. "Why are you all here?" This time it was Sa Ren who spoke. "The sisters are going to the service center to register how much autumn produce each family needs, and I'm here to ask you." Song Shuqian asked, "What kind of autumn produce are we talking about?" "It should be registering cabbage and potatoes. These two are the most common." Song Shuqian said, "Let's go take a look together. We'll follow the crowd. Whatever everyone needs, we should get the same amount. I've seen those big cabbages. One can weigh 7 or 8 pounds. I think we should get around 200 pounds. We can get fewer potatoes and a bit more sweet potatoes for roasting in winter." Tian agreed. "If we turn them into pickled vegetables, they can last longer." The two of them were in perfect agreement. Sa Ren was stunned. "You want 200 pounds of cabbage? Isn't that too much?" "It's fine. If it's too much, we can report a little less later. We should at least get 100 pounds. Sa Ren clearly understood their ease with spending money. While the three of them were talking, someone came to the door. As soon as Song Shuqian saw the person's expression, she knew what it was about. This had become a recent norm. Song Shuqian was very polite, apologizing and calming the person's anger with a few words. She sent them off courteously. Tian joked, "Is it because of your family's MOing again?" "Yes, he's in his rebellious phase, and I don't know when it will end. This is already the 4th time he has deliberately scared someone else's dog." Tian teased, "MOing is now the little tyrant of the neighborhood. All the dogs are afraid of him. The worst part is that he has backup. Every time he acts up, Lightning and Fujian come to help. With such a bully's tactics, it's no wonder the other owners are upset." Song Shuqian felt a bit flustered. Not to mention the genetic issues, their dog, MOing, grew up drinking special liquid, making it stronger than other dogs. And they shamelessly ganged up on others to intimidate them. But it seems this is her problem. She once said, "A cat that catches mice, whether black or white, is a good cat." Fighting is the same. As long as you win, the process doesn't matter. However, she was discussing the Battle of Chaohu in the spring and autumn period with Wei Jiangwo at that time. Back then, people had rules, and before a battle, they would call out to challenge each other. The strategist for the Song army suggested sneaking across the river to launch an attack, but it was rejected with the reason, "A gentleman does not take advantage of others' misfortunes." After finally crossing the river, when the strategist suggested attacking again, it was refused because the opponent hasn't beaten the drum yet. Song Shuqian felt that the concept of ritual and righteousness from the spring and autumn period was outdated. Nowadays, winning is all that matters in battle. She didn't specifically tell the dog, so she didn't know how MOing understood it. It seems she can't let it drink the special liquid anymore. It's gotten a bit too clever. Song Shuqian even worried it might secretly become wise. Yuan at the end of September. It's the season for the people of the grasslands to store food. Recently, Song Shuqian and Tian have been learning from the sisters in the community about storing autumn vegetables, and they are very enthusiastic. The service center delivered plenty of autumn vegetables, and Song Shuqian bought 150 pounds. Don't think that's too much. It's for the whole winter. Plus there's Wei Jiangwo, a big man. Besides cabbage, she also bought plenty of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and more. When Wei Jiangwo got home from work, he saw all kinds of vegetables in the yard. Wife, how do we handle these? Dry some potatoes to make potato chips, and put the rest in the cellar. Also, dry some radishes, and the rest can go in there too. To Wei Jiangwo, these tasks seemed easy and could be done quickly. He was just a bit worried about how Song Shuqian would manage to get them out. Their cellar required climbing down a ladder. His wife, a fairy-like person, climbing out of the cellar with a big cabbage in her arms. Wei Jiangwo shook his head, trying to dismiss that unreliable image. He needed to handle this before leaving. In the days that followed, whenever he had time, Wei Jiangwo would tackle the tasks in the cellar. A week later, the cellar had changed. The ladder was replaced with steps. Wei Jiangwo called Moing to conduct an experiment to confirm it could carry a basket inside. He also invited An and Lulu to see if they could move the cabbage into the basket. Once they confirmed it was possible, they stopped. Song Shuqian was amazed by the design. She gave Wei Jiangwo a big thumbs up. Honey, how did you come up with this? Wei Jiangwo's chocolate-colored face turned slightly red as he explained. Last time when you got off the horse and walked back, you looked so spirited. Your eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. With every step, you carried an innate grace, showing elegance in your every move. I felt then that you deserved to live like that. I may not be able to give you that life, but I will do my best to treat you well. Song Shuqian sighed, realizing how perceptive he was. But she replied, there's no such thing as deserving or not. The life I have now is the life I long for. The grasslands are wonderful. The people here are simple, each busy with their own lives. The chaos from outside hasn't reached here. When you're not home, I read books and write. When I have time, I want to visit Suyuan City to buy a horsehead fiddle so I can play music when I'm free. Seeing that his wife truly liked it here, Wei Jiangwo felt relieved. To be honest, he only realized how tough the environment was after arriving. If he had known earlier, he would have brought his wife and child with him. He couldn't bear to be apart. But he would do everything he could to ensure they had a better life and be more prepared. In the days that followed, Wei Jiangwo was very busy. He often got home in the early hours of the morning. They had a lot to prepare over the month, as they would be heading north for cold resistance training in another month. Winter came quickly to the grasslands. Before they could enjoy the picturesque autumn scenery, winter quietly arrived. One morning, when Song Shuqian opened the door, everything outside was covered in white. Taking a breath of the cold air felt like her insides were refreshed by ice crystals. The cold air instantly made her feel very awake. She turned around to call the two children inside.
Lulu, wake up.
It's snowing outside. Let's put on warm clothes and go see the snow on the grassland. The two children cheered and quickly got out of bed to get ready. Song Shuqian added some firewood. There was breakfast that Wei Jiangwo had prepared in the pot. The three of them wore the same everyday Mongolian outfits, which were very warm. Song Shuqian first helped the two children onto the horse, then climbed up herself, patting Chiyun's head. Today, we will take our time and enjoy the snow on the grassland. Anan and Lula called for Moing and the others, and they set off together. It wasn't far from the family compound to the grassland. At Chiyun's pace, it would take about 40 minutes to get there. Along the way, the two children excitedly chatted and laughed. Mom, the grassland is so nice. I love it here, Anan said.
Oh?
What do you like about it? Since we came here, Mom smiles more. She smiles when she sees her favorite books, when she sees the clouds, and when she sees the snow, Lula said. Since we got here, Mom always lets us go out to play and I've made a lot of good friends. Song Shuxian patted the children's heads. Young children are very perceptive. They may seem like they don't understand much, but they always notice the little details that adults overlook. Mom is happy because you're growing up. You are already big friends at 4 years old, and soon you'll be 5 and can go to school. The mention of school filled the two children with excitement. Their friends who went to school said it was very interesting. As they chatted, they arrived. Before them was a vast expanse of white, stretching endlessly. In the morning light, the golden sunlight and the pure white snow reflected colorful rays, making the entire grassland look like a vibrant jewel set in the earth, giving a sense of the sacred. In the distance, the big green mountains met the grassland, making it hard to tell where the mountains ended and the grassland began, creating a vast and boundless scene. Only Moing, Lightning, and Fujian, the 3 dogs, frolicked in the snow, adding a touch of life to the picture. For a moment, the mother and her 2 children were mesmerized, lost in silence. Snow covers the fields for miles, everywhere dressed in silver. Song Shuxian softly recited. Lele said, "Mom, I want to go down." "No, it's dangerous outside right now. We're safe on Chiyun's back, and we can run if there's any danger. We can only go down when Dad is here." Lele accepted the answer without fussing, then, "Mom, let Chiyun walk a bit. I want to see the footprints in the snow." Song Shuxian gently pulled the reins, signaling Chiyun to walk slowly. Anan remembered the sunrise they saw by the sea. "Mom, can we see the sunrise in the snow?" "Yes, but we have to wait for Dad. The 3 of us are too weak to face any danger, like wolves. Let Dad drive us out to see it." The 2 children were satisfied. They didn't think about when their dad would have time. When they got home, they received the bad news that their dad would be leaving for a while. Song Shuxian quickly packed things for Wei Jiangwo. "Take this wool sweater. This coat is new this year and very warm. Also, take this vest. It will keep you warm underneath." Wei Jiangwo held her close. "I'm going for cold resistance training, and there are rules about what to wear. Don't worry about it. Let's just talk." Song Shuxian insisted, handing him a bottle of elixir. "Take this with you, just in case you need it." Wei Jiangwo urged her to put it away. "I'm in good health thanks to you, and my checkup reports are all fine. The training is very safe. Put this away and promise me not to take it out easily. Do you understand?" Song Shuxian nodded. She was usually very careful, especially after being scared by the sight of Wei Jiangwo covered in injuries last time. With the help of the elixir, it took a month for him to recover. Wei Jiangwo continued, "The wind is strong there, so remember to wear a hat and scarf when you go out. In winter, wild rabbits might come to steal grass, but don't worry. Just think of it as extra food for Lightning and the others. After I leave, don't wash the clothes. The big items are hard to clean. Just wear what's in the treasure pot, and we'll wash them together when I come back. You can burn the coal. I bought another 200 pounds, and it will be delivered in a couple of days." He went on, clearly worried. Song Shuxian joked, "Once you leave, I'll ask Tian to move in, and our family of 5 can be together again." Wei Jiangwo nodded. "That's a good idea." Song Shuxian ignored him and continued to pack his things, making sure to bring plenty of extra socks since they could easily get wet in the snow. She packed him 20 pairs of socks, which should be enough. After Wei Jiangwo left, Song Shuxian had the 2 children come over to stay with her. That night, if the kids kicked off their blankets, they could get sick, so it was easier to take care of them together. Around 10 o'clock, she heard a howling sound outside. When Wei Jiangwo was around, she didn't find the wind scary. Now that she was alone, Song Shuxian instinctively hugged the 2 children tightly for warmth. The wind grew stronger, making the trees outside rustle. Having watched the Cthulhu mythos during the day, Song Shuxian felt that the howling wind sounded like an ancient curse awakening, carrying mysterious and evil power, stirring up something ominous buried underground. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, and the fear made her thoughts spiral out of control. She shivered from fright. "Lightning, Moing, bring your nests over here to sleep." Once they arrived, she felt a bit of comfort. Looking at the 2 children sleeping like little piglets in her arms, She felt a pang of envy. What were they so curious about in those books? What were they so restless about? Now they were scared to sleep, right? She dozed off and didn't realize it was already past midnight. The two children woke up and dressed themselves, playing quietly while waiting for Song Shuqian to get up. She was awakened by knocking at the door. Seeing her like this, Saren and Tian burst into laughter. Saren said, "Were you scared last night? The wind on the prairie is like that. But don't worry, after a strong wind, there will always be a sunny day." Tian also didn't sleep well, but she wasn't afraid. She was worried the house might collapse, so she woke up occasionally to check. Just as Saren said, the prairie after the strong wind looked like a freshly washed painting, displaying a breathtaking beauty. That shade of blue, Song Shuqian couldn't describe it. It was a color she had never mixed in all her years of painting. It was deeper than light blue and more vibrant than azure. The constantly changing shapes of the clouds added life to the painting, making it come alive. In the yard, in the cold wind, Song Shuqian stared at this scene, almost mesmerized. Tian didn't know what she was looking at and followed her gaze. Saren did the same. A passing neighbor saw them and looked up too. When an Lele and a group of kids arrived, they saw the adults all looking up at the sky. Wow, being an adult is interesting. You can do strange things and not get scolded, the kids thought. They stood up and looked at the sky too. After a while, they saw nothing but blue sky and white clouds. Lele patted her mom's leg. "Mom, what are you looking at?" "Looking at the clouds." Lele said, "Mom, that cloud looks like a big bun, that one looks like a crab dumpling, and that one looks like a bowl of wontons."
I'm hungry.
Sihua tugged at Tian's sleeve. "Mom, I'm hungry too," and then stayed with her mom for a while and said, "Mom, the clouds are moving and they change shape." Song Shuqian held one child's hand and called everyone, "Come inside to warm up. I'm going to cook." Everyone said their goodbyes and left. These days, food is scarce in every household, so it's not polite to just go to someone else's house for a meal. In the end, only Tian and her child came inside. "You take them to tidy up, I'll go cook." "In this cold weather, following you to watch clouds, I must be crazy." Hearing Tian's complaint made Song Shuqian laugh. It was indeed amusing. It reminded her a bit of the famous silly deer from the Northeast. When she finished tidying up, Tian had already made porridge, served with big buns and pickles. "This was a good meal here." Song Shuqian asked, "Do you know where I can get some eggs? Breakfast feels incomplete without boiled eggs." "I asked around, but the villages are far apart, and the eggs get broken on the way back. The best way is to raise chickens ourselves in spring and get a couple of chicks then. There aren't strict limits here, as long as it's reasonable." Song Shuqian thought for a moment. "That works. There are many ways to cook eggs. I'll raise 3 hens, and when winter comes and they stop laying eggs, we can keep them for meat." Anan volunteered, "Mom, I'll take care of the chickens." "That's fine. In spring, I also want to bring back 2 sheep, and you and your brother can take care of them. In winter, we can roast lamb legs, hot pot, and make spiced lamb." The 2 kids were excited by what Song Shuqian said. Tian saw Sihu's eager eyes and quickly said, "When you buy the sheep, please get one for me so Sihu can go with Anan to take care of them." Song Shuqian agreed, saying she could get one from the Batel family. After dinner, Tian took Sihu home for a nap. It was cold outside, so Song Shuqian didn't want to go out and stayed inside to study. She practiced writing with an and Lulu. She wrote small characters at her desk, while the 2 kids wrote larger ones beside her. Anan loved watching his mom write, and was very focused while practicing. Although his strokes weren't strong enough, he tried his best to write neatly. Lulu started to feel restless, looking around for someone to play with. But when he saw his mom and brother busy with their own tasks, he gradually calmed down and focused on his writing. Song Shuqian glanced at them and nodded to herself. Being able to concentrate on tasks without being distracted is a very important skill. After finishing their writing, it was story time for the kids. The 3 of them took turns sharing stories they wanted to hear. If the kids had questions, Song Shuqian would provide explanations. When they discussed Xiang Yang's reforms, Lulu asked, "Mom, Why did Yingxi want to kill Xiangyang? Song Shuxian thought seriously about how to explain the court conflicts and was unsure of how much to say when Anan spoke up to avenge his teacher. After a moment, he shook his head, correcting himself. No, Yingxi had already become the king. He shouldn't be that foolish. Lulu thought being a king and being foolish were unrelated, but Yingdang was also a king, and he still ended up crushing himself with a cauldron. Song Shuqian decided to stay silent and let the two of them think for themselves to see what interesting ideas they might come up with. And instead, it's different. Yingdang is really foolish, but Yingxi is not. After he killed Xiangyang, he still continued to use his reforms and Mom? Song Shuqian quickly added, he also relied on Zhang Yi, Gong Sunyan, and Sima Qiu. Right, and continued, he expanded the territory and raised the status of the Qin state. Song Shuqian asked, so what does that mean? And inside dramatically, it means that Xiangyang's reforms were completed and became worthless. Plus, he offended so many people and ended up being discarded. He then patted Leilei's shoulder seriously and advised, brother, when we grow up, we must make sure we are valuable. Once a person loses their value, bad luck is not far behind. Song Shuqian held back a laugh and asked, do you think Yingxi's actions were bad? And then looked at Song Shuqian with disappointment and said, Mom, you are too naive. What's good or bad? Yingxi is the ruler. He is to weigh and balance things. Is it weighing pros and cons and balancing the court? Yes, exactly. He killed Xiangyang, so those powerful people can't say anything. They have no excuse. Song Shuqian asked again, do you think Xiangyang was wronged? Leilei joined in, yes, he was very wronged. He was acting on the previous emperor's orders. And An disagreed. Xiangyang was willing too. He proposed the reforms himself, and the emperor agreed. In the end, he just took the blame for Yingxi. Song Shuqian gave them a thumbs up. You both did great. You can think for yourselves, which is wonderful. Let's celebrate with some sweet potatoes for lunch. The two kids were happy. Song Shuqian felt satisfied. Anna was thoughtful and introspective, while Leilei was lively and creative. As a first-time mother, Song Shuqian was navigating everything by trial and error, relying only on her own childhood as a reference. So she could only face problems as they came and find solutions. She hoped she wouldn't lead her children astray. Noon is a joyful time for children. In the winter on the grasslands, the temperature varies greatly between day and night. You can only feel the warmth of the sun by going out at noon. Song Shuxian also adjusted her time to go out with Qi into noon. Mongolian horses need plenty of exercise every day, otherwise they become restless. Song Shuxian strapped on her bow and arrows, mounted her horse, and turned to the two children, saying, Anan and Leilei, Mommy will go for a quick ride and be back soon. I'm taking Moing with me, and you two can take Lightning and Fudian. Although the children wanted to follow, they knew their mother couldn't take them all by herself. They nodded obediently. Watching the swift horse gallop away, Leilei felt envious. Brother, when can we ride a horse? Mom said when we grow up, she will buy us little ponies so we can bond with them. So, when will we grow up? Leilei really wanted to grow up. Many things could only be done when they were older. I don't know, maybe soon. The two children couldn't come to a conclusion, so they turned to take Lightning and Fudian to play with their friends. Anan was initially reluctant to play with them, thinking it was too childish. But since Leilei liked it, he reluctantly joined in. Recently, Anan made a new friend and was more willing to come out. His new friend is Yerigala, a young boy from the Mongolian ethnic group. His mother is Aunt Saren, a friend of his mom, who often visits their home. Yerigala is 2 years older than him, knows a lot, and can speak the Mongolian language. He knows how to wrestle and is very knowledgeable about horses. Every year, he spends a few months at his uncle's ranch, where he brushes horses, feeds them, and herds them. The most impressive thing is that he can ride a horse. Anan thinks anyone who can ride is really amazing. On Song Shuxian's side, being able to go out made Qian very happy, and he ran quickly. On the white grassland, the gray rabbits stood out. Song Shuxian practiced every day, and now shooting such small prey was easy for her. She drew her bow and aimed. Qian, hurry, let's go pick it up. They tossed the prey into the game bag and continued running with one person and one horse. Mo Ying was also hunting nearby. Song Shuqian felt that dogs living on the grasslands should have a bit of wildness. It was actually quite dangerous here. She had heard wolves howling at night. Therefore, when they went out to hunt, they took turns bringing 3 dogs to train them. The prey they caught would be cooked by Song Shuqian for their dinner. While hunting, Mo Ying was very patient, waiting by the prey until it found the perfect moment to strike. At that moment, it pounced like a fierce lone wolf on a foraging wild chicken, swiftly biting its neck. It then turned and ran to Song Shuqian, eager to show off. Song Shuqian took it and placed it in the game bag. She didn't forget to praise it, saying, "Well done. I'll cook it for you later. You can't eat raw meat because it has bacteria." Mo Ying only cared about catching prey and wasn't concerned about what it would eat, knowing it wouldn't go hungry. In contrast to the leisurely life of Song Shuqian, Wei Jiangwo's life was one of extreme cold. In snow that reached their knees, they trudged through with heavy loads, chewing on snow when thirsty. They were tired. Even when exhausted, they had to keep moving. Stopping here meant danger. Upon closer inspection, everyone's hair, eyelashes, eyebrows, beards, and even nose hairs were frozen. The moisture they breathed out melted the ice, but in the -30-degree cold, it quickly froze again. Everyone stepped in the footprints of the person in front, moving forward with difficulty. No one spoke. Everyone held their breath. They could only be the first. Song Shuqian rode her horse back to the family compound, where her sister-in-law spoke to her. "Xiao Song, how was the hunt today?" "Sister-in-law, please don't laugh at me. My archery skills are just for show. It's more for peace of mind. Mo Ying is much better. It caught a wild chicken, and tonight the 3 of them will get a special treat while I and the 2 kids will share a bit of chicken soup." In the hearts of the Mongolian people, hunting dogs hold a very high status, being both companions and family. Behaviors like Song Shuqian's, sharing the prey they caught with them, are well understood by the Mongolian people. As for not mentioning the rabbit she caught, she could say she doesn't know how to skin it and would wait for Wei Jiangwo to come back and handle it. She also cares about her image. Moreover, too much of anything is not good. That sister-in-law said, "You're really impressive. I rarely see Han people who can ride like you." Song Shuxian decided not to be modest this time. "I learned horseback riding since I was 7, so when Wei Jiangwo was transferred here, I came without hesitation. Looking back now, I made the right choice. This grassland is beautiful, all year round. Who wouldn't like their hometown to be praised?" The sister-in-law smiled brightly. "My family is from Bayunibo. The grassland there is even more beautiful. You're welcome to visit." "Thank you, sister-in-law. I will definitely visit if I get the chance. I heard the grassland there is vast, and you can see golden eagles. The environment is really nice." After parting with her sister-in-law, Song Shuxian led her horse home. She lived in an area where the families of higher-ranking officials resided, so there were fewer people, and most of them were older, making it hard to find someone to play with. They mostly just greeted each other when they met. When she got home, she let Qiyun stay in the stable. After drinking the special liquid, Qiyun became smarter. It didn't need to be tied up. It knew what to do on its own. Song Shuxian went inside to warm up by the fire, drank some hot water, and pulled out a baked sweet potato from the stove. Just as she was about to eat, the 2 kids came back. Anin came in and said a long string of words. Song Shuxian responded, "Anin, come here so mommy can check if you have a fever." "What did you just say?" Anin showed a big smile, looking mischievous and proud. She said, "Mommy, I want to eat baked sweet potato." "Okay, Mommy will get it for you, but first, can you tell me what that means?" Lele said, "Mommy, I want to eat baked sweet potato." Song Shuxian nodded, "Sure. But can you tell Mommy before you eat?" And En and Lele replied in unison, "Mommy, we want to eat baked sweet potato." Song Shuxian thought, why are they so focused on baked sweet potatoes today? They each took one and waited for a response. And then said, "Mom, That means, Mom, I want to eat roasted sweet potatoes. Song Shuxian was amused and said, You two mischievous kids. Where did you learn that? We learned it from Yuri Gala. He's really good. As a trade, we taught him English, but he doesn't like it and doesn't want to learn. So, what did you trade in the end? We traded stories. He really likes listening to Journey to the West. We tell him that every day, and after that, we tell him water margin. He will definitely like it. Mom, can you tell us water margin soon? I'm afraid I won't be able to tell it well later. Sure. Have both of you started learning Mongolian with him? Song Shuxian asked. Lele shyly lowered his head a bit. Mom, I haven't learned it. I don't like it. Song Shuxian encouraged him by gently rubbing his head. That's okay. The Mongolian language is quite unique. If you don't like it, you don't have to learn it. If your brother likes it, he can ask him for help. Remember to bring snacks to share with Yuri Gala next time. In the afternoon, the sunlight streamed through the window, making the room warm and cozy. The winter life was quite pleasant. Everything was wonderful except for worrying about Wei Jiangwo. That day, Tian brought news that a supply truck was going to Tsuyuan City to buy New Year's goods and could take the military wives along. Song Shuxian felt a bit tempted. She asked, Is it safe? I really like Mongolian clothing, and I want to make a set of winter clothes for an Lele for the spring festival. Tian was also a bit interested. I want to make some too. You can teach me. No problem, let's go check it out. I also want to buy 2 pairs of boots. The kind made of felt that many women in the yard wear. They look very comfortable and are waterproof. After saying all this, they still didn't know if it was safe. Song Shuxian really wanted to go and said before Wei Jiangwo left, he didn't say we couldn't go with the supply truck, so it should be safe, right? Tian thought the same. It's fine. There's the army. Besides, there are so many people, we're not afraid. The two agreed to go with the supply truck to the city for shopping. Many other wives from the family compound were going along too. On the day of the event, Song Shuxian woke up her 2 children at 5 o'clock, quickly helped them get ready, and reminded them, There are snacks in your bag, be safe, and listen to Aunt Quan. The 2 children sleepily agreed and obediently followed their mother. With the spring festival approaching, many families needed to buy supplies, so there were a lot of people in the city today. Everyone decided to leave the children with Aunt Quan, the political commissioner's wife, for better management. Aunt Quan came from a big family, as her surname suggests, Guan, from the Guerjia clan. However, her family had joined the revolution early on, with 3 martyrs, bringing them much honor. When the movement began, it affected her too, but the political commissioner was very loyal and requested to guard the border, where they had lived for 4 years. Due to various factors, Aunt Quan did not suffer much. Perhaps because of similar experiences or shared qualities, Song Shuxian and Aunt Quan got along well. However, Aunt Quan was in her 40s, while Song Shuxian was younger, so they often couldn't play together and mostly just chatted. Having lived here for a while, Song Shuxian noticed that besides a few girls from nearby villages who had married in, most of the newcomers had interesting stories. After dropping the 2 children off at Aunt Quan's house, Song Shuxian waved goodbye. The children watched their mother leave quickly, without looking back. Aunt Quan found it amusing. They were like little birds just released from a cage. At the waiting area, about 10 military wives had gathered, including Tian and Saren. Song Shuxian walked over quickly, saying, I'm glad I'm not late, as she caught her breath. Today, she wore an especially thick outfit, with fur on the inside and a layer of fabric on the outside, very long, reaching her calves. Her shoes were super thick snow boots, with a sheepskin outer layer and rabbit fur lining, plus a non-slip sole. She wore a large ear hat and wrapped a scarf around half her face, leaving only her eyes visible. Overall, she looked like a clumsy penguin, but she was very warm. Tian joked, Just now we were wondering where that little duck came from, waddling over here. Song Shuxian lightly hummed, It's too cold. Once the car starts moving, it will be even colder. This outfit feels like I'm wrapped in a blanket, very warm. Tian reached out to touch it and discovered something surprising. Oh, when did you buy this?
I've never seen you wear it.
I got it when I first got married, and went to Harbin with Wei Jiangwo. I thought the winter in northeast China would be really cold, so I bought the thickest one. I didn't expect the winter in Holidio wouldn't be that cold, so I never used it. Now it's finally coming in handy. And these shoes and hat were bought back then too. You are quite the planner, preparing so many years in advance. Song Shuqian smiled. So now I'm warm and you're cold. Saren found it amusing to watch the two of them bicker. Both were mothers, yet their combined age was still under 10. Tian hummed. When we get in the car, can I borrow some warmth from you? I'll carry you up. Just as Song Shuqian was about to say she could manage on her own, she noticed the look in Tian's eyes. Well, given her outfit today, she really couldn't climb up. All right, I guess I can lend you some warmth. The two made up happily. The car arrived right on time. Today, Zhang San and Li Si were in charge of driving. They were very thoughtful and even laid down hay in the back of the car to make it more comfortable for the ladies. Song Shuqian was right. Once the car started moving, it was really cold, with the wind blowing in. Tian and Saren each held one of her arms, placing their hands inside her sleeves to warm up. The leather outfit was excellent at blocking the wind. However, it was quite heavy, probably weighing around 5 pounds, which was exhausting. Finally, they arrived in Siyuan City, where two of the ladies had lips that were turning purple from the cold. Unlike the other ladies who rushed to the supply and marketing cooperative, the three of them headed straight to the state-run restaurant first. They needed to eat something warm to catch their breath. Fortunately, they were lucky enough to catch freshly made hot xiaomai. What great luck! Considering how tight supplies are these days, having xiaomai is quite rare. Getting it once every 10 days or so is already good. Especially since they were in the old district of Tsuyuan City, where there was only one refractory factory. The steel plant, the first and second machinery factories, and the metallurgical mining machinery factory were all located elsewhere.
You understand, right?
The supply is low, but not too low. Seizing the opportunity, Song Shuqian decisively took out her lunchbox and ordered 2 pounds of xiaomai. When she placed her order, she really caught the attention of others. Song Shuqian explained to the waiter, "Comrade, we live far away, so it's not easy to come to the city. Since we're here, we want to buy a bit more. Anyway, it won't spoil in this weather. We can also share it with our family back home." The waiter guessed from her outfit that she was likely a military wife from the area, as they usually buy like this. That's why she was served. Tian followed her example, thinking this dish is hard to make, and it's convenient to just heat it up and eat. Actually, it wasn't that they were generous. It was just that since they arrived here, they hadn't had a chance to use their ration tickets. Getting into the city was quite difficult. Usually, they would trade with the villagers, and the herders didn't need meat tickets since they had plenty of meat. So, they had saved quite a bit. When the xiaomai was served, Song Shuqian mixed some vinegar and chili sauce and eagerly dipped it before taking a bite. The lamb was fresh, tender, and juicy. With one bite, it was firm yet springy, and the best part was that there was no gamey taste at all. The green onions nicely balanced the richness of the lamb. Before they knew it, they had eaten 2 portions. After sipping some tea, they felt warm from their stomachs to their bodies. Saren and Tian finished eating too, and the three of them got up to head to the supply and marketing cooperative. This time, Song Shuqian and Tian planned to squeeze in with the aunts and older women. But they didn't get the chance. The author has something to say. I just learned that if I correct typos in a published article, all comments will be reset to 0. It's like republishing it all over again. So frustrating. I apologize to everyone whose comments I accidentally deleted. I bow an apology. I'm sorry, everyone. Saren was very happy to hear that they were interested in Mongolian clothing. She introduced, I know a small shop that makes Mongolian outfits, run by an elderly lady. Her skills are excellent, and we always go to her for custom clothing. But she works slowly, usually needing 2 months' notice. If you want a lot, she might not finish before the spring festival. Song Shuqian instantly became interested. After all these years, it was the first time she had heard the word custom. There are tailors with such requests, and they are usually very skilled. Let's go take a look. Time doesn't matter. I plan to order 2 pieces for myself that I really like. As for the two kids, I'll just look at the styles and make them myself. It won't delay their outfits for the spring festival. Tian also said, I want to customize one too in blue with white. Standing on the grassland with a background of blue sky and white clouds would look amazing. Qian, can I borrow your camera? I want to take pictures. Of course. I'll wear my Mongolian outfit too, and with Saren, we can take photos together. Saren smiled and agreed. She has traditional clothing. She said, let's go. We need to take the bus. Her place is 2 stops away. There's a market there where local villagers bring their goods. There are 2 chances before the spring festival, but I didn't mention them because the timing was uncertain. This time, we can try our luck. Saren lives nearby and doesn't need to buy much. She just wants to browse, so it works out fine. The 3 of them took the bus and arrived at a residential area. They turned several corners and entered a small shop that sells ethnic clothing. Song Shuqian thought it was a secret tailor shop, but it turned out to be a small storefront. There was a sign above the door that read Wuyan Clothing. Next to it was a small sign that said Red Family. Having lived here for 5 years, Song Shuqian was no longer the naive newcomer and understood the significance of the sign. She felt deep respect for the elderly lady inside. Saren explained, Wuyan Abu Jai is that old tailor. She is a veteran and the widow of a martyr. During the war, she was part of a cavalry unit in Suyuan City. In 1940, when Wuyuan was occupied, her husband died on the battlefield. Wuyan Abu Jai bravely joined the fight to protect her home and avenge her husband. After the war, she refused the jobs and benefits offered by the organization and chose to open a small tailor shop to sell Mongolian clothing, which was her and her husband's dream. This is that shop. Song Shuqian and Tian were deeply moved. That generation of people is truly remarkable. Inside, it was a small shop, only about 30 square meters, but it was very well stocked with clothes, shoes, and hats. Inside, there was only the elderly lady. Saren was clearly familiar with the place. As soon as he entered, he smiled and said, Grandma Wuyun, I'm back again. The 2 of them chatted in Mongolian for a while Song Shuqian and Tian admired the clothes without interrupting. Once they finished their conversation, Song Shuqian greeted her with a smile. Hello, Grandma Wuyun. We really like Mongolian culture and would like to order 2 Mongolian robes. There's no rush. We can wait for your convenience. Grandma Wuyun smiled, and her face showed gentle lines. Her smile seemed to reflect the calmness and warmth that comes with age. Only her eyes remained bright and spirited, holding a unique strength that comes from being a soldier. Hearing someone appreciate Mongolian culture, Grandma Wuyun beamed. What a perceptive child. What kind of style do you like? When talking about her preferences, Grandma Wuyun's smile was filled with love for life and pride in her culture. Song Shuqian explained, I'm a military wife and want something that is neither too flashy nor too plain, and that won't interfere with daily life. I don't know much about this, so I hope you can help me choose. Grandma Wuyun recommended 2 outfits, saying, You look lovely. The red one suits you best, like the most beautiful flower on the grassland. The blue one fits your request better. It's very understated, with a simple cotton belt. Song Shuqian was instantly drawn to the red outfit, which was very stunning. The main color was a vibrant red, complemented by blue and yellow, with flowing grass patterns embroidered along the edges. Its most striking feature was the headdress, adorned with red coral, agate, turquoise, and silver. Song Shuqian worried about it being stolen when she went out. But it was just too beautiful, the kind of beauty that captivates instantly. From the moment she saw the outfit, Song Shuqian couldn't bear to put it down. Grandma Wuyun, I want one like this, but with cloud patterns and butterflies for the embroidery. Can I also order accessories from you? Grandma Wuyun touched the red garment with reluctance in her eyes. You should try it on. I want to see how it looks. Song Shuqian didn't hesitate and went to change. Saren went in to help, worried that it was Song Shuqian's first time and she might have trouble putting it on. Tian chose a lovely pink outfit based on Grandma Wuyun's suggestion. It looked perfect on her, almost as if it was custom-made. The 2 of them came out at the same time and were surprised to see each other. At that moment, Both of their minds were filled with thoughts like so beautiful, gorgeous, and like a fairy. In reality, they both gave each other a thumbs up and said, "You look absolutely stunning." Seeing that they both looked great in their outfits, Grandma Yuyun said, "You two can take these clothes home or wait for 6 months." Saren was astonished. "Really, Grandma?" She understood the significance of these clothes to Grandma Yuyun. They were made for the wives of the cavalry team long ago, but those women never had the chance to wear them again. Usually, Grandma Saren would never let anyone touch them. It was rare for her to allow anyone to try them on, and now she was selling them. Grandma Yuyun waved her hand, signaling that Saren didn't need to say more. They are destined to have these outfits. Turning to Song Shuxian and Tian Tian, she said, "Don't feel burdened. These clothes are meant to be worn." In the end, Song Shuxian and Tian Tian bought the two outfits. In front of beautiful clothes, Song Shuxian was a bit greedy. She also liked the blue one, perfect for everyday wear. "Grandma Yuyun, can I have that blue one?" "Of course, go try it on." "No need to try, Grandma. I know I can wear it just by looking at it. It might be a little different at the waist, but I can adjust it myself." So, Song Shuxian got another Mongolian robe. "Grandma Yuyun, do you sell fabric here? I want to buy some to make a couple of outfits for my kids." Grandma Yuyun said, "Go ahead and choose. You must be a wonderful mother." Song Shuxian smiled and thanked her. She mainly selected blue and red, along with a bit of white and yellow for accents. In the end, she chose a large piece of black fabric to match with the other colors, intending to make something for Wei Jiangwo as well. This black satin had a very nice texture. It must have been part of Grandma Yuyun's collection. After inquiring, Song Shuxian learned that Grandma Yuyun was willing to sell it, so she decided to buy it all. She can make clothes for herself with the remaining fabric. After leaving Grandma Yuyun's shop, they returned with a lot of items. Song Shuxian placed the valuable accessories into her backpack, which actually transferred them to her treasure pouch, while the rest went into the basket. Even so, the basket was still heavy and nearly full. Saren looked at the sun and said, "Since the supply truck isn't here, there's no point in going over now. My cousin works at the nearby police station. Let's drop our things off there first." Song Shuxian and Tian Tian were happy with this plan. Carrying everything was not only heavy but also unsafe. The three of them arrived at the police station. A young man saw the three women and asked, "Hello, ladies. How can I help you?" Im Saren, Bangan sister. "Could you please call him for me?" Wang Gang was a sturdy young man with a bit of a tan. He seemed a bit shy upon seeing them. They felt very comfortable leaving their things there. When he learned they were there to buy New Year goods, Wang Gang said, "Saren, the market we visited before is happening today. You should check it out." Excited by this good news, the three of them headed straight to the market. In a narrow alley, there were plenty of farm products. There were coarse grains like corn, sorghum, and oat noodles, as well as vegetables like cabbage and potatoes. Song Shuxian came across a vendor selling noodles. "Tian Tian, Saren, do you want some noodles? They taste great in stews." "Yes," both replied. Considering the space in the basket, they each bought 5 pounds, knowing they could ask the service center for more later if needed. The fabrics here were all made of coarse cloth, with simple patterns, woven and dyed by the villagers themselves. They also encountered a seller of mountain goods, and Song Shuxian and Tian Tian decided to buy all 10 pounds of dried mushrooms from a vendor, as they both loved mushrooms and hadn't prepared any this year. Later, they saw an elderly man with a large teapot pouring something into a bowl. Many people were gathering to drink. Curious, Song Shuxian and Tian Tian went over to take a look. Saren explained, "This is called tea soup. It is made by grinding millet into flour, mixing it with warm water, and then pouring hot water over it. Sometimes, we add some brown sugar and melon seeds, but right now we only have millet flour. Would you like to try a bowl?" Song Shuxian touched her stomach, which hadn't digested much, and sadly declined. Tian Tian tried a bowl and found it tasteless. It might be better if a little brown sugar and other ingredients were added. Afterward, they strolled around and bought some small handmade items from local farmers before heading to the supply and marketing cooperative. Unfortunately, everything sold here was agricultural products, and there were very few processed items. Most of those could be bought at the service center. They had a lot of items, and it would be difficult to carry everything back. On the way, they passed a shop selling Mongolian specialties. Saren explained, this shop is also state-owned. When Suyuan City was built, many people were brought in from surrounding provinces. They always bring back some goods during holidays. This specialty shop was open for them. Song Shuxian signaled with her eyes, shall we go in and take a look? It was also Saren's first time inside, and all three were quite curious. They sold various items, including milk tofu, milk skin, Mongolian knives, and silverware. Song Shuxian spotted a beautiful blue carpet that was very clean, like the sky. This was the first carpet she had seen in her 5 years of living here. The design was lovely, featuring clouds and flowers from the grasslands. However, Song Shuxian preferred a solid color, a bright blue without any extra patterns. Just as she was about to impulsively buy it, she thought of her home. Considering her home, and then looking at the carpet, Song Shuxian quietly decided to give up. Never mind, she didn't deserve it. She imagined whether it would be placed on the bed or on the floor where 2 kids and 3 dogs ran around. She could already picture how difficult it would be to clean it later. But her fondness for it remained quietly in her heart. Tian found a Mongolian knife and tried it out, feeling that it was very comfortable to hold. When she asked the price, it was 68 yuan. They said the handle was made of cow horn and that the sheath was also quite beautiful. 68 yuan is more than half the month's salary for Lu Xinghua. Tian is reluctant to spend it because this item might not be useful and is just a pretty decoration. The main issue is that she doesn't have a job right now. Without a job, there is no income, and it always feels urgent. In the end, none of the 3 bought anything. There were many people like them who walked around and left, and the salespeople didn't even bother to look up. Of course, many others just stood at the door, knowing they couldn't afford anything and didn't dare to go in. Afterward, the 3 went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. This place is more suitable for them. Shopping began. The sweet potato leaves are very tasty and Song Shuxian and the kids really like them, so they got 20. They also decided to buy 2 pounds of old-fashioned cake. There was only one kind of local biscuit, the Baiyun brand. Song Shuxian wasn't sure if it was good, so she bought half a pound to try. The salty oil twists are rare, so she also bought 20 of those. For a moment, she became the envy of the kids. What kid wouldn't want to eat these treats? But they had no choice or say in the matter. They could only look at Song Shuxian with envious eyes. Next, they bought pencils, erasers, and notebooks for the kids. These are all very practical items. Once everything was ready, the 3 looked at the sky and saw it was getting late, so they hurried to the police station to pick up their things and rushed to the bus stop. When they arrived, many other women were already waiting. Everyone had big and small bags, and they exchanged smiles. No one cared about what others had bought. One woman said, when you see Zhang San and Li Si later, tell them to buy some chive flour sauce next time. I walked around the whole cooperative today and didn't see any at all. We eat a lot of hot pot in winter, and we need that. Another woman asked, did you not go to pick any this year? You don't need to spend money on that. It grows wild on the grasslands, and wild chives are delicious. Remember to go pick some in the spring. Song Shuxian quietly noted down that wild chives are a good find. Everyone was sharing what good things they had bought. When asked about Song Shuxian and the others, they learned that they found dried mushrooms, and everyone praised their good luck. There aren't many people selling dried mushrooms here. While talking, Zhang San and Li Si came over. Compared to the morning, the vehicle is now packed. There are also 2 large pigs. One of the women asked, Zhang San, are these pigs for the cafeteria or the service center? The cafeteria provides extra meals for soldiers, while the service center offers benefits for families. Zhang San wasn't sure either. Song Shuxian was also curious. Her family has plenty of lamb and rabbit meat, but no pork. Not many people raise pigs around here. On the way back, the car was not as quiet as before. The women were chatting loudly. Song Shuxian almost fell asleep several times, but was nudged awake by Saren. She didn't understand. Saren explained, there's a draft in the car, and sleeping like this can make you catch a cold. Everyone was energetic on the way here, so no one talked. Now that we're tired on the way back, we pay more attention to each other and shouldn't sleep before getting off. Song Shuqian said, Saren, you're really great. If it weren't for you, Tian, and I would have taken a lot of wrong turns. Saren blushed from the sweet words from both of them. It was especially cute. The group was dozing off in the truck. Suddenly, the truck shook and stopped. After a while, Zhang San came over and said, ladies, don't worry, the truck broke down. I'll check it. Zhang San and Li Si began to troubleshoot. Seeing the concern on Song Shuqian and the others' faces, the women comforted them. It's okay. Zhang San and Li Si are very professional. This has happened before and they'll fix it soon. Tian said, hearing you say that makes me feel better. This is our first time in the city after being at the family compound for so long, and we're not familiar with many things. Taking this opportunity, they started chatting with the women. They learned why there aren't many older children in the family compound. It turned out that a couple of years ago, several factories in Suyuan City were hiring on a large scale. When the family compound got the news, they found ways to send the children to work. That's why not many people in the family compound worry about sending their children to the countryside. Those who went back then have mostly been brought back home through connections. While chatting, they didn't realize that 30 minutes had passed. The car remained completely still. As it got darker, Tian said, I'll go check. Song Shuqian reached out, help me down, I want to go too. Her clothes were too thick, making it hard for her to get out on her own. The two of them approached, and Zhang San reassured them, don't worry, we're looking for the problem. He was sweating from anxiety. Tian said, when a car breaks down on the road, it could be due to a damaged fuel pump, worn spark plugs, or damaged piston rings causing a drop in engine power. Excessive wear on the clutch or damaged wheel bearings can also make the wheels turn poorly. You should check each part, and I'll help you. She took off her gloves and handed them to Song Shuqian to hold. Zhang San and Li Si were surprised. They didn't expect the usually cheerful sister-in-law to have such skills. Song Shuqian explained she used to work in public security and knows about these things. She can drive. Zhang San and Li Si accepted Tian's help. Song Shuqian had always suspected that Tian, like her, was not from this world. Tian had a certain confidence about the future, as if she knew it would be bright. Her demeanor felt out of place compared to many people today. Additionally, Song Shuqian had met Tian's mother and often heard her talk about her family. Honestly, her family background and upbringing didn't seem to match her personality and outlook. However, Song Shuqian was good at making excuses for her, even if she didn't realize it, like just now. Song Shuqian thought, everyone deserves a little adventure. As long as she knew that she had always known Tian, that was enough. Moreover, Tian often unintentionally revealed hints about the future, like the importance of education, the return of college entrance exams, advancements in technology, and the freedom to trade. For Song Shuqian, receiving this information was a great opportunity to make plans in advance. So, as a beneficiary, why should she be picky? Song Shuqian would always help Tian keep her secret safe. Once a secret is shared, it's no longer a secret and can be dangerous. Seeing that the three of them had not found the cause yet, Song Shuqian curiously leaned in to take a look. I don't know why, but some thoughts suddenly came to my mind. She said, let's check if there's a vacuum system leak. If not, we should look at the carburetor and the radiator. Zhang San and Li Si were momentarily surprised and looked up at Song Shuqian. Song Shuqian smiled a little shyly. I can't drive, but I used to work in the design department of a mechanical factory, and later I translated in this field. I have a lot of theoretical knowledge, but no practical skills. The two nodded and began to check one by one. Song Shuqian didn't even know where the parts were located. These were memories from the old Song Shuqian. She learned many things, but she never studied mechanics because she wasn't interested and didn't have the opportunity. She was still stuck in the memory phase. I found it, Tian said. The idle passage is blocked. Once they identified the problem, Zhang San and Li Si knew how to fix it. They gently cleared the idle nozzle and passage with a thin wire. After a while, the car could start. The two quickly returned to the back of the truck. When they saw the two of them get out, several other women followed. They naturally heard their earlier conversation. Now, the way they looked at the two was different. Some had admiration, while others thought they were foolish for giving up such good jobs to join the military. Now they had no jobs and spent every day taking care of children at home. On the next part of the journey, the two drove cautiously. The earlier issue was only a temporary fix. They needed to repair it properly when they got back. On the way, Song Shuxian clearly heard wolves howling.
Awoo.
She leaned closer to Tian Tian. I didn't bring my bow and arrow today. Is it dangerous for them to be around? Saren comforted them. In this area, there are plenty of these animals. It's fine. Zhang San and Li Si have guns, so they won't dare to come close. Song Shuxian nodded reluctantly. She was still a bit scared. Those were prairie wolves. With her heart racing, they finally returned to the family compound, and Song Shuxian felt brave enough to move around. Only then did she realize her hands and feet were cold. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw Lightning and Emoing running toward her. Song Shuxian hugged both dogs tightly. Thank you for worrying about me. Let me hug you, it's so cold. After hugging for a while, she stood up and continued walking. Lightning and Shadow stopped her, insisting on carrying the basket. Do you two want to help me carry things? I can put them in your bags? Woof woof woof. Song Shuxian followed Lightning and Shadow's lead, placing items into their bags. She carried the empty basket herself. Looking at the two dogs beside her, Song Shuxian felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Tian Tian was feeling jealous. Our tiger doesn't even come out to greet me. Song Shuxian teased her. Didn't you make him stay close to the 4 tigers? He can't be in 2 places at once. Our Fudian is also watching over things happily. When they arrived at Sister Guan's house, 3 kids were already waiting at the door. Mommy. She squatted down to catch the 2 little ones and chatted with them for a bit. Then, Song Shuxian took the 2 kids to thank Sister Guan. Back home, she quickly started a fire to warm up the house. Have you 2 eaten? We've eaten, but Mommy, we can still have a little more. Mommy bought some steamed buns, and we have soup from before. Let's heat it up and eat, okay? Okay, Mommy. The 2 kids took things from Lightning and Shadow to help Song Shuxian tidy up. In their family, it was a rule that sweet treats must be given to them by Song Shuxian. For other items, they could find them on their own. This was the first time the 2 kids tried steamed buns, and they surprisingly liked them. That night, lying on the bed, Song Shuxian realized her back was sore, remembering the bumps from the journey. While quietly sipping some essence, she sighed, realizing she had forgotten how bumpy the ride was. It hadn't been long, and she already felt brave enough to ride to Tsuyuan City. While organizing things, Anin saw that her mom had bought a lot of beautiful fabric. Mommy, are you going to make new clothes? Song Shuxian called the 2 kids over. Come see, which one do you like? During the spring festival, Mom wants to make 2 Mongolian robes for you. I also bought 2 for myself, so you can take a look. The 2 kids are on the bed, holding Song Shuxian's Mongolian robes and comparing them to themselves. They look a bit silly. What do you think? Do you like them? Song Shuxian asks. The kids seem a bit unsure. Mom, these are girls' clothes. Yes, we are boys, Lele agrees. Song Shuxian pats their heads. You're right, you are boys. I got confused. Thank you, Anin and Lele, for reminding me. I really like blue and red, and I wanted us to wear the same colors. So, I picked 2 colors for you too. I was thinking of making 1 red and 1 blue, so you can take turns wearing them. Of course, if you both like the red one, I can make 2 of the same. There's enough fabric. Anin holds the red in his left hand and the blue in his right, hesitating. Song Shuxian finds it amusing and lets them decide. After a while, Anin says, Mom, I want the blue one. That's fine. If you have any ideas, feel free to share. But once I start making them, you can't change your mind. Anin asks, Mom, can you embroider Kikij on it? You miss her. Of course. Kikij will miss us too. But it's too cold now. We have to wear several layers when we go outside. Kikij's feathers can't handle such low temperatures. So, she needs to go to a warm place for the winter, maybe to Jinling. Next spring, we can go to the grassland and see if we can find her. Okay, Mom. Anin thinks Mom is right. It's too cold, and Kikij needs to go somewhere warm. Song Shuxian then asks Lele, have you decided what you want? Lele seems unsure. Mom, I want to wear the same as my brother, but I like red more. Then you decide if you want to match your brother or stick with what you like. Lele continues to hesitate, and it encourages him. Silly brother, if we choose different ones, we will have 2 robes. We can take turns wearing them. Lele thought her brother was right. Mom, I want the red one, and I want it to have Kiki's embroidery.
Sure.
Lele looked at the accessories in her hand and asked, Mom, can we add these red beads to the clothes? This time, Song Shuxian firmly replied, no, those are mine. Those were the accessories Song Shuxian bought from Grandma Wuyun today, a big piece of coral. No one else could have them. Lele was confused. This is yours, but you can buy me my own. Song Shuxian sighed and explained, these things are very precious. You can think of it like this. What you have in your hand could buy 2 pigs. It was bought for me. Of course, since it's so valuable, I only wear it at home and won't take it outside. You can't talk about it when you go out either. Lele asked, why not? Song Shuxian thought for a moment and then asked, do you remember where the little squirrel hides its nuts? Lele quickly answered, having often seen the squirrel's burrow in a hidden tree hole. Then, why does it hide them in the tree hole? Can't it just leave them outside? No, they would get stolen. Exactly. If Lele takes these things outside, it's like the little squirrel carrying its nuts around. They would get taken. The 2 children said.
Right.
They would get taken. So, after you 2 go out, remember not to talk about things at home with anyone outside. Remember, that's everyone except for Mom and Dad. Mom, if someone asks me, what should I say? Ainin asked. Song Shuxian patted the children's heads. Let me teach you. If you don't want to answer a question, the best way is to ask a question back. If someone asks how much money your family has and you don't want to answer, you can ask back, well, how much money does your family have? Once she was sure the 2 children understood, Song Shuxian let them go. In her view, for such young children, it's important to teach them to be cautious and aware of others' intentions. Because you see him as a child, others with bad intentions see him as an opportunity. Song Shuxian went to the vanity to fix her hair and heard Anin teaching her younger brother. Anin had a serious look on her face. Brother, you can't be so naive. Do you remember the story about how a person can get in trouble just for having something valuable? Yes, I understand, brother. Anin was worried. You can only talk about it quietly at home with me, not outside. Okay, brother. Seeing that her brother remembered, Anin felt relieved. Anin was wise for her age and had a good memory, recalling things from when they were very young. She remembered the gold lock their mother had given them to play with, the jade they had, and what their parents said when they were in Jinling. When they were little, adults often didn't think to protect them from certain information. In their old neighborhood, Anin knew that if anyone found out about the things their mother had, they could get into trouble. She had secretly asked her mother about it, and her mother only said that she would understand when she grew up. Their father also seriously told her not to talk about it outside. After that, their mother never let them play with those things again. When it was time to put the 2 children to bed, they didn't want to hear a bedtime story. They wanted to hear about their mother's day. Song Shuxian told them about the car breaking down and hearing wolf howls. The 2 children's reactions were completely different. Anin was very worried about their mother and insisted that Song Shuxian should only go out with their father. Lele, on the other hand, was very interested in cars and wanted to know about their inner workings. This left Song Shuxian feeling helpless. Their personalities were so different. After chatting with the children, Song Shuxian slept well that night. The next day, when she opened the door, she found it wouldn't budge. Song Shuxian was startled. After pushing for a while, she felt something blocking the door, and it wouldn't open at all. Since this was a residential area, she wasn't worried about intruders. Fujian, come here, jump out of this window and open the door. In winter, when sealing the windows, She had left a small one open for ventilation. Fujian could barely squeeze through. Song Shuqian took a stool, stood on it, and looked at the situation outside where Fujian had jumped out. As a result, Fujian jumped out and disappeared. The snow outside was as thick as a person's thigh, probably having fallen all night. Fujian jumped down and got buried. It struggled a bit before finally crawling out. Seeing this, Song Shuqian could only wait for someone to come and help. Fujian, try to go to Qiyun's stable and stay there. If you see anyone passing by, call them over to help us. Fujian barked twice and started digging through the snow to find Qiyun. This was the first time Song Shuqian encountered such a situation, and she had no experience to rely on. She could only take care of herself while waiting for rescue. Turning to the two children by her side, she explained, "It's snowing heavily outside, and the door is blocked. Now we need to stay here quietly and wait for help, so we don't cause trouble for the soldiers outside." The two children had never seen snow block a door before. They wanted to look outside through the window, but Song Shuqian stopped them. She told them that not causing trouble for others in times like this is also a way to help. The two children didn't fully understand, but remembered it. After the three of them finished breakfast, Song Shuqian made sure the charcoal fire in the room was sufficient and felt more relaxed. She said to the two children, "This is the first time I've been stuck at home because of snow. It's a very interesting experience, and having you two with me makes it even more special. Now, let's think about what we can do. We can read, practice writing and playing the piano, or play games. You can choose." Lele, not wanting to study, quickly said, "Let's do leaf puzzles." Song Shuqian looked at Anan, waiting for his decision. Anan discussed with Lele and suggested doing leaf puzzles today and reading together tomorrow. Once the two children reached an agreement, Song Shuqian went to get the materials. The items were quite simple, just some leaves, stones, twigs, and shells they had collected in the fall. The game was also simple. They would use their imagination to create their favorite patterns on a sheet of white paper. So far, they had successfully made a turtle, a dog, a monkey, a panda, and a snake. Wei Jiangwo was supposed to return last night. On the way, he encountered a heavy snowstorm and drove carefully, also worrying about running into a pack of wolves. As he got closer to the camp, the snow got heavier. When he reached the area near the camp, the car could no longer go any further. They had to get out of the car, clear the snow, and make their way through. All the while, Wei Jiangwo was worried about his wife. She was a delicate young woman and had never faced such a situation. She wouldn't know how to handle it. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. In Wei Jiangwo's imagination, Song Shuqian was scared but trying to be strong, secretly crying while holding their two children. Upon returning to the military district, Wei Jiangwo rushed home without resting. Fortunately, the road from the military district to the family compound had been cleared, or he would have had to clear the path while walking. When he arrived at the family compound, many sisters and young soldiers were already helping to clean up. At his front door, the snow outside the yard had just been cleared. The young soldiers were hesitating about how to enter the yard to rescue the sisters. When Fujian saw people, he came out of the stable, flapping around to find someone to help. Without hesitation, Wei Jiangwo said, "I'll do it," took a couple of steps back, made a quick run and jumped over the gate, grabbing onto it and using his foot to open the door. Then, with a strong push, he flipped back out of the yard. The whole action was clean and powerful. If Song Shuqian saw it, she would surely have stars in her eyes. Wei Jiangwo asked, "What's the situation? Is anyone hurt?" Young Soldier A immediately stood up straight and saluted, "Report, Commander." Before he could finish, Wei Jiangwo interrupted, "Just speak casually. No need to salute." The experienced sisters didn't sleep too well last night and got up to clear snow in the middle of the night, so it's not a big problem. However, a few of the new sisters got stuck. So far, there have been no injuries. As the young soldier spoke, his confidence waned, knowing that the Wei family was among those trapped. Standing at their door, he felt a bit embarrassed. Wei Jiangwo didn't mind, borrowed a tool from them, and sent them off to help clear other areas. Since he was back, there was no reason to ask the little soldiers for help anymore. He pushed the snow shovel into the snow with force and quickly cleared a large area. After repeating this, he soon made a path. As he entered the house, he was greeted by the warm air. Peeking inside, he saw Song Shuxian playing games with the two children, showing no signs of worry. Wei Jiangwo smiled. His wife always surprised him. Seeing Wei Jiangwo, Song Shuxian and the two children almost stood up at the same time and walked toward him. "Daddy! Daddy!" Wei Jiangwo quickly waved his hand. "Don't come over, I'm cold. Seeing that you are all fine, I feel relieved. I'll go outside to clear the snow in the yard. You can come out later." Wei Jiangwo went back outside to continue cleaning. He needed to clear the snow off the roof first. His wife didn't know, so she was being a bit reckless. If the snow stayed too long, it could collapse the roof. It seemed he needed to check the house more often. But seeing that they were all okay, Wei Jiangwo finally relaxed. The main house roof was fine, but the barn roof was a bit dangerous. If the snow got any heavier, it could collapse. It looked like he needed to tell his wife and teach the three dogs how to help clear the snow from the roof. After drinking so much essence, it shouldn't go to waste. As for letting his wife go up there herself, that was a joke. Have you ever seen a young lady clear a roof? In Wei Jiangwo's mind, Song Shuxian would always be a precious young lady. The three dogs didn't know that their strange tasks had just increased. They just wanted to ask Wei Jiangwo if he remembered they were dogs, just dogs. Ordinary dogs that ate a bit too much. When he reached the stable and saw Qian stuck inside, Wei Jiangwo couldn't help but laugh. It really was true that people raise horses that reflect their own nature. Qian was clearly stuck. Qian was still leisurely reaching for grass to eat. Seeing him, Qian snorted, as if to say, "Why did it take you so long to arrive?" After finishing everything, Wei Jiangwo finally returned home. He pushed open the door, and Song Shuxian stood at the entrance with the two children. Each person held a broom and cheerfully said, "Dad, you've worked hard. We're here to help you sweep." Then they started sweeping. Song Shuxian smiled and came over, saying, "Honey, you've worked hard too." She then signaled Wei Jiangwo to lift his arm and helped him sweep. As a result, the two kids, being small, ended up with snow all over their heads and bodies from what Song Shuxian swept. The kids looked up in confusion. Why is it snowing inside the house? Wei Jiangwo had seen it earlier and, trying not to laugh, stayed quiet. The kids found it amusing and eagerly walked towards the snow. When Song Shuxian finished helping Wei Jiangwo, she saw that the kids' hair was all wet. "And in Lulu, are you hot? Why is your hair all wet?"
Ha ha ha.
Wei Jiangwo could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. Song Shuxian didn't understand what he was laughing at. Wei Jiangwo covered the kid's eyes and gave his wife a big kiss. His wife was usually sharp but was adorably confused sometimes. After everything was cleaned up, Wei Jiangwo had a bowl of chicken noodle soup in front of him, topped with 3 eggs and some greens. Since he ate so much, he had the special treatment of using a small bowl. And Lula dried their hair and couldn't wait to go outside to play. With all that snow, they could build a snowman. Just the two of them. Wei Jiangwo asked, "Are you scared?" Song Shuxian gently leaned against him. "At first, I was a little scared, but I knew we were in a safe area, and someone would find us and help. I just feel a bit silly. If I had woken up a few more times during the night, I would have noticed the heavy snow outside and could have swept while it was falling so we wouldn't be stuck inside." How embarrassing. Wei Jiangwo wrapped his arms around her, wanting to hold her forever. "You're not silly. You did very well. When you realized we were stuck, you didn't panic. You let Fu Dian go check the situation and waited calmly for help. You also comforted the kids. When they grow up and remember being stuck at home during the blizzard, they will surely think it was a fun experience. My wife is the best." In a place where Wei Jiangwo couldn't see, Song Shuxian smiled with satisfaction. Her mother had said that in front of her husband, she should learn to be a little playful, so he knows he is very important at home. They had never seen such heavy snow, and the two kids were having a blast. They were no longer satisfied with just playing in their own yard. "Mom, we want to go outside to find the 4 tigers and Yuri Gala." Song Shuxian was unsure if it was safe to go out that day and looked at Wei Jiangwo. Go ahead, but don't take off your hat, scarf, or gloves, and don't throw snowballs at each other's faces, Wei Jiangwo reminded them. From a distance, they heard a voice say, "Thank you, Dad." Song Shuxian laughed. They're having so much fun. Then she looked at Wei Jiangwo with hopeful eyes. Honey, I've never played in such big snow either. She originally planned to use accompanying the kids as an excuse to play outside. Now that the kids had left her behind, Song Shuxian had to ask her husband for help. Wei Jiangwo wrapped his arm around her and said, "Let's go. I'll help you build a snowman." "Thank you, dear. We'll play for half an hour, then you can go back to sleep." When they went outside, they saw the kids had built part of a snowman, but it was too big to put the head on. Wei Jiangwo helped the kids and made the body even bigger. Song Shuxian had already made the head. Together, they built a super large snowman. After experiencing it, Song Shuxian felt satisfied. Back inside, Wei Jiangwo went to sleep while she tidied up the clothes. Winter clothes were mostly made of fur. These couldn't be washed regularly, so she waited for this kind of weather to take them outside and shake them in the snow. Wei Jiangwo hadn't slept all night, and when he finally did, he slept deeply, snoring loudly. Song Shuxian didn't mind. Feeling bored, she took a lounge chair to a sunny spot and read a book. She had a cup of tea beside her. It was a peaceful moment. When Wei Jiangwo woke up, he saw this scene. "Wife," he said. His voice sounded rough, as if it had been scraped by sandpaper, still a bit drowsy, and each word came out like a soft murmur between dreams. Song Shuxian got up and brought a cup of tea over. "Have a little." After finishing one cup, he felt a bit more comfortable. "More, please." So, Song Shuxian went to brew more. After 5 cups, he felt much better and fully awake. Wei Jiangwo used his arm to lift her up and hold her close, feeling satisfied. "Wife, stay with me for a while. I'll put the cup down first," Song Shuxian said with a light hum. Wei Jiangwo didn't want that. "Just keep it in the treasure jar for now." Being in Wei Jiangwo's arms made Song Shuxian feel very safe. "How was it this time? Did you get hurt?" "No, this time was for training, so don't worry. By the way, I found a master for myself." "A master? What's his background?" Song Shuxian was immediately curious. Wei Jiangwo wasn't someone who would casually take on a master. Wei Jiangwo gathered his thoughts and said, "He's an eccentric old man I knew before. When we met this time, he said I found a great person to help with my health, and now I'm in the best shape. He insisted on sparring with me. I couldn't refuse him, so I agreed. I just didn't expect to be stuck with him." Wei Jiangwo felt helpless. He didn't know how he ended up with a master. However, Song Shuxian accepted it well. Unlike Wei Jiangwo, who doubted the traditional martial arts of their country, she believed in it because she had seen it before, even if she didn't practice it herself. "Can outsiders see it?" "I'm really curious." "You're not an outsider, and besides, you don't practice, so it's fine." With Wei Jiangwo's words, Song Shuxian immediately got up, wanting him to show her. Seeing his wife so interested, Wei Jiangwo agreed and got up. In the yard, he performed a set of punches with great energy, looking very impressive. Song Shuxian clapped from the side, truly amazed. He was much better than her general father from her past life. That evening, to celebrate Wei Jiangwo's return, Song Shuxian prepared a big meal. Frozen lamb was on the menu. She had prepared the ice in advance and stored it in the treasure jar. Lamb was also secretly brought out from the magical gourd. Song Shuxian discovered that her magical gourd was the perfect place to store things, with no worries about spoilage. The family gathered around the stove. Song Shuxian first laid a layer of ice at the bottom of the pot, then evenly placed the cut lamb on top of the ice. Next, she added seasonings like green onions, ginger, and garlic, along with onions, potatoes, and carrots, finishing with 3 red dates. Then she added a little water and started to cook. As time passed, the strong aroma of the lamb filled the air. The 2 children swallowed hard. It smelled so good. "Mom, can we eat now?" "No, not yet. Just wait a bit longer. It's not ready." Wei Jiangwo was also tempted by the smell. He found something to do to distract himself, saying, "Anan and Lele, come chat with Dad." Anan and Lele were young and had no choice. They were pulled over to chat with their dad. "Tell Dad about your lives recently." Anan said, "Dad, Mom has been really good lately. She goes hunting with Chian every day, and we've been good too, not bothering her." Lele added, "Dad, Mom is scared at night, so we promised to sleep with her and take care of her." Anan continued, "Dad, we've been seriously learning for Mom. We've started studying the elementary learning, and we really like it. Mom has also been telling us stories from Romance of the Three Kingdoms." Lele chimed in, "Brother is learning Mongolian with Yuri Gala, which is amazing. I'm learning English with Mom, and that's great too. Mom told me about water margin, and it's really impressive." Song Shuxian was initially eavesdropping to hear their conversation. Now, she couldn't help but laugh. It was so funny, this father and his 3 children. As the kids grew a bit older, Wei Jiangwo insisted on being a strict father, sometimes pretending to be serious in front of them. Now, the 2 kids had become his little soldiers. They reported everything in detail. It was so amusing. Song Shuxian continued to listen in. Wei Jiangwo praised them. Good job. You're doing very well. You're great little soldiers. Be humble and continue to work hard. Dad is usually busy with work and doesn't have much time for the family. If you need Dad's help with anything, please let him know. I worry I might not notice. If Dad is not around, you can talk to Mom and she will pass the message to him. You both take good care of Mom, and that is your reward. When Dad is not home, you should continue to look after Mom." As he spoke, he unexpectedly pulled out a wooden gun, polished and smooth. Song Shuxian secretly gave him a thumbs up. "It's time to eat." With Song Shuxian's words, the 3 of them quickly gathered around, forgetting about the gun they just got. This was their family's first time eating this dish. As soon as the lamb entered their mouths, they could feel the juices bursting, bringing out the delicious flavor of the meat. The grass-fed lamb had no gamey taste at all. This simple cooking method preserved the meat's original flavor. The combination of chive flowers and sesame sauce added more variety to the taste. The family was too busy eating to talk, focusing on the delicious food. In front of Song Shuxian was also some peach blossom wine, which she sipped occasionally, and it was delightful. Wei Jiangwo had a rule against drinking, as the kids were too young, so Song Shuxian enjoyed it alone. After dinner, the family started sharing interesting stories they had encountered recently. An and Lele told Dad about the games they played with their friends, like playing tag, kicking a shuttlecock, tossing bean bags, and having snowball fights, their faces full of joy. Wei Jiangwo took out 2 small hats from a package, made of rabbit fur, and they looked great. The kids looked adorable wearing them. For Song Shuxian, he had a beautiful necklace, showcasing Mongolian style, featuring a large amber stone surrounded by coral. Wei Jiangwo explained, "An elderly person faced some difficulties and wanted to exchange this for money to help. I assisted him." Song Shuxian picked it up and examined it closely. It was indeed impressive and substantial. The necklace reflected the bold and free spirit of the Mongolian culture. Worn with traditional Mongolian clothing, it would look stunning. Song Shuxian couldn't put it down.
Thank you, dear.
I bought 2 sets of Mongolian outfits. Just wait a moment. After saying this, she turned and went back to her room to change. And Lula shared with their dad, "We also have Mongolian outfits. Mom said she would make them for us this spring festival, and they even have beautiful embroidery." They looked a bit proud, as if to say, "Only we have them, you don't." Wei Jiangwo didn't want to pay attention to the 2 silly kids. He couldn't wear the Mongolian outfit, but his wife would make him nice clothes. When Song Shuxian came out, she wore a bright red robe that looked like a blooming flower on the grassland. The hem seemed to sway gently with her steps, as if it had a life of its own. She looked stunning. Wei Jiangwo always knew his wife was beautiful, but seeing her dressed up like this was truly striking. The collar and cuffs were carefully embroidered with exquisite golden patterns that complemented the vibrant red, enhancing Song Shuxian's unique charm and adding a touch of elegance. A wide belt at her waist highlighted her slender yet strong figure. With delicate accessories that made a soft sound as she moved, she radiated a lively energy. The most eye-catching was the necklace Wei Jiangwo had given her, which seemed custom-made for this outfit, creating a warm symphony of colors. She stood there, making the whole room shine. At that moment, Wei Jiangwo truly understood the phrase to shine brightly. She exuded a noble and elegant aura, blending the boldness of the grassland with the softness of femininity. And Liu were so shocked they were speechless, standing in front of their mom with their mouths slightly open. "Mom?" An asked uncertainly. Song Shuqian reached out to hug him. "Yes, it's Mom." An wrapped his little hands around her. "Mom, you look so beautiful." "Thank you." And Lulu, feeling left out, hugged Song Shuqian's leg and tried to climb up. Wei Jiangwo snapped back to reality, picked up Lulu, and held him in his arms, while using his other hand to take it in. "He's too heavy, let me handle it." Song Shuqian gave him a gentle glare. That day, Anan and Lele both made a decision to buy lots and lots of beautiful clothes for their mom, because she should look lovely. After finally getting the two kids to sleep, Wei Jiangwo quickly carried them back to their room without any hesitation. Song Shuqian was worried. "That room hasn't been used for days." "Is it cold?" "It's not cold. I warmed it up on purpose." Then there was no more to say. A little separation felt like a new marriage, and they naturally had a wild night. Song Shuqian hadn't felt that kind of exhaustion in a long time and silently scolded Wei Jiangwo for being so demanding. How could he make her so embarrassed? By the time she got up and tidied up, the house was already back to normal, clean and tidy. Lightning, Emoing, and Fujian were well-fed and had gone out to play with An and Lele. Qian also went out for a stroll. It was very cold, and she usually went out alone. The people nearby all knew her, so it was safe. In the pot, there was a bowl of steamed egg with sea cucumber and 2 meat buns. Confirming there was nothing else for her to do, Song Shuqian took out some fabric and started making clothes. She promised the kids she would teach Tian, so she would wait for her to join. So, she started by making something for Wei Jiangwo. She made him a Zhongshan suit with Mongolian elements, featuring cloud embroidery on the collar and cuffs. In her past life, Song Shuqian had learned sewing from a master. Although she didn't particularly enjoy it, she worked hard to make her mother happy. Making clothes was easy for her. With the help of a sewing machine, she could finish a piece in just one day. When lunchtime came, Anan and Lele returned home, right on time for their meal. Seeing the 2 messy kids, Song Shuqian was stunned. "Stop. You 2 just stand there, and don't come over." She stopped the kids from rushing toward her. Song Shuqian couldn't believe it. "Can someone tell me how my sons became little messes?" Lele showed his white teeth. "Mom, we had a snowball fight." "Great, I see." The children in the family compound are mostly free-range, playing in the snow and rolling around happily. Song Shuqian brought her 2 kids to the washroom. "Come on, let's take a bath and change our clothes before we eat." At noon, Wei Jiangwo worried that his wife might be too tired to cook, so he hurried back from the cafeteria with 2 dishes. He entered the house but didn't see anyone. Listening carefully, he heard sounds from the washroom. He knocked on the door twice and entered, curious about why they were bathing at this time. Seeing the dirty clothes on the floor, he understood immediately. He shot a glare at the 2 kids, rolled up his sleeves, and came over to help. Wei Jiangwo's hands were calloused from years of training, and when he rubbed them on the kids, it felt prickly and painful. Lele's eyes filled with tears. "Mom, can you wash me instead?" Wei Jiangwo firmly refused, saying, "This time it's Mom's turn to wash your brother." Lele started to cry. Looking at his wife, Wei Jiangwo thought about how useless their son seemed to be, always being criticized, while his wife never complained about him. They had the dishes Wei Jiangwo brought back for lunch, along with the buckwheat noodles that Song Shuqian made. Wei Jiangwo had made a tool for pressing the buckwheat noodles, about 25 centimeters long. You put the dough inside, turn the handle on top, and the noodles come out. You can steam them directly to eat. It was very convenient. He also steamed some potatoes. They mixed mashed potatoes with the buckwheat noodles, using a sauce made from pickled vegetables, which the whole family enjoyed. Neither Wei Jiangwo nor Song Xuxian said anything about the kids getting muddy. After all, they were just kids. It was normal. As they grew older, they would likely stop doing that. Wei Jiangwo's return brought new energy to the family. The children's morning martial arts training resumed. Even Song Xuxian had to increase her training. At 5:30 a.m., the sky was still low, with a few lonely stars twinkling above. The entire family compound was quiet. Wei Jiangwo got up, opened the stove, and started the fire so that when Song Xuxian woke up, the room would be warm and cozy. The three daughters quickly got ready and started doing some simple training with Wei Jiangwo. After finishing a set of punches, their bodies warmed up and they felt more energetic. After a light breakfast, Wei Jiangwo went to the military district while Song Xuxian and the two children began their day of learning and work. As the days passed, time moved steadily, like a well-oiled machine. Looking back, it was almost the spring festival. This was Wei Jiangwo's first year as a regiment leader and his first year leading a new team, with many tasks to handle. As a skilled soldier, he found himself dealing with various reports and paperwork, often working overtime. He had never felt so pressed for time before. He wished there were 36 hours in a day. Despite sharing a bed, Song Xuxian hadn't seen Wei Jiangwo for 5 days. Feeling that something was off, she decided to stay awake tonight. The light was too dim to sew or read, so she leaned against the wall and organized her treasure pouch. Over the years, she had stored many items inside, often buying extra each year, and she was unsure how much was in there now. While organizing, she rediscovered many forgotten items. There were liquor-filled chocolates that she bought when they first got married and had completely forgotten about. She used to enjoy them back then. There were also other chocolates, shrimp chips, peanut candy, and even lard candy, which she did not like. Song Xuxian cleared a separate space in the pouch for snacks and pastries. Fortunately, whatever went in stayed the same when taken out, so nothing went to waste. She also secretly took out 2 small cloth bags, each containing 2 pieces of pastries and a few candies. These treats, which she didn't particularly like, were exactly what her children loved, so she gently placed them on their bedside tables as a little surprise for tomorrow. After finishing this part, she began to look through various dried goods. Over the years, she had bought quite a lot of dried items. For dried vegetables, she had about 100 pounds of each type. Her favorite, dried potatoes, must have around 200 pounds. This didn't even include the various wild mushrooms. As a mushroom enthusiast, Song Xuxian buys them whenever she sees them and has unknowingly stockpiled quite a few. Every year, she prepares enough for her family of 4, but Wei Jiangwo has been away on assignments for the past 2 years and hasn't been home much. After this part, it's time for various seafood. Although she rarely goes to the beach, she has good relationships with some fishermen who bring her good catches. Song Xuxian generally accepts everything and offers a fair price. The fishermen are also willing to trade with her. Sometimes she ends up with too much. As for dried abalone, dried shrimp, and sea cucumbers, she has even more. She always believes these things are good for health and has asked the village women to help her gather a lot. When Wei Jiangwo went for further studies, she helped his classmates exchange for these, and she collected quite a bit herself. With enough food at home, she feels secure. Song Xuxian thinks she should pay attention to her food supplies. Her food is stored in another spot in the gourd, all bought through the village women and a small brother from the black market. It's enough for their family to eat for 2 years. Song Xuxian praises herself in her heart, thinking how capable she is. Who else lives like her, in the grasslands, without worrying about food? When Wei Jiangwo returned, he saw his wife smiling like a little mouse that had stolen oil, looking very pleased. "Wife, why are you still awake? What's making you so happy?" Song Xuxian got off the bed to help him serve food. "I organized the gourd and found that I've stockpiled a lot of food over the years, including grains, dried vegetables, and seafood. I even found many candies and pastries I forgot to eat." Wei Jiangwo quickly rinsed off before coming to eat. He touched her hand to check if it was cold and felt relieved when it wasn't. Sit on the bed. It's cool down here. Did you stay up late organizing the gourd? Song Shuxian shot him a glare. Who do you look down on? It's just a little bit of stuff. It's not why I can't sleep. I was waiting for you. What's been going on with you lately, coming home so late every day? Wei Jiangwo looked frustrated. Wife, I finally understand what Commander Zhang meant. Being a commander is really tough with so many chores. Song Shuxian didn't understand. What about the political officer? The political commissar has his own responsibilities. Recently, with the end of the year approaching, he has been working long hours every day. Song Shuxian was a bit worried. You can't keep this up. Over time, your health will suffer and you need to be in top shape for your tasks. Is there any work you can delegate? Or, how can you organize your time better? Wei Jiangwo didn't understand. Song Shuxian asked him, can you give me a rough idea of your daily schedule? What do you do at different times? It doesn't need to be very detailed, just a general overview. Wei Jiangwo completely trusted his wife. Besides, since it didn't involve specific content, he could share it. He briefly explained his daily schedule. Song Shuxian said, honey, this isn't sustainable. It's okay to handle these tasks in a day, but it's a bit scattered. Tomorrow, keep track of your daily schedule and see which tasks can be grouped together. Also, try to set aside blocks of time. For example, from 9 to 10 is reporting time, 10 to 11 is for handling official duties, and 1 to 3 is for training checks. Lastly, you need to learn to delegate. You can't do everything yourself. It will wear you out. Observe your team and see what each person is good at, then let them take on those tasks. You just need to focus on the big picture. As for daily chores, let that person handle them. That's their job. If you don't let them do it, they might worry. Wei Jiangwo stopped eating and listened seriously, trying to remember every word Song Shuxian said. He felt conflicted. Wife, I'm just not used to it. I even need help to get water. Song Shuxian understood. He had worked hard to get where he was, and to him, relying on others felt like being indulgent. She said, think about what his job entails. If you don't let him work, he will be anxious. Besides, wouldn't it be more efficient to use the time spent on small tasks for your work? In different stages of life, our main tasks vary. At this stage, his task is to take care of you. What about yours? Wei Jiangwo is someone who listens well to others' opinions. He carefully remembers the suggestions that Song Shuxian pointed out one by one. The next day, he started to implement them strictly. He created a detailed schedule for himself and gradually organized everything. In the past 2 days, their political commissar, Zhao Qiyang, has been watching Wei Jiangwo as if he were a curious sight. Wei Jiangwo kicked him playfully, saying, if you have something to say, just say it.
Why are you staring at me?
Zhao Qiyang replied without hesitation, I'm just seeing what kind of person you are. Last week, you were overwhelmed with work and couldn't even go home. Now, just a week later, you've got everything sorted and are back in work mode. Wei Jiangwo proudly said, my wife cares about me and gave me advice on making a schedule. What is a schedule? Zhao Qiyang asked. It's about planning out everything you need to do in a day in advance, Wei Jiangwo explained. Zhao Qiyang nudged his shoulder. I've heard your sister-in-law is educated. When can we meet her? Let's wait for the holiday. I'll invite everyone over for dinner to have some fun together. All right, it's a deal. This year, Wei Jiangwo has 3 days off for the Spring Festival, and the whole team has a break too. It's a rare chance to rest at home for a few days. With the kids out playing, Wei Jiangwo helped Song Shuxian prepare New Year gifts. She took out a piece of paper with the names of people they knew, each followed by a symbol. Song Shuxian explained, the names with a checkmark are for close relationships. It's best to give homemade gifts that are neither too expensive nor too cheap, but show thoughtfulness. The names with an X are for acquaintances, so you can give something that can be bought with money, but it shouldn't be expensive. Then there are these people, whom I don't think highly of but still need to maintain a relationship with. For them, we can give something that looks nice but isn't very practical, aiming to avoid mistakes. Wei Jiangwo followed his wife's instructions and sorted the prepared items, matching them with people's names. It took almost an hour to finish. Did you think that was it? Song Shuxian took out a notebook and looked up each person's preferences. Wei Jiangwo was confused. Wife, what is this for? We only finished the first step. The second step is to avoid giving things that they don't like. For example, if someone's wife is from the Hui ethnic group, we can't give them that sausage because it's made from pork. For such people, it's better not to give processed items that they might not trust. Let's replace it with a pack of dried shrimp. Wei Jiangwo gave her a thumbs up. Wife, you are amazing. Song Shuxian felt a bit proud. Over the years, their life had been peaceful, thanks to everyone's help. This included old friends of the Song family, people who had helped them in the past, and Wei Jiangwo's comrades and leaders. After getting married, Song Shuxian prepared these items every year. Of course, these people would also return the favor. It's just a matter of social connections. Wei Jiangwo was busy with work and not good at these things, so Song Shuxian never asked him for help. Once everything was ready, Song Shuxian leaned back in her chair in the afternoon. You just need to send these out. Then she stood up again. Oh no, I forgot about your mentor. He is someone close to you, so we should give him something special. Does he have any dislikes? Wei Jiangwo had forgotten too. The old man really likes tea. I don't think he has any other dislikes. Song Shuxian said, then let's give him a sausage. Almost everyone can eat that. And we should get him a piece of clothing for the new year. As for tea, does he prefer green tea, white tea, black tea, oolong tea, or something else? Wei Jiangwo was surprised. Wife, there are so many types of tea? He thought his wife only drank one kind. Yes, there are many types. Think about what he likes to drink. Dear, you take care of this. I really don't understand it. All right, I have some 7-year-old white tea. They say, 1 year tea, 3 years medicine, 7 years treasure. Let's give him half a tael. It's not that I'm stingy. It's just that this tea is rare. If I give away too much, it won't be good. And then let's send a tael of tiguanyin. That should be enough. Wei Jiangwo came over and hugged Song Shuxian. Dear, what are you thinking? How could I ever think you are stingy? You have your own reasons for doing things. I don't need to understand. Just do what you think is right. I trust you. Besides, in these times, tea is hard to come by. Even the leaders don't have quotas. What you give is probably from your own stock. Do you have enough for yourself? Make sure you have enough to drink before giving it away. You are the most important. Song Shuxian playfully scolded him. You're not being serious. Since we have acknowledged our master, we should show respect and fulfill our duties as students. The items were all ready, packed up quickly, and she asked Wei Jiangwo to send them out together. After finishing these tasks, Song Shuxian leaned back in a lounge chair to soak up the sun. The winter sun was very pleasant, not as harsh as the summer sun, with just the right warmth that melted away the chill in her body. It was refreshing for both body and mind. Wei Jiangwo took care of all the household chores. This year, he was also the chef for the New Year's Eve dinner, which made Song Shuxian feel relaxed. She spent her days reading, writing, and making clothes, enjoying her free time. Wei Jiangwo had received guidance from a skilled teacher, and his martial arts skills had improved a lot. Whenever he had time, he would practice in the yard. Song Shuxian was not impressed with Wei Jiangwo's handwriting. When they first got married, he practiced for a while and made great progress during that time. But once he got busy, he stopped. His handwriting was decent compared to the rough soldiers in the military district, but to Song Shuxian, it was still lacking. With a thought, she came up with an idea and casually said, Honey, did you know that calligraphy and martial arts are connected? The brush may be soft, but it has strength that penetrates the paper, like a hammer on sand, representing the principle of overcoming hardness with softness. Wei Jiangwo was intrigued. Tell me more, dear. Song Shuxian suppressed her smile and casually said, Legend has it that the famous calligrapher Zhang Su once encountered Gongsun Danyang while she was practicing swordplay. He saw her sword techniques and thought, the shadows of the sword dance like a startled swan, strong and gentle, powerful like a rainbow. Just like the wild cursive script that flows like a dragon and snake, sharp and proud against the sky. From this, he was inspired to create a unique style of cursive calligraphy. Wei Jiangwo became interested. What kind of cursive is that? Song Shuxian pulled him along. Come help me grind the ink, and I'll show you. Wei Jiangwo happily agreed and went to help. After many years of marriage, he was already skilled at grinding ink for Song Shuxian. She still found it lacking and continued. Ancient people believed that grinding ink was a way to refine the heart. I heard that practicing martial arts is similar. You need to train for many years to build a strong foundation and develop your character. Is that true? Wei Jiangwo thought for a moment and agreed. That's right. Building a foundation requires diligent practice. Once the ink was ready, Song Shuxian picked up her brush and wrote the 3 characters Bijin 2, diagram of brush formation. She said, "You see, calligraphy and martial arts are alike. Both require symmetrical structure. With symmetry, there is unity." From the ancient simplicity of seal script to the boldness of cursive script, calligraphy transforms through style, while martial arts transform through force and power. Bijin 2 was written by Lady Wei of the Eastern Jin dynasty. It uses vivid metaphors to describe the key points of different brush strokes in calligraphy. For example, is like a stone falling from a high peak, emphasizing that brush strokes must have a sense of strength, just like a stone falling from a mountain, carrying a powerful momentum. At this point, Wei Jiangwo understood his wife's intent and gently tapped her on the head. "Little fox, talking to your husband and being so indirect. If you think my writing is ugly, just say it.
I can handle it.
Let me find a practice book, and I'll start practicing right away. I can't be the one with the worst handwriting in our family of 4. Song Shuxian smiled, but remained silent because it was clear that among the 4 of them, his writing was indeed the worst. Their 2 children had excellent skills, and she had taught them herself, so they were bound to be good. Song Shuxian had confidence in that. At home resting, Wei Jiangwo completely followed Song Shuxian's pace of life. He wanted to experience his wife's daily life. While his wife was sleeping, he also took a nap. When she taught the kids, he listened in. When she got up to clean and cook, he helped her. But after just one day, Wei Jiangwo couldn't take it anymore. His wife's life was too quiet, mostly spent moving between a few rooms. Seeing him like that, Song Shuxian smiled. "How is it?" Wei Jiangwo smiled back, trying to be charming. He had confidently said he wanted to experience his wife's life, but after just one day, he was regretting it. "It's a bit too much for me. Honey, can you teach me to ride a horse? I want to ride Qiyun across the grasslands." Sure. Both of them were very active, and Qiyun was at home. Song Shuxian went to discuss it with Qiyun, and once it agreed to let Wei Jiangwo ride, she started the lesson. Song Shuxian said, "Before getting on the horse, you must check the saddle and equipment to make sure everything is in good condition. There's a saying, check the gear, don't forget. The girth should fit just right and the stirrup should suit your foot." These small details may seem unimportant, but many dangers arise from them. If it's a horse you don't know well, you should also check the horse itself to ensure it hasn't been drugged and that its hooves are healthy. Actually, this was Song Shuxian being cautious. In her past life, living in a big house, there were only a few ways to harm someone. She was used to being careful. Once Wei Jiangwo learned how to check, they moved on to the next step. Song Shuxian said, "Getting on the horse is easy, but remember to stand within the horse's line of sight so it can see you. Especially with unfamiliar horses, approach from the side or back. They might kick. But avoid staring into their eyes for too long, as that is seen as a challenge in their world. Then, hold the reins with your left hand and grab the saddle with your right to keep your balance. Step into the stirrup with your left foot, push with your leg, and gently leap up to sit on the horse's back. Give it a try, it's easy." Wei Jiangwo tried it out and found it wasn't very difficult. He sat steadily on the horse's back. With one teaching and one learning, Wei Jiangwo had great athletic talent and understood after just one explanation. Qian was familiar with Wei Jiangwo and willingly cooperated with him. A person and a horse were happily strolling in the yard. Seeing this, Song Shuxian waved her hand and said, "That's enough. You two can go play by yourselves. You can walk around the grassland. Just one thing, go slowly. You're not very familiar yet, and it's easy to fall off the horse." Qian, he will want to run faster soon, but you are the most sensible, so don't follow his lead.
Just take it easy.
Song Shuxian patted Qian's head and gave it some instructions. Wei Jiangwo had just learned and was excited, so he readily agreed. Riding a horse for the first time, Wei Jiangwo found it very interesting. Qian moved at a slow pace, and its steps had a unique rhythm that made Wei Jiangwo's body sway slightly. Perhaps because he was too familiar with Qian, or maybe because he was a natural, he felt no nervousness, only excitement. By the time they reached the grassland, the person and horse had already developed a good understanding. Wei Jiangwo gently squeezed the horse's side, leaned slightly forward, and lifted the reins. He encouraged, Qian, let's run and feel the joy of running. Qian remembered Song Shuxian's instructions and only sped up a little, just enough to play along. It was clever and knew who its owner was and who was in charge at home. After some coaxing, Qian finally ran a lap with him. Galloping across the vast land, Wei Jiangwo felt a strong sense of freedom and adventure, as if he had broken free from constraints and merged with nature. He suddenly understood his wife's love for horseback riding. It seemed like a good opportunity to teach his wife how to drive. That too was a wonderful experience of freedom, and she would surely enjoy it. Wei Jiangwo thought his wife was a remarkable person, able to quietly read and practice riding at home, yet also ride horses and shoot arrows across the grassland. And returned home happily, but didn't see her father. Mom, where's Dad? Dad went out to run with Qian. Are you hungry? We'll eat when he gets back. And quickly caught on, Mom, can Dad ride a horse now? Yes, he just learned this morning. Sweetheart, you're still too young to learn, but you can ask Dad to take you for a couple of laps. Seeing her child's eagerness, Song Shuxian couldn't bear to refuse. Lele jumped up excitedly. Mom, can we really go? Get dressed, we're leaving now. Do you want to eat something first to fill your stomach? No thanks, Mom, we're not hungry. The two kids were eager to ride horses. They felt envious every time they saw their mom riding. But since it was cold, their mom was reluctant to ride and didn't take them along. Song Shuxian led the two kids and 3 dogs out of the family compound. Once outside, she took out a whistle and started blowing it as they walked. Wei Jiangwo and his group were on their way back, moving slowly. Suddenly, Qian stopped and ran back. Wei Jiangwo was confused and quickly adjusted his sitting position. From a distance, Song Shuxian saw a person and a horse running towards them. Qian stopped in front of Song Shuxian, looking proud, as if to say, "Aren't I impressive?" Song Shuxian patted its head. Good Qian. She turned to Wei Jiangwo. Honey, don't get off yet. The kids want to ride. You can take them for a couple of laps while I head back. It's too cold. Wei Jiangwo was amused. He thought Qian was listening to him, but now it seemed like it was just showing off for Song Shuxian. He patted Qian's neck. Good job. He helped the two kids onto the horse and patted their heads. Do you really like riding that much? Anan was excited. Dad, when will I grow up? Wei Jiangwo didn't know the answer. He remembered always looking forward to growing up when he was young. I don't know either. How about this? Whenever I have time, if you two want to ride, just come find me, and we can ride a lap together, okay? Lele got so happy that he started bouncing, but his dad held him down. You can't move around on the horse. You're lucky Qian has a good temperament. If it were a horse with a bad temper, we would all be thrown off. Wei Jiangwo wasn't exaggerating. Some spirited horses don't allow anyone other than their recognized owner to ride them, especially not someone bouncing around like Lele. The 3 of them rode a big circle, happily heading home. It was afternoon, and people from the compound came out to enjoy their meals, greeting them warmly as they passed by. Today it's your turn to take Qian out for a walk, right? Yes, the kids also want to ride horses, so I brought them along. Men generally enjoy excitement. When someone asked Wei Jiangwo if he could lend Qian for a ride, he firmly refused. His reason was clear. Qian belongs to his wife, and he was only borrowing her, so he couldn't lend her out. Besides, Qian is part of their family. Some understood his stance, while others thought he was being stingy, but due to Wei Jiangwo's position, they didn't dare to say anything. Wei Jiangwo didn't mind any of this, and took the 2 kids home for dinner. The consequence of playing too much is exhaustion. The two kids quickly finished their meal and fell asleep, snoring softly. Wei Jiangua added some fire to keep the room warm and went to find Song Shuxian. Seeing him full of energy, she admired his stamina and pulled him to the living room. Let me teach you how to play Go.
Go?
Yes, it's a traditional board game that our ancestors enjoyed. I also like it and learned from a great teacher since I was young. When I was bored, I often played against myself. But when things got tense, I put it away. Wei Jiangguo remarked, I feel a bit sorry for you. Were you very tired as a child? Not really. All the kids around me grew up like this, and I always had family with me, so I thought it was normal. As I got older, I started to enjoy it myself and didn't need anyone to teach me. I could have fun on my own. Wei Jiangguo found it a bit amazing. You see this as play? Of course. It's just a pastime when I'm bored. Having good teachers isn't just about wanting to be the best. It's about getting better without taking unnecessary detours. My mom told me when I was learning the piano that the purpose of learning is to have a way to express emotions when feeling overwhelmed. Wei Jiangguo reflected, our mom and grandparents really care about you. Song Shuxian shrugged. My mom and grandma are truly good to me, but my grandpa probably had no other choice. My dad is gone, and I'm the only child left. If I had a younger brother, things would be different. Wei Jiangguo patted her head and played chess with her. He didn't need to comfort Song Shuxian because she didn't need it. Song Shuxian was very clear about life. These matters would not trouble her at all. She took out a very precious set of chess pieces. Let me show you. This chess set was my grandfather's favorite. He gave it to my mother as a dowry, and now it has been passed down to me. Look, the white pieces are made of agate, and the black pieces are made of Hetian jade. Originally, there were 2 sets of chess. My mother couldn't bear to take away my grandfather's beloved items, but she wanted a memory, so she took half from each set. As a result, it became mismatched and lost a lot of its value. Wei Jiangguo held it and played with it. Dear, aren't you afraid I might envy your wealth? Would you? No, it's the result of generations of hard work from my ancestors. That's true. The couple chatted casually, without a fixed topic, mostly saying whatever came to mind. When they talked about books they liked, Wei Jiangguo asked, Do you still read Dream of the Red Chamber? Song Shuxian nodded. Yes, I never get tired of it. I really like the characters in it. Wei Jiangguo didn't quite understand, but to connect with his wife, he read the book. Of course, he didn't read it in detail. He skimmed through it. He asked, Dear, what do you like about this book? I feel like Lin Daiyu's father is quite foolish. He is a salt inspector, and the Lin family is a well-established family. Even if Lin Daiyu had to live on her own, it would be better than going back to her unfamiliar maternal family. Besides, he brought her so much money. It's like sending her to a feast. Look at the villagers who suffer from poverty. The most complicated thing in the world is human nature. Lin Rahai's actions are a gamble on human nature, using his daughter's life as the stake. Song Shuxian agreed. Yes, your perspective makes sense. Lin Daiyu did bring back a lot of money. If she hadn't been so cautious living in the Jia household, she might have had a better outcome. Wei Jiangguo felt recognized and got excited. Also, Jia Baoyu isn't a good person either. He flirts with every girl, spending time with his maid while also pursuing Lin Daiyu and teasing the maids in the elder's room. In the end, when trouble struck the Jia family, he left his wife and children behind and ran away without taking responsibility. Song Shuxian wondered how to explain the beauty of subtle language and the delicate tensions to someone so straightforward. Their interests were completely different, so the best way was to change the subject. Song Shuxian said, There are many delicious dishes in Dream of the Red Chamber. One is chiesiang, where you peel the eggplant, cut it into small pieces, fry it in chicken fat, and then mix it with chicken meat, mushrooms, bamboo shoots, 5-spice tofu, and various dried fruits, all cut to the same size and simmered in chicken broth. After adding sesame oil and mixing with rice wine, it's sealed in a jar. When you want to eat it, just mix it with fried chicken pieces. Just thinking about it makes me hungry. This must be the most complicated to make. There are also sour bamboo shoot chicken skin soup, shrimp ball chicken skin soup, ham and fresh bamboo shoot soup, sweet rice porridge, chicken marrow with bamboo shoots, and soups with small lotus leaves. There's also one I want to try, marinated goose feet and duck tongues, which I've heard is great for cooling off in summer. I'll make it when summer comes. Wei Jiangwo exclaimed, "Wow, making one dish sounds so complicated." Song Shuqian nodded, "Exactly, the food is very elaborate, and it makes me want to try it." Wei Jiangwo cautiously said, "Wife, that kind of lifestyle is beyond us. Using so many fine ingredients just for an eggplant seems wasteful." Song Shuqian laughed, "I know that, of course." This year's New Year's Eve dinner chef was Wei Jiangwo. He might have a talent for cooking. He doesn't get to cook often, but he does it well, at least better than Song Shuqian. When he started cooking, the family began to order dishes, and Song Shuqian was the first. "Honey, I want to eat longjing shrimp and squirrelfish." Wei Jiangwo said that since his wife liked it, he would definitely make it. Anan and Lulu also wanted to contribute. Lulu quickly said, "Daddy, I want meat, lots of meat, and big bones." "Okay, I'll make you some braised pork bones." "Anan, what do you want to eat?" Anan also likes meat. He enjoys beef. "I want a tomato braised beef brisket." This put Wei Jiangwo in a tough spot. "And you can't eat beef just any time. Let me check with the kitchen. If they don't have it, think of something else." "Then I want Buddha jumps over the wall." "Mom really likes that soup." "No problem. Dad will make it." "Is there anything else you want?" The three of them shook their heads, indicating they were done. "All right, Dad will decide on the rest of the dishes." "What kind of filling do you want for the dumplings?" This time, Anan excitedly spoke first, "Crab roe." "We want crab roe buns." After trying them once, the kids really liked them, but they hadn't had them since. Wei Jiangwo had to apologize and tell them, "You can only get those in Jinling, so we can't have them now." Anan and Lele were very understanding kids. They knew it wasn't possible and didn't dwell on it. In the end, their family settled on the New Year's Eve menu: shrimp, squirrelfish, braised pork bones, Buddha jumps over the wall, sticky rice dumplings, cold jelly, and stir-fried vegetables. Wei Jiangwo started preparing early. These were all labor-intensive dishes. In 1973, the Spring Festival was a rare occasion for the whole family to celebrate together. Early in the morning, Song Shuqian dressed the two kids in new clothes. Anan wore a blue Mongolian robe, and Lele wore red, matching their personalities perfectly. Anan was reserved and steady, while Lele was bright and cheerful. Once dressed in their new clothes, the kids were especially happy, carefully wearing them to avoid getting them dirty. Hand in hand, they went to find Wei Jiangwo. "Dad, look at our new clothes. Aren't they nice?" Wei Jiangwo was cleaning the wall, preparing to put up Spring Festival couplets, covered in dust. He found the kids in his way and was about to push them aside like before. Perhaps because he had pushed them aside too often, Anan was always on guard. Seeing his dad lift his foot, he quickly grabbed Lele and ran away. He didn't forget to look back and say, "Dad, these are our new clothes." Wei Jiangwo laughed and scolded, "I know those are new clothes," as if I wouldn't recognize them. At home, they couldn't show off, so the two kids went out to find other friends to impress. In the neighborhood, only two Mongolian kids had traditional robes, while the Han children did not. As soon as An and Lulu went out, they became a highlight of the area. The kids didn't understand much. They just wanted to try on the pretty clothes they saw. Some kids asked to borrow from An and Lulu, who were still enjoying their new outfits. However, these two children had picked up a bit of attitude from Song Shuqian and didn't want others to wear their clothes. They refused everyone, only allowing them to wash their hands and touch the fabric. They went out, showing off, and returned home happily, bringing back a wave of compliments. This made things difficult for the parents in the neighborhood. When the little ones came back, they started asking for new clothes. Those who could bring their families along usually had decent jobs and could afford to make their children a new outfit for the new year. When the kids insisted on wearing new clothes, the parents found some for them. But the kids said it wasn't what they wanted. They wanted eagles, tigers, red ones, blue ones, with all sorts of requests. The parents were confused and frustrated, ready to scold their children. However, they held back due to the saying, "Don't hit your kids during the new year," and tried to understand the reason. In the end, an older child explained the situation. Everyone found it amusing. They truly didn't know how to make those outfits. They had only learned simple sewing skills from their mothers, so making traditional robes with embroidery was beyond their abilities. Ultimately, the kids who could understand the adults' explanations were spared. Those who threw tantrums experienced some tough love from their parents. Unknowingly, Song Shuxian stirred up some resentment. At that moment, Wei Jiangwo and Song Shuxian were unaware of this. They were busy putting up spring festival couplets. With bright melodies, blessings abound. Joyful songs greet good fortune on the vast fields, a beautiful scene of the grasslands. Together, we admire the moon over the grasslands. United, we welcome a year of good luck, harmony, and health. In the past 6 months, Song Shuxian has practiced her calligraphy whenever she had time. Now, her writing has greatly improved. It is full and strong, with broad strokes and a majestic presence, showcasing both strength and elegance. Wei Jiangwo arranged for the family photo to be taken near the couplets, allowing the beautiful characters to be seen. He was reluctant to put it up because it looked so nice. During the New Year's Eve dinner, the family sat together, each with a drink in front of them. During the holiday, Wei Jiangwo could enjoy a little low-alcohol beverage. Song Shuxian poured him a glass of ginseng wine for health benefits. She herself had some red wine, which Wei Jiangwo had helped bring back, making it quite special. The two children naturally had milk, which they drank every day since arriving in the grasslands. As the head of the family, Wei Jiangwo raised his glass and spoke, "As the new year approaches, sitting here together fills my heart with warmth and strength. In the past year, I have had my responsibilities and couldn't always be with you. Your support and understanding have been the source of my strength on my journey. Let's all thank Mom for her contributions to our family, for raising our two children so well, and for always supporting my choices and being willing to come here with me." The family raised their glasses together and toasted. They chatted while eating, discussing whatever came to mind. After the meal, they continued their family tradition where everyone, except Dad, had to perform a show. Anin was the first to stand up. "Mom, I will perform the memorial on the expedition. The late emperor passed away before completing his mission, and the kingdom is divided. This is indeed a critical moment for survival. Now, as I prepare to leave, I shed tears and cannot find the words." Clap, clap, clap. Wei Jiangwo and Song Shuxian applauded together. Anin is amazing learning it so quickly. Song Shuxian explained, "This piece is quite difficult. I didn't expect Anin to memorize it. I just read it to him once and explained the background, but he ended up memorizing it." Anin smiled shyly. "I asked Dad to read it to me a few times." "That's still very impressive." Song Shuxian praised him again. Lele, this silly boy, was even happier than when he was praised, repeatedly saying, "Brother is the best." "Lele, what will you perform?" Lele stood in the middle, not shy at all, and said, "I will perform a martial arts routine." Then he started to make sounds and move around, and surprisingly, he did quite well. After finishing, he was out of breath. Anin ran to get him a glass of water. Song Shuxian and Wei Jiangwo praised him, and the two kids couldn't stop smiling. Next was Song Shuxian. In a good mood, she wanted to perform something new. She said, "Wait a moment, I will go change my clothes and prepare." Song Shuxian returned wearing her new blue Mongolian robe. She actually wanted to wear clothes from her past life, but worried it would be hard to explain if someone came over. She held her guqin. "I haven't played for you all yet, so today, I'll perform a piece called Yangchun Baixue." As the music began, it felt like the beauty of spring was unfolding at her fingertips. Song Shuxian's hands danced gracefully over the strings, each pluck precise, with just the right strength and rhythm, creating a beautiful melody that rose and fell perfectly. Wei Jiangwo and the two kids didn't know how to judge music, but they felt it was amazing. After the performance, the two kids stood up and clapped, shouting that their mom was the best. Wei Jiangwo looked at his wife with pride. She was incredible. Anan, just like Song Shuxian, couldn't take his eyes off the Guqin. He looked like he wanted to learn right away. Wei Jiangwo ruffled Anan's hair, seeing his young wife and their son. For them, learning new things and facing different challenges seemed easy and enjoyable. Wei Jiangwo thought this must be what it means to be a natural scholar. Song Shuxian called Anan over to sit in her lap and played Autumn Wind poem together. This piece had a simple rhythm, beautiful melody, and basic finger techniques, making it perfect for beginners. After Anan finished playing, his little face was flushed with excitement. "Do you like it?" Song Shuxian asked her son, looking down at him. Anan nodded eagerly. "Mom, can I learn this?" Learning so many things can be tiring, and the Guqin is a bit difficult. The finger techniques are quite varied. "Are you sure you want to learn?" Song Shuxian asked Anan. She wasn't lying. Among all the things she learned as a child, the Guqin was the hardest. Anan felt he wouldn't get tired. How could learning be tiring? What worried him was whether he had enough time. After thinking carefully, he said, "Mom, I want to learn. I want to be like you." Song Shuxian smiled happily. Who wouldn't want to pass on their knowledge to their children and have it continue through generations? But she replied, "First, let's learn how to play Go. I'm the only one in the family who knows how to play, and I usually have no one to play with." Anan thought that was fine. He could first keep his mom company while playing Go, and then learn the Guqin later. Song Shuxian's decision was also influenced by reality. Although the environment here was good and less affected by the outside world, it wasn't a paradise. People can be unpredictable. It's better to be cautious just in case. After discussing with Anan, it was Lily's turn. She asked, "Lulu, do you want to learn with Mom?" Lulu shook his head vigorously. He didn't want to learn. Even though he had hidden behind his dad to make himself less noticeable, his mom still found him.
Le couldn't understand.
He thought it was much better to go out and play. How could his brother like studying? It could be said that the two children had completely inherited their parents' personalities, amplifying their unique traits. By the time it was past 10, both children were sleepy and dozed off on the bed. Wei Jiangwo helped them tidy up and took them back to their room. Song Shuxian had just finished washing up and was doing her skincare routine. They say a woman looks even more beautiful under the light. At that moment, she had a touch of feminine grace. Wei Jiangwo turned around and picked her up, heading toward the bed. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Wife, you look really beautiful." During the day, Wei Jiangwo was very serious, but at night, he was quite playful. Song Shuxian couldn't handle it at all. The modesty she learned in her past life and the elegance of being a young lady were of no use. The more she acted that way, the more excited Wei Jiangwo became. After so many years of marriage, Wei Jiangwo still felt a strong attraction to her. He had wanted to do this for a long time. When he saw his wife playing the piano, it felt almost unreal, like a noble lady from an ancient family, graceful and elegant. If it weren't for his self-control, Wei Jiangwo wouldn't have been able to hold back until now. As a result, in 1973, it happened in a romantic setting. Afterward, Song Shuxian lightly pinched his waist. How shameless. "We agreed to stay up for the new year, but you..." "We did stay up, my dear. Happy New Year." On the first day of the new year, Song Shuxian was woken up by their two little ones, with Wei Jiangwo joining in the noise. Having only slept a few hours, she was quite grumpy and shot a disapproving look at Wei Jiangwo. It seemed to say that if he couldn't give her a good explanation, he would be sleeping on the floor today. Wei Jiangwo rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. He knew he had been a bit reckless. But his little wife was just too tempting to resist. He had to muster the courage to explain to Song Shuxian, "Dear, some kids will come to wish us a Happy New Year soon." Only then did Song Shuxian remember it was the first day of the new year. If they were caught in bed, she would lose all her dignity. She quickly sat up, threw off the covers, and jumped out of bed in one motion. She might have gotten up too quickly, as her legs felt weak, and she almost fell. Wei Jiangwo was quick to catch her. Their eyes met, and Song Shuxian shot him a fierce glare. It was all his fault. Having just finished washing up and without time for breakfast, the first group of kids arrived, entering the room to wish them well. Leading the group was Si-hoo, wearing a blue Mongolian robe similar to an Un and Lily's style. With his chubby little face, he looked adorable. Happy New Year, Aunt Shusian. I hope you are always beautiful and have plenty of delicious food in the new year. Song Shusian loved this simple blessing and filled his little bag to the brim. Thank you, Si-hoo. Here's a red envelope from Aunt Shusian. I hope you can eat well, grow tall, and run around happily in the new year. Yes, Aunt Shusian, I will. Song Shusian couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't that exactly Si-hoo's dream? Anan and Lila saw their mom talking to Si-hoo and felt a bit unhappy because they hadn't wished her a happy new year yet. Each of them hugged Song Shusian and said, Mom, we wish you a new year filled with beautiful clothes, lots of interesting books, and delicious food without having to cook. Song Shusian kissed her two sons, knowing that no one understands a mother like her children do. Her two older sons truly understand their mom. Song Shusian is just like that. If she could, she wouldn't want to do any work at all. She also gave each child a red envelope to keep for themselves. After receiving the envelopes, the kids left together. Today, they were especially busy, needing to visit every family in the neighborhood to wish them a happy new year. It's a tradition in their community that on the first day of the new year, families send out children to greet others. Closer friends give red envelopes, while those with a more casual relationship give a few candies or sunflower seeds, depending on their feelings. Honey, hurry up and eat. I made dumplings, and more guests will be coming soon, Wei Jiangwo said sweetly. Song Shusian shot him a look before heading to the kitchen. The dumplings were cooked by Wei Jiangwo and kept warm for her. With a filling of pickled cabbage and pork, even someone like Song Shusian, who prefers light food, couldn't resist and ate several. After finishing a dozen, she paused, feeling quite full. She patted her belly, realizing she could eat even more. Once all the kids finished their visits, they would tidy up and go visiting themselves. They spent the entire first day of the new year visiting each other. For those like them who don't go home, once the first day is over, it's as if the new year is over too. Wei Jiangwo continued to focus on work, while Song Shusian enjoyed her simple life. Phew, it's so cold, Tian said as she entered the house. Hearing the noise, Song Shusian quickly came over. Take off your coat and warm up. It's all wet. Did it snow again? Yes. I didn't expect the winter on the grasslands to be colder than in the northeast, and there's so much snow.
I'm freezing.
And the wind is really strong. I haven't dared to go out much lately. The two of them entered the living room and sat around the stove. What are you up to? They made clothes for an Un and Lulu. They're growing fast, and last year's clothes no longer fit, so we have to make new ones. Tian said, I came to find you for this reason. I also plan to make 2 outfits for Si-hoo, but I'm not very skilled, so I came to learn from you. Song Shusian sat in front of the sewing machine, finishing up the clothes in her hands, and said, Okay, what style do you want to make? Just the simplest kind will do. He is active and will be running around when spring comes. No matter how fancy the clothes are, they will end up with patches, so there's no need to put in too much effort. Song Shusian agreed. That's true. It's the time for being mischievous. Once they grow a bit older, they will start to care about their appearance. I also made the simplest style. Take a look. Even though an Un and Lulu are understanding, they are still kids. It's normal for their clothes to get holes from running and jumping. Song Shusian now dresses the 2 children in patched clothes. When she patches them, she uses different fabrics to create fun patterns, making it playful. So, the new clothes are all basic styles without any embellishments. Tian was very satisfied. This is exactly what I wanted. The 2 of them gathered to make clothes and couldn't help but gossip. Tian, being well-informed, kept in touch with people from Holidio. She said, Do you remember Zheng Baiwei? She is Captain Zhang's wife. I remember her. She was quite proud and seemed to come from a well-off family. I recall she was pregnant when we left, and now her child must be almost a year old. Tian nodded. Yes, that's her. She has passed away. Song Shusian was shocked and almost pricked her finger. How could she suddenly die? I heard there was a family issue. You know, she lived so freely because of her family. When the news came, Zheng Baiwei was already quite pregnant. It is said she was stressed, leading to a premature and difficult delivery, and they couldn't save her. Tian felt very sad, such a good person just gone like that. Song Shu-qian also felt surprised. That can't be right. Zhang Hongjun is a very cautious person. Since they got married, he would have checked on the Zheng family to ensure they were safe. Tian looked doubtful. How do you know so much about him? Song Shuxian felt helpless and accidentally said too much. I was set up with him before and he knew my family situation, so he backed off immediately. Why did Zheng Baiwei's family face this? Tian thought of something and said, no wonder Zheng Baiwei targeted you back then. It turns out she was jealous. I heard that the Zheng family had overseas connections, but if that were true, they would have cleaned up any traces long ago. How could they still be investigated? They must have been framed. The whole family was sent to a farm, but Zheng Baiwei escaped because of her military marriage. Captain Zhang was also affected and has to go to Xinjiang. He will be guarding the border from now on. Song Shuxian felt that life was unpredictable. It's unbelievable. Looking at it this way, coming here is quite good. At least it's safe and not chaotic. Tian agreed. The Zheng family situation happened so quickly that they didn't have time to react. They could only send 2 3-year-old children to Zheng Baiwei, saying she would take care of them from now on.
Ah?
What will happen to the children now that Zheng Baiwei is gone? They were sent back. Captain Zhang initially thought about raising them himself, but he had no idea how to care for children. After 2 days, he couldn't manage and return them. Both Song Shuxian and Tian felt a deep sadness. Good people can suddenly be gone. They had both seen people sent away, and the conditions there were beyond harsh. If they were lucky, they might encounter a team leader who ignored them, which would be a blessing. But if they met someone who enjoyed causing trouble and organizing struggles, it could cost someone their life. Tian sighed. It's true that Zheng Baiwei didn't have many friends. Sister Ding said she went home as soon as she heard the news. But people weren't very familiar with her and didn't want to visit her home, so they had no idea she was in trouble. It was only when Zheng Baiwei desperately crawled out for help that the sisters saw her, covered in blood, and hurriedly took her to the hospital. Song Shuxian said, everything is fate. We have little control over it. Yes, who would have thought that in less than a year, such a proud person could just be gone? Speaking of the children, Song Shuxian understood why Zhang Hongjun sent them away. They weren't his own children, and getting too involved would only lead to complications. She said, if it were me, I would send the child away too. Raising a child is not just about providing food and shelter. You also need to pay attention to their mental health and teach them how to live in this world. When you think about the energy you spend on your own children, you realize that raising kids is truly exhausting. If you can't raise them well and end up with difficulties later, it might be better to send them back. The only connection between them is Zheng Baiwei, but she is no longer here. Tian agreed. Although it's harsh, it's the truth. What if you end up raising an enemy? That would be very upsetting. Speaking of this, Tian brought up another topic. Sister Guan's family adopted 2 children.
Did you know? Ah?
Song Shuxian was confused. Sister Guan has her own kids. They all went to work in Suyuan City. I saw them during the New Year. They seemed like nice young men. Tian nodded, confirming her statement. I heard they are the children of a comrade. Their father died on a mission, and their mother remarried with the compensation money. The 2 kids are living in the village, relying on others for food, and it's tough for them. The army found them and brought them back, but by then, every family had several children and no one wanted to take them in. So, the leaders had to set an example. Song Shuxian was at a loss for words. How old are the 2 children? The older one is 7 and the younger one is 5. As a mother, she couldn't bear to see such situations. Song Shuxian said, it's commendable that Sister Guan can do this. It's not easy. To be honest, I couldn't do it. I have put my heart into raising my own child, but I couldn't raise the children of Comrade Wei Jiangwo like that. If I treated them differently, the children would notice. If they are well-behaved and can adjust, that's fine. But if they are ungrateful, they might end up resenting me and my child. When I married Wei Jiangwo, I said I would only raise my own child. If he brought home someone else's child, we would divorce, and I would raise my child alone. Tian Tian didn't expect the usually gentle Song Shuxian to have such thoughts. Song Shuxian added, I never test human nature, nor do I give others the choice. If the other person needs help, I can give money, but I will never invest my feelings. Maybe I am a bit cold-hearted. Since they are not my own, I can never trust them completely. Thinking about the time and energy Song Shuxian spent on the two children, teaching them, and her daily life, Tian Tian understood that they really couldn't take in outsiders. If someone reported them on purpose, it would be a problem. Actually, since the day she met Song Shuxian, Tian Tian realized that she is a very rational and self-interested person, and she is quite passive in social interactions. However, once she considers someone part of her circle, she treats them very well. The two were chatting in the room when Qian returned. But she didn't come back alone. She brought a not-so-good-looking horse with her. Song Shuxian asked Qian, Is this your friend? Qian had no way to answer her. Song Shuxian was a bit worried. What if this horse belonged to someone else and Qian brought it back? That would be troublesome. But she couldn't check, so she had to wait for Wei Jiangwo to return and find someone to help look at it. Seeing she had something to deal with, Tian Tian left first. Song Shuxian sat by the window waiting and soon noticed that Qian had a good relationship with the horse she brought back, even sharing her feed with it. As soon as Wei Jiangwo entered the yard, Song Shuxian noticed him. She quickly walked out and pulled him toward the stable, saying, Come with me. Wei Jiangwo, confused, followed his wife obediently. When he saw the two horses, he was shocked. Song Shuxian wasn't familiar with horses, but this was a wild horse. Horses are social animals, usually living in groups with one male horse, 2 or 3 female horses, and their young. Now, Qian had brought back a male horse. Wei Jiangwo raised an eyebrow, as if he understood something. Wife, it seems Qian has found a partner. This is our son-in-law.
Song Shuxian, what did you say?
I said this is a wild horse, and it might be Qian's partner. Soon, we might have more horses in our family. Song Shuxian couldn't accept it. Qian is still a baby. A 3-year-old baby? Song Shuxian huffed. 3 years old is really not that big. It's like being around 14 in human years. He's still a child. How can he be in a relationship? Wei Jiangwo shrugged. So what do we do now? The partner is already here. Song Shuxian didn't know either. If he doesn't leave, we'll just take care of him. It's like raising a young husband. When he grows up, they can have kids. We won't need to buy a horse. Chiyun's offspring will do. But dear, what kind of taste does Qian have? The boyfriend he brought back is really not impressive. Wei Jiangwo looked at the brown horse with a patch of white on its belly. It certainly wasn't attractive, especially in front of Qian. But he didn't mind. Wife, let's keep it for now. If it's just here to eat and drink for a few days, we can let it stay for Chiyun's sake. If it's going to stay for good, I want to ride this horse. Our family can go hunting on the grasslands together. Wei Jiangwo was already imagining their wonderful future. Song Shuxian thought he was being too optimistic. Neither of them knew how to train a horse. Looking at the animals in the yard, Song Shuxian sighed. They were really accumulating more and more. Luckily, they were on the grasslands, and Lightning could hunt for themselves. At dinner, Wei Jiangwo said, Wife, I have a comrade whose family is here. I want to take a day off to visit. Having just talked to Tian Tian during the day, Song Shuxian's radar went up instantly. Which comrade? Is he from Holidio or from around here? Song Shuxian asked cautiously. Despite her words, if Wei Jiangwo brought someone back, it wouldn't be easy to divorce. There were feelings involved. Wei Jiangwo didn't notice Song Shuxian's unease and continued, It's Shoutsai. We've been together since boot camp. He stayed on the battlefield forever. Song Shuxian asked, Who else is in his family? Only his elderly mother is left. Song Shuxian's worries didn't ease. Bringing back an elderly woman for her to care for was something she couldn't handle if she needed assistance. She fell silent. Only then did Wei Jiangwo notice that something was off with Song Shuxian. Wife, what's wrong? Song Shuxian served some fish to Ainin and Lele before telling Wei Jiangwo, "It's nothing." Wei Jiangwo wanted to say more, but Song Shuxian stopped him. He sensed that his wife was troubled, and it was about him. This was the first time in their 5 years of marriage that she wasn't speaking directly. After dinner, Wei Jiangwo sent the kids to sweep the floor and asked Song Shuxian, "Wife, did I do something wrong? Or is something bothering you?" We agreed to talk openly. Guessing can hurt feelings. Song Shuxian didn't want the kids to hear. "Let's talk after they go to bed."
Okay.
That night, Wei Jiangwo was very anxious. He carefully recalled recent events, thinking about what he had said or done, even if he had talked to anyone on the way or done something that could be misunderstood. He thought of everything and was sure there was no problem, but he still felt nervous. After 5 years of marriage, this was the first time Song Shuxian acted this way. She barely ate anything today, clearly troubled. Finally, when the kids were asleep, Wei Jiangwo quickly squatted in front of Song Shuxian. "Wife, what is it?" Seeing his anxious expression, Song Shuxian wondered if she was being overly sensitive, but she truly couldn't help it. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Today I heard that Sister Guan adopted 2 children, said to be the orphans of martyrs." Wei Jiangwo nodded. He knew about this, but what did it have to do with them? He asked her that. Song Shuxian continued, "Do you remember when we got married, we talked about this? I said I only wanted to raise our own children. I still feel that way. I know it sounds selfish, but I can't treat other people's children as my own, and I'm worried about raising a child who might turn against us and hurt our kids. Ainin and Lele are very sensitive. I don't want to put them at any risk." Wei Jiangwo sensed her unease and held her close. "Dear, I understand. Those 2 kids were brought to the army because they had no other options back home. It was indeed a volunteer effort. No one wanted to take them in, so the leaders had to set an example. At Comrade Ma's home, the children are all grown up, and now only Sister Guan is there, so they directly assigned the kids to her house. Don't worry, I remember my promise. I won't bring the kids back." As his partner, Song Shuxian understood Wei Jiangwo. His lack of a definite answer today meant he couldn't make the decision alone. The children of martyrs need someone to care for them. Song Shuxian asked, "Why doesn't the army set up an orphanage? We could donate money to let these kids live together. They could stay in the family quarters, and everyone could look after them, preventing any mistreatment. They could go to school just like the other kids in the family quarters. This way, the children wouldn't feel like they were a burden." Wei Jiangwo agreed that this was a good idea. If more children came, they could build one. "I'll write a report. If more kids come, we can do this. It would be better for both the children and their families." Being forced to care for children and having the responsibility of caring for them are 2 different mindsets and behaviors. Song Shuxian added, "The army provides monthly allowances for the underage children of martyrs. This money could be used for the orphanage. If it's not enough, the military wives can donate and we can contribute more. In the end, not only the children but also the elderly who have lost their children could live there. The elderly and the kids could support each other." The more Wei Jiangwo thought about it, the better the idea seemed. When discussing the future of the 2 children yesterday, everyone had refused. They already spent little time at home and felt guilty about their families. If they took in children without their wives' consent, it would only add to their wives' burdens, which wouldn't be fair. Once the couple agreed, Song Shuxian felt relieved. However, she still felt uneasy and realized it was necessary to take some action. Wei Jiangwo mentioned going to the scholar's hometown and quickly took action. In the icy weather, they left home without the 2 children, just the 2 of them together. Watching her parents pack, Annan hugged her mother's leg, feeling very reluctant. "Mom, can I go with you? I will be very good." Song Shuxian took her outside to feel the cold air. "If the weather is warm, I will take you with me, and we can also explore the area. But in this weather, taking you and your brother out can easily lead to catching a cold. Also, if we go out now and face danger, it would be easier for Dad to protect me alone. Protecting all 3 of us would be a bit difficult." You and your brother can go to Aunt Tiantian's house and play with Sihor for 3 days. We will be back once we finish our tasks. Anan understood that if her mother clearly said no and explained the reasons, it meant they definitely couldn't go. With Dad, she might be able to act a bit cute and persuade him for a while, but he would eventually find them annoying and agree. With Mom, it was useless to say anything. After being clearly refused, Anan gave up and reluctantly said goodbye to her parents. You must remember to come back. Just 3 days. The two children kept reminding Wei Jiangwo to take good care of their mom and to remember to bring her back. Wei Jiangwo patted their little heads.
Got it, don't worry.
Now hurry back. It was strange. He had always taught the kids to take care of their mom and be good to her, but now he felt a bit envious. In the car, Song Shuxian wrapped herself in a very large coat, wearing a thick hat and scarf that only showed her eyes. It was so cold. At that time, the car's heating was not very good. Only new models like the Beijing 212 had heating systems. But it couldn't compare to modern heating. Some older cars were quite outdated, relying mostly on shaking to keep warm. As the car drove, the wind was strong, and Song Shuxian felt the cold air seeping in at her feet. Wei Jiangwo taught her, "Wife, lift your legs and sit cross-legged, like sitting on a heated bed. Then wrap your legs in the coat too." Song Shuxian tried it, and it was indeed much warmer. Wei Jiangwo told her, "The old lady doesn't know that the scholar has left. He is her only family in this world, and she might not be able to handle the truth." So, he didn't tell her directly. The pension and other assistants were sent under different names. The local village chief and the police chief are all familiar faces, and they take good care of the elderly lady. This time, I went because the village chief called and said the elderly lady wasn't feeling well. I was worried and wanted to check on her. Just in case, I wanted to show my respect. Song Shuxian asked, "Have you contacted the military hospital? If she's sick, we can take her to a better hospital. If money is tight, our family can help." Wei Jiangwo squeezed his wife's hand. "Thank you, dear." His wife is truly wonderful. She says she only cares about herself and won't interfere in others' business. In reality, Wei Jiangwo supports the children of 2 comrades, sending each child 5 yuan a month, all arranged by Song Shuxian. For 5 years, she has never missed a month. And for the scholar's mother, during holidays, Song Shuxian always prepares various items to send, including clothes and shoes. Wei Jiangwo is not oblivious to the dramas among the families in the compound. He knows about the various disputes. To give a few extra yuan each month, there are always arguments. During these times, Wei Jiangwo is especially grateful to Song Shuxian. She never stops him from helping his comrades. The scholar's home isn't far. It's a 7-hour drive. Wei Jiangwo took Song Shuxian to a guest house in the county for one night. After sitting in the car for 7 hours, Song Shuxian felt uncomfortable, with her calves aching. Wei Jiangwo squatted down and placed her legs on his, saying, "Don't move, I'll massage them." Sitting for so long causes blood to pool in your calves. A good rub will help. Wei Jiangwo's hands were strong, and when he moved, Song Shuxian felt a lot of pain. She kept complaining about the pain, and in the cold weather, Wei Jiangwo broke a sweat. Unable to take it anymore, she playfully swatted him, saying, "Stop complaining." At first, Song Shuxian didn't realize, but after that swat, she understood, and her face turned bright red, like a cooked shrimp. This time, she let Wei Jiangwo continue, gritting her teeth and staying quiet. Wei Jiangwo checked the time and said, "It's time for dinner. Should we eat at the state-run restaurant, or should I bring something back?" "Let's eat out. I want to take a walk," she replied. The county isn't big. It's just a 7 or 8-minute walk to the state-run restaurant. It was mealtime, and the place was quite busy. The two found a seat in a corner against the wall. "Wife, I'm going to order. What do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine, just something warm. It's really cold." Song Shuxian sat there, bored, observing the people around her. Those who came out to eat usually had decent conditions and dressed well. Her attention was drawn to a mother and her child nearby. The little boy looked about 7 or 8 years old and was very considerate, serving some meat to his mother. The mother reacted strongly, taking the meat and putting it back in the child's bowl, saying, "You're already a big boy. Eating all the good stuff isn't necessary. Save it for yourself. All the good food in our house is yours." The child clearly didn't understand, replying, "Mom, you should eat too." The woman directly picked up the meat and put it in the child's mouth, saying, "You silly child, if I don't eat, you should eat quickly. Don't worry about your dad and grandma. They don't like it, so it's all yours." Song Shuxian thought. On one hand, the mother was truly great. She noticed the mother swallowing several times and cleaning the plate with bread. On the other hand, she wondered if a child raised this way would take their mother's words seriously and really stop caring for her, thinking that as long as it was good food, she wouldn't want to eat it. Not wanting to dwell on it, she decided that in their family, there must always be a share of good food for her, as she liked to eat. Wei Jiangwo was quick and soon returned with 2 bowls of noodles and a plate of sauced ribs. The noodles here are handmade, very similar to the stretched noodles from Northeast China. Try them and see if you like them. I had them add a bit of chili, which you enjoy. Song Shuxian gave a thumbs up. They were delicious, made with mushroom broth, very flavorful. The sauced ribs were also very tasty, with plenty of meat on them. With a bite of meat and a bite of noodles, Song Shuxian was very happy. "Wife, after we finish eating, we need to take a walk. We've been in the car all day, and you need to stretch a bit. We're visiting your aunt tomorrow morning." Song Shuxian had no objections. After dinner, they strolled around the small county town for a bit. At this time, people were getting off work early, and places like the supply and marketing cooperative were already closed. So they were just walking down the street. It got dark early, and there were not many people on the street. The two of them took a walk and then headed to the guest house. On the way back, Wei Jiangwo asked the front desk lady for a pot of hot water. After checking the room to ensure it was safe, Wei Jiangwo began to tidy up. "Wife, take out our bedding and the wash basin. You wash up first, and after you're done, get another pot of hot water." If it were just Wei Jiangwo, he wouldn't be so particular about bedding. But since he had his wife and their child, there was no need to endure discomfort. Everything was ready. Song Shuxian looked around the small room. Is this the only guest house in the county? Wei Jiangwo understood her meaning. Song Shuxian usually visited big cities and stayed in the best hotels, so she was a bit uncomfortable seeing such a rundown place for the first time. After they quickly tidied up, they went to sleep. Around midnight, there was a lot of noise outside, including banging on the door. Worried about safety at night, they both slept fully dressed, which wasn't too inconvenient. Wei Jiangwo opened the door to see what was happening. 2 officers with red armbands came over, quite rudely, saying, "Step aside. We're here to inspect." Wei Jiangwo showed them his officer's ID. "My wife is inside. I'm going to get our marriage certificate. You can check, but please be respectful." Seeing his rank, the 2 officers quickly returned the ID to Wei Jiangwo. "We didn't know it was Commander Wei. Your wife is inside, right? No need to check further. Sorry for the disturbance." Hearing Wei Jiangwo mention the marriage certificate, Song Shuxian came out holding it. "Dear, here you go." Wei Jiangwo took the marriage certificate. "Quickly go back and put on your coat. Don't catch a cold." He handed it to the officers. "You should still check. We can't skip the normal procedure." Seeing that he insisted, the officers went through the motions, did a quick check, and then moved on to the next room. This was Song Shuxian's first time experiencing a nighttime inspection. "Dear, what are they doing?" "They're checking for relationships between men and women. This time is when people are usually asleep, making it easier to check. The last guest house we stayed at had strict checks before check-in, even verifying the introduction letter, so there was no need for an inspection at night. Such inspections were quite normal at this time. When those in charge have no money or results, they come out to check things." Woken up, Song Shuxian couldn't sleep anymore and started missing her 2 kids. "Honey, do you think Anan and Lila cried or fussed for me?" Wei Jiangwo held her close and patted her back, soothing her to sleep. "Don't worry, our kids have always been clever. They just act a bit sad in front of you to make you feel soft-hearted, and take them with you." Wei Jiangwo had discovered this by accident, The two kids were huddled together, discussing how to get their mom to agree to something. He listened for a while and thought how smart kids are these days. Song Shuxian wasn't too worried. She knew her kids would miss her and feel a bit out of place, but they wouldn't cry about it. They both had never been big criers. As it turned out, the kids were having a great time playing with Sihu. It was their first time sleeping together, with an N and Lula telling stories while Sihu listened, all in perfect harmony. Tian and Lu Xingwu peeked in several times that night, finding the three kids sleeping soundly like little piglets. Tian said, "Boys are so carefree. He's even snoring a little. We should have a daughter next, sweet and soft, who won't want to leave me." Lu Xingwu sighed, knowing his wife didn't understand him. With her strong personality, if they had a clingy daughter, the two would probably argue every day. Boys are easier, they're tough. If his wife got upset, a few taps would do. Lu Xingwu and Tian were trying for a second child since Sihu is too lonely with just one. They had been thinking about it for a while and finally decided to act on it. That night, Song Shuxian slept well, feeling comfortable in Wei Jiangwo's embrace. Woken by her internal clock, she softly called out, "Honey," her voice rising slightly, filled with a hint of playfulness and dependence. She might not even realize how beautiful she looked at that moment. Wei Jiangwo leaned down and kissed her lips, saying, "Get up, let's eat something before we head out." He held her and helped her change clothes. When they arrived at the state-run restaurant, it was still crowded. They found the same spot as yesterday, and Song Shuxian waited while Wei Jiangwo went to line up for breakfast. Song Shuxian's beauty was so striking that no one in the army dared to pursue Wei Jiangwo, which says a lot. Now, sitting in this state-run restaurant in this small county, she caught the attention of the diners around her. Two young men were eager to come over and introduce themselves. Shuxian was already used to being watched by others and didn't pay much attention, focusing instead on waiting for Wei Jiangwo to return. One young man couldn't hold back any longer and approached, standing in front of Shuxian. Noticing someone nearby, Shuxian looked up with a puzzled expression. The close-up of her beauty left the man speechless.
Achelou, Conrad.
"My name is..." Seeing someone approaching, Wei Jiangwo quickly stepped forward to return to her side. Shuxian said, "Honey, this comrade seems to have something to say. You handle it." The young man's face turned bright red with embarrassment. He couldn't believe this woman was married, and he had tried to flirt in front of her husband. Before Wei Jiangwo could say anything, the young man bowed and said, "I'm sorry for the interruption." He quickly turned and left. Wei Jiangwo had a good impression of the young man. It was normal for someone to want to meet his wife. Knowing she was married, the young man didn't linger or make excuses. He apologized and left, showing good character. Wei Jiangwo opened a bun, placed the food they bought inside, and handed it to Shuxian. "It tastes better this way." Shuxian tried it and agreed it was delicious. However, she preferred the noodle soup in front of her, which had noodles and tofu, with pepper added. On a cold day, a warm bowl made her feel cozy all over. Wei Jiangwo had a big appetite. After finishing his meal, he also finished what Shuxian couldn't eat, and then they left. As they passed the supply and marketing cooperative, they went in to buy some food suitable for the elderly. With the malt extract they brought from home, they had a good amount to offer. Once they were done shopping, Wei Jiangwo parked the car in the police station courtyard, and they had to walk over. The road for vehicles was damaged, so they had to take another path. There was a young man at the police station who used to be a soldier under Wei Jiangwo's command and often helped take care of the elderly lady. Seeing Wei Jiangwo made her very happy. "Captain, sister-in-law, let me take you there. The road is hard to find." Wei Jiangwo didn't want to delay his work, so he declined. After a few words, the couple left. "Wife, this road is tough. I'll hold your hand." "It's fine. It's not good for others to see. I can manage on my own." "Wife." Wei Jiangwo turned around and saw his wife had fallen into a snow pit. Song Shuxian looked pitiful. Who dug this hole? It wasn't a big hole. It seemed someone had dug it out of boredom. She didn't expect to fall into it on such a wide path. Wei Jiangwo held back his laughter and helped her out. After checking, he found she was only covered in a bit of snow. Everything else was fine. While brushing off the snow, he said, "It's okay. Just be careful from now on." After falling again, Song Shuxian learned her lesson and let Wei Jiangwo hold her hand, no longer thinking she was tough. Since winter started, Song Shuxian complained about the cold and secretly reduced her exercise. Now, she felt like her legs weren't even hers. Wei Jiangwo, how much farther? I can't walk anymore. We're almost there. Look at that bridge ahead. We just need to cross it. Wei Jiangwo carefully held her hand all the way, preventing her from falling again. Standing in front of the bridge, Song Shuxian couldn't believe her eyes. We have to cross that? Wei Jiangwo nodded. Don't be afraid. I'll hold your hand, and we'll go slowly. Song Shuxian felt her legs were a bit uncooperative. What kind of bridge was it? It had two thick ropes as the main support, with wooden planks on top as the surface and ropes on the sides as handrails. But the biggest problem was that the wooden planks were old and broken, with some missing pieces. When someone stood on it, the whole bridge shook. She was scared and didn't dare to move at all. Once she stepped on it, she froze. Song Shuxian stood by the edge of the bridge, refusing to go up no matter what Wei Jiangwo said. It was too frightening. Wife, how about this? I'll carry you, and we can go slowly. Is that okay? No, if you carry me, your center of gravity will rise, making it easier for outside factors to affect you and lose balance. Plus, with me on your back, the pressure on the bridge will increase. It's already a dangerous bridge. What if it collapses? Wei Jiangwo. Wow. His wife was trembling with fear, yet her mind was still so clear. He wanted to applaud her, but what could he do? How about this, dear? You walk behind me and step where I step. That way it will be safe. We can hold hands, and if there is any danger, I can grab you right away, okay? No, I can't do it, she said firmly. The two were stuck in this standoff when a young boy and a young woman approached on the bridge. The boy stood on the bridge, shaking it and laughing loudly. Song Shuxian felt like she was being mocked by the little kid. Wei Jiangwo quickly reassured her, "Dear, look, it's very safe. People from the village walk here every day, and kids run on it. If you don't go, he will laugh at you. I can let him laugh back at him. They aren't scared." Song Shuxian said this confidently, not seeing any problem with having two 5-year-olds help her regain her confidence. Wei Jiangwo noticed that his wife's speaking skills were excellent. She could counter everything he said. She was quick to respond and even playful. That said, when she saw the mother and son safely cross, Song Shuxian took a deep breath, mentally prepared herself, and let Wei Jiangwo lead her onto the bridge, taking small steps. "You must hold on tight to me. If I fall, you have to catch me." All the way, Song Shuxian kept reminding Wei Jiangwo to protect her well. Once they were on the bridge, she felt it wasn't so bad. It looked scary, but it wasn't that frightening. However, when they reached the middle of the bridge, Song Shuxian realized she was wrong. It was indeed very scary, and the whole bridge was shaking. Wei Jiangwo held her hand, talking to her to distract her and keep her from looking down at the bridge. Below was a frozen river, about several dozen meters down, and even Wei Jiangwo found it quite daunting at first glance. After safely crossing the bridge, Song Shuxian felt incredibly proud of herself. Make sure to draw this when you get back, so the kids admire their mom. The weather was cold, and only a few children were playing at the village entrance. Wei Jiangwo and his group inquired along the way and found the scholar's home. Inside, there was only an elderly lady who looked quite lively, making shoe soles in the room. "Who are you looking for?"
she asked. "Hello, Mum.
"I am a comrade of the scholar. He is on a mission and cannot return, so he asked me to come check on you. This is my wife, Song Shuxian." Song Shuxian quickly greeted the elderly lady. "Hello, ma'am. Come in, have some water. Thank you for coming all this way. How is the scholar?" the lady asked cautiously. As a mother herself, Song Shuxian understood the feeling of wanting to know about her son, while also fearing the answer. She stepped forward to support the elderly lady as they walked inside. "Ma'am, let's talk inside. The scholar and my husband are comrades and have a good relationship. He often comes to our house for meals. He had planned to take time off to visit you, but he had to leave on a sudden mission. He works hard and often says he wants to get promoted so he can bring you over for a reunion." Then, Song Shuxian described the scholar as she imagined him. Honest, upright, strong, brave, and dutiful, always thinking of his elderly mother. Every year, he would ask his sisters-in-law for help to prepare food and clothing for her. These clothes were actually prepared by Song Shuxian, and she spoke of them without any hesitation. The elderly lady listened happily, her smile never fading. Wei Jiangwo stayed by her side, occasionally sharing stories about their missions. Finally, Song Shuxian understood why Wei Jiangwo insisted on bringing her along. He was not very good at talking and might accidentally reveal too much while speaking with the elderly lady. When the village chief heard that someone had come, he knew it was the scholar's comrade. He approached Wei Jiangwo and the others to greet them. The village chief said, "Comrade Wei, it's good that you are here. The Annie hasn't been well this year. She has been sick a few times since winter started, but she is a bit better now." Wei Jiangwo replied, "Village chief, is there a road we can take to the hospital? I want to take the elderly lady for a checkup." "There is no road. Here's what we can do. I'll use an ox cart to take you to where the road ends, and you can wait on the other side. We can find someone to carry the elderly lady across." Wei Jiangwo thought it was a good idea. "Is the village chief available tomorrow?" "Yes, why wouldn't I be?" That night, Wei Jiangwo and Song Shuxian stayed at the old lady's house. The next morning, the old lady was unwell again. She changed into a very bright outfit. She didn't want to go to the hospital with the village chief and Wei Jiangwo. Holding Song Shuxian's hand, the old lady said, "Thank you for what you told me yesterday, dear. I really hope what you said is true. My son is like that." Song Shuxian felt a pang in her heart as she looked at the old lady. The old lady gently patted her hand. "A mother knows her child's heart. I've always known that my scholar left a long time ago, didn't he? You two have been sending me money and things all these years, right? Every year during the new year, soldiers come to keep me company, saying my scholar is busy. You all have been deceiving me, and the village chief knows too, right? I've been deceiving myself as well." Song Shuxian held the old lady's hand, unable to say a word. Yes, a mother knows her child. How could she not know what happened to her son?
Thank you, dear.
The clothes are warm. I haven't suffered. I'm going to find my scholar now. Please donate my things to the village. Thank you all for taking care of this old lady over the years." The old lady left with a smile on her face. On the way back, Song Shuxian was quiet, thinking about what she could do for the families of the soldiers. Wei Jiangwo gently held her hand. "Don't be sad. The old lady has gone to reunite with her scholar." Song Shuxian shook her head, indicating she was fine. "Honey, let's go home directly. I miss the kids." "Okay." They hardly stopped on the way and headed straight to the family compound. Song Shuxian thought the whole way, but couldn't figure out what she could do for the families of the soldiers. She decided to set that thought aside for the future, the beautiful future that Tian mentioned. A few hours of driving was enough for them to adjust their emotions. When they got home, there was no trace of sadness left. "I'll tidy up a bit first. Honey, please go pick up the kids. Let's pick them up tomorrow." By this time, they are probably already asleep. At 9 o'clock in the evening, it was indeed a bit late, but Song Shuxian insisted, "Let's go pick them up anyway. We promised to return in 3 days, and we can't go back on our word. Otherwise, we won't be trusted in the future." Wei Jiangwo obediently went to pick up the kids. Sure enough, the two children were still awake. They were very happy to see Wei Jiangwo and rushed to him, and he enjoyed the attention like a mother would. Just as he was about to comfort the kids like Song Shuxian did, he heard one of them say, "Daddy, where's Mommy? Daddy, is Mommy tired and waiting for us at home?" Wei Jiangwo felt a bit disappointed. Seeing this, Lu Xingwa tried hard not to laugh, realizing that everyone received the same treatment. After thanking the Tian family, Wei Jiangwo took the two kids home. The kids were very affectionate with Song Shuxian when they saw her. While talking about their experiences on the way, Song Shuxian told them about a bridge. In her story, she mentioned that she was a bit scared of the bridge and didn't want to cross it. But there was a little boy, about the same age as them, who crossed the bridge with his mom. She said, "Mom thought if the little kids can do it, maybe I can try too. So I told Dad to make sure to protect me, and then carefully walked onto the bridge." At that moment, I realized it wasn't so bad. I had just blown my fear out of proportion. I slowly made it across. On the way back, Mom wasn't scared at all and walked even faster than Dad. The kids praised their mom, saying she did a great job. They also told her, "Mom, if this happens again, don't be scared. We will show you how to do it, and you'll see that it's not scary after we do it." And Lulu also praised Dad, saying he did a great job protecting Mom. Wei Jiangwo couldn't help but laugh. His kids were quite understanding. Once the kids fell asleep, Wei Jiangwo finally asked his question, "Honey, I noticed that almost all the moms I know try to be perfect in front of their kids, doing everything they can to remove all obstacles for them. Why would you openly admit to being timid? Aren't you worried about losing your authority in front of the children?" Song Shuxian replied in surprise, "I'm just an ordinary person. Why do I need to be authoritative? Besides, I'm human, and humans have emotions like joy, anger, sadness, and desire. They are my children, so they should know the real me." Song Shuxian never saw An and Lulu as just kids. She viewed them as independent individuals. Wei Jiangwo lay there, deep in thought, recalling how Song Shuxian interacted with the two children and reflecting on their personalities and behaviors. In the end, he realized that Song Shuxian was right. He spent so much time thinking not just because of the children, but because he saw his own training issues through them. The next day, Wei Jiangwo went directly to talk to comrade Zhao Qiyang about his new decision. He said, "I think there's a problem with our training. Everyone has emotions, and expecting them to be emotionless training machines is against human nature. From now on, I will lead all the training. Their goal will be to surpass me, and if they do, they will be rewarded. The rewards can include watching others train, choosing who trains, or enjoying a meal while watching others train. The top 5 each month can come to my house for a meal. They can prepare the food, and I'll provide the venue and cooking skills." Zhao Qiyang found this idea good. This approach creates a common goal for them and helps build teamwork. "What made you think of this suddenly?" Wei Jiangwo shared the interactions between Song Shuxian and the children. "My wife has never treated the kids as extensions of adults. She has always encouraged their independent thinking and respects their choices. She also doesn't suppress their emotions. Instead, she teaches them how to express and manage their feelings. I believe our training should be similar. If a spring is pulled too tightly, it can break. There needs to be a balance." Zhao Qiyang could only silently give a thumbs up. "Your wife is impressive. Her family must have a strong educational background." Wei Jiangwo shook his head. "I guess we can say we come from a family that values education. My wife loves reading, and since she is a translator, she often comes across many foreign books. She learns a bit of everything from both Western and Eastern cultures." Wei Jiangwo said this half-jokingly. Zhao Qiyang became interested. "Translator? What languages does your sister-in-law know?" "There's nothing wrong with sharing this. English, German, Russian, and recently, she seems to be self-studying Mongolian out of boredom." "Why do you ask?" Zhao Qiyang gave him a friendly slap on the back. "That's great. You have such a treasure at home, and didn't mention it. The military district has been looking for a reliable teacher to teach the soldiers Mongolian. This is the political officer's job, and since Wei Jiangwo is mainly focused on training, he hadn't noticed. What do you think? Can you ask your sister-in-law to come and teach those kids?" Wei Jiangwo didn't promise for Song Shuxian. "If it's English, my wife might be more skilled. As for Mongolian, my son is quite interested and talks about it all the time, but my wife only knows a little, so she might not be very good at it. You could ask Colonel Yang's wife. She is Mongolian and already speaks the language." Zhao Qiyang replied, "We've tried that. This issue started with Yang's group. You know, it's a bit inconvenient not to speak Mongolian around here. We've tried many people, but the biggest problem is that while they can speak it, they can't teach it well. They often just translate word for word, which doesn't work. Old Yang's group had no other options and came to us for help. We use many resources from this area for training, and to avoid putting the commander in a tough spot, we need to help out. You should ask your sister-in-law if she can learn and teach at the same time. You all need to approach my wife yourself. You should also assess if she is suitable for this. Zhao Qiang understood his concerns. After parting ways, he went straight to talk to the leaders. If Song Shuxian is available, it would save them a lot of trouble. When applying for someone from above, who knows what kind of personality or character they will bring, it's much better to have someone you know well. Plus, there are very few people who speak Mongolian, so it's uncertain if they can even find someone. Wei Jiangwo has also figured things out. The team he is leading is, to be precise, an experimental team. However, he has higher expectations for himself and wants to become a model for future special forces. After careful consideration, Wei Jiangwo realized he has the capability to do this. He remembers Song Shuxian saying that educated people have a stronger ability to learn and improve themselves, can quickly grasp new knowledge, and adapt to new environments. They communicate more precisely and can persuade others more easily. Their perspectives, understanding, and reaction times are also better than those who are uneducated. From this perspective, he needs to help these soldiers improve their education. Just basic literacy is not enough. The group of soldiers currently playing around on the playground has no idea that their commander has come up with a new way to train them. Thinking of it, Wei Jiangwo immediately returned to the office to look for information and write a report. In doing so, he realized the importance of having a sharp mind. Soldiers with quick thinking go further. He hopes that everyone under his command can have a bright future. Little does Song Shuxian know that the things she teaches her two children would inspire Wei Jiangwo so much. When invited to the military district, Song Shuxian was a bit confused and had no idea what was happening. It wasn't until Commander Yang and Political Commissar Ma came over that she started to grasp the situation. Of course, she was just a little confused. She wasn't scared because she knew she hadn't done anything wrong. In stark contrast to her were Commander Yang and Political Commissar Ma, who entered with bright expressions. After hearing their requests, Song Shuxian felt speechless. This was a case of desperate measures. Commander Yang, Political Commissar Ma, since we are neighbors, I won't use formalities. My learning ability is indeed a bit stronger than average, but there's a prerequisite. I need someone to teach me. I only know a few phrases in Mongolian because I hear and speak it every day, but I haven't learned it systematically, so I can't teach others. Also, I don't have any books for learning Mongolian. Anin learned her Mongolian from Yuri Gala, who learned from Saren. Clearly, Saren is more suitable for this task. Commander Yang sighed. Saren came over to try this idea first. After that, she found a few local soldiers and veterans. None of them were suitable. They all had a common problem. They could only talk, but when teaching, they were all over the place, lacking a clear system. The soldiers struggled to learn. It took a long time for them to remember a few phrases, but they would forget them immediately after. Song Shuxian guessed they were memorizing without understanding. Facing a completely unfamiliar language, it was normal to forget if they just memorized without any logic. She asked Commander Yang and Political Commissar Ma, I'm not sure if I can ask this, so if you can't answer, just ignore my question. Is the purpose of teaching the soldiers to help them communicate better with the locals? She didn't know if this was sensitive information, but she trusted Saren and Sister Guan enough to ask. Commander Yang and the others were straightforward. Yes, poor communication has caused us a lot of trouble. We also need to communicate with the local Mongolian people. Song Shuxian, as a military wife, felt a sense of responsibility and seriously suggested, I think the best way to learn a language is to immerse them in that language environment. It's clearly not suitable to place all the soldiers in local families. Could we set a specific time when everyone must communicate in Mongolian? Then we could find a few people who speak Mongolian to guide them, allowing them to learn through practice. The same goes for lessons. It would be best if they could master what they learned that day without taking too much training time. Of course, if needed, I can come over to help. Although Song Shuxian preferred to stay at home, she was willing to work and was happy to help the military. When it came to learning, Commander Yang and the others were quite clueless. They decided to try out Song Shuxian's suggestion. So, the plan was set. It was a bit hasty, but made sense. In the following days, Song Shuxian and Saren came to the military district for 2 hours every day. Everyone witnessed Song Shuxian's impressive ability. They were sure she initially didn't know Mongolian at all. But as long as someone explained something to her once, she could remember it. And soon, she will be able to apply what she has learned. The most impressive part is that her ability to summarize and remember is excellent. She can create targeted training based on each soldier's weaknesses. She is also very good at motivating her students, always telling stories to keep everyone engaged. If Song Shuxian knew that someone thought this way about her, she would definitely say that these soldiers who don't like studying are just like Lele, who dislikes studying classical literature. In fact, she didn't do much. The stories were provided by Saren and a few other teachers, and the lesson content was also from them. She only knew what to teach 3 days earlier than the soldiers. Seeing this learning outcome, Captain Yang and Political Commissar Ma couldn't stop smiling, saying, "This time, we found the right person. Yes, finally we don't have to worry anymore. I always thought Wei Jiangwo's 2 kids were smart and cultured. It turns out they take after their mother. I don't know how that rough guy Wei Jiangwo found such a wonderful wife. I'm really envious. With a mother like her teaching them, the future of those 2 kids is limitless. I even want to send my son over for her to teach him a bit." Political Commissar Ma glanced at Captain Yang, a look that said a lot, as if to say, "Don't you think everyone wants that?" But it's not that simple. She isn't a teacher. Captain Yang was just thinking, his son wasn't the type to settle down and study either. That kid would probably end up as a soldier too. Later, the school in the family compound approached Song Shuxian, hoping she could come teach. Teacher Zhao would teach grades 1 to 3, and she would teach grades 4 and 5. Song Shuxian declined. Being a translator is great. The pay is good, and the hours are flexible. She doesn't enjoy being around a bunch of kids every day. It's too tiring. Recently, Wei Jiangwo has been going to work, and he can feel the envious looks from old Yang and the others every day. He always just smiles proudly in response. Wei Jiangwo's report was approved, and now the higher-ups realize the importance of cultural knowledge. In some big cities, they require at least a middle school diploma for enlistment. The courses in Wei Jiangwo's area are mainly handled by him and Zhao Qiang. They are figuring things out as they go, taking everything step by step. It was also at this time that everyone remembered that Wei Jiangwo's education level is quite high. He had studied for a year at a military academy. When it was time for the lesson, it became clear that he had a lot of knowledge. When they encountered some difficult topics, he could even share historical stories to deepen their understanding. Wei Jiangwo would never admit that he heard those stories from An and Lele. After sticking to his training method for 2 months, the results were remarkable. Now the soldiers had only one goal: to surpass Wei Jiangwo. Everyone was working hard for this goal. Their minds became sharper, and they came up with various clever tricks, making Wei Jiangwo feel both pain and joy every day. The team also became more united and in sync. Regarding rewards, Wei Jiangwo kept his promise. The top 5 each month would be invited to his home for a special meal. They could enjoy all kinds of meat and vegetables freely. Of course, Wei Jiangwo cooked everything himself because he didn't want to trouble his wife. He also wanted to secretly give them some nourishing food to help improve their health and gradually enhance their potential. They even turned the training rewards into a fun game. The last place had to wash everyone's dirty socks, the second to last had to sing for everyone, and the last 3 had to take silly photos as requested by the class. The first place could eat dinner early and enjoy Wei Jiangwo's jerky while watching their teammates train. There were countless such examples. This kind of training yielded great results, with everyone making significant progress, and the entire team became incredibly cohesive. The busy lives of the couple resulted in their 2 little ones becoming quite mischievous. When they smiled, they showed off their big white teeth, even in the dark. With the strong winds and scorching sun on the grasslands, as the weather warmed up, An and Lele ran around with the kids from the neighborhood every day. Song Shuxian was worried sick. This was not the gentlemanly image she had hoped for. Would they still grow up to be as refined as she imagined? She felt like crying without tears. However, Wei Jiangwo thought it was better for the kids to be like this. Boys should be a bit rough and carefree, as long as they were healthy. He would be more worried if they grew up to be too delicate. In his heart, he praised old Yang and old Ma 1,000 times, but he didn't dare to show it in front of his wife. It's a joke. After so many years of marriage, he should understand his wife. She cleans up quietly and unexpectedly. Don't ask how he knows. If you ask, it's all experience. There are no tricks, just experience, and it's a bittersweet story. Song Shuxian gets upset seeing his expression. Doesn't she know what he's thinking? She doesn't want to raise her children to be soft. Boys should be a bit tougher. She just has a bit of a preference for looks and doesn't want to overlook her children's appearance. Wei Jiangwo can't bear to see his wife disappointed, so he comforts her in a different way, saying, "Honey, don't you think a young general in fine clothes on a spirited horse is also very handsome?" Song Shuxian nods vigorously. Just imagine, a young general like a ray of dawn, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in armor, standing proudly in the morning light. Dressed well and full of energy, he is both wisdom and strength, aiming to protect the country. She can't think about it anymore. The more she does, the more she wants to dress like a boy and join in. Why does Song Shuxian care so much about her children's looks? It's because of her unfortunate brother. After dreaming he became a rough, bearded man last time, she saw it clearly this time. Her soft, sweet little brother, who looks at her with big, wet eyes and calls her sister, turned into a rough man with a big beard. The key is, he drank and got beer on his beard, wiped his mouth with his hand, and said, "Let's go, everyone, get on the horses." Song Shuxian jolted awake, drenched in sweat. They say nephews resemble their uncles, and she fears if her children grow up like that, she won't recognize them. Wei Jiangwo is the roughest person she knows, yet he keeps himself clean every day. The first thing he does when he gets home is take a shower. He washes his underwear daily, knows his feet smell, and never brings his shoes inside. He has a special spot in the yard. Whenever he has time, Wei Jiangwo cleans up, showing great diligence. Wei Jiangwo. Honey, you're right. I love cleanliness. It's not that I'm trying to impress you at home. Song Shuxian turns back to the room, spreads paper, and begins to draw, soon bringing a rough man to life on the page. When Wei Jiangwo returned from training, he saw a rough-looking man at his wife's table. Before he could feel jealous, he noticed that this man resembled his son. Soon Anan and Lulu came back. Song Shuxian held out a drawing to the three of them and said apologetically, "And Lulu, I feel a bit sorry for you. This is what I dreamed about during the day, how you'll look when you grow up. I woke up scared and quickly drew it for you to see." And Lulu looked at the ugly man in the drawing and shook their heads in denial. "Mom, I'm not that ugly," one said. "Mom, I'm better looking than that." Wei Jiangwo glanced at the drawing and then at his two sons. He had to admit, the resemblance was striking. He closed his eyes tightly. He didn't want to admit that he was also startled. The drawing was too rough, like a bandit. Song Shuxian pretended to be serious. "I hope you won't look like this. To motivate you, I'm giving you this drawing. You should stand in front of it every day, look closely, and talk to him. Always remind yourselves not to look like this. If you accidentally grow up looking like this, don't call me Mom when you go out.
Call me Aunt Qian Qian.
You can call me Mom when you're at home." Wei Jiangwo struggled to hold back his laughter, nearly pinching himself to stop. His wife was so clever, and calling her Aunt Qian Qian would surely scare the kids. And Lula nodded seriously, determined to call their mom when they went out, making sure they wouldn't look like that. They promised their mom, "Don't worry, we'll never look like that. We want to be as handsome as you." Clumsy brother. Boys shouldn't say handsome. We should grow up to be strong like Mom. Wei Jiangwo could no longer contain himself. He quickly said, "Wife, I'll hang up the drawing," and went to the kids' room. Laughter erupted from the room. Song Shuxian was satisfied with her plan and left happily. What was her intention? She just wanted the kids to recognize their uncle and talk to him every day. Uncle, sister, dear sister, thank you. You've been out working hard for half a month, and look at this mess. Recently, Song Shuxian has experienced the benefits of creating a language-rich environment. Her Mongolian has improved rapidly. In just a short time, she can communicate fluently with others. Finding good methods, she decided to share them with her 2 children so they can also learn languages easily. Now, the Song family has a new activity called English Time. During this time, everyone must speak English. If someone doesn't know a word, it's okay to describe it in English and others will help. They can talk about fun stories or share what they want to know. However, everyone must participate. To encourage active involvement, Song Shuxian set up a reward and punishment system. Specifically, if someone makes a mistake while writing, they add a mark. The person with the most marks at the end faces a fun consequence. The punishments are varied, including impersonations, standing on one leg, push-ups, telling jokes, and performances. Currently, the only person in their family who hasn't faced a punishment is Song Shuxian. And En and Lele are always brainstorming ways to make Song Shuxian face a consequence. They have planned to take her across the bridge their mom mentioned. Children are always full of curiosity. Song Shuxian is also great at describing scenery, and she even painted a picture to express her feelings at that moment, which has piqued the children's curiosity. Together, they are eager to see it. In this environment, the children's English has improved significantly, and they can now communicate simply. In Spring on the Grasslands, everything comes back to life, and Song Shuxian finally feels refreshed as she sheds her heavy winter clothes. The teaching at the military base has also come to a close, and Song Shuxian and Saren have returned to their usual lives. Around 8 o'clock, Saren came to find Song Shuxian, saying, "Qianqian, I'm going to pick wild vegetables. Do you want to come?" "Sure. Wait for me a moment while I change my clothes." This winter has been tough for her, and now that she can go out, Song Shuxian quickly gets ready. She changes and tidies up in just 10 minutes. "Let's go, I'm ready. We still need to wait for Tian. She'll be here soon." The 2 of them walked into the yard, waiting for Tian while chatting. "Is it far? How do we get there?" Song Shuxian asked. "It's a bit far. We need to go up the mountain over there. The grassland is just starting to thaw, and the wild vegetables haven't grown yet. But there are quite a few in the big green mountain. Let's go and see if we get lucky." As long as they could go out, Song Shuxian didn't mind. "Are you riding bicycles?" "Yes, I'm pushing mine. It's a bit far, and if we walk, we won't make it in time. Then I'll ride my horse. It's been a while since I took Qian out in the winter cold." Song Shuxian brought out Qian, and her boyfriend, the rather unattractive wild horse, followed her. "Li Zai, why are you following us? You're so clingy. You can't be away from Qian for a moment," Song Shuxian said.
Li Zai,
"I have such a beautiful wife, and since I'm still young, I have to stay close. Don't think I don't know. If it weren't for my wife insisting, you wouldn't want to take care of me. You really don't know my worth." Li Zai is the name of the wild horse. It's a nice name, chosen by Song Shuxian. Wei Jiangwo disliked that it was so attached to Qian and wanted to call it Patch, saying it matched the white fur on its belly, looking like a patch. And Lele also named it. One was called Brown Face because its face is brown. The other was named Molly, saying its fur is brown and rough, not smooth, feeling a bit coarse. At this moment, it was clear they were like a father and son, both protective and poor at naming. Song Shuxian used her veto power. She didn't want to call out Brown Face, Molly, or Patch when they went out in the future. Those names were too hard to say. Combining their 3 names, she decided to call it Li Zai. Originally, she wanted to name it Li Bao, but the 3 of them opposed it, so Song Shuxian took a step back. Tian arrived quickly, bringing along Si Hu on her bicycle. Si Hu didn't go to school today. He woke up late and was late for school. We can drop him off on our way. And Lele was sent to school by Song Shuxian this year to help teacher Zhao with the workload. The 2 of them had finished all the 1st and 2nd grade lessons, and their daily task was to teach the kids and play with them. they are young, and at first some kids were not convinced and wanted to compete with them. In the end, they lost badly. A 9-year-old boy lost to two 5-year-olds, and he was so upset. He raised his fist to hit. Anan and Lulu were not afraid because they had the four tigers. The four tigers had trained in martial arts with Tian Tian since they were little, and with Song Shu Qian secretly helping them with special energy drinks, their physical abilities were impressive. It was no problem for them to handle a 9-year-old. After being hit, the boy cried loudly, upset that he lost to 3 little kids. How could he still be the big brother after that? Song Shu Qian had talked to teacher Zhao a long time ago, saying that as long as the 2 kids did well in school, she wouldn't think about working there at all. If they didn't do well, that might change. On one side were 2 kids who could help share the workload without threatening her job, and on the other side was a troublesome little boy. Teacher Zhao was leaning toward the kids. Anan and Lula had no worries and happily went to school. On the way, Tian Tian rode her bike carefully. Song Shu Qian blinked and, after sending off the 4 tigers, asked, "What's going on with you?" Tian Tian whispered to them, "It seems like I might be pregnant. My period hasn't come this month." All 3 loved children and were genuinely happy for Tian Tian. Having another one is great. Having just one child feels a bit lonely. Song Shu Qian instinctively touched her belly and calculated the days. She realized she might also be pregnant. Sarun was envious. She wanted to have a few more kids. After giving birth to Jiri Jiela, she had been careful for the first 2 years, but since then, nothing had happened. Logically, they had been busy at night, so it shouldn't be the case. Each of the 3 had their own thoughts as they walked toward Dakingshan. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Sarun introduced, "This area is close to the family compound, and every so often, someone comes to clear the game in the mountains, so it's very safe. We can dig here without worry." Worried that Song Shu Qian and the others might not recognize the plants, Sarun carefully explained, "This one is called bitter herb. It helps cool the body, and we eat it a lot in summer. You can make salads or buns with it. When you pick it, be careful of the white sap on the roots. It can stain your clothes and is hard to wash out." "Okay, don't worry." 3 people were digging while chatting. Song Shu Qian saw a type of grass that looked very similar to the one she saw at Saren's house last time, the kind that can sting. "Saren, look at this. Is it the prickly grass?" "Yes, that's it. This grass can sting, so make sure to wear gloves when you pick it." "Can this be eaten?"
You can eat it at this time.
"If it's about 2 inches long, it's good. If it grows longer, it becomes tough. When you get home, sauté it with some lard and add a bit of potato. It has a very special taste. Everyone around here loves to eat it." Listening to Saren's introduction, Song Shu Qian and Tian Tian were curious and decided to gather some. Saren said, "After the rain, a type of wild vegetable will appear that is very delicious. I'll bring you here to see it." The 3 agreed and continued digging. Song Shu Qian and Tian Tian were very careful, making sure each step was solid to avoid slipping. Saren, who had experience, asked Song Shu Qian, "Do you have good news too?" "Just now, Tian Tian said she has news, and I realized my period hasn't come this month. I'm going to the hospital with Tian Tian later to check, just in case." Tian Tian and Song Shu Qian exchanged a glance, as if they understood each other's thoughts. Tian Tian said, "Is it because of the 2 children that Sister Guan adopted?" Song Shu Qian nodded. "I wasn't sure about having kids, but with Enin and Lele at home, it's enough. But now that Sister Guan has taken in 2 kids, who can guarantee they won't send more my way in the future? Since I have to raise kids, I prefer to raise my own." Tian Tian nodded. "I think the same. You can't refuse this kind of thing. Refusing means you aren't ready. I don't care about being ready. If I take in kids, it could be neglecting them, and not taking care of them could be harmful too. Since I have to have kids, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Once I have them, no one will bother me for 4 years." For years later, Tian Tian didn't say it, but Song Shu Qian knew things would change then, and there wouldn't be such absurd situations anymore. She had said this before. Saren looked at them with envy, and Tian Tian and Song Shu Qian noticed. They came closer and quietly shared some advice. "Maybe you're not doing it right." There are some positions that make it easier to get pregnant. You should try this. Or that. You still have time, so make sure to choose the right time to try. During that time, you should eat more vegetables, soybeans, and pig liver, and make sure Lao Yang eats more fish, beans, and chives. Saren, who has already had a child, felt embarrassed and blushed as if she were meeting her good friends for the first time. Tian said cheerfully, "Don't be shy. These are things we share among sisters, based on everyone's experiences." Saren looked at Song Shuxian, who nodded, "I've tried it." Determined, Saren decided to go home and try it with Lao Yang. "Let's go to my house for lunch. The three of us can cook together, and then we can head straight to the hospital after we wake up," Song Shuxian suggested. Saren and Tian agreed. Once back at Song Shuxian's house, the three began preparing lunch. Saren told the two of them, "You both take a break. I'll handle this. If it really happens, we need to be careful." Having done this before, Song Shuxian was no longer as cautious as she had been when she was pregnant with Anan. "Don't worry, I'm in great shape, and there's nothing to worry about." Tian added, "As long as we watch our steps and don't trip, we'll be fine." It's strange. After knowing each other for so many years, neither of them had even caught a little cold. Their health was remarkable. Seeing that it was almost time, Song Shuxian instructed Lightning, take Moang, Fudian, and Huzi to pick up the younger ones from school and bring Yuri Gala back to our house. Lightning barked twice and left with its little companions. Saren said, "Every time I see them, I'm amazed. Your dogs are incredibly smart. Sometimes when I talk to them, I feel like they understand." Song Shuxian blinked her innocent big eyes at Saren and said, "They really do understand. You don't think I'm just making this up, do you? They are very smart dogs. They are military dogs, after all. I often talk to them and they can understand some key words. Also, dogs are very sensitive to the frequency and tone of human voices. They can sense their owner's emotions and guess what they mean. You see, military dogs and their trainers usually have a deep connection." Song Shuxian spoke half-truths. She didn't want anyone to think their dog was too smart and raise suspicions. To be fair, she had put a lot of effort and time into training the dogs. Saren truly believed Song Shuxian's words. In Mongolian culture, everything has a spirit. Before long, the sound of barking dogs and children's laughter came from outside. Hearing this, the three mothers got up and called their children over to help tidy up a bit before dinner. Today's lunch consisted of fresh wild vegetables they had gathered in the morning. After eating the same radishes and cabbages all winter, the kids were thrilled to have something different. Moreover, none of the three mothers were stingy with the food, adding plenty of oil. And while eating, praised her mother, "Mom, you worked hard. Next time, take me with you to gather wild vegetables. I can help too. You should rest well." Although Song Shuxian was used to her child's thoughtfulness, she responded seriously, "Thank you, Anan. I'm very happy my son is so considerate." "Lele wants to help Mom gather wild vegetables too," Lele chimed in, eager to show he was also a good son. "That's great. You both focus on your studies first. When you have a break, I'll take you to gather vegetables. You can work while I rest." Tian and Saren envied them. Both were sons, but the differences were too big. Their own children hardly said a kind word. In the afternoon, after the kids went to school, Song Shuxian and the two others headed straight to the clinic. After explaining their purpose, the old doctor asked Tian to place her hand on the pulse pillow. "Switch to the other hand," the doctor said. Tian was initially relaxed, but after chatting with her friends in the morning, she felt a strange sense of anticipation. The old doctor diagnosed her and said, "Congratulations, you are pregnant, about a month and a half along." Tian couldn't hide her smile. It was really happening. Song Shuxian sat down and said, "Doctor, could you please check me as well?" After examining her, the old doctor looked at Song Shuxian for a while before taking her pulse. After some time, he said, "Congratulations, you are also pregnant, but it's still early, less than a month, so it might not be noticeable yet." The old doctor spoke slowly and calmly. Song Shuxian was almost scared to death. "Doctor, is there something wrong with my body or the babies?" The old doctor continued at his slow pace. "Don't worry, let me explain. Both you and the baby are fine, no problems. I've seen this situation before. Do you have a family history of twins? Yes, I have already given birth to a pair of twin sons. The old doctor nodded. That makes sense. This pregnancy is likely also twins, which is why you are feeling more symptoms early on. Take care of yourself, avoid heavy work, and pay attention to your nutrition. Come back next week, and I'll check again. Song Shuxian felt happy, her eyes sparkling with joy. She was a traditional woman who believed in the importance of family and raising children. Although she was now in a modern environment, her love for children remained unchanged. Previously, Wei Jianghua was reluctant to have another child, worried about her health and his ability to care for 3 kids. She accepted this and waited for the right time. After hearing about Sister Guan's situation, she realized she shouldn't wait and should pursue her desires. Sa Ren looked visibly downcast. Song Shuxian exchanged a glance with Tian and urged Sa Ren to sit down. Doctor, please check her too. Since she had her first child, she hasn't been able to conceive again. Can you see if there's an issue? We want to prepare for another baby. Sa Ren was a typical woman of this era, from a remote and less developed area. She had received very traditional education and discussing personal matters, including her menstrual cycle, with the old doctor made her feel embarrassed. She was even more uncomfortable with the idea of undressing for an examination. She tried to stand up, but was gently restrained by Song Shuxian and Tian. Not wanting to argue with the 2 pregnant women, she sat back down. Tian reassured her, "This is traditional Chinese medicine. It's just a pulse check." Finally, Sa Ren settled down and listened to the doctor. After the examination, the doctor said, "There's nothing serious. You have internal dampness and heat, which is affecting your uterus and causing poor blood flow. A couple of herbal remedies will help." Saren couldn't believe it. "No problem? I just mentioned the issue, right? It's nothing serious, don't worry." Saren's smile stretched from ear to ear. She had kept this to herself for so long. After leaving the hospital, Song Shuxian said, "Saren, remember to try the tricks we taught you. They work wonders and will surely keep Mr. Yang interested." Saren shot them a glare, wondering how they could be so cheeky. She had misjudged them. Song Shuxian had no idea what Saren was thinking. If she did, she would definitely tease her for being so old-fashioned. In her past life, Song Shuxian had seen it all. The dirty dealings of the powerful were unimaginable to ordinary people. Despite her young age, she had learned about these matters. Her mother had arranged for her to study them during her final days. After leaving the hospital, the 3 went home. Song Shuxian lay on her recliner and took a drop of elixir, which would protect her child. Her hand instinctively rested on her belly. She sensed there was another child, and she had a feeling it might be twins. Before she knew it, she fell asleep. Song Shuxian was awakened by the sound of her children returning. "You're back. How was school today? Do you have anything to share with Mommy?" Anin was the first to respond, sounding quite mature. "Mom, they were really silly. They needed several explanations for something so simple." He seemed to think he was talking about some clueless kids. Little did he know, he was the youngest among them. Song Shuxian happily played along. "Wow, Arnon is amazing. You patiently taught your classmates. You are so responsible, a great little teacher." Both of her children were very smart, but overly intelligent kids might find their peers immature and hesitate to fit in. They could also become arrogant and lonely because everything came easily to them. Every parent feels for their child, and Song Shuxian didn't want to see her struggle like that. So after they turned 5, she rarely offered help unless they asked for it. She enjoyed watching them navigate small challenges and learn from minor setbacks. As long as they didn't seek her help, she remained a spectator. But she doesn't neglect the 2 children. She gives them lots of emotional support. Thanks to her good literary skills, Song Shuxian's compliments are always unique. Every day, she can make the 2 children laugh happily. She also reviews things with the kids once a week. Each of them has a little notebook for their reflections. Lele interrupted her thoughts, saying, "Mom, I want a sandbag. Throwing sandbags is really fun." "Sure, I can make one for you later. Do you know what we should put inside?" Now the three of them were puzzled. They had no idea what would be good to use. Food was definitely not an option. That would be a waste. Sand or stones wouldn't work either, as they could be dangerous if they hit the kids. After brainstorming, they still couldn't come up with a solution. So Song Shuqian decided, let's wait for Dad to come home. He'll know what to do. It's always good to ask Dad for help. Having made a plan, the three of them put the matter aside. Anan seemed shy, as if he wanted to say something, but didn't know how. Song Shuqian asked, is there something you want to tell Mom? Didn't we agree to be good friends for life? You can tell me anything. Anan spoke for both of them, saying, Mom, all my classmates have younger siblings. We want one too. Song Shuqian was just trying to figure out how to explain the idea of siblings to the kids, so this was a perfect moment. She asked, oh, why do you want a sibling? Isn't it good to have just the two of you? That way, all of Mom's time is for you, and everything in the house belongs to you. Lele looked at Song Shuqian as if she didn't understand, saying, Mom, I don't want to always be the younger one. I want to be an older brother too. And Mom, wouldn't it be nice to have more siblings to help take care of you? Just think about a cute little baby calling you Mom. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Song Shuqian.
Wow, this kid is really clever. If she could fulfill his wish, she wouldn't be a mom anymore. Song Shuqian started to play along, saying, Mom has experienced that too. When you two were little, you were both cute and chased after me calling Mom. And I was not giving up. Mom, we are smelly boys. Just think about a sweet little sister in a cute dress calling you Mommy.
Song Shuqian.
Wow, so they want a sister. Mommy has experienced that too. You both wore little dresses when you were younger and called me Mommy. The two kids were stunned, unable to process the thought of them in little dresses. Song Shuqian kept a serious face, but was laughing inside. Lele asked Mom, we are boys. Yes, you are boys. Oh, back then you were so little and cute. I couldn't resist trying it just once. After that, Dad told me not to dress boys in little dresses, so I stopped. The kids patted their chests, relieved that Dad was sensible and saved them. Song Shuqian laughed, finding it so much fun to tease the kids. She thought about showing them pictures when they were older. And En and Lele looked at each other, wanting a sibling but unsure how to convince Mom. Seeing they hadn't given up, Song Shuqian softened a bit. Actually, having a brother or sister could be nice. I've felt the joy of a little one calling me Mommy. You two have never experienced a little one calling you brother. Oh, that feeling is so special. It's a pity you don't have a sibling. Lele said, Mom, let's have one. When the baby comes, we can take care of them. Song Shuqian thought about it, but how can you ensure that the newborn will be as well-behaved as you were? What if the baby cries a lot? Anan replied, Mom, as the older siblings, you can trust us. Once we have a brother or sister, we will take care of them. We can play with them and help them grow up.
Song Shuqian.
Oh, so they want to be little teachers at home too. Lele added, Mom, you can just guide us. If we don't teach them well, you can step in. Song Shuqian decided to take a step back. Let me think about it, and I'll discuss it with your dad tonight. I'll let you know the result tomorrow, okay? The two children nodded eagerly, their eyes full of hope. Song Shuqian suddenly had an idea. It wouldn't be bad to let Anan and Lulu help raise the children. She still hoped that the kids could work together in the future, and the best way to do that was to let them spend more time together. At the same time, it could also help establish a bit of authority for Anan, with the older child leading the group. With her watching over them, there wouldn't be any problems. After all, she had started taking care of her younger brother at a young age too. And En and Lulu had no idea how big of a responsibility they were taking on. In the future, whenever their younger siblings got into trouble, Song Shuqian would come to them for answers. Feeling pleased with her plan, Song Shuqian made her two sons promise to help before she happily went to cook. The two children could assist with simple tasks like washing and picking vegetables. Times have changed, and they wouldn't have the luxury of servants, so they needed to learn to take care of themselves. Song Shuqian always knew what needed to be done. Wei Jiangwo came home a bit late today. Song Shuqian was worried about him, leaning back in her chair waiting for his return. When Wei Jiangwo came home and saw the light still on, He tiptoed into the room and found his wife sleeping peacefully. He gently carried her to the bed and tucked her in. As soon as he moved, Song Shuqian woke up. "Dear, you're back. The food is warming on the stove. Clean up and let's eat." Once Wei Jiangwo finished eating, Song Shuqian couldn't wait to share the good news. "Dear, you're going to be a dad again." As soon as she said that, Wei Jiangwo choked on his bun, coughing loudly. After he finally calmed down, he looked at Song Shuqian in shock. "So soon? How long has it been?" "About a month." It was almost as soon as they stopped being careful that it happened. Wei Jiangwo gently placed his hand on his wife's belly, stroking it softly. As a local, Wei Jiangwo naturally wanted a big family. He had previously been hesitant only because he worried that his wife might be overwhelmed. Now that we have received this good news, her eyes are smiling with joy. "Wife, it looks like you'll have to work hard again." Song Shuqian snuggled in his arms, feeling his heartbeat. After 5 years of marriage, this man has given her all his love. Song Shuqian can feel that in Wei Jiangwo's heart, she holds a more important place than their several children. The couple is closely connected. "Honey, it seems like we might be having twins this time." The doctor said, "I am still early in my pregnancy and usually it shouldn't show up so soon. The early reactions might indicate 2 babies. We need to go for another checkup next week." "I'll go with you." Hearing that there might be 2 babies, Wei Jiangwo felt a bit anxious. They say twins are great, but only those who are pregnant know how heavy the burden is on the body and how tough it can be. Wei Jiangwo knows that he can't help much at home. He started thinking about how to arrange things better. As the team leader, he has fewer missions now, so he can take care of the family more. Then he asked his wife, "Honey, how about we hire someone to help at home? The situation here in the family compound isn't too complicated, so we don't have to worry about complaints. I know someone who has plenty of experience caring for children and pregnant women. She used to work for a wealthy family. Now that her family is small, if we promise to support her in her old age, she can come and take care of you." Song Shuqian felt a bit worried. Will someone like that cause any trouble? "Don't worry, we can just say she is a distant relative. I will handle the application process, and everything will go through the proper channels. If there are any complaints, we won't be afraid." Having someone like her around to take care of you during your pregnancy means you won't have to worry about laundry and cooking. After the baby is born, it will also ease your burden. Just to make the application easier, you might need to give some lessons to the soldiers from time to time. Compared to doing housework, Song Shuqian preferred teaching, so she agreed to Wei Jiangwo's suggestion without hesitation. Wei Jiangwo had his reasons for saying this. This time, he was going to the army to learn Mongolian, and the results of his strict focus on cultural lessons were very good. Conditions here are tough, and bringing someone from elsewhere is not as convenient as using his wife's help. The key is that his wife is very capable. She can teach foreign languages, Chinese, and math, and she explains mechanical principles very well. Hiring her is like hiring many people at once, making it a great value. He has heard leaders express regret more than once that his wife is not a man. If she were, she could be specially recruited for some administrative roles, saving a lot of trouble. Not only his wife, but even their 2 children are recognized by many leaders. This all started after the 2 kids began school. The leaders also have children, and the kids inevitably talk about school when they come home. Hearing his own child go from being uncooperative to becoming good friends with the Wei family's kids, the leaders understood everything. His child became part of Song Shuqian's educational influence. The reason they turned a blind eye to Song Shuqian's little schemes is that their children genuinely learned something valuable. When Colonel Feng heard his grandson casually recite classical texts, he was shocked. He felt relieved that the school finally hired a reliable teacher who taught something useful. After learning that his grandson learned from 2 5-year-olds, he even secretly visited the school. Being wise with age, he could become a teacher himself. He is quite clever. But Song Shuqian openly used her talents, which he appreciated. He thought it was a bit of a waste for her to teach young children. Now that she is willing to teach these rough soldiers, Colonel Feng had no objections. Wei Jiangwo's report was easily approved. Of course, The leaders also mentioned that everything should be kept low-key, saying that she was just a relative coming to stay. Before they knew it, it was time for the hospital checkup. Early in the morning, Wei Jiangwo got the two kids ready and sent them off to school, then turned back to wake his wife. Since finding out she was pregnant, his wife had become very sleepy, often sleeping for 12 hours a day. Since she was home, Wei Jiangwo personally helped her with her morning routine and styled her hair. Once they were ready, the couple headed straight to the clinic. The old doctor was not busy. He was reading a newspaper. When he saw them, he put down the paper and said, "You're here, place your hand here." Still the same old methods of observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. The old doctor nodded, "Yes, indeed. Your health is very good, and you recovered well after your last delivery with no hidden issues. You've been feeling sleepy lately, but don't sleep too much. You should do some light exercise, like taking walks. The family compound is small, and there aren't many people, so everyone knows each other. The old man knows their living conditions, so he doesn't mention much about extra nutrition. He advises them you can eat more foods rich in folic acid like leafy greens, beans, and fruits. Don't forget about meat, eggs, and dairy. If you can, include some seafood like seaweed and fish. They are good for pregnant women." The old doctor only shares this advice with them. Those who can't even meet basic needs don't need to worry about balanced nutrition. Song Shuxian asked, "Doctor, how many are in my belly?" The doctor smiled, too. "Your body is really good, you're easily pregnant, and have a twin gene." Song Shuxian touched her belly. "Two is great. Like An and Lulu, the two children will grow up together and have a special bond." After learning many precautions from the doctor, Song Shuxian and her husband left. The old doctor watched the usually stern Commander Wei carefully protect his wife, seemingly saying something to cheer her up, feeling nostalgic for youth and missing his own wife. This old doctor is not an ordinary person. He was once a renowned national medical expert. When the wind picked up, sensing something was off, he mingled with the aid workers and settled here. Though conditions are a bit harsh, he hasn't suffered at all. And Lulu, wait a moment after dinner. Mommy has good news to share. Anan asked curiously, "Mommy, what good news? Can I tell a little early?" "No, you can only know after dinner." The two children, turned down by their mother, went to ask their father. However, their dad is completely smitten with their mom and ignores the kids. And Lulu decided not to play outside and quietly observe their parents, trying to find answers from their behavior. Song Shuxian and Wei Jiangwo allowed the kids to watch and even pretended to give some misleading hints to make them guess. After guessing many possibilities and getting them all wrong, Song Shuxian winked at Wei Jiangwo, silently asking if they should ease up a bit. Wei Jiangwo subtly nodded. Then, Song Shuxian intentionally protected her belly, occasionally touching it. Living in a family compound, the two children had seen many pregnant women and were familiar with their mother's behaviors. Anan suddenly exclaimed, "Mom, I figured it out. Are we getting a little brother or sister?" Lele couldn't believe it. "Really? That's amazing, Mom." Song Shuxian was also surprised. "Wow, how did you know? You're so smart. I wanted to surprise you. Yes, there is a little brother or sister in Mommy's belly." Anan and Lele happily hugged each other and jumped up and down. Wei Jiangwo lifted the two children, saying, "Mommy has granted your wish for a little brother or sister. But this year, Mommy will be very tired, so you both need to help take care of her. Don't let anyone touch Mommy's belly, and be careful where you walk to prevent her from tripping over small stones. You can also think about what gifts to give your little brother or sister when they arrive. Let's welcome them together as a family." Song Shuxian added, "Mommy will also ask the little brother or sister what gifts they want to bring for their two big brothers. They need to learn how to win your hearts since they are joining our big family." Song Shuxian's words had a playful tone that Anan and Lele had recently enjoyed. The two generously replied, "They are too small when they are born and won't know how to please the big brother, so let's give them a break for now." Song Shuxian tried hard not to laugh. Lele couldn't hold back and laughed loudly. "I'm finally going to be a big brother. I'm not the little one anymore." It was clear how much he disliked being the youngest. Song Shuxian patted her son's head and said, Mommy is having twins again, just like you two, so there will be 2 more children. We agreed that these will be the youngest in our family and Mommy and Daddy won't have any more kids after this. Anin and Lele asked, Mom, what if the little brother or sister wants a little brother or sister in the future? Then they can only feel regret. It's because Mom knew you first, so I have to fulfill your wishes. The 2 kids were very happy. Song Shuxian remembered seeing many military wives playing with kids in the family compound, joking that when a mom has a younger sibling, she won't love the older one as much. She wondered if anyone in this family compound would tease kids like that, so she decided to prepare the 2 children. Mom once heard an adult joke like that with kids. I don't know how you felt when you heard it, but I felt uncomfortable. You are both treasures born from my 10 months of pregnancy, and in my heart, you are the same. Besides, I have known you 2 longer. We've been together for 5 years, so even if I favored someone, it would be you too. Lele couldn't hold back when at home. Mom, someone told us that we must not let you have younger siblings. My brother pulled me away. When she tried to talk to us again, my brother let lightning bite her. Lele was a bit cautious when saying this, as Mom had told them not to let lightning bite anyone. Anin didn't take it seriously. His mom said that as long as the reason was good, it was fine to bite, as long as he didn't lose out. Song Shuxian hugged the 2 kids. Not losing out is great. Next time someone says something or does something that makes you uncomfortable, you must tell Mom right away. You 2 are still young and need my protection. When you grow a little older, I will let you handle things on your own. So, don't rush to grow up. Song Shuxian knew, and could understand. He was a very smart child with insights beyond his age. Anin hugged his mom tightly. He loved her very much, and no matter what he did, she would always be on his side. Song Shuxian continued to prepare them. When your younger siblings are born, they will be very small and won't be able to talk. That year, I might pay a bit more attention to them. If I seem to ignore you or do something wrong, you must tell me right away. We will always be good friends. Once they turn 2, you 2 will take care of them. At that point, they can stay in your room, and I will let go. The 2 children were still immersed in joy, completely ignoring their mother's words. They confidently promised that from now on, they would each take care of 1 child, so there would be no need to fight over them. Tian came over to chat with Song Shuxian about how to tell Sihua about the baby in her belly. Song Shuxian shared her clever plan, leaving Tian speechless. Can it really be done this way? Aren't you worried that Anin and Lele won't like the little ones? Song Shuxian shrugged it off. Anin and Lele are not the kind of kids who would feel jealous. They would be thrilled if we had another baby, so they could have a brother or sister to play with. You can ask Sihua if you don't believe me. Of course, I will still focus on educating Anin and Lele. The little ones will want to play with their older siblings and will be influenced by them. I won't spoil any of my children, especially the girls. Life can be tough for girls, so I can't let them grow up without understanding the world. I might pamper them a little, but they still need to learn everything. What Song Shuxian said was well thought out. She was genuinely worried that having another baby would make her neglect the older 2. As a first-time mom, she could only take it 1 step at a time and adjust if needed. Tian asked, "Do you want to find out the baby's gender? I heard that our old doctor is very skilled." Song Shuxian thought for a moment. In a few months, we will be able to tell. I need to check. If it's 2 boys, I won't prepare any clothes for them. Anin and Lele's old things are still in good condition, so we can just use those. If it's a girl, I will need to get 2 little dresses ready. I've noticed that this time, I feel much more relaxed. It's not like when I was pregnant with Anin and Lele, when I felt like they needed everything. Comparing the 2 experiences, it was indeed true. A good mindset leads to feeling relaxed. Plus, these 2 children are considerate, and Song Shuxian had no pregnancy symptoms, enjoying her meals. On the other hand, Tian's pregnancy was tough, making her feel nauseous all the time. She couldn't even stand the smell of meat. Just catching a whiff would make her sick. It was quite painful. Song Shuxian had no pregnancy symptoms, which often made her forget that she was pregnant. Thinking about how the wild vegetables are growing on the grassland, she got on her horse to go pick some. Wei Jiangwo was startled and quickly ran to grab Chiyun's reins. Wife, why are you riding? It's dangerous, get down. Song Shuxian replied, I'm fine. I haven't shown yet and now I can't do anything. Staying at home all day is driving me crazy. She accepted not going out on her own terms, but being forced to stay and made her uncomfortable. Maybe it's the pregnancy hormones. She feels she must do what she wants immediately, or she becomes very sad. Of course, she had the confidence to do this because of the special liquid that could keep her body in top shape. Seeing he couldn't change her mind, Wei Jiangwo joined her. Wife, we agreed to go slowly, no running. Song Shuxian accepted this and teased him. Okay, you're just too cautious. Wei Jiangwo quickly got ready, mounted his horse, and followed her to the grassland. The couple also brought bows and arrows. The other wives in the family compound were quite envious. Song is living such a carefree life. Her child is well-behaved, her husband loves her, and she can earn money. That's true. I've seen Wei wash clothes many times. I heard that whenever he has a break, he does all the chores. Look at how many years they've been married, and she still looks like a young girl. One wife suddenly chimed in, what's so great about it? A few days ago, I saw an happily learning to wash clothes with Wei. Such a little kid starting to work. This isn't something a caring mother would do. The speaker was a well-known, outspoken military wife, who always said what was on her mind without thinking. She would voice her opinions whenever things didn't go her way. Even the commander's family would hear her complaints. But she wasn't a bad person. She would help anyone in need. Living in the same compound, everyone understood each other's personalities and didn't take her comments too seriously. Someone explained to her, in the village, 5-year-olds can start learning to work. Is this a village? Both of them and their family earn money, and Wei Chuan's monthly salary is quite good, so they don't need to rely on the 2 kids. At this point, no one spoke up, not because they agreed with her, but because they didn't want to argue with her, knowing they would lose. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, the sister-in-law pouted and got up to leave. Once she was gone, everyone continued chatting, picking up on her earlier topic about Song Shuxian. Someone asked, has Xiao Song had a baby? Yes, I ran into them at the clinic last time, and Wei Chuan was so happy you could see it on his face. Does she still ride horses? The speaker was a military wife from the city, who had been very careful during her own pregnancy and hardly left the family area. A sister-in-law from the countryside said, what's the big deal? This is her second child. She knows what to expect and isn't as cautious. In my family, women work in the fields even when they are 7 or 8 months pregnant. Someone else asked, is Xiao Tian also expecting? Yes, they're both pregnant around the same time. That's what good friends do, having babies together. Their firstborns were also born close together. Everyone knew what was going on. Several women in the family area were pregnant recently. They all worried it might happen to their own families. Meanwhile, Song Shuxian was slowly making her way to the grassland under Wei Jiangwo's watchful eye. She was getting quite frustrated with him. If she got angry, he was only looking out for her, with all his concerns about her health. But if she didn't express her frustration, it felt stifling. She had never felt so troubled before. Noticing her mood, Wei Jiangwo quickly tried to cheer her up. Wife, I heard that scallion-filled buns are really delicious. Let's catch a couple of rabbits and have spicy rabbit pieces for dinner, along with some scallion buns. How does that sound? Song Shuxian huffed. Fine. That sounds good. Wei Jiangwo sighed in relief. Her agreement meant she wasn't angry. Seeing him being so careful made Song Shuxian feel a bit guilty. Honey, what's wrong with me? I'm so moody lately. Sometimes I feel this energy that I can't control. Stop joking, you're not really unpredictable. You're just being a bit stubborn in front of me, which is fine. If you act that way with others, it could cause trouble. My wife is amazing. In front of our 2 kids, she is a super reliable mom. At work, she is a senior translator. In our community, she is a great military spouse. Song Shuxian thought about it and realized it was true. She really is impressive, and she only acts this way around Wei Jiangwo. Those who are favored often feel fearless. While picking wild onions, Wei Jiangwo didn't let Song Shuxian help. He did everything himself. He has a good eye and quickly filled a basket. These are plentiful on the grassland. Let's just gather this much for now. If you like it, we can come back for more and pickle them to enjoy later. Okay, let's take a walk. We've been so busy lately, and it's been a while since we've strolled together. The couple got off their horses and walked on the grassland, enjoying the pleasant scent of fresh grass and the endless fields. Song Shuxian felt all her stress melt away. Do you like it? Yeah, I really like it lately. I'll come to keep you company when I have time off. Honey, do you remember the sunrise we saw when we left Holidio? I want to see the sunrise on the grassland. Sure, let's wait for the weather to warm up a bit. It's easy to catch a cold in this weather. All right, as long as you promise. After that, the couple fell silent, quietly enjoying the beauty of the moment. Since having kids, they rarely had time alone together. But before they could savor it for long, they sensed something approaching them. Wei Jiangwo instinctively shielded Song Shuxian behind him and took out a knife. What flew towards them was an eagle. Song Shuxian focused and said, "Honey, is that Kiki?" She exclaimed, "Kiki." The eagle heard her call, retracted its sharp claws, and gently landed in front of Song Shuxian. After a long time apart, she worried Kiki might have forgotten her. She reached out tentatively to touch it, and once she confirmed it remembered her, she went over to hug it. "Kiki, how have you been? We've all missed you." Wei Jiangwo stood beside her, watching as she reminisced with the eagle. Kikij, whose full name is Arsling Kikij, is the eagle that Song Shuxian rescued. After a short run around the grassland, Song Shuxian felt refreshed. "Honey, I think these two in my belly are quite mischievous. They might be two little boys." Wei Jiangwo thought having boys would be great. "In the future, the 5 of us will protect you. Just imagine when the kids are a bit older and we go out as a family. We'll be in front buying things, and 4 young boys will follow behind, helping carry everything. Doesn't that sound impressive?" Song Shuxian thought about it and could picture it. It really did sound wonderful. Wei Jiangwo genuinely hoped this time for 2 sons. He already had experience raising boys and knew how to educate them. If they had a daughter, especially one who looked like Song Shuxian, Wei Jiangwo felt he wouldn't be able to be strict. He didn't want to raise a little troublemaker. As soon as they entered the family compound, a sister-in-law asked, "Xiao Song, did you apply to raise sheep?" "The lambs have arrived and the logistics department said to go pick them up." Song Shuxian instantly became interested. She had never raised lambs before. "Thank you, sister-in-law. I'll go right away. We applied for 2 sheep." Wei Jiangwo quickly stopped her. "Wife, hold on. Let's first take Qian back. The kids should be back too. They can go get the lambs themselves. They will be responsible for taking care of them." Song Shuxian agreed with his idea, said goodbye to her sister-in-law, and the couple headed home. Once inside, Wei Jiangwo started organizing the sheep pen. He hadn't rushed before and had only done half, but now he needed to finish it all. Song Shuxian sighed. "I'm glad we came here. The yard is big. Otherwise, we couldn't raise so many animals. 2 horses, 3 dogs, 2 sheep, and 3 chickens." Wei Jiangwo joked, "We're quite the big family now, aren't we?" Wei Jiangwo smiled. "Definitely a big family. In the village, having even 1 horse is a big deal and needs approval. We casually have 2. Wei Jiangwo was reflecting on the reality of the times. In a planned economy, even raising a few chickens had regulations. You couldn't just raise sheep whenever you wanted. Cluck, cluck. Hearing the sound of the chickens, Song Shuxian curiously went over to take a look. "Is it laying an egg? Don't our chickens lay eggs in the morning?" Wei Jiangwo peeked in and confirmed, "Yes, it's laying an egg. There are many bugs in the grasslands, especially this season. When Sihu and Yurigala catch some for their own chickens, they also help catch a few for their family. The 3 chickens eat well, so they lay eggs more often." Song Shuxian looked at the egg and then at the chicken coop, feeling a bit conflicted. Wei Jiangwo chuckled. No matter how things change, his wife remains that delicate young lady, always disliking any mess. Sure enough, when she saw the egg had some droppings on it, she didn't want to go in and pick it up. Of course, This was partly due to Wei Jiangwo's indulgence. He always remembered how Song Shuxian looked during their blind date. She was meant to be that way. Graceful and elegant, yet carefree. Dear, don't pick up that egg. We agreed that collecting eggs is the kids' job. If you do it, they might not like it. Song Shuxian immediately stopped feeling conflicted. She couldn't take away the kids' responsibilities. Wei Jiangwo smiled with satisfaction. He was willing to indulge his wife, but didn't want his son to be like her. And En and Lulu, raised by Song Shuxian, had become a bit more refined and didn't want to follow Si-hu and Yuri-gala to catch bugs for the chickens, finding the bugs disgusting. Wei Jiangwo observed everything quietly, saying nothing. In his mind, he had already made a training plan for the two kids. His son might not join the army, but he couldn't be soft. The two silly boys had no idea. After half a month of training with their dad, they would return with all their fussiness and bad habits fixed. After the birth of the third and fourth children, Song Shuxian still hadn't changed a single diaper. That was all the responsibility of the two older brothers. With the addition of sheep, life became even livelier. And then Lulu and the other kids would take the dogs from the family compound every day to herd the sheep. Almost every family in the compound raised sheep, which meant free meat for them, especially in winter. 3 months into her pregnancy, Song Shuxian's belly was gradually growing. Tian was also showing. Just like during her last pregnancy, the two would go out for walks together every day. Tian said, "Do you remember when we were worried during the time of Huai Si-hu? Lao Lu and Lao Wei went on a mission, and we were so anxious that we didn't want to stay home. We went out every day to see what was happening." Song Shuxian chuckled. "The way you talk about pregnancy makes it sound like a switch. This time you're expecting, and we're out walking every day, catching up on the latest news." Both of them couldn't help but laugh. Then Tian said, "Have you noticed that Bai's children rarely play with the kids from the family compound?" "Which Bai are you talking about?" "I don't think I've seen her," Song Shuxian replied. Tian sighed. "You're really too much of a homebody. You've been here for so long and still don't know everyone. Do you remember the woman who loves to wear white dresses? She likes to compare herself to you. Every time you get a new outfit, she wears something similar a few days later." Song Shuxian felt a bit embarrassed. "I didn't notice." Then she tried to defend herself. "But it's not my fault. There are so many things to do every day. I have to take care of 2 kids, give them lessons, translate, and manage my own tasks." At this point, Tian admired her. "I really can't compare to you. I get a headache just looking at books. Si-hu probably takes after me. He used to enjoy studying at your house, but now that he's older, he has his own ideas. I actually think it's great that Si-hu is like this. Back in the family compound, he didn't like playing with other kids and could only study with an. But he wasn't very happy about it. Now he seems so cheerful every day. He has good physical abilities, and Wei Jiangwo says Si-hu is a great candidate for martial arts. If he chooses to join the army, having Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xinghua around will give him an advantage over others. If he keeps studying like this, he will be the most educated among soldiers, and among educated people, he'll be the strongest in combat. The future looks bright. Song Shuxian spoke from the heart, having watched Si-hu grow up. She believed this path was the best for him. She also mentioned to Tian that she would ask Wei Jiangwo to keep an eye on him, which was a serious promise. Tian understood. "I won't be polite with you then." "There's no need to be polite. We've known each other for so many years. We don't need to say those things." Tian rubbed her belly. "How about we arrange a childhood engagement for our kids?" Song Shuxian was frightened. "No. Look at how many close friends have grown apart because of their children's relationships. The kids have grown up together, and if they have feelings for each other, we would be happy for them. If we force them together, it might create resistance, and that would be a loss." Tian was someone who listened to advice and quickly dismissed the idea. She had thought of it because she and Lu Xinghua had a close relationship and got along well. The two continued discussing Sister Bai. Tian said, "I live close to Sister Bai and have seen her several times forcing her child to study, insisting that he must do better than Enin and Lulu. Just a few days ago, he was memorizing Zhenguang Xianwen and wasn't allowed to go outside until he got it right. How old is her child? Isn't it a bit early to learn that? Tian, not knowing the content of Zhenguang Xianwen, replied, I think he's about 9. Oh, that's fine. A 9-year-old can definitely learn on their own. Tian gently tapped Song Shuxian. Not everyone is like N and Lulu. You should remember how old you were when you started teaching them and how much you taught them. That child from the Bai family is being pushed too hard. His foundation isn't solid yet. Being forced like that every day could drive him crazy. Even though she didn't take Sister Bai seriously, Song Shuxian still asked An and Lulu about that child when she got home. Mom, he's in our class. He's usually very quiet and doesn't play with us. He doesn't even go out to play. The two children described their classmate in their own words. Song Shuxian had 2 strengths. She was cautious and never underestimated anyone. Having experienced jealousy herself, she knew how messy things could get if not handled properly. She said to An and Lulu, Wei Yannan, Wei Yibei, I want to talk to you about jealousy. Children are always very sensitive to their full names. Usually, when parents call them by their full names, it means what comes next is important or they have done something wrong. An and Lulu immediately stood up straight, composed themselves, and listened carefully to their mother. Song Shuqian's attitude was very serious, with no hint of joking. First, I want to say that jealousy is a feeling we all have. It's a normal emotion. Moms feel it, dads feel it, and you will too. Right now, you might not feel it because you haven't encountered something you care about. Simply put, jealousy is when someone else gets something good or is better than you, and you feel a little sour or uncomfortable inside. And Lulu looked confused and didn't understand. They grew up surrounded by love and had only experienced others being jealous of them. Song Shuqian gave them an example. Do you remember Sun Bin and Pangwan? They both studied military strategy under the same master and were good friends, even becoming brothers. But even such good friends, Pangwan became jealous of Sun Bin's talent and abilities. He worried that after they left the mountain, he wouldn't have a chance to show his skills, so he plotted against Sun Bin. He tricked him into the state of Wei and falsely accused him in front of King Wei Hui, which led to Sun Bin being punished severely, even having words carved into his face. This was a serious attempt on Sun Bin's life, leaving him no way out. Maybe it was fate, but with the help of a messenger from Qi, Sun Bin escaped to the state of Qi. This led to the famous battles of surrounding Wei to save Zhao and the Battle of Mailing. The two children still didn't understand. Mom, I'm telling you this to let you know that if one day you feel jealous of someone, don't be scared, and don't let your emotions control you. Come home and tell me, and we can think of ways to handle it together. I also want to warn you to be careful of friends like Pangwan. If any kids say strange things that make you uncomfortable, tell me right away.
Can you do that?
Lulu asked, Mom, is that like telling on someone? Not quite. Sharing your feelings with me, whether you're confused or happy, helps me understand you better and makes our relationship closer. This is our family's matter, and I won't tell anyone without your permission, not even Dad. But telling on someone usually means blaming them to gain something for yourself, which is not a good behavior. An understood his mother's meaning. Silly little brother. Mom is worried that someone might be jealous of us and hurt us, just like Pangwan. We can't be like Sun Bin and suffer such a big loss. That would make Mom sad. Song Shuqian smiled with relief. And was attentive and always quickly understood her thoughts. Lele, Mom knows you are also a very smart child, but you need to learn these things. You can't leave everything to your brother. Otherwise, Dad will have a talk with you. As soon as Lele heard that Dad would talk to him, he immediately became obedient. Song Shuqian then looked at Nen and said, Our Inson is still a little baby. Taking care of your brother is Mom's responsibility, not yours. Little babies should be happy and not worry about him. And carefully leaned against his mother's embrace.
His mom was the best mom.
Wei Jiangwo listened to the mother and children's conversation without interrupting Song Shuqian's parenting. That night, the couple soaked their feet together. As usual, Wei Jiangwo's feet were underneath, and Song Shuqian rested her feet on top. One was dark, the other light. One was delicate, the other rough, creating a strangely harmonious scene. After a moment, Wei Jiangwo asked, "Wife, is it too early for an An and Lele to learn these things?"
They're only 5.
It's not too early. When they encounter situations, we should explain. If they face difficulties, they need to understand why. Anan gets it, but Lele might not. He'll understand better after experiencing some setbacks. Sometimes I envy an and Lele. I learned these lessons the hard way through my own experiences. Song Shuqian smiled. Each generation should be stronger than the last. All children grow on their parents' shoulders. We were quite capable among our peers, so shouldn't they aim to go even further? Thinking about it, he agreed. After a brief conversation, the couple went to bed. Since becoming pregnant, Song Shuqian's sleep quality had been excellent. She didn't even notice the thunder and lightning outside. The 2 children were startled awake by the thunder and were about to go find their parents. Wei Jiangwo had already gone to them. "Don't be afraid. It's just thunder outside, and it might rain. Dad will carry you to the window to take a look." Wei Jiangwo wrapped the 2 children in a blanket and took them to the porch to see the weather outside. Anna was a bit excited. "Dad, it's hail." "Yes, it's hail. Are you scared now?" The 2 children wrapped their little hands around their dad's neck and shook their heads, understanding the reason, so they were no longer afraid. Wei Jiangwo carried the kids back to their parents' room and let them sleep beside him. "Mom has a baby in her belly. If you 2 can't sleep well, just lean on Dad for now, and when you wake up, you can go find Mom." Feeling safe, the 2 children quickly fell asleep. The rain lasted a bit longer, and when they woke up the next day, it was still raining, but it had turned into a light drizzle. Pitter-patter. In this kind of weather, school was automatically cancelled. The 3 of them stayed home to play. Song Shuxian took out an N and Lele's childhood things and filled the bed with them. Anan held a tiny shoe in disbelief. "Mom, this shoe is so small. These are all things you both used when you were little. That shoe was for when you turn 100 days old. I didn't have experience back then and thought you would walk after 100 days, so I prepared these." The 3 of them tidied up while sharing funny stories from the kids' early years. Song Shuxian also pulled out their childhood photos to show them. Even though it wasn't the first time seeing them, Anan and Lele still couldn't believe that the awkward-looking kids in the photos were actually them. Song Shuxian comforted them. "Logically, since you are both our children, you should look somewhat similar. When the baby is born, we will take pictures of them too. When they grow up, we can all laugh about it together." They had already thought of many little tricks to tease the little ones in Mom's belly. But they wondered if Anan and Lele would be able to resist the charm of the cute little baby when they finally met. As for her, she was more than willing. Little kids were the most fun. After the rain, the grassland looked especially clean, and the sky, already a deep blue, appeared even purer and more profound, like an endless piece of satin. It stretched from the horizon to the edge of sight. Standing in the small yard, I took a deep breath of the fresh air and felt refreshed all over. Tian came over with a basket. "I'm going to pick some wild vegetables. Do you want to come?" "Sure, just wait a moment while I change my shoes." "Is Saren coming?" Tian looked around to make sure no one could hear, and said, "It seems she has gone to the clinic." Song Shuxian was surprised. "That doctor is really impressive. It hasn't been long at all." "Hurry up and change your shoes. Let's talk while we walk." "Okay, do you dare to ride?" "I can let you ride Chiyun. She's gentle." "Sure. I've been eyeing your 2 horses for a while." Once ready, Song Shuxian took out a bone whistle and blew a few notes. "Let's go wait at the gate. We'll be back soon." Tian said, "It's no wonder the wives in the staff quarters envy you. I envy your little life too." And An and Lele are so happy, right? They went to herd sheep. Wei Jiangwo said if he promised, he must follow through. He took 3 dogs and ran out as soon as the rain stopped. Tian slapped her forehead. I wondered why Sihua rushed out. Turns out he was eager to herd sheep. "I'm just worried they might get attached and not want to let the sheep go in winter." "That can't happen. If they really won't let you, just buy a leg of lamb and make a roast for Sihua. Nothing can't be solved with a good meal. If that doesn't work, We can add some lamb and scallion dumplings. I'm already drooling, and they've never even seen such things. Does Yoranan and Lele know how clever their mom is? They do. As long as they ask, I tell them. I'd rather they grow up smart than be naive. Tian gave a thumbs up. When it comes to raising kids, I admire you. Our kids will follow your example. Of course, we can't raise a few who will harm society. While they were talking, Chi-yun and Lizzie approached. Song Shuxian patted Lizzie's head. Today we're a team. You need to take care of me and not run too fast. Then she patted Chi-yun. Tian is in your hands. Take good care of her. After confirming both horses understood, Song Shuxian mounted and looked back at Tian. Don't be nervous. Chi-yun will cooperate with you. Kung Fu Tian can ride a horse without any problem. Two horses carrying people trotted along towards their destination. The little soldier standing guard at the entrance witnessed the scene, exchanging glances filled with envy. What man wouldn't want to try riding a horse? However, there are few horses in the army, so it's not their turn. If you ask which soldier they envy the most, it's definitely Captain Wei. He is capable and has a bright future. His wife is beautiful and educated, his home is well managed, and his children are smart and sensible. Most importantly, the couple earns a lot, has few burdens, and enjoys a good life. Most rural soldiers need to support their entire family. Some who can't manage well not only have to take care of their own family, but also their brothers' families, living tightly and wishing they could stretch every penny. On the other hand, Song Shuxian and Tian enjoyed the gentle breeze as they headed up the mountain. Tian said, Do you know about the nearby volcano? I heard it's a dormant volcano, and I've never seen one before. Let's find a time to check it out. Sure, I haven't seen one either. Is it far? A bit far, about 300 kilometers. We'll have to wait for Lao Lu and the others to rest, then we can borrow a car and drive there. Okay, I'll talk to Wei Jiangwo at home. Let's go before we give birth. After we have our babies, we can go out together, but we'll need to borrow 2 cars. Exactly. One car won't be enough. When they arrived, Song Shuxian patted the 2 horses, saying, Go play, but don't run too far. We'll head home soon. A few sisters were already picking vegetables nearby. Upon seeing them, everyone greeted each other, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then got back to work. Tian introduced, This is called ground skin vegetable. It looks a bit like fungus, and it only appears here after the rain. Song Shuxian happily dug up one after another with her special shovel for wild vegetables. Occasionally, she would pick up any edible wild vegetables she found. Little Song, I didn't expect you to come pick wild vegetables too, one sister said. Song Shuxian looked at her, recognizing her as someone unfamiliar, and replied, Sister, what are you saying? We're all military wives, and we have to take care of the whole family's food. These wild vegetables are essential. Sister-in-law didn't mean anything bad. She just thinks you don't really fit with foraging for wild vegetables. The sister-in-law explained anxiously, worried that Song Shuxian might misunderstand. Realizing that the sister-in-law just had trouble expressing herself, Song Shuxian didn't mind. To be honest, before I got married, I never thought I would one day be foraging for wild vegetables. But once I started, I found it quite interesting, and now I don't want to stop. Like this ground vegetable, if it weren't for you sisters telling me, I wouldn't believe it was edible, let alone that it tastes so good. It really doesn't look like something tasty. Everyone laughed at her words. Many of them were city dwellers with good family backgrounds. They chose to marry soldiers for various reasons, wanting independence from their parents or to contribute to their families. The life they imagined after marriage was not like this, in a remote place, working from sunrise to sunset. But without exception, they all enjoyed their current lives. They might feel a bit tired, but they were very happy. As they foraged and chatted, time flew by, and their baskets filled up. Song Shuxian pressed down on the contents. It was rare for her to be out, and she wanted to gather more. Tian straightened up, asking, Going back? It's about time. Let's go, she replied. The other sisters-in-law were also ready, and they all headed back together. Song Shuxian called out to the 2 horses nearby, Chi and Lizzie. The horses took a couple more bites of grass before trotting over. Song Shuxian patted the horse's head, saying, "Good kids." One sister-in-law, envious, asked, "Little Song, where did you get Qian? I want to get one too." "It might be hard to find one now. You should ask families that raise horses, preferably herders. I started looking for mine 2 years ago. It took a while to find a family that had one. They were worried we wouldn't take good care of it, so they helped raise it until it was 3 years old before letting us take it home. At that time, we promised not to let it have foals before it turned 5. We also have to take it back every year, so they can see that we are treating Qian well." The sister-in-law replied, "That's normal. Horses hold a high status in Mongolian culture. They are considered companions." Indeed, when I took Qian away, they were very reluctant. Except for Song Shuxian and Tian Tian, everyone else rode their bikes over. Song Shuxian and the others were a bit faster, so they went back first. As soon as they returned to the community, they received the news that Saren was pregnant. Tian Tian and Song Shuxian were very happy for Saren. She had always wanted another child, and now her wish had come true. The two of them headed straight to Saren's house. "We're here." Saren greeted them with a bright smile. "Come in quickly. You all know, right?" "Yes, congratulations." Saren's face turned a little red as she quietly said, "I tried the method you taught me. Recently, Lao Yang has been around a lot, coming over several times each night. Last night I felt some stomach pain and went to the clinic, and that's when I found out. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly." Song Shuxian and Tian Tian, both with experience, understood immediately. "You should stay at home and rest for a while. After 10 days, go see the old doctor. I think he knows what he's doing." "Okay," Saren replied softly. "What did the old doctor say?" Tian Tian teased Song Shuxian quietly. "No wonder Commander Yang has been so spirited lately. Our 4 tigers have not been afraid of his presence these days. Turns out he's in a good mood." Saren's face turned completely red, like a cooked shrimp. Thinking of cooked shrimp, Song Shuxian said, "Later, I'll have an inn and Lula bring you some dried seaweed and shrimp. Eating these during pregnancy is good for your health." Saren didn't have a way to buy these herself. "I won't be polite then. Don't mention it. Next month, I'll have them send more over, so we'll have enough for your entire pregnancy." Tian Tian added, "Who would have thought we would share this bond, getting pregnant at the same time?" Saren asked, "How are you both planning to rest after giving birth?" Tian Tian hadn't thought about it yet, but Song Shuxian said, "We recently got in touch with a distant relative of Wei Jiangwo. She doesn't have family, and we promised to take care of her, so she will live with us. She can help take care of the baby." Tian Tian said, "My mom probably won't be able to come. It's too far, and she has her own grandson. My mother-in-law is eager for us to help raise the children in the family. I didn't tell her I was pregnant, and when the time comes, we'll see which sister-in-law from the family courtyard is reliable to come and take care of me for a month." Saren said, "I want to recommend someone to you, my cousin. Her husband got injured, and they spent a lot on treatment. She is very trustworthy, has 3 children, is experienced, doesn't talk too much, and is honest." Tian Tian thought hiring someone from outside could also work. There's still more than half a year left. If she still wants to help by then, we can meet and see if it's a good fit for both sides. Saren smiled and thanked them. "I see my cousin, a woman who works hard every day, earning her share just like a man. Taking care of someone after giving birth is much easier than working in the fields." Song Shuxian and Tian Tian understood and didn't mind helping family members in this way. No one just appears out of nowhere. As long as they are willing to speak up, it's fine. Looking at the weather, Song Shuxian suggested, "While my belly isn't too big yet and the weather isn't too hot, let's go take some photos. We can wear those 2 Mongolian robes we bought for the spring festival." If Song Shuxian hadn't mentioned it, they might have forgotten. It was a bit warm to wear them now, but they could manage. The 3 of them quickly agreed. They each went home to prepare and planned to go together after the kids rested. That evening, Song Shuxian's family enjoyed delicious buns filled with wild greens and a soup made from the same, which were very tasty. Everyone loved the meal. Wei Jiangwo said, "These wild delicacies grown in the mountains have such a unique flavor. I never knew these humble things could be so delicious. Doesn't the kitchen team ever prepare these wild delicacies? Supplies have always been tight in the army, and the kitchen team not only grows their own vegetables, but also trades for supplies. They shouldn't overlook these. Wei Jiangwo explained, they do, but not often. These things are too labor-intensive to prepare, hard to clean up, and difficult to preserve. The army usually cooks in large pots and doesn't have that much time. They do gather some wild vegetables, pickle them, and eat them in winter. The wild greens on the table took Song Shuxian a whole morning to collect, and Wei Jiangwo and the two kids spent a long time washing them. To be honest, washing them was really difficult, 3 times harder than washing regular vegetables. I understand the cooking team's methods now. Why don't they make dried vegetables? I think they taste really good, especially dried potatoes. They are delicious in winter stews. They will start doing that next year. People here don't know that vegetables can be made into dried ones. Every place has its own wisdom about living. That's true. I really like the pickled vegetables here. Let's make more this year, so we can enjoy them in winter. Okay, I'll follow your lead. That evening, Song Shuxian talked to the two kids about wanting their help with taking pictures. You can go to school first and help Mommy when you have a break, okay? Anan and Lele patted their little chests. No problem, Mommy. Wei Jiangwo asked, Dear, those are winter clothes. Won't it be too hot to wear them now? It will be warm, but they look nice. I want to take pictures while my belly is big. What if I don't feel like it later? How about waiting a few days? I know the store where you buy clothes. I can get you 2 thinner ones. Wei Jiangwo understood his wife. She often had sudden ideas lately, and he worried she might not agree. But with 3 pregnant women in this heat, it wouldn't be good if they got overheated. Surprisingly, Song Shuxian was very agreeable. All right, then you'll have to work hard. The shop owner is Grandma Wuyun. Choose red first. If they don't have it, other colors are fine. If there are kids' clothes, get one for Anan and Lele too. Okay. Since coming to this world, Song Shuxian had minimized her pursuit of beauty, always wearing simple shirts and pants. Today, she suddenly became interested. That evening, she closed the door and started sorting through her beautiful clothes. There were various dresses and skirts left by the previous owner, exquisite handmade kipeos, and several lovely dresses from the Daong dynasty that she liked. When Wei Jiangwo finished washing up and entered the room, he saw a bed full of clothes. He helped his wife tidy up and even tried some on with her. Song Shuxian touched her belly and the 2 little bunnies that had grown a lot, feeling a bit sad. Honey, we must have a baby girl. I want to give her all these beautiful dresses. I won't be able to wear them anymore. Wei Jiangwo was both amused and helpless. Don't be sad. Let's not be sad anymore. We will get new things in the future. If you can't wear them outside, you can secretly wear them at home. Whenever I see beautiful clothes or nice fabrics, I will buy them for you. If we have a chance to go to the city, I will buy you nice clothes there. Song Shuxian wasn't too upset. She just wanted to act a little. With a little coaxing, she felt better. Touching her belly, she said, Do you think we will have a little girl? Mommy has many beautiful clothes for her to wear. Honey, if we have a boy, he can wear comfortable clothes, and if we have a girl, she can wear my old things. They are all good things. I have kept them. Wei Jiangwo admired his wife's ability to keep everything. The next day, Wei Jiangwo needed to go to Tsuyuan City for work, so he specifically took Lu Xingbo with him. Old Wei, you're acting strange today. You could go alone, so why bring me along? Don't you want to leave your brother behind? Wei Jiangwo replied coldly, It's for your family's harmony. Lu Xingbo was confused. What are you talking about? Just say it clearly. Wei Jiangwo didn't keep him guessing. Did your wife mention that they want to wear Mongolian robes to take photos on the grassland? She did, and it sounds interesting, but I don't understand what there is to take pictures of. There are so many bugs on the grassland this season, and she usually hates bugs. Seeing that he didn't understand, Wei Jiangwo decided to be straightforward to avoid confusion. They bought those clothes during the new year. It's winter, so wearing winter clothes shouldn't be too hot. They are all pregnant. It would be a problem if they got heat stroke. Oh man, I didn't even think of that. That's reckless. I need to talk to Tian tonight. She can't go. Wei Jiangwo looked down on him. Your wife is pregnant, and you can't even fulfill this small wish of hers? Isn't that a bit too much? Aren't you afraid of getting in trouble? Don't think he doesn't know. Tian is quite capable. Lu Xingguo was anxious. No, what do you mean? If they get heat stroke, it could be serious. They are pregnant now, and many medicines can't be used. Wei Jiangwo continued to look down on him. Don't you know to buy her a new one? The clothes are thick, just get a thinner one. They just want to wear the Mongolian robe for photos. Lu Xingguo gave Wei Jiangwo a heavy pat. Look at you, I didn't know you had this side to you. No wonder you and your wife get along so well. Wei Jiangwo ignored him. He was just a straightforward person who didn't know how to adapt. Hey, wait a minute, Wei. I don't have any money. Can you lend me some? What about your allowance? Since they were brothers who had been through thick and thin together, Lu Xingguo didn't hide anything. After my mom caused that scene last time, Tian completely lost her heart. She worries that I might have money and help my brother, so she only gives me $1 a month and wants to know where I spend it. I thought things would get better once she calmed down, but she's been upset for so many years now, and I've gotten used to it. Anyway, the army provides meals, and everything else at home is taken care of, so I don't really need money. Wei Jiangwo felt sympathy for his good friend for 10 seconds. Any longer would be a waste, since it was his own doing. He couldn't handle the relationship with his mother-in-law properly, and still dared to let her take care of the postpartum period. Being a good friend, he didn't want Lu Xingguo to face his wife alone. I'll lend you the money. Lu Xingguo grinned. You really are a good brother, always thinking of me. Wait, where did you get the money? No way, you actually have pocket money? Wei Jiangwo was afraid to say out loud because he might make Lu Xingguo jealous. Every time he went out, Song Shuxian would check how much money he had left, and if it was less, she would top it up. His wife said a man shouldn't be without money. If Song Shuxian knew he thought this way, she would be very happy. The truth is, Song Shuxian had calculated their expenses, and Wei Jiangwo hardly spent any money. His pocket money was mostly used for buying gifts for himself. To put it bluntly, he was just a tool. But they didn't know that. Lu Xingguo looked at him with envy. Wei, I don't admire you in many ways, but in this matter, I fully respect you. You're impressive. You've made your wife devoted to living with you and willingly taking care of everything. I'm not saying this lightly, but with her talent, if she wanted to work, she would definitely be in high demand at any company. Wei Jiangwo wondered if it was possible that his wife had enough money, didn't like working, and preferred not to be tied down. He thought it was pointless to mention it to old Lu, who wouldn't understand anyway. He had observed over time that his wife really disliked feeling restricted. As they chatted casually, time passed quickly. Suiyuan City was as lively as ever, and this year 2 new factories opened, attracting many people. Wei Jiangwo said, the family housing area is still too far from here, otherwise, many wives could come to work. The new factories definitely need workers. Lu Xingguo sighed. We found out too late. By the time we reacted, they had already filled all the positions. They noted that the factories had educational requirements for hiring, which many military wives did not meet. Women like Song Shuxian and Tian, who were educated, couldn't come because they didn't want to leave their children at home. This was a tough situation. After finishing their work, they rushed to Grandma Wuyun's shop without having lunch. Upon arrival, they felt the shop was quite empty, as if it were about to move. Wei Jiangwo asked Grandma Wuyun, hello, I'm here to buy 2 Mongolian robes for my wife. She really likes your clothes and bought 2 pieces during the spring festival. Grandma Wuyun recalled Song Shuxian's appearance as she listened, thinking, she is a very graceful girl. Wei Jiangwo happily accepted the compliment and said, she wants to wear a Mongolian robe to take photos on the grasslands. Could you recommend a few suitable outfits? Here are her current measurements. Grandma Wuyun took the note and understood immediately. She slowly turned to go to the back room. After about 10 minutes, she returned with a few treasured garments. I have a connection with that girl. You can choose from these. Wei Jiangwo accepted the clothes. Even though he wasn't an expert, he had learned over the years that this kind of heavy embroidery took a lot of time, and the fabric was quite rare. He asked the elderly lady, Are all of these okay? Yes, they're all fine. Looking at the clothes in his hands, Wei Jiangwo felt a bit overwhelmed. Lu Xingwa chimed in, I'll choose one too. My wife came here with me back then, and she bought a pink Mongolian robe. The pink Mongolian robe is quite rare, and as soon as he mentioned it, Grandma Wuyun remembered it. She also picked out 2 pieces suitable for Tian. Wei Jiangwo really couldn't tell which one looked better, so he waved his hand and bought everything Grandma Wuyun recommended. He planned to let his wife choose when they got home, and anything she didn't like could be saved for their future daughter. To the daughter, who hasn't arrived yet, I say thank you, my dear father. I welcome all your preferences, I won't mind. Lu Xingwa looked at Wei Jiangwo's extravagant spending and felt very envious. Old Wei, you really have money. I'll pay you back slowly. Wei Jiangwo snorted. This is my pocket money saved over more than half a year. I rarely get to spend money while in the army, so I buy things I like for my wife. Grandma Wuyun watched them and smiled happily. She liked men who treat their wives well. She turned to go back inside and took out a horsehead fiddle. I have a connection with your wife. Please help me give this to her. Wei Jiangwo couldn't refuse, so he accepted it for Song Shuxian, thinking he would bring something for Grandma Wuyun next time as a thank you gift. After saying goodbye to Grandma Wuyun, they went to the supply and marketing cooperative. Wei Jiangwo bought his wife some moisturizing cream and clam oil, and he also got some calcium biscuits for the kids, along with a 9-link puzzle. Lu Xingwa was almost starving. Now that everything is bought, let's go eat at the state-run restaurant. I'm so hungry. When they arrived, Wei Jiangwo ordered, Comrade, I'd like a portion of braised pork ribs, a portion of garlic stir-fried pig liver, and a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork. Also, 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles. Lu Xingwa, Old Wei, this is too much. We're brothers. You don't need to spend so much. Wei Jiangwo ignored him and took out 3 food containers. Comrade, please pack the 3 dishes into these containers. Old Wei, why are you packing them? It's easier to eat directly and saves washing up. Wei Jiangwo gave him a look. The dishes are for my wife. She's pregnant and can't cook. We can just have noodles. The waitress admired him, knowing that men who care for their wives are good men. While serving the dishes, she pressed down hard to give them a little extra. Lu Xingwa thought it was unfair. This was too much favoring his wife over their friendship. Wei Jiangwo drove straight to the family compound. He quickly pushed open the gate and called, Honey, I'm back. Song Shuxian heard his voice and slowly walked towards him. Wei Jiangwo hurried a few steps to support her, shaking the items in his hands. I packed some food from the state-run restaurant. We just need to prepare some main dishes for dinner. I also bought some clothes. I think each piece suits you perfectly. I couldn't choose, so I bought a few more for you to wear. If you don't like any, we can save them for our future daughter. And this horsehead fiddle is a gift from Grandma Wuyun. She said it has a connection with you. I suspect it might remind you of one of her old comrades. Today, when I saw Grandma Wuyun, I remembered she is a veteran revolutionary and quite famous in Siyuan City. If she hadn't requested it, she could have gone to Beijing. Song Shuxian took the items and let him lead her back to the house. Time was tight. After giving his instructions, Wei Jiangwo hurried back to the army. He still needed to return the car and check on how the young recruits were doing. They were all soldiers, and no one was supervising their studies, which was not acceptable. After seeing him off, Song Shuxian organized the things he brought back. Looking at the snowflake cream in her hands, she smiled. She was different from women of this era. Not only did her face need snowflake cream, but her body did too. Since she needed a lot, she often bought it from the service center, which made her the subject of gossip. So, every time Wei Jiangwo went out, he would stop by the supply store to buy some for her, worried she wouldn't have enough. This habit started when they got married and continued to this day. As for the clothes, Song Shuxian immediately liked them. There were 3 pieces in total, 2 were lightweight and 1 was very elegant. She reached out to touch them. They felt very comfortable. 1 was red, 1 was light blue, and 1 was light green. After carefully examining the clothes, she noticed the horsehead fiddle. Just one glance, and she knew it was a fine instrument. The horse's head was intricately carved, and beneath it was a dragon head for decoration, symbolizing vitality and strength. The level of carving was masterful. The soundboard was made of spruce, while the body, neck, and head were crafted from northeastern hardwood, and the fingerboard was made of ebony. There is no need for a sound test. Just by looking at the wood, you can tell it's a fine instrument made from rare materials. The entire body of the instrument is brown and may have a hint of red in the sunlight. It looks very elegant and has a great texture. After trying a few notes, Song Shuxian fell in love with it. The sound is rich, ethereal, and pure. Receiving such a precious gift from Grandma Wuyun made Song Shuxian feel indebted and worried about how to repay her in the future. She only had some ordinary items and felt they were not worthy of Grandma Wuyun. This left Song Shuxian in a bit of a dilemma. She decided to take advantage of her still small belly and wander around the nearby countryside to see if she could find some nice things to give to Grandma Wuyun. For dinner, they had 3 dishes that Wei Jiangwo brought home, and Song Shuxian made a soup with dumplings. She had recently developed a liking for sour foods. The fish-flavored shredded pork was to her taste, and she enjoyed quite a bit of it. And Lele were particularly happy to see the Morin Kur. Their mother's guqin had only been taken out once during the new year and then put away. Their mother said that the guqin couldn't be taken out now. Though En and Lele were young, they were smart, and their parents never hid anything from them. They understood and didn't bring it up again. Now, this Morin Kur is a national instrument and can be displayed openly. Both children were very interested in learning an instrument. However, Song Shuxian only let them touch it. This instrument is very precious. Let's have Dad buy a regular one first, so we can practice. Once we're good at it, we can use this one. If it gets damaged, we won't be able to fix it. The 2 children looked eagerly at their dad, wanting to know when he would buy it. Dad will talk to the logistics department tomorrow and ask them to help purchase 2 more, he replied. Satisfied with this answer, and Lele finally felt at ease. Soon it was time for a break. Song Shuxian, Saren, and Tian changed into Mongolian robes and gathered at Song Shuxian's home. Not wanting to leave them alone, Wei Jiangwo had his aide, Nari, drive them there together. When applying for this, he was teased by Commander Feng, who called him a wife slave. Wei Jiangwo didn't take it seriously at all and joked with his leader, if the home front is stable, I can charge forward better. Besides, my wife is still a young girl, so it's natural for her to want to look pretty. In a few months, when her belly gets bigger, looking at the photos taken now will make her feel better. When she feels good, our whole family will feel good. Colonel Feng patted his shoulder. You're very understanding. When the home environment is good, you'll perform well at work. Treat your wife well. She's a capable girl. Colonel Feng didn't say much more, but from this, it was clear he knew the Song family. Tian was driving, with Song Shuxi, Saren, and the cheerful 4 tigers and Yurigala in the car. That day, Su was responsible for riding horses. He needed to help Song Shuxi take 2 horses and 4 dogs to the grassland. In the car, Saren was amazed. It was her first time seeing a woman drive, and she didn't expect Tian to be so skilled. Song Shuxi explained, Tian used to be in the police. She's really impressive. Just because her name is Tian doesn't mean she's sweet. When it comes to fighting, she can be fierce. Everyone in the car burst into laughter. 4 tigers looked at their mom with pride. Lele asked Mom, can you drive? Dad taught me. I can drive in places with few people, but not in crowded areas. I get scared. Noticing Saren's envy, Song Shuxi said, you can ask old Yang to teach you. On this vast grassland, there's nothing around. It's very safe. Saren felt a bit shy. I'm not very smart. I'm afraid I won't learn. This seems difficult, but we respect it and worry about breaking it, which makes us hesitant. Just treat it like a metal object. Do what you need to do, and you'll find it's not hard at all. This was Song Shuxi's advice. On the grassland, Song Shuxi rode on Qian, galloping in her red outfit, looking like the most vibrant red peony blooming on the grassland, especially striking against the green backdrop. Her long black hair flew freely behind her, and her smile was bright and pure, filled with love for the grassland and a yearning for freedom. Sweet's photography skills are excellent. Under her lens, Song Shuxian looks breathtakingly beautiful. Saren, in her green Mongolian robe, resembles the first fresh sprouts of spring on the grassland, vibrant and full of life. For children are running around the grassland. Some are circling their mother, some are playing and chasing each other, while others are having fun with lightning and the others, creating precious memories. By noon, everyone was still wanting more. It was just too enjoyable. In the end, it was that day when Sue had to bring Wei Jiangwo out to get them to go back home. On the way, Saren remarked, "I can't believe we finished a whole roll of film. Once the photos are developed, I'll show them to you." Back at the housing complex, they all wore smiles that couldn't be contained. Their actions even made the headlines in the housing complex. The theme was, "Spending Too Much." Through the information department of the complex, the three of them became the center of attention. Both Song Shuxian and Saren have husbands who are leaders, holding the highest positions among these men. Song Shuxian usually calls them sisters-in-law out of respect for their age. Everyone understands this unspoken agreement, and no one feels upset enough to say anything negative to them. So, the focus shifted to Sweet. "Xiao Tian, have you bought more clothes again? The money at home comes from the hard work of the men. You shouldn't spend it like this." Sweet, not one to back down easily, smiled and replied, "What my sister-in-law said is true. I think the same. But my husband, Lao Lu, insists that I deserve gifts for taking care of the kids every day. This dress was bought yesterday when he passed by a Mongolian folk shop while on an errand. It really is a waste, but since it's already bought and can't be returned, I have no choice but to wear it." Her expression was quite cheeky. Another sister-in-law added, "Xiao Song's dress looks new too. Oh my, she bought several outfits as well, not caring about spending." Sweet continued, "What you might not know is that was bought by Commander Wei. Yesterday, my husband went out with Commander Wei. The team leader saves every penny of his allowance, but willingly spends it all on buying clothes for Song Shuxian, getting her 3 outfits because he worries she might feel down at home during her pregnancy. Sisters, you see, this man knows how to care for others. How can we women refuse that? If we refuse too much, what if he stops caring in the future? Who will we turn to for comfort?" Now, even those who weren't envious before started to feel a bit jealous. Look at Team Leader Wei. His abilities are impressive. When he gets home, he does laundry, cooks, and takes care of the kids without complaint. They've seen him many times, taking his 2 sons for training in the morning, showing great patience. He is much better than the rough man at their homes who wouldn't even help if he fell over. Thinking about it this way, everyone lost interest in making bitter comments. What's the point? Even if they say something, it won't change anything for him, and he might just see them as foolish. Everyone returned home to prepare lunch. Tian snorted, "You think you can treat me like a pushover? You must be blind. I won't back down in an argument." Song Shuxian was unaware of these little thoughts. She was busy helping her 2 kids clean up after their trip to the grassland, and their clothes were a mess. And in Lele, "Do you want to wash your clothes yourselves, or should mommy help you?" Thinking about their mother's big belly, Anin and Lele immediately said, "Mommy, we can wash them ourselves." "Okay, you 2 come over for a bath first." She placed the 2 kids in the bathing tub and started tidying up. Maybe it was from sweating a lot or her heightened sensitivity to smells during pregnancy, but Song Shuxian thought the kids smelled quite bad. If she didn't clean them up quickly, she worried she might complain. After tidying up, Anin and Lele stood in the basin, stomping their feet to help wash the clothes. Wei Jiangwo, feeling uneasy about home, decided to check in during his lunch break. He saw the 2 kids playing in the water with bare feet. His wife's clothes were wet, clearly indicating she had just helped them. "Wei Yannan, Wei Ibei, stand up straight." The 2 kids instinctively straightened up. "Did I not tell you that mommy is very tired, and it can be dangerous because there are little brothers or sisters in her belly? You need to take good care of mommy." Anin felt wronged. "We are taking good care of mom." Wei Jiangwo replied coldly, "So, what are you doing now?" Anin quietly said, "Dad, We are washing clothes. Is this how you wash clothes? The two children fell silent. They had indeed been playing. Wei Jiangwo softened his tone and patiently explained, Mom is having a baby, and it's easy for her to fall. I usually keep the yard clean, making sure there are no small stones, water, or oil. If Mom steps on something, it could be very dangerous. Look at the mess you made. It's slippery, isn't it? What if Mom falls? And Anne's eyes turned red. I'm sorry, Dad. We won't be naughty anymore. Wei Jiangwo remained patient with the children. You are still kids, and it's okay to play, but you should do it when I'm home. After playing, you need to tell Mom, so she can be careful. Then, let's clean up together. You didn't mean to make a mess today. It's my fault for not being clear. Can we apologize to each other? The two children smiled through their tears. Wei Jiangwo added, You are already 5 years old. It's time to learn to take a bath by yourselves. Otherwise, when the baby comes, you might get teased.
They would be teased.
The two children immediately stood up. Dad, we will learn seriously. We will bathe ourselves and help with the baby.
Great.
Did you have fun playing with Mom today? Yes. After chatting a bit more with the kids, Wei Jiangwo went to the kitchen to help his wife. Song Shuxian sighed. They're still kids. They don't need to do this. I can handle it. Wei Jiangwo said seriously, They are not little anymore. I was their age when I started exploring and taking care of myself. Indeed, Song Shuxian felt a bit sorry. All right, let them learn to take care of themselves. Wei Jiangwo hugged her. Wife, I know you care about the kids, but they are boys and shouldn't be too spoiled. Moreover, there are 2 little ones inside you, and taking care of them will take up a lot of your time. At that time, we should help En and Lulu learn to be independent. They might feel uncomfortable, thinking that we don't care for them anymore since we have little ones. Now is the best time to focus on learning. This time, Song Shuxian was quiet. She agreed with Wei Jiangwo's thoughts. After the family finished dinner, Wei Jiangwo went to work and Song Shuxian took a nap with the 2 little ones. When she woke up, she went for a walk with Tian in the family compound, just like when she was pregnant last time. While walking, she discovered a secret in the family compound. The story begins with Song Shuxian and Tian's growing bellies as they walked daily in the family compound, listening to gossip. We all know that the area where Song Shuxian lives is mainly for families of higher ranks, so it is quieter and less lively. She is also a homebody, usually taking care of her small garden, practicing calligraphy, and doing needlework, rarely going out. In contrast, Tian's area is much busier and more vibrant. Recently, Song Shuxian started visiting this area to play with Tian, which helped her meet many military wives. Among them, Sister Yakin and Sister Jingyi caught her attention. From their names, it's clear that these 2 sisters come from educated families. Like attracts like, and Song Shuxian also has a scholarly air about her. They had a lot in common to talk about. Of the 2, Song Shuxian preferred chatting with Sister Yakin. She was cheerful and knowledgeable, making conversations very pleasant. As usual, Song Shuxian and Tian arrived at the gossip gathering spot in the family compound, which was just an open area with a tree nearby, perfect for chatting in the shade. The children played in the open space while the women chatted and watched them. The family compound has its advantages. It is safe, with a guard at the entrance, and the sisters inside are familiar with each other. If a stranger comes in, everyone pays attention. Xiao Song, Xiao Tian, you're here? Come sit down. Okay, thank you, sister. Song Shuxian and Tian spread out their mat and sat down, listening to the sisters chat. One of the sisters asked, How many months along are you? The wife of the regiment leader? Song Shuxian gently touched her belly and said, It's been 4 months. Tian and I got pregnant around the same time. Oh my, is your belly getting too big? If it gets too big, it might be hard to give birth. You should be careful. If needed, go to the clinic. Yes, thank you, sister-in-law. I'm having twins, so my belly is a bit bigger. Oh my goodness, twins again? One sister-in-law exclaimed. You really know how to have babies. Having twins is like having 4 for others. In this era, people believe that having many children brings good fortune, and they especially admire Song Shuxian for being able to have twins. The commander's wife, Having twins is not easy. You can't ride horses anymore. It's dangerous. You need to be careful. Yes, I understand, sister-in-law. Xiao Song, do you have any secret tips for having twins? One sister-in-law asked quietly. There are no secrets. Our family has a twin gene, so we mostly have twins, Song Shuxian explained softly. She looked up at the other sisters-in-law and said, You all see the benefits of having twins, but you don't know the hardships are doubled. Carrying two babies makes it hard to sleep at night. Sometimes I have to get up and lean against the wall to rest for a while. Leg cramps are common too. Honestly, I think it's better to have one at a time. It's less painful. Everyone nodded in agreement. They realized that while there are benefits, the challenges are also significant. This is also because the commander has a good salary and is willing to help his wife recover, searching for ways to get her what she needs. Their men are not so generous. If something happens to her, she would have to rely on her husband, spend her own money, and take care of her children alone. Thinking about it, it really does seem better to have one baby at a time. After chatting with Song Shuxian, they shifted the conversation to others. Someone mentioned Sister Yakin. Jingyi, why haven't we seen Yakin? Her little girl wouldn't sleep last night and kept fussing, so Yakin is catching up on sleep. That little girl is quite the handful. Yakin's daughter is very spoiled. She cries at the slightest inconvenience. It's the kind of crying that makes you feel really sorry for her. No wonder Yakin pampers her every day. Don't you think that little girl has a personality similar to Jingyi's? It does seem that way. They say children often resemble the person who takes care of them. When Yakin was in confinement, it was Jingyi who looked after her, so it makes sense. Everyone laughed and joked about it. Song Shuxian and Tian were like two happy little birds, enjoying the conversation. They talked about how Captain Wang and his wife had a big argument last night, which lasted a long time and happened 3 times. Wang's wife had just been married for a month and wasn't used to the lively teasing from the other wives. Her face turned so red it looked like it could fry an egg. One of the wives comforted her. Don't be shy. The more embarrassed you are, the more they'll tease you. You're still young and don't understand. In a couple of years, you'll realize they're just envious of how well you're treated. Now the young wife was even redder, stammering, Sisters, I'm going home now, and hurried away. The wives burst into laughter, finding it amusing to tease the newly married ones. Song Shuxian and Tian stayed quiet, just enjoying the scene. Sometimes, Song Shuxian wondered if these wives had hidden under beds, knowing everything so well. Joining them was Jingyi's sister-in-law. Song Shuxian asked, Jingyi's sister-in-law, Tian and I are going to the nearby village tomorrow to trade some things. Do you and Yakin want to come? We won't go. The kids at home are small and need supervision. It was rare for Song Shuxian to invite someone, and being declined didn't bother her. She continued to listen to the wives talk. They were discussing how Captain Li's mother set rules for her daughter-in-law, but the daughter-in-law ended up handling it. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were at odds, making things chaotic. Captain Li hadn't dared to return home recently. After listening for a while, Song Shuxian and Tian decided to head back since it was time for their meal. Recently, they had been eating smaller meals more frequently, which was a bit complicated. Song Shuxian, being observant, noticed, Tian, have you noticed that Jingyi's sister-in-law seems wary of me, as if I'm trying to take something from her?
I haven't noticed that.
I just think her personality is a bit reserved. She rarely opens up to anyone except Yakin. Do you know about their situation? Why did she marry into this family? Tian actually knew the answer to that. Yakin's sister-in-law comes from a respectable family of scholars. Both her parents were university teachers, and she couldn't bear the shame, so she took her own life. Jingyi's sister-in-law's family is a bit better. She comes from an ordinary working-class background. When they were young, the two families had a good relationship, and the two children grew up together. Jingyi's name was even given by Yakin's sister-in-law's mother. It was also Jingyi's sister-in-law who actively sought out a soldier to marry and came here, then introduced Yakin's sister-in-law to come over. That's quite rare. No wonder they have such a good relationship. Yes, I heard that to help Yakin's sister-in-law, Jingyi's family completely cut ties with her. The two understood. When trouble strikes, people often look out for themselves. There are many like that. It seems I misunderstood Jingyi's sister-in-law. If she can do this much for a friend, she probably wouldn't be suspicious of me for no reason. Tian shook her head. On the contrary, that's exactly why she might be wary of you. Even good friends can feel possessive. If you become close with Yakin's sister-in-law, she might feel sad. Song Shuxian had never had a close friend growing up. Their friendships were based on mutual benefits, and they often guarded against each other, so she didn't understand the feeling Tian described. Tian explained, when we were kids, we had to hold hands to go to the bathroom together. If you didn't call me and went with someone else, I would feel sad. Song Shuxian found it hard to believe.
Go.
She couldn't bring herself to say the word for urinate. Isn't it supposed to be something you do alone? It would be so embarrassing if someone heard. Tian then remembered that this person had been pampered by her family before marriage and by her husband afterward. The first thing she did after getting married was to fix the bathroom, and since moving to the family compound, she had never used a public restroom. She said, in any case, children can be possessive about friends. It's surprising to see that Jingyi's sister-in-law still has a childlike nature. Song Shuxian found it unbelievable. That night, she quietly asked Wei Jiangwo, "Honey, did you feel that way when you were young? Why don't I feel possessive about Tian?" Wei Jiangwo thought back to his childhood. He was too busy taking care of himself and dealing with his stepmother to think about such things.
I never felt that way.
I didn't when I was young, and when I grew up and joined the army, everyone in the same trench was like brothers, so that thought never crossed my mind. Wei Jiangwo expressed his confusion. Song Shuqian became curious and asked, "Think about your good relationship with Lu Xinghua. If someone else joins you, would it feel uncomfortable?" Wei Jiangwo really thought about it and imagined holding hands with Lu Xinghua, which almost made him feel sick. It was too gross. "I can't take it anymore, dear. Just thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. Can we drop it?" "Alright, how can such feelings exist anyway? Maybe it's just that girls are more sensitive and thoughtful. Let's go to sleep." This was just a small moment, and no one took it seriously. Since getting the horsehead fiddle, Song Shuqian has been busy in her free time. She bought books about the instrument to teach herself. She didn't know if others could do it, but she could. Her skills in the guqin were impressive, and music is interconnected, so learning the horsehead fiddle was not difficult for her. Now she could play beginner songs like Wild Goose, Lullaby, and Wind in the Sky. And Lulu watched eagerly, wanting to play songs themselves. When Wei Jiangwo returned from training, he had a cloth bag in his hand. Song Shuqian stood up, holding her belly. "Why are you back so late? What do you have there?" Wei Jiangwo opened the bag. "Look, I bought these for the kids." Song Shuqian glanced and saw 2 small horsehead fiddles, just the right size for their little hands. And Lulu were thrilled, hugging Wei Jiangwo and showering him with kisses, calling him the best dad. Wei Jiangwo was a bit confused by all the affection. The 2 kids held their fiddles and looked at their mom. What could Song Shuqian say? Of course, she would teach them. To teach her children, Song Shuqian secretly looked through various music materials left by the original owner of the magic gourd, including many notes from her piano lessons. She combined her knowledge from learning the guqin with these materials. The kids might have inherited Song Shuqian's musical talent, as they played very well. The 3 of them rarely went out lately, spending their free time in the yard. To teach her children, Song Shuqian secretly looked through various music materials left by the original owner of the magic gourd, including many notes from her piano lessons. She combined her knowledge from learning the guqin. The little Song family has started playing the instrument again. It sounds really nice. They have changed to a new song today. This one is better than yesterday's. Yesterday's made me feel a bit sad, but today's makes me happy. Someone's eyes darted around. I think that little song is selfish. They have 3 instruments at home, and we don't have even one at our school. They should share them for the kids to use. A sister-in-law responded, "Wang Zhaodi, by your logic, should little Song also go to school and teach the kids how to play?" Wang Zhaodi slapped her thigh. Exactly. Being the leader's wife, she should set a good example. Otherwise, it's like promoting selfishness, and that can be reported. The mention of reporting angered everyone. They all knew how messy things were outside and cherished the peace of their community. The sister-in-law who didn't support her said, "You know she is your leader's wife. Aren't you worried about causing trouble for your husband with your antics?" Wang Zhaodi felt a bit embarrassed. That shouldn't be a problem. She is a leader's family member and should be fair. Sister Jingyi hated reporting. If it weren't for the report, Yaqin would still be the proud girl she was, not suffering here. She said, "Wang Zhaodi, there are no fools in this community. Everyone knows your little schemes. You often take small advantages, which aren't worth much, and people ignore you. But that doesn't mean everyone will let you be. Don't be fooled by her pretty face and friendly smile. She can be tough. Go ask your husband about what happened to those who tried to bully her before, and check her background before deciding to act. And don't think you can use us. We're not as foolish or shameless as you." Someone added, "Wang Zhaodi, our community won't tolerate anyone trying to disrupt this peace." Wang Zhaodi quietly said, "I'm just thinking of the kids. If you don't want to help, that's fine, but why be so fierce?" Song Shuqian was unaware that the sisters had helped her avoid potential trouble. Wang Zhaodi felt confident in the community because of her good background, coming from 3 generations of farmers. She knew that there were several daughters of capitalists in the family compound, along with the descendants of those who were once looked down upon. The reason they were living so well now was because they had married well. Usually, when she mentioned reporting them, they let her take advantage of the situation. For this, she felt quite pleased with herself, thinking she had something on everyone. Of course, she would never report anyone. Her husband had said that if she dared to report anyone, he would divorce her and send her back to her family. Wang Zhaodi, from her name, it was clear that her family valued sons over daughters. If she went back, she would likely be sold again, probably to the mountains. Her sister, Wang Lady, had already married into the mountains, marrying one of 3 brothers, and had 8 children between the ages of 16 and 26. She was too scared to do anything. Usually, she just scared everyone a little and took advantage of them. Those educated people cared about their reputation and wouldn't hold it against her too much, nor would they tell her husband.
She thought Song Shuxian was the same.
After inquiring, she learned that Song Shuxian came from a family of red capitalists and even had a banner given to her. She also discovered Song Shuxian's past achievements and immediately quieted down. She was foolish, but not stupid. She knew who she could not offend. In fact, this matter also involved Wei Jiangwo. Those messages were released at his suggestion. Song Shuxian's demeanor clearly showed she was not from an ordinary family. Rather than hiding and letting people guess, it was better to be open about it. The key was that her identity was one of honor, and there was nothing to be ashamed of. By saying it out loud, everyone would know how to interact in the future. When Wei Jiangwo first came here, he made arrangements, and he was surprised that it took so long for someone to start asking questions. In the family compound, a woman's status is given by men. Wei Jiangwo believed he held a high position among men and had a bright future, so he was confident that no one would dare to have any ideas about his wife. Back to the horsehead fiddle. Lele was very interested in all hands-on activities. Recently, the 2 boys had been competing every day, and the loser had to clean the chicken coop. Just like that, a month passed without them realizing it, and Song Shuxian was already 5 months pregnant. Since it was a twin pregnancy, her 5-month belly was about the same size as a full-term single baby. A month passed without notice, and Song Shuqian's belly was now 5 months along. Since she was carrying twins, her 5-month belly was about the same size as a full-term single baby. Wei Jiangwo was worried and took her to the clinic for a checkup. It was the same old doctor, with the familiar routine of examination. After the checkup, the doctor was pleased. "Everything looks good. The babies are healthy and so are you. If you feel uncomfortable while sleeping, you can use a pillow to support your side. Try to eat smaller meals more often to avoid gaining too much weight. You can eat more liver and spinach." Song Shuqian gently touched her belly. The babies were behaving well. "Doctor, do I still need to walk every day?" "Yes, keep walking. The family area is lively, and since you're young, it's good to join in for some socializing while you walk. The doctor understood the family area well. Feeling a bit shy, Song Shuqian changed the subject and asked, "Will this baby be a girl?" The doctor pretended not to understand. "What, are you biased towards boys?" "It's too late to change anything now." Song Shuqian sighed. "You're overthinking it. I just want to know if it's a girl, so I can prepare things for her." The doctor believed her. Everyone knew each other's family situations in the clinic and the family area. The Wei family was indeed good to their children. "Put your hand here. Let me check." After a moment, the doctor said, "You're lucky. You can start preparing things for a little girl. But don't go overboard." Song Shuqian was pleased. A boy and a girl, twins. Wei Jiangwo couldn't hide his smile. Even though he often said he was used to raising boys and hoped for boys in the future, who could resist a sweet little girl? The doctor waved them off, not wanting to watch any longer. They could faintly hear the couple talking. "Now I have someone to inherit all my little dresses." "Right, dear. Let's have the boys prepare gifts for their sister. And the brother needs gifts too. We can't favor one over the other. We should not favor boys over girls, and we should not favor girls over boys either." It was hard to hear clearly. The old doctor stroked his beard with satisfaction, saying, "What an interesting young couple." After 5 months, as her belly grew, Song Shuqian stopped riding horses and let go of her previous little whims. It was as if she suddenly became more sensible after that period. Her daily joy was listening to An and Lila talk about various happenings at school and watching the excitement with Tian and Sarun in the neighborhood. The aunt that Wei Jiangwo had found also came over. She looked like a very fortunate woman in her 40s, with a round figure and about 5 feet 3 inches tall. Wei Jiangwo introduced, "Wife, this is Aunt Fu. You can chat with her." Song Shuqian welcomed Aunt Fu in and offered her a seat. "Aunt Fu, my husband has already explained your job. It mainly involves taking care of the 2 children until they are 3 years old. After they turn 3, you will just need to cook, clean the yard, and wash a few of the children's clothes. Let me tell you about my offer. If you work for me for 10 years without major issues, I will give you a house for your retirement, transferred to your name, in a city of your choice. Additionally, the monthly salary is $15. If the wages for workers increase in the future, your salary will increase as well, with meals and accommodation provided. After 10 years, along with the house, I will also give you a big bonus as your retirement fund. Of course, if you wish, I can also help you hire someone to assist with your daily needs. In short, as long as you do a good job, I will make sure you are well taken care of." Song Shuqian's offer was very generous, with meals and accommodation meaning Aunt Fu wouldn't have to spend any money. Aunt Fu was very satisfied and started working that day. She clearly had been trained in a well-off family, showing great insight and discretion, and helped Song Shuqian a lot. The only downside was that she couldn't take things from the treasure jar freely anymore. Fortunately, with Wei Jiangwo helping to cover for her, whenever Song Shuqian wanted something, she would just ask him to get it. Other than that, everything was convenient. Song Shuqian truly felt that having someone to take care of daily life at home was essential. On a hot summer afternoon, the heat was unbearable, especially for a pregnant woman like Song Shuqian. Feeling restless, she pushed aside the blanket covering her and decided to find Tian to chat. She carefully walked along the shaded areas, taking each step cautiously to avoid falling. Halfway through, feeling exhausted, she found a cool spot to sit and rest. What she saw next left her speechless. Sister Yakin and Sister Jingy were hugging, and if that was all, she wouldn't have been so shocked. The surprising part was that they kissed each other. Song Shuqian had never seen anything like this before. She quickly covered her mouth, afraid she might shout out loud. Hiding in the corner, she dared not make a sound. She could hear their conversation coming through in bits. "You haven't come to see me lately. Is there someone else? That little Song seems to be close to you. What are you thinking? You know our feelings. No one can come between us. What about your husband? I still want another child, and I will continue my life with him, fulfilling my duties as a wife. We agreed not to affect our families." Darn, I wish I could make you pregnant. When are they going on a mission? I miss you. This week. Are you coming to my house or should I go to yours? Let's switch houses. It's been a while. Song Shuqian felt so embarrassed and waited until they left. Finally, she moved her slightly numb legs and turned to head home. She needed some time to process everything. No wonder she felt Sister Jingyi was always wary of her. It turned out she was jealous. No wonder she thought they were too close. It was for this reason. No wonder they wanted to marry into the same family compound. This explained everything. Many things that puzzled her before suddenly made sense. Song Shuqian wondered if anyone else in the compound knew about this. It seemed unlikely that she was the only one who stumbled upon it. She hesitated about whether to tell anyone. If she kept it to herself, both of their husbands would be completely innocent. If they spoke up, their children would live with judgment and carry that burden for life. The two of them would also face a tough situation. At this moment, she admitted she wasn't being objective. If she saw two men today, she would report it without hesitation to save two women. But with two women, she hesitated. In the end, Song Shuqian decided to pretend she hadn't seen anything today. She wouldn't tell anyone. They were still good friends who grew up together. In the days that followed, Song Shuqian continued to walk in the courtyard, but she rarely went to the gossip-gathering place and seldom saw Sister Yakin and Sister Jingyi. Wei Jiangwo and his team had been forming this special forces unit for a year, and it was time to assess their results. He had been busy with this lately, and today he was leading the team out. After packing up, Wei Jiangwo hugged Song Shuqian. Dear, take care of yourself at home. If you need anything, ask Captain Yang or Sister Guan for help. I've already talked to them. While I'm away, make sure to take walks after meals. I've arranged for Aunt Fu to help you with that. Always take Lightning and Moing with you, no matter where you go. Old Yang will come to take care of the horse, so you don't need to worry about that. Like many times before, what worried Wei Jiangwo the most wasn't the two kids, but Song Shuqian. Especially since she was pregnant. But he was a soldier and had his own responsibilities. Before leaving, he reminded the two kids at the door, "You must keep your mom company on walks every day. After I'm gone, you are the pillars of the family, so take good care of her. If anything happens, talk to your mom. Don't let her guess." That last sentence was his remaining fatherly love. His wife had been a bit short-tempered lately, lacking patience, and preferred to speak directly about issues. The kids had already gotten used to their dad's departures. He had to go on missions from time to time, so they didn't feel much sadness. They just echoed their mom's advice, saying, "Dad, please stay safe. Nothing is more important than safety. Remember, we 5 are waiting for you at home." It can be said that everything is the same except for the names, and I don't know where this kid overheard it. At this point, Wei Jiangwo didn't know what to say to them. Now he just hopes that his little girl will be sweet and gentle. As he got into the car to leave, Wei Jiangwo was still thinking about his wife and children at home. Lu Xingwa jokingly patted his shoulder. "You've been married for so many years, still so lovey-dovey. Aren't you afraid of being teased?" Wei Jiangwo didn't want to respond to him at all. "No matter how many years we've been married, she will always be my little girl. I can't help but worry about her." Lu Xingwa groaned. "When did you start talking so mushy? It's so annoying." "Is it mushy? I'm just speaking from the heart," Wei Jiangwo replied. Lu Xingwa and the others in the car expressed their disbelief. Some of them were married too, but they had never seen a couple so affectionate. The farewell was so emotional, it seemed like they could stretch it out. Looking at the two kids, it was clear they were used to it. Wei Jiangwo cleared his throat. "Everyone close your eyes and get some rest. We need to be in good shape to win first place. When my daughter is born, I'll bring you some snacks." Despite his strict demeanor during training, they still dared to joke around with him in private. "Boss, how do you know it's a girl?" "I had someone check the pulse." Experienced doctors can usually tell, but they won't always say it outright. "Should we celebrate when your niece is born?" "Not a big celebration, but I can treat you to dumplings if we win first place. Now, sleep." Suddenly, the entire car fell silent. They were all trained to fall asleep quickly and adjust their state in no time. The competition method was simple. All teams would engage in a free-for-all, and the team that grabbed the flag would win. Each team was made up of elites selected from various military districts. The competition began the moment they got out of the car, although the participants were unaware of it. Wei Jiangwo's long experience in military strategy and command was not for nothing. He had deeply ingrained the wisdom of ancient military tactics and modern command in his mind, seamlessly integrating them into every strategic plan and tactical application. The art of war, Wuzi, Lu Tao, Sima's methods, Taibai's in classics, strategies of 100 battles. His wife is like a treasure chest. Perhaps the Song family's ancestors really had a general among them. After a year of training, his strong army underwent a remarkable transformation, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. What pleased Wei Jiangwo the most was the unprecedented team cohesion. A year of sharing hardships and joys forged a solid trust and understanding among them. As he got out of the vehicle, Wei Jiangwo felt the gaze of countless eyes upon them. With just a glance, everyone understood the meaning, quickly finding their positions and trusting their comrades. Uncertain of the situation, Wei Jiangwo first sent scouts to gather information. Once he understood the circumstances, he chose to conserve strength, avoiding direct confrontation with other teams. Capturing the flag was the priority. They took a detour, using stealth and surprise attacks when encountering enemies. In 2 days, they managed to keep all their comrades safe. The leaders overseeing the exercise were impressed. After a year of training, Wei Jiangwo had delivered excellent results. However, some believed his methods were not honorable, relying on tactics that seemed less respectable. An energetic old man signaled for silence. The leaders have said, whether a cat is black or white, if it catches mice, it's a good cat. Even if he doesn't confront others directly, their quick response shows their skills. Taking a detour is tough and far, but notice their breathing. It's steady, showing the soldiers' endurance. And their teamwork, just a glance from that guy, and his subordinates know what to do, plus those unique hand signals. Very good, very good. Let's bring them in later and see if we can promote this across the army. The leader's thoughts were unknown to Wei Jiangwo and his team. At that moment, they faced a formidable opponent, an old rival. Both sides decided to forego using guns. Wei Jiangwo's team formed a 4-symbol formation, with groups of 4 positioned in the 4 cardinal directions. The eastern team focused on attacking, striking the enemy swiftly and forcefully. The southern team aimed to distract, using agile movements and techniques to draw the enemy's attention. The Westerners focused on defense, wielding a chain knife skillfully to protect their teammates from harm. The Northerners provided random support to enhance the battle. They had worked together countless times, and it had become second nature. Their old rivals quickly fell behind. Wei Jiangwo patted the leader on the shoulder, saying, "Let's have a drink together next time." Then he calmly led his team away, which was quite frustrating. The energetic old man watched with growing admiration, thinking, this kid understands military strategy. Not bad. A cultured person among a bunch of rough guys. Wei Jiangwo reached the flag before the other teams and quietly hid with his group. They erased all traces and waited quietly for the competition to end. The leaders were unhappy. This was not what they had expected, as the real chaos had not yet begun. But it was fine. They could change the rules. The new rule was to capture Wei Jiangwo's team. They say many ants can take down an elephant, and with so many people searching, along with the leaders constantly reporting Wei Jiangwo's coordinates, hiding was no longer an option. They could only fight. Next, everyone witnessed the strength of this team. With formations like the 3 talents formation, sharp arrow formation, 5-star formation, and scaled formation, any 3 members could form a battle array, quickly regrouping and changing tactics. Those who aimed to take down Wei Jiangwo first found themselves defeated. What started as a drill turned into their showcase. The outcome was clear. Wei Jiangwo's team was undoubtedly the first-place winner. After the award ceremony, their schedule came to a successful end. Wei Jiangwo planned to use the remaining half-day to buy a gift for his wife, unsure of what local specialties or little trinkets she might like. He also wondered how she and the kids were doing at home. On the other hand, Song Shuxian was doing exceptionally well. She was feeling great. She had decided to keep the secret for Sister Yakin and Sister Jingy, acting as if she hadn't seen anything. But not everyone felt the same way. There was Wang Zhaodi, who had previously stirred things up, wanting Song Shuxian to teach all the kids to play the horsehead fiddle for free. In the family courtyard, the gates are usually left open during the day. When visiting someone else's home, people typically call out at the gate and wait for a response before entering. Wang Zhaodi never announces her arrival, she just walks in. This time, she saw something she shouldn't have. Inside, Sister Yakin and Sister Jingy were hugging each other. Wang Zhaodi screamed in shock. Her scream startled everyone, and they rushed over to see what was happening. Tian, who lived nearby, was among the first to arrive. She told Song Shuxian, "I really saw it." At that moment, Sister Jingy's hand was inside Sister Yakin's clothes. When Wang Zhaodi shouted, Sister Jingy quickly pretended to help fix her clothes. The two women glared at Wang Zhaodi. It was the first time I had seen Sister Yakin so angry. She raised her hand and slapped her. "Think before you speak. Remember, trouble comes from careless words." Tian's expression was hard to describe. It seems Wang Zhaodi didn't understand Sister Yakin's warning and loudly accused them of being improper, saying they were being inappropriate together. Song Shuxian was at a loss for words. In situations like this, shouting only harms others and creates more enemies for oneself. Wang Zhaodi really messed things up with those two sisters. I wonder if it will affect the relationships between the men. This time, Captain Yang has a headache. All three men belong to Captain Yang's team. Tian didn't know what to say. "Do you think this is true?" "I actually believe Wang Zhaodi. But since there have been no past grievances, siding with Wang Zhaodi would put those two sisters in a difficult position, and their children are still young. With such a reputation, their lives could be ruined. I have to say, mothers tend to think alike." Song Shuxian asked, "What was everyone's reaction?" They scolded Wang Zhaodi for causing trouble and making a big deal out of nothing. The two sisters grew up together, like real sisters. Not only do they hug, but they even share a bed when there isn't enough room at home. I'm sure others saw it too, but everyone chose to keep quiet. Song Shuxian then said, "If I had seen it, I would have chosen to stay silent as well. Besides the two families and their children, if we admit to this, our military district would gain a bad reputation. This kind of reputation is unwanted by anyone. The honor that the soldiers earn through blood and tears does not bring them fame, but this incident has made them well known, becoming a topic of gossip in other military districts. I can't accept this." Wei Jiangwo trains very hard, often coming home with bruises and small injuries. For the sake of this unit, he trains during the day and studies at night, working tirelessly. Tian understands what Song Shuxian means. The wives in the compound all share a common trait. They care for their men and do not want their honor tarnished. With just sympathy, this matter cannot be hidden, but what if it is for personal gain? From now on, the two of them just need to discreetly spread these words. Similarly, these words are also a burden for Sister Yakin and Sister Jingy. To protect their men's honor, the wives in the compound will keep a close watch on them. They can only remain good friends while taking care of their men and children. Song Shuxian tells Tian, "Smart people fear two types of individuals. The first type is those who do not follow logic and reason, who only think, 'I feel this way, so I will do it,' and do not listen to others. The second type is fools, whose actions lack consistency and predictability, and who do not consider the consequences of their actions. Wang Zhaodi is a combination of both, and I'm curious to see how she will act." Seeing her mischievous smile, Tian realizes that Shuxian does not like Wang Zhaodi. "Do you dislike her?" "It's not that I dislike her, but I don't like having someone like her in the compound. She is too unpredictable. If we dig deeper, none of us can withstand scrutiny. For instance, the monthly supply is limited, and even if we follow it strictly, it barely covers our needs. With everyone looking healthy, where is the extra food coming from? And the children's clothes, not to mention the patches, shouldn't be so nice. Are you going to take action?" Song Shuxian shakes her head. "There are so many smart people in the compound. It's not up to me." Someone else will deal with her. Don't you think the families here are too wealthy? Tian understands that many people in the compound have backgrounds that cannot withstand investigation. Song Shuxian's background is fine. She can say the supplies were exchanged with fellow villagers. As long as it's not a black market deal with evidence of wrongdoing, there's no problem. Shuxian has always been cautious and keeps her distance from the black market. All her questionable actions are on the edge of the rules, making it hard to catch her. Tian asked, "Isn't it unfair to the two men in Sister Yakin and Sister Jingyi's families?" Shuxian shook her head. This is their best choice. If they cause a scene without thinking, it might feel good in the moment, but their military careers would end. They are not at fault, but in military marriages, if family members make mistakes, they will be affected. And then there are the rumors. If someone uses hurtful words against them, even strong men might break the rules. Also, about the children, people say kids are innocent, but their words can be the most hurtful. If those kids grow up in that kind of environment, they won't have a future. Tian sighed. I don't understand what they are thinking. They both have families, and they act so recklessly, not caring about the consequences for their loved ones. And can a woman really be more useful than a man? Are the men in their families not capable enough to support them? Shuxian quickly stopped Tian's wild thoughts. Stop talking like that. We can't understand their actions. I suspect they had this kind of relationship before marriage and chose to marry into the same community to stay together. In the future, when their children get married, we must thoroughly check their partners. After such incidents, they will have to swallow their feelings, which is quite upsetting. Things turned out as they expected, contained within the community and not spreading outside. Wei Jiangwo was brought before the leaders to give a report, detailing everything from the first training session in the morning to the last task before bed at night. He also needed to explain why he did it and the results he achieved. After studying for so long, Wei Jiangwo was no longer the naive person he used to be. He sensed that this report was linked to his future development, so he answered very seriously. When discussing why soldiers should learn cultural knowledge, he presented a comparison between those who studied and those who did not. Clearly, when they have knowledge, everyone is more inclined to think, and the results of their missions improve. He also talked about the importance of making retreat plans before missions. One leader asked sharply, "Aren't you just afraid of dying?" Wei Jiangwo's response was honest and direct. "Sir, who wants to die if they can live? Our lives belong not only to ourselves but also to our families. After all, no one wants to hear their son call someone else dad." Then, Wei Jiangwo calculated the organization's investment in him since he joined the military. Training a qualified soldier is not easy. Moreover, they are all brothers. If a careful plan can reduce casualties, why not do it? Two leaders nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing his point. When asked about his secret, Wei Jiangwo said, reviewing. The last task every night is to summarize the strengths and weaknesses from the day's training and find areas for improvement. In his view, making mistakes during training is a good thing. It helps build experience. When asked about his strategies and tactics, he attributed them to the year he spent studying. That year, he nearly read all the relevant books in the library. When leaders asked, he could even name some of the sources. He also mentioned foreign military journals, which most military districts have, but many leaders do not read due to language barriers. Fortunately, he knew the language and had the right rank. The sharp-tongued leader asked, "How did you learn English?" "As far as I know, your education level is not high." Wei Jiangwo's answer was straightforward. "My wife is a translator in the defense industry. She taught me." After learning more, the leaders found that Wei Jiangwo's training methods were very effective and advanced. However, they were difficult to replicate. His success as a commander is due to his position. Everyone centers around him. Physical training is aimed at him, with no limit set. He also teaches cultural classes himself, without any textbooks, just sharing whatever comes to mind, and he has plenty of stories. Additionally, their team has a strong spirit, which is difficult to cultivate. In the end, they could only ask Wei Jiangwo to strengthen his training. After Wei Jiangwo left, the sharp-tongued old man who had asked the questions smiled with satisfaction. He's a good candidate. He learns quickly, adapts well, and maintains his composure in front of us. Let's investigate his family again. If there are no issues, we can add him to the shortlist. It turns out that this time, they not only wanted to test the Special Forces training results, but also to create an independent unit of special soldiers. The leaders hope this unit can learn from advanced combat concepts and training methods from abroad, while also considering our actual situation and the valuable experiences passed down from our ancestors. To build such a team, the choice of the leader must be very careful, and currently, Wei Jiangwo seems very suitable. After leaving the leaders, Wei Jiangwo realized he didn't have time to buy anything.
He went straight back to the team.
Lu Xinghua asked, "How is it? Can you go home tomorrow?" After being away for a few days, he was a bit worried about home. Let's wait for the notice. Meanwhile, in Song Shuxian's family compound, everything had returned to calm, as if nothing had happened before. She was teaching Moing, "Isn't it your turn to herd the sheep today? No slacking off, understand?" Moing barked twice in agreement. Song Shuxian patted his head and played with him for a while. Wei Jiangwo was worried and insisted that she must have a dog with her when she goes out. Among their 3 dogs, Lightning was the most reliable and responsible. Song Shuxian preferred to keep him around. Moing felt jealous and lately didn't want to herd the sheep. Song Shuxian made a schedule, so they would take turns accompanying her each day. Fu Dian didn't have such concerns. He loved running outside and could go out every day. He was the main one for herding. And Lulu rushed home after school. Mom, we're back. Mom, we had a lot of fun." Recently, after returning home, the 2 children didn't go out to play. They stayed by Song Shuxian's side, helping her with chores and chatting. And placed her little hand on her mother's belly. "Mom, the baby said hello to me. Why not a little brother?" Song Shuxian heard that children can see things that adults cannot, so she asked this question. "Yes, it's your sister. Your brother greets her gently and slowly, but she is very anxious." Song Shuxian seriously doubted that the child felt this way. Shouldn't the brother be a little rascal? Do you want to talk to your sister? You need to tell her you are the big brother, and when she comes out, you have to listen to what your brother says. And then said to his sister, "Sister, I am your brother. Both Lele, and I welcome you. When you come out, you need to listen to us. If you think we are wrong, you should explain why, otherwise, your brother will be upset." Song Shuxian found it amusing that he reminded his sister to explain if she didn't agree. Not bad. Recently, Lele became fascinated with making airplanes out of sticks. Every day he would come back and say, "Mom, when will my sister come out? My little airplane isn't finished yet." "Don't worry, your sister just arrived and is too small to play with your airplane. She will be able to play when she is about 2 years old. You both need to remember that there is also a little brother. You can't treat them differently, or your brother will feel sad." Anan reluctantly replied, "I already have one brother. You can let Lele have this one." Song Shuxian pretended to be troubled, "But he is also your brother. You have 2 brothers, and Lele has 1 brother and 1 sister. You both have a sister. Since the big brothers don't like the little brother, I guess I will just have to like him a bit more." Lele disagreed. "Mom, favoritism is not good. Look at those children whose parents are biased. They are not happy. You shouldn't learn their bad habits. But you both only like your sister, and I feel sorry for your brother." "All right, Mom, favoritism is not good. We will treat our brother and sister the same." Hearing An and Lele's serious promise, Song Shuxian felt delighted. Treating everyone equally starts from a young age. Wei Jiangwo left suddenly and returned just as unexpectedly. On a summer night, Song Shuxian secured the mosquito net and slept uneasily. Wei Jiangwo climbed over the wall and whispered, "Lightning, it's me." Sensing their owner's presence, Lightning and Moing let out a low bark and went back to sleep. The weather is hot and they don't like sleeping indoors lately, so they brought their little beds to the porch. Song Shuxian lets them be. Wei Jiangwo first went to wash up by the well and then entered the house feeling refreshed. Song Shuxian is sleeping restlessly. Her belly is too big, and she can only sleep on her side. Maybe because of the heat, she feels the air inside the mosquito net is thin and hard to breathe. In her dreams, she kicked her legs and woke up in pain. Wei Jiangwo quickly went over to help her with a massage.
How are you?
Do you feel a bit better? You're back. I feel so uncomfortable, she cried. Perhaps it was late at night or being in front of her partner. Her pain was no longer hidden, and her inner hurt and worries suddenly felt overwhelming. Song Shuxian leaned against Wei Jiangwo's chest and quietly cried. She couldn't remember how it felt to be carefree during her previous pregnancy. This time was very uncomfortable, affecting her ability to get up and walk. Breathing was difficult, and her legs and feet were completely swollen. Now her shoes had to be a size bigger. Wei Jiangwo gently patted her back, constantly comforting her. Aunt Fu heard the noise and came over in her slippers. Xiao Song, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Aunt Fu, it's me. You can go back to sleep, she replied. Hearing Wei Jiangwo's voice reassured Aunt Fu. It's not easy for a woman to be pregnant, and lately, Xiao Song has been waking up in the middle of the night, showing dark circles under her eyes. Okay, do you want something to eat? Song Shuxian lifted her head, her voice still a bit nasal. Aunt Fu, please cook some noodles for him.
Sure.
Aunt Fu replied, and went to prepare the meal. She enjoys working in this household. Both the man and woman are reasonable and treat her kindly, without any arrogance. The two children are also very understanding. They sweetly call her Grandma Fu and thank her for her work. She feels very satisfied to be in such a family and has no doubt about their promise to take care of her in her old age. Inside the house, Wei Jiangwo is still holding Song Shuxian, comforting her. After you have this baby, let's not have any more, okay? For children are enough. He had said this before the birth of An and Lele, and Song Shuxian disagreed. This time she agreed. Wei Jiangwo lowered his head and kissed her forehead. When the holiday comes, I will get a vasectomy.
I've already asked about it.
For men, it's just a small surgery and doesn't harm the body. For women, getting an IUD means having a metal ring placed inside, which is painful and can lead to infections. It can also be risky when it's time to remove it. Song Shuxian leaned against him in silence, feeling a bit overly sensitive. In the Daong dynasty, no man would go this far for his wife. Men only care about their own comfort, and having children one after another shows a strong bond between husband and wife, making them the envy of others. Not only do wives give birth, but children from concubines also come one by one. A wife without means has to use her dowry to help the man raise the children. Being here and meeting Wei Jiangwo made her feel very content. The hardships of pregnancy were nothing compared to that. Wiping her tears, she said, "The noodles are ready. You should go eat. I'm fine now, just feeling a bit unwell lately, and being a little sensitive."
Don't say that.
You're not being sensitive at all. It's those two kids who are being troublesome and making things hard for their mom. When they arrive, I'll make them study, so you won't feel sad anymore. Song Shuxian smiled through her tears, finding him amusing. Worried about their home, Wei Jiangwo hurried back without resting. He was indeed hungry. He finished a big bowl of noodles and 3 eggs in no time. Once everything was cleaned up, Song Shuxian couldn't sleep, so the couple lay on the bed chatting. Song Shuxian said, "Honey, remember to praise Anan and Lele tomorrow. They haven't gone out to play lately, because they're worried I might be bored at home. They stay with me every day, telling me stories, practicing martial arts, and playing the piano. Seeing them makes me feel that the struggles of pregnancy are worth it. Okay, I'll praise them tomorrow. I'll also scold the two in your belly for being naughty and bothering their mom." Song Shuxian lightly huffed, sure that he wouldn't be able to scold their little girl. "Honey, I need to tell you that something big happened in the family compound recently. Sister Yakin and Sister Jingy. Well, this matter has been contained within the compound, and we don't plan to let it spread. It's not pleasant." Wei Jiangwo was quite surprised. "Is that so?" Song Shuxian suddenly felt a bit like a teacher and explained, "Yes, there are many examples in history. The more famous ones include Chunajiao and Chufu, and Yu Xuanji with Lu Qiao." Wei Jiangwo was shocked to hear this for the first time. It really opened his eyes. What shocked him even more was what his wife said next. I can understand this behavior. To me, as long as it doesn't hurt others, people can do what they want. Everyone is an independent individual, and as long as they take responsibility for their actions, that's what matters. I think what happened with Sister Jingyi and Sister Yakin is wrong because they hurt their families and created problems in the community. You have no idea how shocked the sisters were. They were terrified. Of course, many others didn't realize what was happening and were misled by everyone. Wei Jiangwo was also terrified. He didn't dare let his wife hang out with Tian Tian and the others. After all, his wife was so beautiful. What if they had inappropriate thoughts? Song Shuxian noticed his concerns and tapped him. I'm talking about something serious. You need to be aware of this situation. If it comes out, you need to have a plan. Tian Tian and I have spread some information about the potential dangers to the community if this gets out. Smart people should take it seriously. You need to be extra cautious of those who act impulsively. Wei Jiangwo was still in shock. Wife, can men be involved with each other too? There are even more examples for men. Many are quite open about it, like in Lingjun and Chu Xianwang, or Dong Xian and Han 80. The most open examples are from the late Ming and Qing dynasties, where the customs of brotherhood and father-son relationships appeared in the Minnan region. That was well known. There are also some secretive ones which are the worst, especially those who pretend to be normal, marry and have children, ruining a girl's life. Song Shuxian's words were filled with disdain. Wei Jiangwo finally regained his composure. Don't worry, wife, I will handle it. We'll communicate privately and prepare a plan. We might need your help to carry this out quietly in the community. It can't be done openly. No problem, leave it to me. Song Shuxian chatted and unknowingly fell asleep. Wei Jiangwo gently fanned her, thinking how this silly girl had endured so much without saying a word. After adjusting her pillow to ensure her big belly wouldn't disturb her, Wei Jiangwo finally fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Anan and Lulu woke up to see their dad and were very happy. Lila cheered. Welcome back, Dad. We took good care of Mom. And it was a bit more reserved, but her smile was hard to hide. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at her dad. Wei Jiangwo squatted down, allowing the two kids to jump into his arms. After pulling them away a little to avoid waking Song Shuxian, he seriously praised them. He had already learned that the kids had been doing very well lately. After giving them a big compliment, Wei Jiangwo asked, Is there any reward you want? Your performance surprised me. I want to give you a gift. Anan wrapped her arms around her dad's neck and said, Dad, Mom wants to see a volcano, and Lulu and I want to go to that scary bridge Mom talked about.
Le nodded in agreement.
Wei Jiangwo remembered that Song Shuxian wanted to see the volcano and said, That bridge is a bit far, and Mom isn't feeling well. There's another bridge nearby that's even scarier. I have something to do in a few days with some uncles. I can take you both along. Do you want to go? The two kids nodded eagerly, afraid that if they hesitated, Wei Jiangwo might change his mind. Okay, I'll arrange it and take you both, but I can only bring you two, not Lightning and the others. Is that okay? The kids shared a knowing glance, understanding each other perfectly. Anan spoke up, That's fine, Dad. Lightning and the others need to stay with Mom. She's the most important and she shouldn't be alone. With such a noble reason, Wei Jiangwo couldn't find any fault. All right, it's time to start exercising. Let's see if you two have been slacking off lately. As he watched the kids practice, Wei Jiangwo realized that they were very disciplined. Whenever they decided to do something, they gave it their all. Training never lies. Serious practice and half-hearted efforts are easy to tell apart for experts. These two kids are clearly putting in the effort. Squeezing their arms and legs, Wei Jiangwo thought about how well they eat, their proper training, and the help from special fluids, making their bodies strong. At just 5 years old, they are already 1.3 meters tall. Once he confirmed their health, Wei Jiangwo revealed his plan. Dad has some time lately and can take you to the army for training. You'll get to see the big tanks and guns that Lele likes, and you can even touch them. You can also learn the martial arts that Anan enjoys. Do you want to go? The kids agreed without hesitation and kept thanking him. Wei Jiangwo remained calm on the outside, but was thrilled inside. Taking advantage of the kids' summer vacation, He planned to give them systematic training and use their impressive memory to challenge some of the more complacent members in his unit. He wanted them to understand that there are always greater heights and more talented people. Genius is a significant advantage over ordinary people. Also, the kids are growing up, and it's time for them to learn to be more independent. In short, Wei Jiangwo felt that Song Shuxian was raising the boys too pampered. This was a huge difference caused by their different upbringings, which was hard to resolve. Fortunately, both kids respect each other and are willing to listen to one another. Song Shuxian didn't want her children to grow up spoiled, but she didn't know how to change that. She felt the kids had already experienced enough hardship. After all, she had a wet nurse, a governess, and 4 maids attending to her in her childhood, not including the rough servants in the courtyard. Everyone has their own expertise, and when Wei Jiangwo brought it up, Song Shuxian agreed, without much thought. "Honey, I have just one request. Don't let them become dirty kids. You know, like those in the courtyard with dirty necks who wipe their noses on their sleeves. If that happens, Wei Jiangwo, we will have a problem. What are you thinking? I'm their real dad. I wouldn't harm them. I want them to be self-sufficient, to learn to dress themselves, make their beds, and wash up on their own. And some basic outdoor survival skills. Look, they're growing up and like to run outside to play. They might encounter various situations, so they need to know how to take care of themselves, right? All right, I approve. It's okay to get a little hurt during practice, but only minor injuries. Report to the leader. We promise to complete the task." After some playful banter, it was settled. Summer vacation came quickly, and the 2 kids went with their dad. It wasn't their first time at the military camp, so the kids felt comfortable. They looked around and occasionally greeted familiar uncles. They were well acquainted with the soldiers under Wei Jiangwo, as these men came to their home for dinner every month. They ran over to greet them, saying, "Hello, uncles. For a while, we will train with you and may cause some trouble. Please guide us." After that, they saluted like little soldiers. The uncles returned their salute. "You 2 are going to train with us?" "Yes, Uncle Lin. Dad said he has some free time and will help us train." The uncles welcomed the kids. Anen, being younger, liked to speak like an adult, while Lulu was quirky and often surprised everyone with her words. They were both very entertaining children. This training group had a total of 10 people, carefully selected by Wei Jiangwo, each with their own strengths, making the group very complementary. "Line up. Wei Yannan, Wei Yibei, you 2 stand at the back and follow along. Just your best, and if you feel tired, take a break. Understand?" "Yes, Dad, we understand." "Great. You will start with a 5-kilometer warm-up run." The 10 people turned and ran, their steps in sync and their speed impressive. The 5 kilometers felt like a sprint. The 2 kids watched in amazement as the others disappeared in the blink of an eye, feeling confused. "You 2 should run at the pace you do every morning slowly. You're still young, so don't compare yourselves to them." Anen and Lula finally understood and started to run obediently. Nearby, Zhao Qiang, who heard Wei Jiangwo speaking, looked shocked, not expecting to hear him talk like that on the training field. It was quite startling, and he felt goosebumps all over. At first, the kids were influenced by the uncles and ran faster than they could handle. But they quickly realized their problem and began to adjust their speed, taking their time at their own pace. Zhao Qiang quietly said, "Your kids are impressive. They figured it out so quickly and found their rhythm again. Many adults can't do that." Wei Jiangwo proudly snorted, referring to the 2 little ones as his. The children ran with flushed faces. They almost stopped with the uncles, following behind them and trying to stand properly like they did. Then they followed the soldiers to do a series of training exercises, with Wei Jiangwo always pushing them to their limits, testing and gradually increasing their abilities. The funniest moment was during mealtime in the cafeteria, where 2 little ones, dressed in tiny training outfits that were just smaller versions of the adults' uniforms, stood among a group of big men, each with a little star on their chests. The kids tried to ignore the curious stares and kept serious faces, mimicking how their dad usually looked. But they didn't realize that their similar features to Wei Jiangwo were the reason for the attention. Noticing the children's discomfort, Wei Jiangwo shot a stern glance, and everyone quickly looked away. "Uncle, I want this dish but less of it. I can't finish," one of the kids said. The big chef heard the voice but couldn't see them. He leaned out from the window and was surprised to see two small children. He almost laughed. "You're still little. You need to eat well. If you can't finish, give it to your dad." Then he served them a lot of meat. If the morning was the stage for the 10 little soldiers, then the afternoon belonged to an and Lulu. In cultural lessons, how could 10 rough men compete with the two kids who had photographic memories? During the weapons knowledge session, the gun in Wei Jiangwo's hand seemed like a part of him, quickly becoming a pile of parts. And Lulu watched with wide eyes. It was their first time seeing a gun. While others began their practice, Wei Jiangwo gave the two kids special attention, explaining the specifics of firearms in detail. Then he let them practice assembling and disassembling on their own. At first, everyone didn't take the two kids seriously, but in just 5 minutes, they had already mastered it. If their hands weren't so small, they could have been even faster. Especially Lele, his interest is the best motivator. He studies very seriously, completely absorbed in his own world, unaffected by what's happening around him. The same goes for the theoretical knowledge. After hearing it once, they can remember everything just by looking at it again. They easily outperformed these little warriors. The lively Qian Jijun felt exhausted, saying, "Anin and Lele, how did you two get so smart? You're making it hard for the rest of us." Originally, Captain Wei required them to remember everything they learned that day. They thought it was an impossible task and wanted to ask him to relax the requirements a bit. Unexpectedly, the two 5-year-olds accomplished it easily, even without needing extra time. They remembered it all right away. This made it hard for them to speak up. How could a group of grown men be outdone by two 5-year-olds? That was the situation, but they felt embarrassed to say it. In the days that followed, this group of men showed an unprecedented enthusiasm for their classes. Whenever they felt tired, they would pinch their thighs to stay focused, determined not to be outdone by the two children. Did you think that was the end? You underestimate Wei Jiangwo. He loves to push boundaries. In English class, Wei Jiangwo had the two children teach them. During the lesson, no Chinese was allowed, and anyone who broke the rule would face extra training. It wasn't too harmful, but it was very humiliating. Everyone focused intently on their studies, determined not to be outperformed by the two kids. Otherwise, they would truly become simple-minded brutes. Those who initially criticized Wei Jiangwo for bringing the children to training fell silent. It turned out they weren't training the kids. They were using the kids to train the adults. Fortunately, they didn't get a chance to voice their objections. Ouch, that hurt their pride. Why couldn't such great kids be from their own families? They wondered what color bag they could use to sneak one home. Some even started to think about whether they could send their own less fortunate kids to the Wei family for a few days, not needing them to be as smart as Inan and Lele, just half as smart would do. But after seeing the size of Wei Jiangwo's wife's belly, they quietly abandoned that idea. However, it was fine. They all lived in the same big compound and were still classmates. They could let their kids learn from Wei Yannan and Wei Yibei at school. It was quite lively, and Colonel Feng heard the commotion, so he came to the classroom to take a look for a while. The two children spoke fluent English, sharing some little historical stories. These were stories that Song Shuxian had told them while they were learning English. Colonel Feng didn't understand, but he felt it was impressive. He patted Wei Jiangwo on the shoulder and said, "Nurture them well. These two kids will be remarkable in the future." Wei Jiangwo saluted. "I will ensure the task is completed." Colonel Feng replied, "You're really no fun. You don't need to be so serious in private. Let's go. This is not enjoyable at all." Watching Colonel Feng leave, Wei Jiangwo slowly smiled. The colonel disliked being overly serious in private. Wei Jiangwo and the two children were busy training, while Song Shuxian was also occupied at home. Aunt Fu took care of the daily meals and chores, and Song Shuxian entrusted her with stocking up on winter supplies. Aunt Fu really liked the environment of the family compound and enjoyed chatting with everyone after finishing her work. She had fully integrated into the community and was happy to help prepare things with everyone. Wei Jiangwo returned and shared that Lele had a talent for mechanics. He wanted to find a professional teacher for Lele so that his talent wouldn't go to waste. However, finding a suitable teacher in their area was nearly impossible. Song Shuxian thought of the original owner's expertise and interests. It was a coincidence that their preferences were almost identical. Remembering that they were originally twins, Song Shuxian felt relieved. She was busy going through her notes and books, trying to categorize them by difficulty to show Lele, but she really couldn't teach him. Lele would have to learn on his own. Categorizing the difficulty levels had already consumed a lot of her energy. Song Shuxian personally didn't enjoy these subjects. When Lele came home, he received books from his mom. His little face flushed with excitement as he said, "Thank you, Mom. I love you the most. You are the best mom in the world." His sweet words made Song Shuxian feel refreshed, and she didn't even feel tired anymore. She said, and Lele, these books are what I studied when I was in school, but I really didn't enjoy them. You all noticed that Mom prefers painting, playing the piano, and literature. Mom knows a bit about these things. If you have any questions, you can ask me, and we can find the answers together. Feeling unsure of her words, Song Shuxian added, and if you don't like it, don't force yourself to learn. Mom doesn't like it either. You might just be following her. Dad likes it, and your brother might follow him. And who looked a bit down, brightened up at Mom's words. Really, Mom? It's not that I'm too slow? How could you think that? If you were slow, then everyone else would be too. We all have different interests. You learn classical literature and languages faster than your brother. You also enjoy painting and music. Those are your interests. No one is perfect. You are my child, so isn't it normal that you are a bit like me? Hearing Mom's comforting words, Anan gave up the idea of studying with his brother since he didn't enjoy it. Song Shuxian said to him, "When I was young, I learned a lot from your grandma. Before you find your own interests, let's start by learning what I like. Then we can look for opportunities to try new things until you find what you enjoy, okay?" Anan nodded seriously, happy that Mom still liked him and didn't think he was slow. The mother and son held hands and went to play chess, which was their special game together. Lele didn't like it at all and kept his distance. This was the best way to comfort, and Song Shuxian realized that Anan was sensitive and used to being the older brother, so he subconsciously didn't want to fall behind his brother. She needed to spend a bit more time with him. Lele was already engrossed in his books, lost in his own world, unaware of what was happening around him. Just to clarify, our country only fully banned guns in 1996. The training went smoothly, and finally, it was time for the two kids to see the bridge they had been looking forward to. Wei Jiangwo brought his team to check the location. If it was suitable, they would come here regularly for training. Although it was called a bridge, it was actually a railway. In 1938, a small town was built to exploit our coal resources. It spans a large river, which is about 300 meters wide and has plenty of water. Standing on the railway bridge, you can look down and see the river rushing by, carrying a lot of mud and making a loud roaring sound. Wei Jiangwo chose this place for training because the space between the railway ties is hollow and has no protection. A small mistake could lead to falling into the river. The height of 40 meters is enough to help them overcome their little fears. Afraid of heights? Afraid of water? Not at all. And Lula no longer feel the excitement they had when they arrived. They cling tightly to their dad and refuse to let go. Mom was right. This bridge is very scary. Wei Jiangwo holds one child in each arm, standing by the bridge. Wu Haibing and Zhang Yaohua, go check if it's safe. Lone Wolf, find out the stopping times for all trains on this railway. Quick Hand, you and Mountain Eagle check the situation in the nearby mountains. Yes, Commander. With the tasks assigned, Wei Jiangwo takes the two children onto the bridge, ready to experience it himself. Are you scared? Yes, Dad. Are you going to train here in the future? Not sure yet. We need approval from the leaders. We're just here to take a look. Anan asks Dad, are there local people here too? He remembers what Mom said about the brave little boy crossing the bridge. Yes, this bridge was originally used by local people. We might meet some later, which is why I brought you here. But when we go back, you must not mention this to anyone.
Can you do that?
Report to Commander Wei. We promise to complete the task. Recently, the kids have learned to call him Commander when there's something important. Very good. Are you ready? We're about to set off. Ready, Dad. Wei Jiangwo steps forward confidently, unaffected by the height. En and Lulu peek at the roaring river, holding onto their dad tightly. Wei Jiangwo stops in the middle of the bridge. Look over there. Doesn't that mountain look like a big turtle resting? The three of them chat for a while, and the children feel less scared. But they still clung to Wei Jiangwo and wouldn't let go. Wei Jiangwo felt that the distance between the beams was quite frustrating. Walking 2 by 2 felt too far, and taking such big steps was uncomfortable. Walking 1 by 1 felt awkward, like taking tiny steps, which was also not pleasant. However, compared to the training ground, these were minor issues. After carrying them across twice, the kids were less scared. They gradually began to feel the thrill and excitement of crossing the bridge. And Anne's attention shifted to the wide river and the tall bridge, wondering how it was built. He also wondered why the river below didn't wash away the bridge. Wei Jiangwo couldn't answer these questions. Ask your mom when we get home. If she doesn't know, we can look it up together or find someone who does. Okay, Dad.
I want to walk by myself.
Are you sure? You're not scared anymore? I'm scared, but I want to try walking by myself once. All right, how about we hold hands? I'm worried. This can be too dangerous for little ones. Okay, Dad. When Lele saw his brother wanted to walk by himself, he also wanted to get down and walk. Wei Jiangwo let them, holding one child in each hand, carefully guiding them onto the bridge, taking small steps forward. At first, he could feel their arms shaking, and they could only walk because they trusted him. Halfway across, they were not as scared anymore. They could lift their legs and take steps naturally. On the way back, the kids had started to enjoy crossing the bridge and would even stop in the middle to watch the rolling river below. After going back and forth 5 times, they were finally satisfied. The 2 kids said, Dad, we won't be scared of bridges like this anymore. We can protect Mom now. Wei Jiangwo then realized they wanted to walk across the bridge their mom mentioned because they wanted to protect her. Only by crossing it themselves and overcoming their fear could they be there for her. Wei Jiangwo gave both his sons a big kiss. These boys truly were his sons. Afterward, Wei Jiangwo walked around the area, checking various conditions and confirming that it could be used as their training ground. Next, he needed to submit an application and coordinate with nearby villages and counties to secure a designated time for training. The people Wei brought with him also checked the place and honestly thought it was great, slightly intimidating, but not too much. They could just add some challenges during training. On the way back, the 2 kids were very close to Wei Jiangwo. In their eyes, Dad was amazing, strong, and capable of anything. He was the pillar of the family. As long as Dad was nearby, they felt safe. After a long day, the 2 kids fell asleep on Wei Jiangwo. They not only admired him, but also felt comfortable around him. Boss, how can I have 2 adorable kids like that? They were so cuddly and calling you Dad earlier. We were all envious, one of them said. Wei Jiangwo glanced at him and, seeing he was serious, replied earnestly, Marry a wife like mine, who's willing to spend time with the kids as they grow up. You also need to treat your wife well. A good family atmosphere helps raise good children. Seriously, when choosing a wife, you must be careful. You need to see for yourself, do your research, and make sure before you decide. Don't just listen to what your family says. Wei Jiangwo's words were heartfelt. He wouldn't speak such blunt truths to anyone who wasn't under his command. Shannying, sensing there was more to the story, focused on Wei Jiangwo, eager for more details. Come on, just remember what I said. I can't share the specifics. Shannying was sensitive to gossip and felt there was something interesting behind it. Seeing that Wei Jiangwo wouldn't say more, he gave up. Wei Jiangwo had his reasons for saying this. It involved his sister-in-law Jingyi and sister-in-law Yakin's situation. The 2 families' men couldn't be kept in the dark about it. Any man would struggle to accept such news. When they got home, there was bound to be chaos, and he heard there were even some arguments. Sister-in-law Yakin was decisive. Rather than spend her life feeling inferior and apologizing, she preferred to get a divorce. She wasn't short on money and could support herself. However, at that moment, the man couldn't just leave. For a soldier, stability at home was also a factor in promotions. He couldn't bear to part with his child and still had feelings for his wife. Things were quite troubling for him. Wei Jianguo only knew what he heard from Song Xuxian, so there were definitely some inaccuracies, but it was true that the recent training for both families had been affected. Now, he was very concerned about his subordinates' marriage situations and made sure to check that marriage applications were thoroughly investigated. When she got home, Annan snuggled in Song Xuxian's arms, very happy. "Mom, I know what I like." "Oh? What do you like?" "I like bridges. The bridge from today and the Jinling Yangtze River Bridge we saw last time. I like them both." Song Xuxian was very happy for Annan, but also wanted to slap herself. Last time in the capital, Annan had shown interest in ancient architecture. However, since he hadn't mentioned it again, she thought it was just a passing fancy. She remembered that Lele often talked about tanks, which reminded her that he liked weapon research. But she forgot that Lele mentioned it because they were in a military camp where he could hear about them often and even had a bullet shell tank that Wei Jianguo had given him. And didn't mention it because there were no ancient buildings around them. She felt bad for overlooking Ann's interests just because he was so understanding. Pushing aside her thoughts, Song Xuxian praised him. "That's wonderful. Arnon has found something he likes, and I'm so happy for you. Let's confirm if you only like bridges, or if you like other buildings too." "Wait a moment, I'll go get some photos. There are buildings in the pictures from when your dad and I got married. Let's see if you like them." The photos were from when Song Xuxian and Wei Jianguo had just gotten married in Harbin, featuring Renaissance and Byzantine styles. Annan looked very seriously at the photos. "Mom, I like buildings, and I also like the artifacts I saw in the History Museum." Song Xuxian patted Ann's head. "Okay, I understand. I don't know much about architecture, but I'll try to help you find information. As for artifacts, it's not suitable to study now, and you shouldn't say you like them when you're out." Annan asked, just like how you never play the guqin? Annan had seen many times how his mom secretly maintained the instrument, but had only played it once. "Yes, just like how I never play the guqin. These days won't last long. Mom understands, and when the time is right, she will teach you. Building takes time, so give me a moment to think of a solution. Let's start by learning the basic knowledge needed for architecture. Later, I will find a way to send you and your brother to college, and we will find professional teachers to teach you, okay? I will listen to Mom." In the evening, Wei Jianguo usually helps Song Xuxian soak her feet and then gives her a massage. Song Xuxian said, "Can you ask your friends if they can help buy some basic books about architecture?" Annan likes architecture, and since we don't know much, we can only provide him with books. Wei Jianguo was surprised. "When did he start liking it?" "I didn't know." Song Xuxian told him about the conversation she had with their son today. "Annan is so sensible. Sometimes I unconsciously overlook him, which I shouldn't do. I will change that and you should too." "Understood, dear. I'll take care of the books." They agreed that their children's development would be guided by their own choices, and as parents, they wouldn't interfere. After discussing the older ones, Wei Jianguo turned his attention to the younger ones. "Are they behaving well? Have they been troublesome?" "Not too bad. These two love music. When I play the horsehead fiddle, I can feel them moving more. It seems they really like you. They move a lot when you come home at night. I'm their dad, so of course they like me. I wonder if they will also like being soldiers." Song Xuxian rolled her eyes. After being married for so many years, Wei Jianguo knew she didn't want their children to become soldiers, but someone has to carry the burden. If they were his children, they could receive proper military training from a young age, making it easier for them to become soldiers later. The older ones were not an option anymore. But there was still hope for the younger ones. He now thought that passing down a family legacy was a beautiful concept. It's funny how people's thoughts can change. He used to support his wife, believing it would be best if their children didn't become soldiers. Song Xuxian didn't argue with him about this. It was normal for him to be busy and not around for months. Ultimately, she was the one educating the children, and how to educate them was up to her. Arguing about it now was pointless. As her belly grows larger, Song Shuxian finds it hard to sleep at night and move around during the day. Even though she tries to act calm, her two children notice that their mom is uncomfortable. They spend all their time with her, whether at school or at home, and they don't let anyone get too close. Before leaving for school, they remind their three dogs to stay by her side and protect her like a precious treasure. Song Shuxian enjoys her children's concern, but it makes it difficult to go out and gossip with Tian Tian. Because of this, she has been lectured by her kids. Anan and Lele seriously came to talk to her. Once seated, they said, "Mom, you're adults, so it's okay for you to hear these things. But little brother and sister are still babies, and it's not good for them. What if they grow up like Aunt Fu, always wanting to see the latest news?" Surprisingly, they managed to scare Song Shuxian. Just thinking about a baby that looks like her, who loves to gossip like Aunt Fu, makes her wake up in a fright. Song Shuxian doesn't expect her daughter to be a sheltered lady, but she definitely doesn't want her to become a creepy old woman. When Wei Jiangwo returned home and saw his wife quietly staying at home without sharing the gossip she heard during the day, he felt a bit strange. He knew that Song Shuxian loved to share what she learned, and without anyone else to talk to, she would turn to him. Now, he knows all the neighborhood news by heart. Song Shuxian, with a puffed-up face and a hint of grievance, said, "I was lectured by An and Lele. They scared me." Then she went on to explain what her kids had said. "Don't you think they are being too much? Shouldn't we teach them a lesson?" Wei Jiangwo laughed heartily, saying that it's often true that like attracts like. He didn't expect his usually confident wife to be outsmarted by two 5-year-olds. It just goes to show that children know their parents well. The two kids, especially Anan, really understood how to get to Song Shuxian's feelings. His wife does have a bit of an image to maintain. She always dresses neatly when going out. The etiquette standards for the two children are quite high, including table manners and how to walk, sit, and lie down. Song Shuxian kicked him lightly, saying, "Are you still making fun of me?" "I'm not making fun of you. I'm happy. The fact that the kids understand you so well shows that they pay attention to you and care about you. When they grow up, they will be just fine. Since you want to know the latest gossip, I'll help you find out. Your husband is a top soldier, and I can gather all the news from the family compound for you, okay?" TSK, Wei Jiangwo had no principles when it came to Song Shuxian and the kids. "That's not necessary. I'm not that curious. When I'm expecting Anan and Lulu and you're not around, I tend to overthink things. I just go out to see some excitement to distract myself. I've gotten used to it with the little ones in my belly." Now, Wei Jiangwo felt guilty and hugged her, trying to comfort her. He felt he was letting his wife down and not doing enough. Song Shuxian secretly smiled in victory. She had him wrapped around her finger. Song Shuxian was 8 months pregnant, and her belly was quite large. Every little movement was exhausting, and she often felt tired and had trouble breathing while sitting. Her legs and feet were swollen like dough, leaving impressions when pressed. She needed someone to support her for everything. Aunt Fu made her a support belt to help lift her belly and reduce the strain on her body. Now, she hardly went out, and her walks were limited to her own yard. Aunt Fu was always by her side, and 3 dogs constantly surrounded her, not allowing anyone else to come close. A few days ago, Sarin came to visit her, and as soon as he got close, he felt the 3 dogs glaring at him. Sitting down with support for her belly, Sarin said, "If your dogs have puppies, please save one for me. A dog that protects its owner is truly rare, and I'd love to have one." "Sure, if they have any. Our 3 have high standards, so their partners should be good too." Sarin asked, "I came to ask where you plan to give birth. Don't laugh at me, but I gave birth to Yuri Gala at home. I'm a bit undecided about this one." Song Shuxian knew that some people choose to give birth at home, but that was usually due to a lack of options. "I will go to the clinic. We have experienced doctors in obstetrics and gynecology here. Besides, I trust the old doctor. We have already discussed it, and he will help when the time comes. If there is any danger, he will step in to provide care." Sarin hesitated before saying, "I'm just worried about having men around. It feels awkward." "Why would you think that? Giving birth is such a big event, and it can be life-threatening. In the face of life and death, it doesn't matter if they are men or women. They are all doctors. I am determined to safely deliver these two babies. Song Shuxian felt that Saren was more old-fashioned than she was, with some ideas that were quite surprising. Saren left, deep in thought. Her perspective was not entirely her fault. Her entire village held similar views, seeing childbirth as unclean and keeping men away to avoid any disturbance. Growing up with such beliefs made it hard for her to change her mindset. Song Shuxian didn't think much of this small matter and continued with her daily life. That morning, An was stubbornly refusing to go to school, insisting on staying home. Song Shuxian waved for the two children to come over. Can you tell me why you don't want to go to school? We're worried and want to stay with you. Yes, we want to be with you, Mom. But I don't know when I will give birth. It could be this month or next month. You can't skip school all the time, and you are both little teachers. If you don't go, what will happen to your students? Strangely, the usually sensible and reasonable children were particularly stubborn about this, refusing to leave their mother. No matter what Song Shuxian said, they insisted on staying. Neither Song Shuxian nor Wei Jiangwo were the type to spoil their children without limits. They couldn't allow them to skip school for these reasons. If they got into the habit of not going to school for minor issues, it would become a problem later. But this time, the two children were determined not to go. Wei Jiangwo frowned. Wei Yannan, Wei Yibei, pack your bags and go to school right now. He was busy with work and worried about his wife, making him particularly irritable lately. In the army, the young soldiers avoided approaching him when they had nothing to do. Anan cried out loudly, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Anan held onto the door tightly. Lulu even crawled under the bed, afraid that Wei Jiangwo would pull him out. Wei Jiangwo was so angry that he felt a headache coming on. He wanted to give them a complete childhood. Seeing the two kids in trouble, Song Shuxian quickly spoke up. Oh no, my stomach hurts. Her words stopped the conflict among the three men. Wei Jiangwo rushed over and picked her up to take her to the hospital, while the two kids came out, looking at her anxiously. Song Shuxian quickly reassured them, it's okay. Don't worry, it's just that the baby in my belly saw you all having fun and wanted to join in, so it kicked me. Anan wiped her tears and placed her small hand on Song Shuxian's belly. Yeah, Yang, when I say 3, 2, 1, you two must not move, or when you come out, I will make you clean up every day. Lula chimed in 3, 2, 1. Magically, the two babies inside her became quiet. Song Shuxian wiped the dirty faces and hands of her two sons and gently hugged them. Honey, can we let them stay home with me today? We are sensible kids, and there must be a reason for this. Let's listen to them explain. With his wife, who was 8 months pregnant, making a soft request, Wei Jiangwo couldn't say no. He glared at the two kids. You two will come with me to ask for leave, and then we'll come back. No refusing. This time, the two kids obediently followed their dad. Wei Jiangwo secretly kissed Song Shuxian and said, Don't worry, I'm just taking them out to find out the reason. Song Shuxian nodded and let them go. Once outside, the two kids, unable to withstand Wei Jiangwo's stern gaze, told the truth. It turned out that a classmate's mother had slipped on ice in the yard when she was 8 months pregnant, resulting in a tragic accident. The two kids were scared and wanted to stay close to their mom, watching everyone closely, afraid someone would bring ice to her. Wei Jiangwo reassured them, Our family is very careful. There's no ice in the yard. Don't you remember? Dad checks every day. But in the past, Xiao Hai's family didn't have this either. His aunt and grandmother took care of his mother, and when they splashed water at night, it would freeze by morning. Anan sounded stubborn. Lulu is more straightforward. Aunt Fu is an outsider. All the aunts who often come to our home are outsiders. Wei Jiangwo sighed. Dad will ask for a long leave for you. You won't have to go to school before Mom gives birth.
Thank you, Dad.
Not only were the two children scared, but Wei Jiangwo was also worried. Losing Song Shuxian would be unbearable for the three of them. Just thinking about it made it hard to breathe, and his heart ached. At that moment, he understood the children. If it weren't for the inability to take leave, He would also want to stay home to support her during childbirth. Wei Jiangwo taught them, you can watch over her and protect mom, but remember to treat everyone equally and not show favoritism. And replied, don't worry, Dad. We are kids, and it's normal for children to be a bit clueless. We will keep an eye on everyone who comes near mom. Lightning, Moing, and Fu Dian will also watch closely. Wei Jiangwo. Wow, his son was quite clever and knew how to use his strengths. From that day on, and Lulu stayed close to Song Shuxian. Whatever she did, they did too. They checked the yard every day, then the house, and even checked the soles of Song Shuxian's shoes. Wei Jiangwo was also worried. He shared things he found difficult to do with the two children, letting them handle it. Tian and the two sisters-in-law came to chat with Song Shuxian and were startled by the scene. Seeing the two sisters-in-law looking displeased, Tian asked first, what's going on? Song Shuxian looked helpless and quietly said, one of their classmates' mothers fell when she was 8 months pregnant, and both mother and baby died. After they found out, they became like this, watching me all the time and not letting me go out. Wei Jiangwo scolded them several times, but it didn't help. He felt sorry for the kids and didn't let them act out. It's just for this month. It's their way of showing care. They'll get through it. I'm sorry for the trouble it's causing you. Hearing this, the two sisters-in-law were no longer angry. It's good that the kids understand to care for you as their mother. What a good child you are. You must appreciate your good fortune and not make Captain Wei take action. Song Shuxian nodded in agreement. As a mother, I can't bear to see my children punished. Wei Jiangwo is just trying to scare them a little. The three quickly moved past the earlier discomfort and began chatting. Song Shuxian asked Tian, you must be close, right? According to the timing, it should be in the next couple of days, but this child is a bit slow and not in a hurry, so I'm not rushing either. After chatting for a while longer, they decided to leave. Once they were gone, Song Shuxian kissed her two children. You've worked hard, my boys. Did what I said earlier make you uncomfortable? Anin replied, Mom is protecting us. Even though we are kids, behaving like that can still seem rude. But if we were scared and acted to protect you, that shows our filial piety. It was just a bit extreme. We're young, so being a little extreme is just a small flaw, and it doesn't overshadow our good intentions. People will remember our care for you. Song Shuxian gave him a thumbs up. A gentleman is not different. He makes good use of resources. You are good at using various conditions and resources, including yourselves, to achieve your goals, which is great. But remember, you must stick to your principles and never harm others. Anan hugged his mother. Don't worry, Mom, we understand. You are truly good children. Thank you for everything you do for me. Life went on like this. In the past couple of days, Song Shuxian felt some tightening in her abdomen, then it would relax. Having given birth before, she recognized this as false labor. The baby would be coming soon. Not wanting to worry her children, she kept it to herself and paid extra attention. Not only did she not want to worry the kids, but she was also concerned herself. One morning, she woke up and went to the bathroom, noticing some blood. Seeing this, she remained calm. She called Aunt Fu to help her wash her hair, then had a big bowl of chicken noodle soup, followed by a few drops of a special tonic. Finally, she called for Lightning. Go to the army and tell your brother that I'm about to give birth and need him to come back to get me. Lightning barked and immediately ran off. Fong Aunt, I'm about to give birth. Please go get the things we prepared. When Wei Jiangwo comes back, we will go to the hospital. This broke the calm in the house. The two children stood there, unsure of what to do, their eyes red. Not wanting to scare them, Song Shuxian waved them over and hugged them. Don't worry, you both are taking good care of Mommy. Your little brother or sister will be here soon. Now, Mommy has a very important task for you. I can't trust just anyone else to do it. Will you help Mommy? Anan raised her hand. Mommy, let's make a promise. You have to promise everything will be okay. Okay, we promise for 100 years, no changing. The three of them linked their fingers together, even though it seemed a bit childish for an and Lele. With Mommy's promise, Anan asked, what is the task, Mommy? Sometimes, in the hospital, there are many babies being born, and they might accidentally mix them up. I don't know if that will happen at our military hospital, so I want you two to wait at the entrance. When your brother or sister comes out, you can take Lightning and Moing to watch over them. When Enon heard that their brother or sister might be taken away, she immediately said, Mommy, Lele, and I will definitely complete the task. Then thank you, Enon and Lele. The military hospital is very safe. Song Shuxian was prepared and wanted to keep the children's minds occupied. She closed her eyes to rest. Then she remembered something and instructed Enon to go to her room to find a ginseng root. Put this in your little bag and give it to Daddy when you see him. Enon nodded. Wei Jiangwo was training when a young soldier came running with Lightning. Lightning barked twice and tugged at his pants to lead him outside. Zhang Qiang said, I think your wife is about to give birth. You should hurry back. After a brief exchange, Wei Jiangwo followed Lightning home. When he returned, he saw his wife sitting with her eyes closed, the two children beside her, and Aunt Fong had already packed everything. You're back. Don't worry, if I start bleeding, take me to the hospital. Wei Jiangwo drove back, and Aunt Fong had laid a blanket in the car for Song Shuxian to lie on. As soon as they entered the hospital, Song Shuxian began to feel pain. At first, the pain was bearable, and she tried not to show it. The doctor checked her and said her body was in good shape for a natural delivery. Family members can help her walk a bit. I'll come back to check in half an hour. Wei Jiangwo focused on supporting her, helping her take small, slow steps. Song Shuxian reminded the two children, walking like this is good for mommy. It helps her relax and lets her little brother and sister know it's time to come out. Don't worry, remember the task mommy gave you. Wei Jiangwo found the two boys annoying. It was a critical moment, and his wife was still comforting them. Song Shuxian's labor progressed quickly. After another check, she was taken to the delivery room. The siblings didn't want to disturb their mother, and soon came out. A nurse brought out the newborns and showed them to Wei Jiangwo. Congratulations, Commander Wei, you have twins. Looking at the two babies, he thought they looked a bit red and not very pretty, but he felt a strong connection to them. How is my wife? Comrade Song is doing well. She'll be out once everything is cleaned up. Enon and Lulu remembered their mother's words and stayed close to their new siblings. After returning to the hospital room and talking briefly with Wei Jiangwo, Song Shuxian fell asleep from exhaustion. During this time, the old doctor visited, saying she was healthy and provided 2 recipes for nourishment to help her recover. Wei Jiangwo took out the ginseng and had given him and asked the old doctor to help check it for his wife's recovery. The old doctor, who loved herbal medicine, accepted it without hesitation. You can't use it right now. I'll let you know when it's ready. She's healthy, just tired. Once she rests and takes care of herself, she'll be fine. After parting, the old doctor reflected on how well the couple got along. That ginseng was valuable. Most people used it for emergencies. Song Shuxian was awakened by the sound of the children crying. And Lulu were anxious. Yang, stop crying. Mommy is tired and needs to rest. Aunt Fu prepared some formula for them, and they finally quieted down. Wei Jiangwo immediately noticed that Song Shuxian was awake.
How are you?
Is anything bothering you? Looking dazed at her husband, Song Shuxian wondered if she was feeling unwell, and blurted out, "Why do you look so different?" Wei Jiangwo was both amused and helpless. He hadn't slept all night and was anxious, which made him look different. Enon and Lulu heard their mother's voice and forgot about their younger siblings. "Mom, are you okay?" Seeing her son, Song Shuxian felt more awake. "I'm fine. How are An and Lulu? Are your little brother and sister cute?" The 2 kids smiled shyly. "Mom, we've been watching. They are our little brother and sister. No one has taken them away." Wei Jiangwo felt helpless too. Last night, the kids refused to go home, worried that someone might take their siblings, insisting they had to stay and watch them, even though he promised to take care of them. They had to see for themselves. Now, Song Shuxian had time to pay attention to her 2 kids. Honestly, they weren't very cute, but she had experience and knew they would grow up. And Lulu comforted her, Mom, we asked the nurse, and she said they will look better as they grow up.
Just take care of them for now.
If they still look like this when they grow up, we will take care of them. Ann and Lulu regretted wanting siblings so much and begging their mom to have them. Now, their mom had gone through so much to have two less than cute babies, even less cute than they were as kids. But they would take responsibility. If their siblings remained unappealing, they would care for them. Wei Jiangwo disagreed. He picked up his little girl, who looks different. She is so adorable, much cuter than the boys. When she grows up, she will be as beautiful as her mom. Lulu quietly pointed out, Dad, you're holding the brother. The sister is in the blue blanket next to you. Wei Jiangwo.
Song Shuxian.
Haha, oh no, I shouldn't laugh. It hurts. After staying in the hospital for 2 more days, passing the recovery checks, and confirming everything was fine, Song Shuxian was ready to go home. Wei Jiangwo took one child in each arm and brought them to the car. And in Lulu Yu and Aunt Fu, along with Lightning and Shadow, keep an eye on your siblings while I help Mom. And then patted his small chest, understanding that he needed to take care of his little sister and brother. Dad, you go ahead. We will complete the task. Song Shuxian leaned against Wei Jiangwo, saying, Honey, you've worked hard lately. You've been watching over us and haven't had a good night's sleep.
What are you talking about?
Giving birth is hard work. What I do is nothing compared to that. The house was tidy and warm. Everyone sighed with relief when they returned home. Home is the best place. Staying indoors during winter was not too difficult. With experience caring for Anan and Lele, Song Shuxian felt confident managing the 2 little ones. Whenever they threw a tantrum, Anan and Lele would lie nearby and count down from 3, which worked like magic to calm them down. This must be what they call bloodline suppression. Looking at the 2 children, Song Shuxian felt very satisfied and asked the 3 of them, Have you thought of good names for them? They had agreed that the names for the 2 little ones would be chosen by Wei Jiangwo and his sons. Lele said, Mom, my sister's name is Yaya, just like mine. It sounds like we're family. This was what they had called her during the pregnancy, and they were already used to it. Song Shuxian nodded. Mom remembers. The sister is Yaya, and the brother is Yang. I wanted to ask about their full names, like Wei Yannan and Wei Yibei. The 3 of them fell silent. They had forgotten about the full names. And then stepped up, saying, Mom should name them. She has worked the hardest and deserves to choose their names. Lele agreed. Our names were chosen by Mom, so we can't be unfair. Wei Jiangwo said, I remember when we named Anan and Lele, we came up with many options. Let's pick one from those for the brother, and we can think of a name for the sister together. Those names were carefully thought out by his wife, and were all good names. They had said they would choose from those later. So many years had passed, and Song Shuxian had long forgotten the remaining names. After thinking for a moment, she said sister can be named Wei Yinxing and brother can be named Wei Yaoken. Or sister can be Wei Qiwu, and brother can be Wei Muyang. You can choose. The 3 of them realized they forgot to name their sister and brother, which was not right, and they felt embarrassed to ask about the meanings of names. They quietly read 4 names to see which one sounded best. In the end, Wei Jiangwo bravely asked, Dear, how about naming our sister Wei Yinxing and our brother Wei Muyang? They sound nice together. That works. The name, Yin, suggests that the sister is eloquent and has an elegant demeanor. Xing connects with the brothers' names, creating a grand image of the universe. For the brother, Mu Yang means to receive nourishment, symbolizing that the boy will benefit from nature and good education. Yang represents sunlight, intertwining with the brother's directions and the sister's stars, forming a complete family system. Wei Jiangwo clapped. My dear is amazing. These names are impressive and cultured. Anan and Lulu were also very happy, saying, Mom, we are a family. Yes, we are a family. Anan and Lulu are already big brothers. Do the younger siblings listen to you? They do. When they cry, we count to 3, and they stop crying. Wow, that's impressive. The 2 kids were tired, so after chatting for a while, they fell asleep. This gave the couple a chance to share some quiet moments together. Song Shuxian first took a few drops of a nourishing liquid, which revitalized her tired body. She then gave Wei Jiangwo a few drops, as he had been very exhausted lately. Wei Jiangwo kissed her forehead. "Dear, you've worked hard, and thank you." Song Shuxian leaned against him. "I'm happy to do it. Seeing them smile at me makes it all worthwhile. Dear, do you think when Yia grows up, she will sweetly call me Dad?" "Probably. She's growing well, just like you." Song Shuxian said this with some uncertainty. Based on her current features, the sister looked a lot like their dad. She wondered if she would look like her as she grew older. She changed the topic. "Honey, we agreed that our daughter's education should be the same as our son's, or even stricter. Just because she's a girl doesn't mean you can be lenient with her. This society is tougher on girls, and being too indulgent can harm her." Wei Jiangwo leaned down and kissed her. "I'll follow your lead. By the way, Comrade Tian also had a baby, and it's a boy. Having a daughter is nice, but Sweet actually wanted a little girl too." Having a daughter made Wei Jiangwo very happy, and he had a smile on his face during training. When he saw Lu Xingua, his first words were, "I have a daughter now." He stood there, waiting for congratulations. Lu Xingua was fuming. "Wei Jiangwo, are you being childish? The leaders have said that men and women are equal. How can you favor daughters over sons? Besides, you have only one daughter, but 3 sons. You will need to find wives for them and help take care of their children." Lu Xingua became more cheerful as he spoke, imagining decades later when Wei Jiangwo would be surrounded by grandsons, too tired to stand up straight. Wei Jiangwo's smile faded, and he coldly replied, "You have 2 sons, so what's there to be proud of?" "It's the same." Now neither of them could laugh. The onlookers burst into laughter, enjoying the rare spectacle of their banter. It was truly amusing. What should have been a joyful occasion turned into a silly argument. During the Spring Festival of 1974, Song Shuxian spent her time in confinement, with the whole family joining her for special meals. "I'm actually almost recovered. I don't need to do the full confinement," Song Shuxian said, eager for some freedom. Wei Jiangwo disagreed. "Wife, I know you're feeling well, but let's take this opportunity to care for you properly and do the full confinement. Since it's winter, you can't go out anyway, and there's no need to worry about school. The whole family is here to support you, so the difference between doing confinement and not doing it isn't that big." Song Shuxian thought about it and realized he was right. Even without confinement, she didn't want to go out in the cold. So she agreed with their plans, saying, "You're right." Yang Yang made some noises, and Wei Jiangwo quickly reached out to change his diaper. And and Lulu, the 2 older brothers, went to get warm water for their little brother, knowing he needed a wash or he would start crying. Just as they finished cleaning up their brother, their sister began to cry loudly. Wei Jiangwo hurried to attend to her. "Wife, don't you think these 2 kids were born the wrong gender? The sister is so impatient. She cries at the slightest inconvenience. My younger brother is delicate, very patient, and never argues with his sister. He usually waits until she finishes eating before he starts." Song Shuxian nodded vigorously. "I think so too. Have you noticed that my sister is looking more and more like Dad, while my brother resembles me a bit more?" And Lele quickly nodded. They had noticed it too. Thinking about how her daughter would share a face with Wei Jiangwo made Song Shuxian uneasy. She kept telling herself that it was just because she was newly born and would change as she grew.
But now,
it seemed she would need to teach her more to ensure she had the right temperament. The baby during the confinement period was very easy to care for, sleeping right after eating. At night, the 2 kids stayed with Wei Jiangwo, only seeking Song Shuxian when they were hungry. With Aunt Fu's excellent cooking, the confinement meals were delicious, and Song Shuxian recovered very well during this month. After the confinement period, she looked radiant and full of energy. Her bright eyes sparkled with liveliness, and it was hard to believe she was already a mother of 4. If there was one issue, it was that she had gained some weight. The toned figure she had trained for with Wei Jiangwo had vanished. In March, as the weather warmed up, people who had been cooped up at home all winter began to go out. Song Shuxian entrusted the children to Aunt Fu and went to visit Tian Tian and her baby. It had been months since the good friends had seen each other, and they had so much to talk about. Tian Tian's confinement was taken care of by a cousin introduced by Saren, who was very practical and took great care of her and the baby. "How's your recovery going?" Tian Tian stood up and twirled around.
Really well.
"Better than when I had the 4 tigers. When you're in a good mood, everything else gets better. What about your little one?" "He's sleeping inside. He doesn't move around much now, which is great. Once he starts crawling, he won't leave my side." The little one's nickname was given by Tian Tian's child, the 4 tigers. He seemed quite attached to the tiger theme, naming himself 4 tigers, calling the dog Tiger, and wanting to name his brother 5 tigers, but Tian Tian managed to talk him out of it. In the end, they settled on the nickname Little One. Actually, he wanted to call him Tiger Cub. "Have you decided on a proper name yet?" Following the name of the 4 tigers, it's called Lu Weiheng, named by our old Lu. "It's quite nice, Lu Weilin Lu Weiheng." Old Lu did well. He picked it from the dictionary. He started looking 2 months in advance, and just decided on it a few days ago. He said it has a dignified quality and rich meaning. For this name, Lu Xingwa didn't know how many brain cells he lost, selecting dozens of characters and going through them with his comrades until he felt this one was the best. He even went to show off to Wei Jiangwo, but Wei Jiangwo countered with explanations of the names Wei Yinxing and Wei Muyang. Lu Xingwa was not pleased, saying, "That doesn't count. Those names were chosen by your wife, not you. If we're comparing, let's compare our own choices." Wei Jiangwo loved to take advantage of the situation, replying, "My wife and I are a family. We share everything. Have you submitted your name? Don't say I didn't warn you. Your 2 names might make your child dislike you in the future." "Why would such a nice name be disliked? It's better than our Jiangua and Xiangua." If it weren't for their long-standing friendship, he wouldn't have bothered to remind him. "Just look at the name you chose for your child. It's hard to write. The characters are complicated and have many strokes." Lu Xingwa. It seems that was indeed the case. "It's too late now. The name has already been submitted and can't be changed. Why didn't you say this earlier? Were you waiting to see me make a fool of myself? You old Wei, looking all proper but not doing anything helpful." Wei Jiangwo ignored him, dismissing his frustration as just a sore loser. He must be jealous that their child's name is nice and meaningful, and their family is complete. Lu Xingwa felt guilty about the name, so he has been especially nice to his sons lately, basically granting any requests they have. In April, Yeye and Yang Yang are eating well and sleeping well, turning into 2 chubby little bundles of joy, smiling brightly when they see people. They really like their 2 older brothers. When they see Anin and Lulu, they show toothless smiles. Their smiles are very healing and sweet, capable of melting any hard heart. Every day after school, the first thing Anin and Lulu do is check on their little brother and sister, playing with them and chatting. They are very generous, and Anin says, "Mom, I want to give my childhood things to my little brother and sister. I remember I had a cloth tiger. Your mom will help you put it away, and it will be a memory for you later. Your younger siblings have their own things." "Okay, so are the clothes that Mom and my siblings wear all from us?" "Yes, these are all things you used when you were little. Mom didn't make new ones for them." One reason why Song Shuxian had an easy pregnancy was that she didn't prepare much for the children. She just collected everything happily. She planned to continue this way until the 2 kids developed their own tastes and could express their preferences, then she would prepare things just for them. Recently, Yeye really enjoys going out. During the day, she stretches out her little hand and points outside, asking her mom to take her out. It seems like she is eager to talk, babbling every day. In contrast, Yang Yang is more laid back, not in a hurry about anything, like a little old man. Only when he sees Song Shuxian playing with him does he make a few sounds to show he is engaged, but it's just a couple of sounds. Song Shuxian told Aunt Fu, "This child is just humoring me. It feels like he's saying, 'Mom, you've played with me today, now you should go play by yourself.'" Aunt Fu laughed at her imagination. It really does seem like that. His big, bright eyes look like they have a lot to say. Yang Yang looks just like Song Shuxian, and through him, You can see her childhood appearance. Wei Jiangwo always pokes Ye's little nose and says, "Silly girl, why aren't you growing up like your mom? She's so pretty, and you took after your dad. What if you don't look good when you grow up?" This always makes Song Shuxian laugh heartily. She thinks her daughter is beautiful and will grow up to be a strong and capable woman. Song Shuxian put both of them in stroller. "Let's go. It's time for us to take a walk." The two kids clapped their hands with joy. At the school gate, Azanen and Lila came out. They saw their mom bringing their brother and sister to pick them up. They kissed their little siblings' hands and helped their mom push the stroller as the family walked home. Many people who saw them felt envious, saying, "How lucky is the Wei family. First they had twins and now they have a boy and a girl. Captain Wei really cherishes her, not letting her do any work at all. Now they even brought relatives from their hometown to take care of her, so she doesn't have to cook anymore. She deserves to be pampered. She's beautiful, keeps the house tidy, and has raised the two children well." Captain Wei is focused on his career and has no worries at home. Oh, I really envy her. Do you think she has any tips for training men? We should ask her for advice. I think she might. She seems to have a good temper and always smiles at everyone. Captain Wei often brings people home for dinner, and she never gets upset. The speaker is a newlywed who wants to win her husband's heart and be cherished by him. Sister Guan also came to pick up the two children who are orphans adopted by the organization. Hearing these words, she just smiled lightly, feeling a bit amused by these people's comments. Soon, the two boys ran over, calling Aunt Guan. "Let's go. We didn't cook today. We're going to the cafeteria." Song Shuxian took the four children home. Suddenly, Yaya started crying loudly. The family was already experienced. Lele leaned in to sniff. "Mom, sister made a mess." Ainen held Yaya's hand. "We're almost home. I'll help you clean up, so don't cry." They quickened their pace and hurried home. Once inside, Ainen and Lele carefully brought Yaya out and skillfully changed her diaper, clearly having done this many times before. Aunt Fu heard the noise and came over, taking the dirty diaper to wash. Song Shuxian also prepared water to help clean up her sister. After everything was sorted, Ainen patted Yaya's little bottom. "Sister, I took care of you when you were little, so you need to be good to your brother and take care of him when he gets older, okay?" Lele added, "And me too. I helped take care of you as well." Hearing this, Song Shuxian couldn't help but laugh. Where did they hear such words? They were quite fitting. She placed the two little ones on the bed and told Ainen and Lele, "Watch them while I go cook." Song Shuxian and Aunt Fu cooked together while listening to Aunt Fu share gossip about the neighborhood. Aunt Fu said, "That little Guan really doesn't know how to manage her life. Ever since those two kids came to their home, they eat in the cafeteria almost every day. What a waste of money. How is the food at the cafeteria?" "We don't want to cook anymore. It's okay to eat out once in a while," Song Shuxian asked. "It's all the same big pot of food. It's not as good as home-cooked meals." Aunt Fu is still a bit curious. "Do you think Xiao Guan doesn't want to take care of those two kids? We've observed her, and she treats them quite well. She even has someone from the service help make their clothes, sends them to school, and buys them pens and notebooks. But it just feels different from how she treats her own kids. There's less warmth." Song Shuxian asked, "Has someone suggested adopting the two kids?" "How did you know?" "Two families are willing to adopt them, saying they will definitely treat them like their own." Song Shuxian smiled. It wasn't hard to guess. When they asked who was willing to adopt, no one spoke up. After Sister Guan took them in, everyone acted as if nothing had happened. The excitement faded after a couple of days. Now that it's being brought up again, it's probably because the kids receive a monthly subsidy and money can change people's minds. Sister Guan is indeed clever. The monthly expenses for the kids are clear, and everyone can figure it out. Not only did she not take advantage, but she also added some of her own money. This way, she avoided unnecessary trouble and sent a message that anyone who wants to adopt can do so. It's a win-win situation. Actually, Song Shuxian understood her well. If the two kids are raised well, there might not be much recognition. But if they're not, it would definitely become a point of criticism against their family. A very sharp point of criticism. She didn't explain this to Aunt Fu, and just listened to her talk about other gossip. In the afternoon, a few military wives came to visit. They looked a bit unfamiliar. Song Shuxian politely invited them in and exchanged some casual small talk. Looking at the three women she usually had no interaction with, she really couldn't guess their purpose for coming. But since they were there, it couldn't just be for a casual visit. Anyway, she wasn't in a hurry. After chatting for about 10 minutes, a girl with rosy cheeks couldn't hold back any longer. Sister Wei, I came to ask if you have any tips on managing men. Look how obedient Captain Wei is under your influence. You make him go east instead of west.
Song Shuxian.
Really wanted to kick them out. My surname is Song Shuxian. Wei is my husband's surname, so please call me Sister Song next time. As for the secret to managing men, what can I say? It seems there is no such thing. You see, Captain Wei is probably just a good person by nature. In my heart, I have our family and our 4 children. The girl, seeing that Song Shuxian was unwilling to share, became anxious. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I won't compete for Captain Wei. I just want to win my man's heart. Song Shuxian poured her a glass of water. Don't rush, take your time. No one can truly hold another person down. It's all about mutual respect and understanding, both putting in effort to work for the family together. We women must first take care of ourselves before we can take care of our families. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Sister Song, we'll take our leave now. The girl huffed, standing up abruptly and nearly knocking over her chair. As she cleaned up the cups, Song Shuxian didn't take the girl's behavior to heart. However, her words spread, and those who understood thought she was kind and spoke the truth. Those who didn't understand felt she was being aloof and unwilling to connect with them. It was just a case of differing perspectives. As the weather warmed up, Tian often came over with her baby to visit. Yaya really liked the baby, often patting him and babbling away, not quite knowing what she was saying. Occasionally, Saren would also bring her child over. I forgot to mention, she also had a baby, a little boy named Kalumanjelal. It means bringing light like the morning star, a name that Captain Yang thought long and hard about. Now, everyone in the family compound is saying that the 3 of them have good fortune for having boys and that they influence each other. Otherwise, how can you explain that all 3 got pregnant around the same time and had boys? Among them, Song Shuxian is the most envied. Saren also said to Song Shuxian, "You're so lucky. After 2 pregnancies, you have 4 children." A few days ago, someone even said they wanted to ask you for some secrets about having children. Song Shuxian was surprised. What kind of secret is that? Tian chimed in, I heard that rumor too, and it sounded quite convincing. You should be careful. Some people might be trying to stir up gossip. Alright, if you hear any news, let me know. I really don't know what to say. A couple of days ago, someone came to ask me for tips on handling men. Tian laughed heartily. I know about that too. What you said got around, and it was quite objective. Song Shuxian pouted. It was objective because I told Aunt Fu not to keep it a secret. As soon as those 3 went out, the news spread. Otherwise, who knows how it would have turned out. Something they said struck Tian's funny bone, and she couldn't stop laughing. Qian, have you noticed that you dislike foolishness? Huh. Song Shuxian was confused. She didn't realize she had this flaw. Tian realized she used a modern term and quickly explained, it means you don't like dealing with foolish people and tend to keep your distance from them. Isn't that normal? Who would want to hang out with foolish people? Just look at the trouble Wang Zhaodi got into. Sa Ren, who had her baby later and was still recovering, was unaware of the recent news. What happened to Wang Zhaodi? Tian, knowing the most, explained, let's just keep this between us. Don't mention it outside. Wang Zhaodi was taken away for questioning, along with her husband. I hadn't heard about that. Why? Tian explained, there's a factory being built near the Ula Mountain family temple, and it was supposed to be confidential. Wang Zhaodi somehow heard about it and spread the news in the family compound, even bringing it to the leaders to help solve the military wives' work issues. Song Shuxian asked, so, how did she find out? Tian was unsure how to respond. I don't know if it was just luck. She went to the wild to use the restroom and hid in the bushes. She stayed quiet for a while, and if you didn't know, you wouldn't have seen her there. It seems two people came to scout the site, and she overheard them discussing it. Song Shu-qian questioned, "Why would they discuss this in the middle of nowhere? That logic doesn't make sense." Tian, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "They were also out there for a reason." Wang Zhaodi heard that soldiers had good resources and wanted to take a peek, so she hid well and stayed quiet. What? Oh my goodness! Song Shuxian and Saren both gasped in surprise. It was truly shocking. They never expected this reason at all. Who could have thought it would be like this? Song Shuxian's face turned a bit red as she quietly asked, "So, did she see it?" Tian cheerfully replied, "Yes, she saw it. She said it was impressive and wanted to introduce it to her sister so they could support each other in the future." Saren still didn't quite understand, so she just saw it. And, shouldn't it be that serious? If they know about it, they should just talk to the leaders to resolve the work issue. At most, it would just be a warning. Conditions are tough here, and the leaders are nice to the families. Usually, small matters are not a big deal. Song Shuxian felt the topic should not continue. There might be other reasons. Once everything is clear, there will definitely be an announcement. Let's not speculate. If there's something going on, guessing could affect us negatively. Both Saren and Song Shuxian's partners are leaders, so they need to be careful. The three of them smoothly changed the subject. Song Shuxian asked, "It looks like the weather is getting warmer. Should we shear the sheep for summer?" She couldn't remember where she heard it, but she thought sheep needed to be sheared in summer. Saren knew, "We raise Sunit sheep, which are for meat, so they don't have much wool. A simple trim is fine. For cashmere, like the Erlangshan white cashmere goats, they need professionals to shear them." Shaving sheep? Like giving them a buzz cut? Exactly. You can think of the sheep as wearing a coat, and shearing is like taking off that coat. Song Shuxian became interested. "Where can I see that? I think it sounds fun. I want to watch." Saren wasn't sure what was interesting about it. "You can see it at my grandmother's house. They will start shearing next month. Is it okay for us to come and watch? We can bring an and Lulu." "Why not? Jirgala will also be there to help, so the three of us can go together." "That's great. If you have any cashmere clothes, I could trade for a couple of pieces to keep Wei Jiangwo warm in winter." The three of them agreed and decided to visit Saren's grandmother's house next month. That evening, Wei Jiangwo returned home, and Song Shuxian asked him about Wang Zhaodi. "Honey, is there something more to this? It can't be that someone was taken away just for seeing a man, right?" Wei Jiangwo was drinking water and choked, his eyes turning red. "Where did you hear that?" he asked. Song Shuxian patted his back and replied, Tian mentioned it today. Everyone in the neighborhood is talking about it." "That's not true. I can't share the details, but if someone comes to ask you, please stop them. The person Wang Zhaodi saw is from a technical background and has a special identity. There are some things Wei Jiangwo couldn't say." The factory being built was a joint effort between the military districts of Beijing and Inner Mongolia, starting its planning in 1970. The selection of personnel was very careful, with hundreds chosen from the local troops sent to Beijing, Shanghai, and other major factories for 4 years of training before returning to start construction. The site was chosen after searching from Hekou in Shaanxi all the way to their area, finally selecting the site at Wulishan. It was a highly confidential unit, and ordinary people didn't even have the right to know about it. Now, with Wang Zhaodi spreading the news so openly, they had to reconsider their choices. Those involved were very upset. Thinking about what Wang Zhaodi had done made Wei Jiangwo's head hurt. What kind of person do you think Wang Zhaodi is? Song Shuxian thought for a moment. She's an ordinary married woman from the countryside. She speaks without much filter, doesn't care about others' opinions, loves to gossip, gets emotional easily, and only sees immediate benefits. Of course, she has her good points too. She works hard, takes good care of her family, is straightforward, and values her husband highly. Wei Jiangwo picked up on something. "You said she values her husband?" "Yes. If there's only one egg at home, she would give it to her husband and child, taking none for herself." "I think I understand now." What exactly he understood, Wei Jiangwo didn't say. What he understood, Wei Jiangwo didn't share. But the next day, Song Shuxian found out. Xiao Xian, are you home? At home, coming quickly, what's going on? You're all sweaty. Phew, I'm exhausted. I ran over here in one breath. Let me tell you, something big happened. Wang Zhaodi has done something significant this time. Song Shuxian took the baby from Tiantian's arms and placed it with Ye and Yang, then went to pour a glass of water. First, drink some water and tell me slowly what happened. Just as Tian was about to speak, Aunt Fu rushed back. Oh, Xiao Song, something happened, something big. Song Shuxian felt a familiar sensation. Aunt Fu, don't rush. Have some water first. What happened? After catching her breath, Aunt Fu exchanged a glance with Tian. Did you see it too? They both nodded excitedly, sharing a look that Song Shuxian couldn't understand, as if they had just received some juicy news. It left Song Shuxian confused. Finally, Tian revealed the answer. Wang Zhaodi has done something big again. It's a follow-up to the previous incident. You remember, right? It was when she overheard the news about the factory being built. I remember, we talked about it yesterday. The factory is real, but it's not being built here. Interestingly, it relates to what we discussed yesterday about Kashmir. The higher-ups decided to build a Kashmir textile factory. Our Kashmir is great. It's very warm in winter, and foreigners love it. The factory is meant to earn foreign currency. That's great. It can earn foreign currency and also solve job issues for military wives. People like the Sarin family can sell their goods to the factory. Song Shuxian felt optimistic about the future development of Zhuiyuan City. With so many factories being supported, there would be opportunities. Tian shook her head. Wang Zhaodi only heard half of it. The factory isn't being built here. The sheep we raise nearby are for meat, while the long-haired sheep are in Byanwar, so the factory will be built there. TSK, what's Wang Zhaodi doing? In the end, she's in trouble, and her husband might face consequences too. Tian said, it's not just a consequence. He might have to retire and go home. Today, those two men went to the army and demanded an explanation. I don't know what was said, but Wang Zhaodi got angry and started arguing. Then she started scratching the person. When the onlookers saw that things were getting out of hand, they quickly rushed in to stop it. No one expected Wang Zhaodi to be so fierce. She kicked him right in a sensitive spot.
What spot?
Oh, that spot. Seeing that Song Shuxian still didn't understand, Tian added, you know, the private area.
She kicked him there. Song Shuxian.
Ouch, that must hurt a lot. Is he okay?
Not really, it's injured.
Injured? Song Shuxian couldn't believe it. Is it really that fragile? She remembered a time when she accidentally hurt Wei Jiangwo and felt a bit guilty, but thankfully he was fine. Tian nodded. Yeah, he's still in the hospital. Wang Zhaodi is in big trouble now. This is a serious feud. Tian said, exactly. He came to enjoy the scenery, but now it's turned into a situation where everything is chaotic. Song Shuxian. Cough cough, that's quite poetic. Aunt Fu. Cough cough. Why does this girl say everything out loud? I know why this started. Aunt Fu straightened up, looking eager to share. Tian played along, of course, it has to be Aunt Fu. I ran around for a while and still didn't understand what happened. Auntie, please tell us. Song Shuxian also looked at Aunt Fu eagerly. Aunt Fu looked proud. After Wang Zhaodi heard the news, she hurried home to warn her siblings to pay attention. If they build a factory, they need to get in on it for a chance to get good food. She discussed it with her family, and the army arranged a job for her, which she passed on to her brother, then asked the army to arrange another for her. The family had a good plan, but now that the factory isn't being built here, they got anxious. They didn't speak nicely, saying that the other person's was too small, like a little mushroom, not even as big as her son's. Cough, cough, and then they started arguing. Song Shuxian and Tian looked shocked.
How could she say that?
She has no shame. Aunt Fu said, you haven't spent time in the village, so you might not know. The women there speak very openly, without holding back. But usually, it's people in their 30s or 40s who act like this. Someone in their 20s, like Wang Zhaodi, is rare. If that's the case, Wang Zhaodi deserves what she gets. First, she secretly watched someone, then she slandered them in public. Men care a lot about this. Song Shuxian also said, now that it has come to this, can the military handle it? Shouldn't it be reported to the police? Tian explained to her, the police and the military are two different systems. They won't report it to the police. The military also cares about its reputation. But her husband will probably have to take off his uniform. The three of them sighed. Wang Zhaodi really made a mess of her life, wasting her days with reckless behavior. In the family compound, out of respect for the men in each household, they were lenient, at most just offering criticism. No one outside would tolerate her. That night, Wei Jiangwo came home a bit late. Song Shuxian mentioned Wang Zhaodi to him. What will happen to her? Wei Jiangwo closed his eyes briefly. This matter gave him a headache. She hit a serviceman. She might face hard labor. Song Shuxian exclaimed, isn't the military strong? How could she kick him? And how could a soldier not see someone hiding in the grass? This wasn't entirely her fault. Wei Jiangwo had trained her with many surprise attack techniques. Wei Jiangwo was speechless again. That was a civilian position. Song Shuxian was even more surprised. Civilians also need to train. My skills are just at a regular civilian level. It wouldn't be easy for Wang Zhaodi to hit me. Wait, that's not right. There is a type of person who might be capable. Song Shuxian stared at Wei Jiangwo, who remained expressionless. From his reaction, she had already guessed. Wei Jiangwo never hid things that could be discussed with her. Yesterday, he said he knew something, but he wouldn't say what. With poor physical ability and no combat skills, if they were to build a factory, it would have to be done secretly. These clues pointed to the creation of a confidential unit. It might be even more secretive than the military factory she worked at before. Oh no, Wang Zhaodi really stirred up trouble. No wonder Wei Jiangwo and the others were so angry. No wonder the punishment was so severe. Now it all made sense. Wei Jiangwo looked at his wife's changing expressions with helplessness, realizing she had figured it out. You don't know anything. You just watched the excitement, remember that. I remember. Wang Zhaodi's situation stirred up quite a commotion in the family compound, but it quickly faded away. Now, everything has returned to normal. It seems everyone has collectively forgotten about that person, and no one brings it up. Today, Wei Jiangwo had a rare day off. He was responsible for taking care of the two kids at home, while Song Shuxian took An and Lele to their grandmother's house to see how to shear the sheep. Even the most sensible children still love to play outside. Early in the morning, An and Lele got up, quickly got ready, and put on their favorite outfits. An asked Song Shuxian, Mom, can we ride the horse? You haven't taken Qian out in a long time, and it's not happy. Sure, today we will ride Qian. Do you want to take turns riding with me, or would you prefer to ride your bicycles? This left the two kids in a dilemma. They had just learned to ride their bicycles and were eager to try. They loved horses, but were not allowed to touch them without an adult around. The two of them huddled together to discuss, and Song Shuxian let them figure it out. An and Lele's bicycle was hers, a 24-inch lady's bike, and the kids had grown quickly, so they could just manage to ride it. Recently, the two of them had been practicing every day. Wei Jiangwo fully supported them, saying that boys should fall and get hurt a bit. Song Shuxian thought the bicycle was hardly used and it would be a waste to let it sit there, plus it needed Wei Jiangwo to maintain it from time to time, so she agreed. She had expected the kids to struggle and fall many times before they learned. To her surprise, they managed to learn in just one morning without falling at all. Truly, each generation is stronger than the last. After a long discussion, the two kids finally came to a conclusion. Mom, since there's only room for two, can you take turns with us while the other rides the bicycle? This mom needs to confirm with Aunt Saren. If we go to the grassland where there aren't many people, it should be fine. But if we have to pass through the county or town, then it's not allowed. You two are still young, and just learned to ride bikes. It wouldn't be good if you bumped into someone. The three of them discussed and waited for Saren to arrive. Saren was going to take the two kids, carrying the younger one with a strap, while Yurigala rode his horse. Even though Yurigala was only 2 years older than Anin and Lele, he was already a very skilled rider. He practically grew up on a horse and had a natural bond with them. When they learned that most of their route was on small paths and not dangerous, Song Shuxian agreed to let the two kids ride their bikes. Fortunately, the kids were growing fast, and her bike was small enough for them to reach the ground with their legs. Except for the fact that Sihu had to sit on his mom's back seat, everyone was happy. Seeing Sihu's face, which showed reluctance but no choice, was quite amusing. It wasn't until they set off that he discovered his mom, comrade Tian, was also riding a horse, a majestic chestnut one, and she couldn't stop smiling. His earlier reluctance disappeared. After all, he was still a child. Their group was quite a sight, with 2 bicycles, 3 horses, and 4 dogs surrounding them. People who saw them tended to step back, worried about being bumped into and possibly bitten by the dogs. The big dog could take half their life with one bite. There was a stretch of road that followed the railway, and Tian was a bit curious. Logically, this area isn't very developed economically, so how come there are so many railways? Saren explained, our area has rich coal reserves, and many of the railways were built by outsiders to take our resources. Saren spoke through gritted teeth, clearly angry at those people. Song Shuxian was also aware of that history. She leaned down and quietly told Anan in her arms, if we have the chance in the future, let's take back their money and resources to develop ourselves. Natural resources are limited, so we should keep as much as we can. That history is very harsh, and I'll tell you more about it later. Anan listened carefully to his mother's words. He had watched movies and heard his father tell stories about the revolution. A small seed of understanding took root in his heart, and in the future, Anan would know how to treat things differently. If you want our things, that's fine, but the price is 3 times what others charge. Song Shuxian had already explained to Tian, Suiyuan City has very rich mineral resources. In addition to abundant coal, there are rare earth elements, iron, niobium, titanium, limestone, and dolomite, among others. How do you know this? Tian asked, worried that Saren might think too much, since resource distribution is confidential. It can be seen from the distribution of factories in Suiyuan City. When we build factories, we either need to be close to resources or close to the market. The market for steel mills, refractory plants, and rare earth factories is definitely not in Suiyuan City. Song Shuxian thought this way, using the results to deduce the reasons, making it easy to figure out. Tian said angrily, no wonder those people are willing to put in so much effort to build railways. Song Shuxian replied, many of the railways they built were destroyed in the war. Most of the ones in use now were built by us. If you look at the map, Suiyuan City has a great location and can serve as a transportation hub, making it a strategic point. Historically, the warring states built Jiyuan City here, and the first emperor ordered the Great Wall to be built here. During the Tang Dynasty, it was the Anbei Protectorate, and during the Yuan Dynasty, Suiyuan City's agriculture, iron industry, textile industry, and ceramics industry began to flourish. I won't even mention the Ming and Qing dynasties. In short, there are resources and the location is good. It would be hard not to develop. After listening to Song Shuxian's explanation, everyone learned more about Suiyuan City. Tian also understood why Wei Jiangwo and his new team were building here. Lele asked, Mom, is it far to the Yellow River? I want to see it. The book says the Yellow River is the Mother River. You should ask Dad or Aunt Saren. I don't really know the way, her mother replied. Anan looked at Saren with hopeful eyes. Saren explained, it's a bit far. It takes about 6 to 7 hours to drive there. Although both places belong to Suiyuan City, they are quite far apart, and the road there is not easy to travel. Saren knew this because old Yang had gone there once and shared his experience. Anan asked, Mom, can we go see it? Sure, when we get home, you can talk to Dad about it and see if he has time to take you. Mom has to stay home to take care of your little brother and sister. The 2 kids were unhappy. Mom, you haven't gone out this year. You should go and let Dad watch Yaya and Yang. But Dad knows how to drive and find the way. He has to be there. Anan said, don't worry, Mom. When I grow up, I'll learn to drive and find my way. Then we won't need Dad to take us. We can go out and have fun by ourselves. Song Shuxian patted Anne's head. Her son is so thoughtful. She noted their wish to see the Yellow River and would ask Wei Jiangwo to arrange it when they got back. She might not go, but the two kids must go. And then look at that strange uncle. See who saw a man holding a large pile of things and burning them. Tian Tian and Song Shuxian guessed he was honoring his family by burning some old items. Since the old customs were being discarded, this man might have chosen a hidden spot to pay his respects out of fear of trouble. They didn't share these thoughts with the kids. The group carefully rode their bikes along the railway. On the way, they encountered some people who saw only women and children in their group, dressed nicely, and wanted to approach and chat. But they were all intimidated by the four dogs. Especially Lightning and Moing. Lightning had been in battle and could be quite intimidating when he got serious. Moing had wolf blood and gave off a vibe that made it feel like he could attack at any moment. The group safely arrived at Saren's grandmother's house. Song Shuxian looked at the lonely yurt and asked, "Is it just your grandmother's family here?" "There are neighbors. The herders move with the water and grass. My grandmother's area has a water source, so more people live close by. If you look over there and over there, you'll see more people." Song Shuxian had sharp eyes and could faintly see more yurts in the distance.
How far apart are they?
About 3 kilometers. At this distance, they get along very well and sometimes gather for meals together. Sweet quietly gave a thumbs up. "It's really hard for your grandmother to visit. She has to walk 3 kilometers, which is 6 kilometers round trip." Saren pointed to the stable nearby. "We have horses, so we can ride as soon as we go outside." Sweet felt a bit envious for no reason. When Saren's grandmother heard the noise, she came out, saying, "I'm here." Saren's grandmother ignored her and reached for the little one in her arms, holding it with great affection. The bond between generations was clearly shown here. Of course, the elder didn't forget to greet them, and everyone went into the yurt where milk tea was waiting on the table. In front of her grandmother, Saren acted like a little girl, saying, "Grandma, now that you have a great-grandchild, you don't need a granddaughter anymore." She naturally wrapped her arms around the elder's arm and began to act sweetly. Yurigala was not surprised and welcomed her little guests. "Let's go have some milk tea. My great-grandmother's milk tea is especially delicious." The military district was a bit far, and they were feeling a bit hungry. After the two generations enjoyed their time together for a while, they invited Song Shuxian and Sweet. "Welcome to our home. I prepared this for you. Come and try it." Saren's grandmother didn't speak much Chinese, and her words came out a bit awkwardly with a strange accent. But from her eyes and actions, you could feel her warmth. On the table, there was a pot of milk tea, along with plates of milk skin, fried rice, and beef jerky. The elder demonstrated how to take some of each and put it in her bowl, then added hot milk tea and let it soak for a while before drinking. Song Shuxian followed the elder's example and made a bowl for herself. Sweet gave a thumbs up. "Thank you, Grandma. It's delicious. We really like it." Song Shuxian added, "The milk skin is the highlight. It soaks up the tea's aroma and has its own milky fragrance, creating a rich flavor." Saren translated for the grandmother, who smiled widely. She kept encouraging them to eat more. Song Shuxian and Sweet also presented their gifts. "Grandma, this is dried vegetable, which is great for stews when soaked in water. This is seaweed and dried shrimp, both good for calcium and very healthy. For the herders, this vegetable is not easy to find, and seafood is even harder." The gifts from Song Shuxian and her friends truly touched the old lady's heart. She kept thanking them. After chatting for a while, Saren's uncle and his family returned, and they exchanged greetings again. When they mentioned they came to shear the sheep, Uncle Chitai, though he didn't understand, showed his respect. He introduced, "These sheep have already been bathed this morning, so they look quite clean. This is the first step in shearing." And then asked Uncle, "What do you use to wash the sheep?" He asked this because their family has special soap for washing their pets, and a relative once jokingly said his mother was wasteful. Now that he understood, Anan would have something to say next time someone mentioned mothers. Uncle Chitai was surprised by the question. "We use homemade soap, made from materials we have at home." Lele instantly became interested. "Uncle Chitai, how do you make this? Can we make it too?" Hearing the children's questions, Song Shuxian quickly intervened, saying that each family has its own recipe, and some are family secrets that outsiders shouldn't inquire about. Uncle Chitai didn't mind. It's not a secret. Everyone on the grassland knows how to do it, and I can share. You burn dried herbs, dry stems, or nettles to ash, then wash the ash with boiling water, filter it, and collect it. After steaming and cooling in a container, you get a yellowish powder we call sahar. You mix the sahar with sheep fat, 1 bowl of sahar to 1 bowl of fat. After heating, stir it vigorously to get a thick, gel-like substance. While it's still warm, pour it into molds, and once it dries, you have homemade soap. Since there are no supply stores on the grassland, we make what we can ourselves. Uncle Chitai is amazing and smart. Lele wants to make it at home too. Lele, with her sweet words, praised her uncle, making him smile widely. An adult and 2 children were having a lively conversation. Meanwhile, Uncle Chitai's son, Chao Ketu, casually grabbed a sheep and laid it on a large mat, bending one leg slightly to hold down the sheep's head and front legs. His brother, En, held the sheep's side leg to keep it in that position, preparing to shear the sheep. Anin and Lola noticed and stared at them, eager not to miss anything interesting. Seeing their interest, Song Shuxian said, Uncle Chitai, we're good friends with Saren. Please don't hesitate to let us know if there's anything we can help with. Especially the kids. We brought them along this time to let them participate. Uncle Chitai saw that Song Shuxian was sincere, so he welcomed their help. He gave each child a comb and instructed them to brush the sheep's wool. Gently comb in the direction the wool grows, starting from the head. And then Lulu and their cousins worked together, brushing the wool, while En's cousin began to shear the sheep. He carefully cut from the sheep's shoulder to its hindquarters, staying close to the skin. This task required skill, as they needed to maintain the angle of the scissors to ensure the wool was cut evenly without hurting the sheep, particularly around sensitive areas like the belly and legs. Once they finished shearing, it was time for Song Shuxian and the others to sort the wool, placing different qualities into separate bags. The prices varied. Today, only 6 sheep needed shearing, as Saren had arranged for them to have this experience. They quickly completed the task. Are you done? Come eat when you are, Saren's grandmother called out. Worried about their return time due to the long journey, the grandmother had started preparing lunch early in the morning. Mongolian buns, yogurt, and pickled scallions are a high standard of hospitality in herding families. After washing their hands, the adults sat at one table and the children at another. The grandmother and aunt weren't very fluent in Chinese, and the uncle, being a man, found it difficult to serve them. The responsibility of hosting fell to Saren. Everyone was familiar with each other, so there wasn't much formality. You're in for a treat today. These buns are my aunt's specialty, filled with scallion and lamb. The sheep here are raised on scallions. Experts have said that when sheep eat scallions, they produce something that is good for their health and eliminates any strong odors. As she spoke, she handed each person a large bun. A very substantial steamed bun, about the size of Song Shuxian's fist. For someone with a small appetite like her, 2 buns are enough to feel full. The kids were so focused on eating that they didn't look up. It was too delicious. The tender lamb and the crisp green onion alternated in their mouths, making it hard to stop. After the meal, Saren served each of them a bowl of homemade Mongolian yogurt. Try this, it's made at home and has beneficial bacteria. I think drinking a bowl after the buns helps with the richness. Song Shuxian took a sip. It was very sour, making her mouth water. She wasn't a big fan, but it might taste better with some dried fruit and walnuts added. Tian and Anin loved it and drank 2 bowls in a row. Seeing this, Grandma Saren smiled so much that her eyes squinted and insisted on giving them a jar to take home. After the meal, they visited Grandma's horses, which were Mongolian like Lizi and had very gentle temperaments. Song Shuxian was able to pet one without it refusing. Grandma didn't have many animals, just over 30 sheep, 4 dairy cows, and 2 horses, similar to the families nearby. Song Shuxian asked, "Are there any limits on how many animals you can raise here?" "There are some limits, but there are ways around them. Cattle, sheep, and horses are living beings. If someone comes to check, we just let them go to the grasslands and bring them back after. Song Shuxian silently admired this cleverness. The journey was long, and after chatting with the elderly lady for a bit, they said their goodbyes. After they left, the elderly lady found 5 yuan and some industrial tickets under the bowl and showed them to her son and daughter-in-law. Uncle Chitai said, "Put it away. They have rules in the army about not taking anything from the locals." They were quite familiar with this situation. Every time Captain Yang brought people over, they would leave money and tickets behind when they left. On the way back, Lele rode with Song Shuxian. "Mom, can we make homemade soap when we get back?" "Sure, you two can bring back some grass when you take the sheep out. We'll dry it. Mom will figure out how to get the sheep fat."
Thank you, Mom.
"Did you have fun today?" "Yes. Mom, I learned how to shear sheep." "Do our sheep need shearing too?" "Yes, that task is for you and Unin with Dad helping." Lele was so happy that she could see her teeth shining. On the way back, they saw the man who was cooking something earlier in the morning. Song Shuxian was curious about what he was making that took so long. It had already been half a day. She looked at him from a distance several times but couldn't figure out what it was. The man noticed someone was watching him and glared at Song Shuxian and her friends. Why did he have to run into them again? He had specifically chosen a quiet spot to cook, and when he saw them in the morning, he quickly left. Thinking there wouldn't be anyone around at this time, he came back to cook, only to run into them again. Xian, what are you looking at?" "That man over there cooking." Tian glanced over too. He looks a bit sketchy. From my experience, he's probably a local villager who doesn't seem to work hard. Having worked in the countryside a lot during her time in law enforcement, Tian had seen the big difference between those who worked and those who didn't. They didn't think much of this little incident. What caught their attention was the evening glow, the sunset over the grassland. The hoofbeats shatter the sunset, lying down to sing by the mound waiting for the bright moon. At that moment, this line from a poem came to life. Song Shuxian and her group stopped and stared into the distance. Crimson, orange, and deep purple intertwined, transforming into soaring eagles and majestic mountains. Realizing it was getting dark, they hurried home. There were wolves on the grassland at night. Wei Jiangwo was worried and waited at the door. He felt relieved when his wife returned. "Are you tired? Come in and rest." Yaya and Yangyang missed you and kept looking at the door. Anen and Lele quickly tidied themselves up, changed clothes, and ran to see their younger siblings. "Did you too miss your big brother?" "I learned how to shear sheep today and make homemade soap. You can use the soap I made to wash your clothes." The two children smiled widely at their brother and blew a couple of bubbles. When they saw Song Shuxian, they stretched out their arms for a hug, babbling happily, not quite sure what they were saying. Song Shuxian fed them milk and gently rocked them to sleep. And Lula shared the yogurt they brought back with Wei Jiangwo. "Dad, try this. It's our reward for helping today." Wei Jiangwo happily drank it and praised the two kids. He sent the children to rest and lay down with his wife to chat. "How was your day?" "It was good." The family of Grandma Saren was very welcoming. Even though they can't speak Chinese, I could feel their warmth through their gestures. They're very simple people. "That's great. If you need anything in the future, you can trade with them. It's a way to help Saren too."
Got it.
"How was your day? Were the kids well behaved?" "They were okay. Yuyu was a bit lively and cried twice when she couldn't see you, and Anen and Lulu. She was fine after having some milk. Yang is carefree, loves to eat, and is always cheerful, not worrying about anything. Honey, you work hard taking care of them. From now on, whenever I have time off, I'll take care of the kids while you take Anen and Lulu out to play." "Sounds good." Knock, knock, knock. "I'll go check." Wei Jiangwo quickly put on his shoes and went outside.
Report.
"Commander Wei, the leader wants the special forces to assemble urgently." "Understood. Go call the others." Wei Jiangwo turned back to the room, grabbed his clothes, and said, "Honey, I have a mission and need to leave right away. Take care of yourself." He didn't wait for Song Shuxian to respond and ran off. They didn't know that Song Shuxian had provided significant help for this mission. Report: Wei Jiangwo ran to the commander's office. Commander Feng looked very serious. You're here. This is serious. The military has lost 2 boxes containing 24 Type 69 anti-tank landmines. Hearing this, Wei Jiangwo's nerves tensed up. Having participated in the Pearl Island self-defense counterattack, he knew very well the power of these landmines. Moreover, this was important strategic material. How could they be lost? His mind was in chaos, and his first reaction was that enemy spies had infiltrated. But that didn't make sense either. Why would the enemy steal these? If it is for research, the 72 type anti-tank mine has solved various issues of the 69 type and is clearly an upgraded version. Stealing the 72 type is obviously more cost-effective. There is only one possibility: to create an explosion. Thinking of this, Wei Jiangwo felt alarmed. If an explosion occurred in a crowded area, many civilians could be harmed. Seeing his reaction, Commander Feng was very pleased. He appreciated that Wei Jiangwo quickly recognized the seriousness of the situation and continued. 5 days ago, a train traveling from Yinchuan to Tianjin stopped for over 40 minutes at Jining Station. When staff checked the cargo, they found that 2 carriages had been pried open, and inside were 2 boxes of 69 type anti-tank mines. After the incident, local police immediately began an investigation but found no clues. They did not know where the carriages were tampered with or how so many items went missing. Now the task is assigned to your special operations team, led by Wei Jiangwo. Depart immediately. Wei Jiangwo saluted. I will ensure the mission is completed. Commander, I need to know some details. Commander Feng handed him a stack of documents. Everything is here. Wei Jiangwo took the materials and left. Lone Wolf, Quick Hand, Mountain Eagle, Zhang Yaohua, Wu Haijun, step forward and follow me. The rest continue training. Lu Xinghua will supervise them. Lu Xinghua was Wei Jiangwo's trained assistant. When Wei Jiangwo was not in the regiment, Lu Xinghua had to take on more responsibilities, so they could not go on missions together. The 5 taken were key trainees for Wei Jiangwo. They entered an empty conference room. Wei Jiangwo tapped the table to signal everyone to be quiet and began to explain the mission. Here's the situation. There are a few points to note. First, the cargo is publicly declared to be sewing machine heads. However, it is uncertain if the information is leaked, so be extra cautious during the investigation. Second, these anti-tank mines were assembled at the Tsuiyuan City Yujin Machinery Factory and loaded at Dinko Station. Mountain Eagle, Quick Hand, Zhang Yaohua, you 3 will investigate to confirm that the items are genuine and also check if any information has leaked. Third, there are many places along the road from Tsuiyuan City to Siju City where we can take action. We need to focus on the Western Goods Yard, the locomotive section, and the surrounding area of Yubin Village to determine where the items were lost. Is there any problem? Report, Commander. Besides the landmines, what else was lost? The Lone Wolf always finds the key issues. Nothing else. This is a planned theft, and the target was these landmines. We need to first confirm whether the items were taken by enemy agents or stolen by villagers. After Wei Jiangwo finished speaking, he asked if anyone had further questions, but this time, everyone was clear. Then let's split up. We'll meet here at this time tomorrow. Wei Jiangwo marked a location on the map. The 24 landmines couldn't have just vanished into thin air. With the limited information available, Wei Jiangwo and the others could only investigate step by step. Song Shuxian was already used to Wei Jiangwo's sudden departures. This time, he didn't come back for anything, which meant he wouldn't be gone for long. She wasn't too worried. The next day, Song Shuxian's family, the Saran family, and the Tian family prepared to shear the sheep together. The first task was bathing the sheep, which was the children's job. Tian assisted nearby to prevent the sheep from kicking. The sheep from Song Shuxian's family had been given a diluted solution, and although they weren't very smart, they knew not to harm their little owner, or they would face consequences. So, they happily cooperated during the bath, doing whatever was asked of them. Once they started washing, they were surprised by how dirty the sheep were. In the past, Song Shuxian thought the sheep looked like fluffy white clouds on the grassland, very beautiful. Now, seeing the muddy ground, she didn't want to say anything and just wanted to wash them a couple more times. Saren quickly stopped her, saying, "The weather is a bit cool for them, so a simple wash will do. We will need to clean the wool again when we use it." With that, Song Shuxian let the sheep go. After their bath, the sheep came out into the sun, shook off their fur, and started to bask in the warmth. Since they were already washing, Song Shuxian changed into work clothes and called for Lightning, "Come here for a bath." Lightning and the others were very clever, knowing that Song Shuxian liked to be clean. During bath time, they behaved well and even showed their bellies to make it easier for her to scrub. The 4 kids and Yurigala were looking over here, wanting to help wash the dogs. Seeing this, Tian called out to Song Shuxian, "Let the kids help with the bathing. Look at how eager they are. It's quite amusing." Song Shuxian stepped aside to let the kids come over. As expected, they not only washed the 4 dogs but also ended up getting themselves wet, their clothes soaked, which was quite a sight. When it came to shearing sheep, Tian was the main worker. She was strong enough to hold down a sheep by herself. Saren had a lot of experience in shearing, and his hands were very steady, making the wool even in length, which was convenient for later use. Song Shuxian was in charge of sorting the wool by length and thickness. After Saren and Tian finished, they came over to help Song Shuxian clean up. "What can we do with this wool?" Saren explained, "The longer wool is more valuable and can be spun into yarn for clothing, but we don't have enough of it. We need to collect more over the years. The wool that is 3 to 7 centimeters long is of medium quality and can also be spun into yarn for making small items like hats and scarves. Wool shorter than 3 centimeters is too short for anything useful. It can't be spun well and tends to break. We usually make it into shoe insoles or felt for the home." Song Shuxian asked, "Is it the kind of felt used on the Kong heated bed?" "Yes, but we don't have enough of that either. We need to save up for a few years. When daughters get married here, families usually give a dowry that includes this felt. Even though it's the least valuable, it actually requires the most wool. Good quality felt can last for 20 years. Looking at what they had sorted, Song Shuxian felt disheartened. "So, we worked all day and didn't accomplish much?" Seeing their expressions, Saren struggled to hold back laughter and nodded. Their expressions were quite funny, like 2 wilted eggplants. Song Shuxian perked up. "Does your grandmother sell spun yarn? I'd like to buy some to knit a sweater and pants for Wei Jiangwo. They produce these items locally, and the service center also sells them," but Song Shuxian was happy to support Saren a bit. "Yes, the cashmere you saw is used for that. In general, they sell these to textile factories, where everything is processed, woven, and dyed. They do not dye them, so the products are in their original colors." Song Shuxian felt a bit sorry. "Then I can't buy from your family. I wanted to knit a black sweater for Wei Jiangwo." Saren had expected this and didn't mind. She also preferred to buy pre-dyed yarn. Song Shuxian said, "Even though I can't buy yarn, I can still trade for other things. I really liked that fox fur hat from their family. I want a pure white one, and Anenlu wants a light gray one. If they have red, I want that too. Also, Anenli's shoes are too small. I need 2 pairs of their winter leather boots." Saren smiled and thanked her. She enjoyed the fair exchange with Tian and Song Shuxian and didn't feel inferior. Tian also exchanged some small items that could be useful. Song Shuxian told Saren, "I really like eating wild garlic and zamengmeng flowers. You can ask your grandmother to stock up on them. We can trade for as much as they have." "Really? That's great. There aren't many other things on the grassland, but these are plentiful, and the kids can bring them back. Yes, we can also get some chive flowers. We don't need much. Maybe about 3 bottles." The simple trade was settled. Wei Jiangwo and his team were having a hard time with their investigation. The management of the railway from Tsuyuan City to Sijia City was too lax, and the train was moving too slowly. They conducted an experiment where anyone could easily jump onto the train and take things from it without difficulty. The lock was just for show. It could be opened easily with a crowbar. Not believing the results, Wei Jiangwo also brought in some new recruits who hadn't been trained yet to conduct the experiment, and the results were the same. This meant that local farmers, who worked in the fields all year round, could do the same. Moreover, this train had lost items before. It was common for things to go missing, from small items like matches and salt to larger ones like fabric and aluminum ingots. However, this time, the incident was too big to cover up. After a round of investigation, Wei Jiangwo ruled out sabotage by enemy agents and focused on the local farmers. But from Zhuoyuan City to Jining, the distance is too far, and there are too many places to check, making it a big task. He took some people and planned to start the search near Zhuoyuan City. After reporting back to the military district and Commander Feng, Wei Jiangwo told Kuai Shou and the others to go back, change clothes, and rest for a bit. It had been a full 48 hours since they received the order, and they had been working without sleep, so they were exhausted. Song Shuxian felt a bit sorry for him seeing the dark circles under his eyes. She quickly prepared hot water for him, saying, "You should take a bath to relax. I'll cook some noodles and after you eat, you can sleep for a while." Wei Jiangwo followed her suggestion and took a bath. The water infused with special liquid helped him relax quickly. Meanwhile, Song Shuxian was quick and efficient. She had ready-made chicken soup, cooked noodles, blanched some vegetables, and added 3 poached eggs. As soon as Wei Jiangwo finished getting ready, the noodles were served in front of him. "Eat quickly, then you need to sleep for a bit." "How long can you stay?" 3 hours. "I need to rest a bit before I leave. Can you help me pack a couple of changes of clothes? Bring a few extra pairs of underwear. I'll be gone for a few days. You eat first, I'll get everything ready." Song Shuxian quickly opened the cupboard to help him prepare. Wei Jiangwo planned to search along the railway, determined to find the missing items. While eating noodles, he thought about the route and analyzed where to focus the search. The distance was long and there were many villages, which gave him a bit of a headache. But there was no choice. Without surveillance, the train staff didn't even know when things went missing, and they were even less aware of any suspicious activities. If they hadn't stopped in Jining for 40 minutes, they wouldn't have checked the carriages at all. No matter how difficult it was, Wei Jiangwo had to complete the task. Seeing the worry on his wife's face, he chatted with her while eating, trying to distract her. "Dear, which route did you take to Grandma Saren's house the other day? Did anything seem suspicious?" Song Shuxian wanted him to hurry up and eat so he could rest, but she also understood he was trying to keep her from worrying too much, so she engaged in conversation with him. "2 kids were riding their bikes, and we were worried they might bump into someone. They were riding along the railway, and there were no accidents on the way. The 4 of them looked quite impressive, and even if there were bad people around, they wouldn't dare to approach." Along the railway, Wei Jiangwo was now very sensitive to these 4 words. He stopped eating and said, "Wife, think carefully about what you saw along the railway. Any little detail could be important." Seeing his seriousness, Song Shuxian also started to think. She had a good memory, and it was only a few days ago, so it was still fresh in her mind. There was a man burning something. Does that count? When we passed by in the morning, he was burning something. I couldn't see clearly from a distance, but I guessed it was for a ritual. But when we came back in the evening, he was still burning things. That's a bit strange. Nowadays, families aren't wealthy, and they wouldn't burn things all day for honoring ancestors. Song Shuxian didn't understand and thought it was for a ritual, but Wei Jiangwo disagreed. Who goes to the grave early in the morning for a ritual? Even if they leave early, it would still be late morning by the time they get there. Moreover, in their area, people usually buried their loved ones directly on their own land, making it easier to honor them and receive blessings. There was no need to go to remote places to burn paper. Where did you see this? Near Hadata village. Think carefully about what he was burning. Song Shuxian realized the seriousness of the situation and began to recall. There was a lot of smoke, grayish-white with some black. We were downwind and the smell was a bit strong, but we left quickly, and after we turned the corner, there was no smell anymore. When he was burning things, he had his back to us, so I didn't see. When we came back in the afternoon, I noticed he was still burning, and he even glared at me. Tian said he looked like a troublemaker, the kind of person who is idle around the village. Wei Jiangwo felt that this person was suspicious. Wife, call comrades Tian and Sa Ren to our house in your name. I need to ask them.
Okay.
They arrived quickly. Wei Jiangwo asked them the same question, but Sa Ren hadn't noticed and didn't even know about the man. Tian had a strong impression of the burning smell. When Wei Jiangwo asked, she said, "The smell is a bit sharp, like a moisture absorber or the scent of rubber burning." Song Shuxian and Tian reminisced together and roughly sketched the person's appearance. Since they were too far away, they could only see a general outline. But this rough description was enough for Wei Jiangwo and the others to identify the person. After the questioning, Wei Jiangwo couldn't sleep and went to the dormitory to wake up the 5 sleeping individuals to continue the investigation. Looking at the sketch, Kuaishou clapped his hands and said, "This is what we call the net of heaven. Wide but not missing anything. Who would have thought that this person burning something would lead us to our sister-in-law? Even from so far away, she could draw his likeness." Wei Jiangwo shot him a glare. "This is just a possibility. Don't get too excited until we have more information." "Got it, boss." The group headed to the vicinity of Hadata village to start their search. The first place they found was where Song Shuxian mentioned someone had burned something. In the wilderness, there was a patch of ash on the ground, making it easy to locate. The boxes and bags used for the explosives were specially treated, especially the boxes, which had an anti-static coating, resulting in different ash when burned. However, they were not chemists, so they needed to take samples back for expert analysis. "Search this area carefully. I don't believe he cleaned everything up," Wei Jiangwo said, and the other 5 immediately spread out to conduct a thorough search. They suspected that the explosives were buried here, so they searched extra carefully. "Boss, I found something." Lone Wolf was the first to discover an item. Wei Jiangwo looked at the hinge in his hand. This is a hinge from the explosive box. He was very familiar with these items. Soon after, they also found rivets and locks. It was clear what the person had burned. Wei Jiangwo and his team searched the area thoroughly but found no sign of the explosives. Worried that this person might have accomplices or could be an enemy agent himself, Wei Jiangwo ordered, "Kuaishou and Lone Wolf, keep a close watch on him to see if we can catch a big fish. The rest of you, follow me to start searching his house so we can find the explosives as soon as possible." This person's name is Wang Yaozu, and he is known as a troublemaker in the village. He is the youngest in his family and never works, relying on his parents and brothers for support. According to the villagers, he is not only lazy but also enjoys playing around, which is his main flaw. However, in the countryside, laziness is a big problem. If you can't support a wife, no girl will want to marry you. Because of this, he is already 22 years old and still unmarried. He has his eye on the village beauty, Xiaofeng, but his family cannot afford the bride price. The other people he hangs out with are also troublemakers from the village. One day, Wei Jiangwo and his team carried out an arrest. At the train station, the arrest went smoothly. The troublemakers had little resistance against Wei Jiangwo and his team. It turned out that they had overcomplicated the situation. The thieves were just ordinary farmers with no backing, and they never intended to steal anything dangerous. One of the thieves had a brother-in-law who worked as a porter at the train station. While working, he heard that the cargo on this train included sewing machine parts. In that era, such items were very appealing. In the countryside, having one meant you could marry anyone you wanted, with girls from nearby villages easily available. Money can tempt people, and 2 groups of troublemakers teamed up to steal the cargo from the train. They first applied lubricant on the uphill railway tracks to slow the train down, then jumped off, picked the lock, and quickly moved the goods. After hiding the items in the mountains, they planned to wait until things calmed down before selling them. However, when they opened the packages, they found landmines inside. This scared them greatly. Initially, they thought about abandoning the items in the mountains as if nothing had happened. But with the military and police investigating recently, they became frightened. These individuals were not completely foolish. Song Shuxian and her friends saw a man responsible for burning the outer packaging of the landmines to destroy evidence. However, he did not realize that the packaging for landmines was different from ordinary goods. The others were tasked with randomly throwing the landmines onto a train heading south, leaving their fate to chance. When Wei Jiangwo and his team arrested them, these individuals had just loaded the landmines onto the train. They were caught red-handed. Looking at the recovered landmines, Commander Feng laughed heartily and patted Wei Jiangwo on the shoulder, saying, "Well done." They found the 24 missing landmines in just 4 days, bringing great pride to the military district. At first, there was little hope of finding these landmines, as there were no clues at all. Handing the task to the special forces was like trying to revive a dead horse. It was also true that these people felt guilty. If they had treated it as if nothing had happened and just left them in the mountains, finding them would have been like searching for a needle in a haystack. But once they moved, they left behind clues. After completing the mission, Wei Jiangwo returned home, feeling exhausted and ready for a good sleep. This incident served as a wake-up call for the railway department, highlighting their lax management, leading to major reforms. Now, it would be very difficult for farmers along the railway to steal anything. Each freight car now had a person assigned to it, living and eating inside the car. This had nothing to do with Wei Jiangwo. He had just returned home, quickly washed up, and went to bed. In his dreams, Song Shuxian felt the familiar embrace and naturally rolled over, snuggling closer. Wei Jiangwo held her close and kissed her forehead, saying, "You are truly my lucky star. This mission depended on you." In response, he heard her soft breathing. Soon, Wei Jiangwo also fell into a deep sleep. He slept particularly soundly. In the morning, when Song Shuxian woke up, she sensed the familiar scent, snuggled closer, touched his eyes gently, and quietly got out of bed. She carried the 2 children to their happy room, saying, "Daddy is back. He's very tired and still sleeping, so let's not disturb him." Anan and Lele quietly agreed. After letting the 2 older brothers watch their younger siblings for a while, Song Shuxian went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast with Aunt Fu. Later, the 2 older brothers went to school, and the younger siblings got up, had breakfast, and went out to play. Yeye and Yangyang loved exploring the outside world. As soon as they opened their eyes, they wanted to go out. If they were told no, they would point at the door with their little hands and insist on going out. Most of the time, Aunt Fu took them outside, but occasionally it would be Song Shuxian who took them. When Wei Jiangwo woke up, only Song Shuxian was left at home. She was painting when Wei Jiangwo hugged her from behind. "Dear, I'm done with my work for today. Is there anything you need me to do? Take a good rest and eat some delicious food. You've lost weight in just a few days." Wei Jiangwo thought to himself, "There's a kind of weight loss that makes your wife worry." He happily accepted her care. He would eat whatever she gave him and behaved very well. He was not someone who could sit still. On his rare day off, he either tidied up the yard or organized the vegetable garden. Song Shuxian smiled to herself. She knew she had chosen the right person. After several years of development, the family compound has grown to have about 100 households. To make management easier, a new 4-story building was constructed, providing central heating that keeps it warm in winter. As the building gradually took shape, the residents went from being indifferent to eagerly looking forward to it. They argued fiercely over who would get to live in the new building. The previous peace was gone. As the wife of the group leader, Song Shuxian had some influence. Even though she usually didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the compound, she couldn't avoid it this time. Everyone was particularly sensitive about this matter. Recently, many people had been bringing gifts to Song Shuxian, which made her quite annoyed. She couldn't get anything done and spent her days dodging them. She didn't understand their behavior. What was so great about that small house? It was only about 60 square meters, and how could a whole family fit in there? Moreover, the houses were so close together that you could hear everything next door, leaving no privacy at all. The new building was designed like a corridor-style apartment, with 10 units on each floor, and each floor had 1 bathroom and 1 utility room, making it quite cramped. Song Shuxian told everyone, "How the houses will be allocated depends on each family's situation and the achievements of their men. This information is open and transparent, so I can't really say much. Sisters, please wait for the notification." The logistics department will post updates as soon as there is news. She added, the organization didn't expect everyone to be so fond of this building, so they decided that leaders above the group level will not participate in the competition. Everyone should go home and wait for news. Shia said everything she needed to say. Whether they listen is up to them. Song Shuxian closed the door and thanked her guests. The decision for leaders above the brigade level not to participate in the competition was made after discussions among the women, and it hasn't been communicated to the men yet. They believe that now the family compound has grown larger, the diversity of people is evident. In simple terms, there are all kinds of people. If they were to move in, whenever there was a dispute in someone's home, they would be the first ones called for mediation. If someone needed help, they would be the first ones asked to lend a hand. At that point, it would surely be a constant hassle. It's better to keep a distance. When the leaders live nearby, usually no one bothers them. Everyone maintains a safe distance. Not to mention the distant ones. Just looking at the current situation since the news was released, people have been coming continuously to deliver gifts to the leaders' families. They don't lack these things and won't leave themselves open to criticism, nor will they become a burden to the men. I don't know about other families, but in Song Shuxian's case, no matter what anyone brings, she refuses it all, treating everyone equally. However, there are some people who seem to not understand and just drop off their items and leave. This leaves Song Shuxian both amused and frustrated. She can only take Aunt Fu to return the items to each household. It's hard to tell if these people are clever or foolish. The things they bring are quite considerate. Homegrown vegetables, homemade cured meats, and some snacks they made themselves. They neither put Song Shuxian in a difficult position nor fail to express their goodwill. After a few days of this, Song Shuxian felt exhausted. That evening, she had the two children sleep with Aunt Fu while she needed to have a serious talk with Wei Jiangwo. Things couldn't continue like this. So when Wei Jiangwo got home, he found his wife looking tired and slumped on the recliner, swaying slightly. Dear, you're back. I was waiting for you. We need to talk. Wei Jiangwo could guess what was bothering her. He squatted down in front of her and asked, what's wrong? Who made our Shuxian unhappy? It's that little building in the family compound. Why are you all causing trouble? Lately, people have been bringing me gifts every day, and it's made me not want to leave the house. They act like they don't understand. No matter how I say it, they continue to do as they please. Wei Jiangwo looked at her angry face and felt like laughing, but he didn't dare to. He promised, tomorrow when I go to the military district, I'll urge them to speed things up and solve the problem as soon as possible. Do you want to move? I don't want to at all. That little house is too small. It makes me feel cramped. I prefer our current place with a yard where we can grow vegetables and have a fire. Hearing this, Song Shuxian understood why they were eager to move. Besides the charm of the small building, it also had central heating. The winters here are especially cold, and a lot of coal is needed for the whole season. Last year, Song Shuxian's family bought 3 tons of coal. At 20 yuan per ton, they spent 60 yuan on coal. For a frugal family, 60 yuan could cover several months of living expenses. Wei Jiangwo supported her choice, saying, that's true. We have 4 kids, and when they get a bit older, Yaya will need to live separately. The building over there is indeed a bit small. What kind of house do you like? Talking about houses made Song Shuxian excited. She had been thinking about this lately. I like the courtyard houses in Beijing. When we have the chance, let's buy a 3-entry courtyard. Each of us should have a small courtyard. I want a big study, a music room, and an embroidery room. Song Shuxian dreamed of having a little courtyard just like in her past life. Listening to her talk about the future, Wei Jiangwo gently held her close, not wanting to interrupt. He thought she didn't know that houses couldn't be bought and sold. Little did he know, Song Shuxian had heard from Tian that housing prices were rising quickly every day. She had already decided to buy more houses so that each child could have their own courtyard, providing them with security. Then, she planned to invest the money they had, so when the kids grew up, she could give each of them some starting funds to help them succeed. After dreaming about the future, Wei Jiangwo brought her back to reality. The issue of Song Shuxian being chased by family members every day still needed to be resolved. With no other options, Wei Jiangwo suggested. How about you go hide for a while? Didn't you say you wanted to see a volcano? You and Comrade Tian can take an Lulu and see who and leave. The children at home are taken care of by me and Lu Xinghua. During the day, we take them to the military area, and they are very well behaved. We just let them crawl on the mat. I can change diapers and feed them. And then there's Aunt Fu. After saying this, Wei Jiangwo nodded seriously, thinking he had come up with a good idea. Song Shuxian gave him an unimpressed look. Although he often helps with the kids, he doesn't understand how demanding children of this age can be. Besides, who takes kids along while training? If he sets this example, everyone else might follow suit. However, getting away is a good idea. She declined the suggestion to see the volcano and planned to stroll around Dakingshan and visit Tuyuan City. Having lived here for 2 years, she had only explored the old town of Tuyuan City. This time, she wanted to take a good look around. As for the kids, compared to Wei Jiangwo just giving them a mat to crawl on, she trusted Aunt Fu more. Once she realized this, she felt less troubled. Honey, carry me to the bed, I'm tired. Wei Jiangwo obediently picked her up and placed her on the bed, but Song Shuxian knew she wouldn't be able to sleep early. This man seemed to have endless energy, tossing and turning all night. After so many years of marriage, he never seemed to tire of this. The next day, Song Shuxian woke up at 8. She quickly got ready and went to check on the 2 kids. Ye and Yang were in their brother's room, trying to stretch their little feet to reach the sunlight, but their legs were too short. They weren't in a hurry and moved slowly. For a moment, Song Shuxian felt like she was seeing Anan and Lele when they were little, doing the same thing. Did they make a fuss last night? Song Shuxian asked Aunt Fu. No, they had a bottle once, needed a diaper change once, and then fell asleep peacefully, Aunt Fu replied. Aunt Fu also remarked how easy these 2 kids were to take care of. As long as their needs were met promptly, they wouldn't cry. When they wake up, they just need familiar faces around them. Song Shuxian felt relieved and went to the kitchen to grab some food. She hadn't had breakfast yet. Before she finished eating, someone knocked on the door to chat with her. Fong, don't open the door. Let them knock for a while, and they'll leave. Fong was also worried, saying, Sigh, when will this end? She felt exhausted just thinking about how much trouble Song Shuxian was in. It had been almost a year since she came to take care of Song Shuxian, and she realized that Song Shuxian was not good at dealing with shameless people. It was impossible for her to act like them and make a scene. In other words, she cared too much about her reputation. Such a person can thrive in a community where everyone is concerned about their image, but she had no way to handle a group of rude, stubborn people pretending not to understand. This is probably what the old saying means. A scholar meets a soldier, and reason cannot be made clear. Saren faced the same problem. Saren was too young and still from the countryside. So many people did not take her seriously. Some older folks thought that a young wife had little standing and would directly order her to do things. So, she simply closed the door and went back to her family. Wei Jiangwo went to find Captain Yang early in the morning, and they brought along their respective political commissars. This bad behavior in the family compound needs to be addressed. If it continues, today they send vegetables, tomorrow they will send money. Anyone who reached this position was not foolish. Wei Jiangwo was clearly trying to solve a problem for his wife. Coincidentally, their families were facing the same issue, so they decided to tackle it together. Political Commissar Ma said, the key is that they didn't send much, just a bunch of vegetables. Neighbors exchanging things shouldn't be a problem. Instead of directly confronting the families, we should remind them that the men in the family are responsible. They should be ordered to manage their families well, and if it happens again, they will face extra training. Otherwise, let them practice with me. Wei Jiangwo thought his idea was excellent. His wife and mother were being bullied, and while he couldn't directly intervene, having the captain personally guide them was a rare opportunity. The other 3 looked everywhere, but at him. They were amused, thinking he really believed they didn't know he was settling personal scores. Wei Jiangwo's strong punches were something only the recipient could truly understand. When they first arrived, The two groups were at odds, and Captain Yang and Wei Jiangwo had sparred twice, which had been quite painful. Song Shuxian was still unaware that Wei Jiangwo had addressed the problem at its root. She sent Lightning to call Tian Tian over. Tian Tian arrived quickly, holding a little one in her arms. The three kids started babbling happily as soon as they met, creating a lively atmosphere. "Why did you call me? I thought you were staying home and not welcoming guests lately." Song Shuxian sighed. "I could stay home every day, but Aunt Fu and the kids can't sit still." This morning the two kids were playing in the house. "What are your plans? Since we can't avoid it, let's go out. We can pick wild vegetables, visit Suyuan City, or go to the grasslands." Tian Tian liked this idea. "Sounds good, but what about the kids?" "The kids will be taken care of by Aunt Fu. I'll leave Lightning, Ink Shadow, and Fu Dian to help watch them." En and Lulu were looked after by Lightning and Ink Shadow when they were young. They have experience. Aunt Fu just needs to change their diapers and feed them on schedule. Aunt Fu said, "I can handle it. I can take care of 3 kids. These 3 kids are very well behaved and don't cry much. The 2 boys are even willing to let you have her way." Aunt Fu remarked, "I've never seen a better dog than Lightning. He really looks after the kids, staying close to them all the time. If the kids cry, he finds out why and brings me over." Tian Tian felt a bit uneasy since Aunt Fu was alone. Given the past experiences, she didn't plan to send the little one to daycare. But she loved being around people. Since her pregnancy, she hadn't left the family compound much and was eager to get out. "Aunt Fu, thank you for your help. Let's try it for a day. If it doesn't work, I'll watch the kids with you so Shuxian can go out." Song Shuxian added, "Aunt Fu, you've been great lately. Wei Jiangwo has gone to take care of things, and once everything is settled, I'll give you a break so you can go out too." Aunt Fu felt satisfied knowing her efforts were appreciated. After happily making plans, they decided to start the trial today. Song Shuxian and Tian Tian stayed in another room to see how the kids would react without them, especially the little one. Would he cry if he couldn't see his mom? It turned out they were overestimating their importance. The little one and you were familiar with Lightning and Ink Shadow, and they all played together without any issues. She didn't even think about Tian Tian. Tian Tian leaned against Song Shuxian, pretending to be sad. "In the end, I'm the only one feeling down. Look at that ungrateful little one, having so much fun." Song Shuxian found it both funny and frustrating, so she changed the subject. "Does your family want to fight for that house?" "No, when we first came with the military, my family lived in a tall building, and I've had enough of it. I think these leaders are just bored and looking for things to do. Do you believe they want to live in a tall building now? Once they move in, they'll miss the little courtyard. Not to mention, there's no space for gardening in a tall building. Buying vegetables costs money. Also, living so close together means there's hardly any privacy. If you have a noisy neighbor, they might just walk right in. And with people living above and below, your noise can disturb my kids' rest. The family area won't be quiet anymore." Song Shuxian knew a bit about the situation. "Our family area was set up with enough space back then, and the young soldiers had their posts arranged. Now there are more people and the new buildings are getting smaller. Families are unhappy and feel it's unfair. To resolve the issues, they started building small buildings like those in the military district. If the population keeps increasing, they might tear down the courtyard and turn it all into small buildings." Tian Tian gasped, "No way, I don't want to live in a tall building." "Don't worry, once they see the problems that come with tall buildings, they'll slow down the construction and think of other solutions. This one-size-fits-all approach isn't good." The two had many guesses, but they didn't know if things would turn out as they imagined. After a day of experiments, they confirmed that Aunt Fu could easily take care of 3 children by herself. The next day, Song Shuxian and Tian Tian each rode a horse and set off early. "Let's race," Song Shuxian said proudly. She had never been afraid of anyone while riding. "Let's go." The two rode ahead, galloping towards the big green mountain, with Fu Dian and Huzi following closely behind. In that moment, there were no children laughing or crying nearby, tugging at their clothes and calling mommy. They didn't have to worry about whether the kids had finished their homework. The worries of the past, tangled in daily chores and parenting, seemed to be carried away by the gentle breeze, disappearing without a trace.
They were just themselves.
The sound of their laughter echoed far away. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, the two ran with great joy. The horses, Chiyun and Lizai, neighed loudly, shaking their heads and excitedly turning their ears. It had been a long time since they had run so freely. The only two victims, Fudian and Huzi, were exhausted, lying on the ground and panting heavily. Song Shuxian, hiding behind a water bottle, secretly gave them a diluted potion. She had tested this before. Drinking this much would only speed up their recovery, without any other effects. She was also worried about making all the animals too clever. Since they were climbing a mountain, Song Shuxian carried a bow and quietly strapped a hidden sword to her arm, enough to protect herself in case of danger. Today, the two were just out to relax, only picking mushrooms or wild fruits that they really liked. Looking up at the towering peaks, Song Shuxian felt the frustration she had been holding inside recently fade away. Let's take it slow. Okay. This is my first time here. Saren said that few people come here, so stay close to me. This was the first time for both of them to be so bold. It was a bit far from the family compound, a wild mountain, at least 15 kilometers from the nearest village. But the scenery was beautiful, with strange rocks, flowing water, and waterfalls. A long time ago, Captain Yang had brought people here for training. He said there was not much danger, as long as they left before dark. Each of them carried a stick, walking and tapping the wild grass around them to prevent snakes from suddenly appearing. Tian, do you feel like the air in the mountains has a taste of freedom? Song Shuxian took a deep breath, her tone filled with excitement. It was rare to see Song Shuxian so cheerful, and Tian understood her recent frustrations. Your old way helped you out. Yesterday, they had a meeting and said that giving gifts is inappropriate, even if it's just a vegetable. They told their subordinates to manage their families well. They also said that from now on, every time there is a women's director meeting, it must be recorded. If they fill up a record, they will lose their housing eligibility. Wow, that's impressive. Now they will think twice, Song Shuxian whispered happily. This was great. The two walked and chatted, one in front of the other. Tian said, "You are too nice to them. You should confront them directly. If that doesn't work, set an example, so they think twice." Song Shuxian sighed. There are 3 reasons for this. First, I find it hard to let go. Since childhood, I was taught not to be a disgrace. While I wasn't expected to be a perfect lady, I definitely shouldn't act rudely. I was taught to maintain my composure, even in tough situations. Another reason is that not everyone among them is trying to take advantage. Some people are stirring things up with their words. But those at the forefront are just simple villagers like Aunt Dayo and Aunt Xiaoyao, who have never lived in an apartment and genuinely long for it. They don't understand much. In their straightforward view, if you need something from someone, you should bring a gift. 2 eggs or a basket of vegetables are seen as significant gifts to them. I can't use any tactics with such people. I just have to endure. Another reason is that all the leaders' families have been disturbed this time, and I don't want to be the one to stand out.
But
Song Shuxian's tone changed, becoming cold and fierce. That troublemaker behind the scenes better not let me catch her. She caused me a lot of trouble, and I will give her a big surprise. Tian smiled, knowing her friend was never a pushover. I'll help you look for her. Song Shuxian replied, people like her will try the same trick again after tasting success. We missed the best time to investigate this time, but we can wait for the next chance. I just hope she makes a move. Once she does, she'll slip up. The little wife stirring trouble in the family compound had no idea she was under the collective watch of the leaders' families. When she gets caught depends on how long she can hide. The two continued their casual chat, avoiding any mention of the military. This was their habit. Once they left the family compound, they acted like ordinary housewives to prevent anyone from discovering they were military families and causing any issues. After all, this is an unstable time, and the enemy's desire to harm us is still present. The two of them walked deeper into the mountains. Tian, do you think there are wolves here? I haven't heard of any wolves in our generation, but there are lynxes. Don't worry, if we encounter one, just take care of yourself, and I'll handle the rest. Tian's fighting ability in this post-apocalyptic world should not be underestimated. These creatures are no match for her. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A pleasant sound interrupted their conversation. They stood quietly, listening closely. What bird is that? It sounds so nice, Song Shuxian said, clearly enjoying it. Tian pointed. Look at that bird with the white belly and a black ring around its neck. That's the skylark. Song Shuxian looked up and indeed saw a bird perched above. It joined in with the surrounding birds, waiting for a moment of silence before continuing to sing, creating a beautiful harmony as if they were taking turns performing. The two decided to stop walking and listen to the bird sing. After a while, they continued on their way. Just then, Tian suddenly said, "Don't move." She acted quickly, grabbing a snake that was bright green with evenly spaced black spots, looking very beautiful. Song Shuxian snapped back to reality, staring at the snake. Tian initially wanted to reassure her, but then she heard Song Shuxian say, "It looks really pretty. Is it poisonous?" Tian was speechless and looked up at the sky, wondering what kind of friend she had with such a bold attitude. She answered seriously, "This is a red-spotted rat snake. It's not poisonous. It likes water and usually lives near it, so we must be close to a waterfall." Upon hearing it wasn't poisonous, Song Shuxian became interested. "Can we take it home to show the kids? It's harmless and so pretty." Tian was even more speechless. "No way. Even if it's not poisonous, it still looks scary. The others in the yard might cause trouble for you." Song Shuxian sighed. "Okay, then we won't keep it. Let's release it." Tian nodded and threw the snake away. She couldn't be bothered to harm such a harmless creature. The two continued to chat casually. Tian leaned closer to Song Shuxian and whispered, "Since a while ago, someone has been watching us. Be careful and keep your arrow within reach." Song Shuxian nodded. They did not show any signs of concern. Tian leaned closer to Song Shuxian and whispered, "Since a while ago, someone has been watching us. Be careful and keep your arrow within reach." Song Shuxian nodded. It's hard to say whether they were carefree or just good at acting. For the rest of the journey, they behaved as if they were just two young women out for a fun day in the mountains. Song Shuxian even patted Fujian's head and said, "Fujian, you need to stay alert. The job of protecting your sister is now up to you." She portrayed the role of a delicate young woman needing protection perfectly, and with her appearance, it felt completely natural. Woof woof woof. Fujian was visibly excited to be given such an important task. Usually with Lightning and Moing around, he just followed them without much to do. Tian remarked, "Your family dynamics are quite complicated. Moing calls you sister, and his daughter also calls you sister. Anin calls Moing brother." Song Shuxian felt a bit guilty. "I was only 18 when I took care of them, so it was normal for them to call me sister. After a while, they got used to it and I didn't pay much attention. Now that I realize the issue, I want to change it, but Lightning and the others won't understand." She could only accept the situation as it was. No matter how smart they wouldn't grasp human family relationships. Worried that Tian would ask more questions, Song Shuxian quickly changed the subject. "Look, is that a wild berry?" Tian approached, climbed the tree quickly, and picked a couple. "It is a wild berry, but it's not ripe yet. Let's mark the spot and come back to pick them later. They are very nutritious and can be made into dried fruit or used for brewing. I was planning to trade with the villagers for some. Now that we found them ourselves, we can do it ourselves."
Great.
"Call me when you do. I want to gather some too. There's really not much to eat in winter." Who would have thought that in winter, there would be no frozen pears or persimmons here, making the diet quite limited. The appearance of the wild mountain herb opened the way for the two to explore. They also encountered sea buckthorn and rose hips, but they weren't ripe yet, so they would have to come back another time. The two quietly noted the locations of these plants. Song Shuxian gently tugged at Tian's shirt and mouthed the word rabbit. They slowly moved apart and simultaneously attacked the silly rabbit. Song Shuxian wasn't very skilled. just helping with the teamwork, not expecting much from her. Tian Tian was the main force, and quickly caught it. Tian Tian held the rabbit by its ears, saying, "Tonight's extra meal will be spicy rabbit bites."
Great.
Let's find more. That smoked rabbit you made last time was delicious. Let's catch a lot and smoke them slowly, Song Shuxian replied. Tian Tian happily agreed, as she also loved meat. Since they arrived here, they had never been short of meat, especially rabbit meat, which they could enjoy all year round. So, the two of them followed the rabbit deeper into the woods. Tian Tian whispered, "The person watching us is left, but I still feel that sense of being watched. Let's be careful." Song Shuxian nodded in understanding. She wasn't good at dealing with such situations and followed Tian Tian's lead, fully cooperating with her instructions. Tian Tian particularly appreciated this about her. She never spoke out of turn on matters she didn't understand. She would never make the foolish mistake of an outsider trying to guide an expert. As they walked, the air became increasingly humid, and they could faintly hear the sound of water. "Are we near a waterfall?" "It sounds like it," Tian Tian replied. Song Shuxian visibly brightened. "I've never seen a waterfall before. Let's hurry. I can't wait to see what it's like." They quickened their pace, and soon a waterfall over 20 meters high appeared before them. Song Shuxian stared at the waterfall in awe, marveling at the wonders of nature. As they approached, she reached out to touch the flowing water, which felt pleasantly cool. Tian Tian stood back a bit, and from her angle, the sunlight hit just right. "Shuxian, come here. You can see a rainbow from this spot." Hearing this, Song Shuxian rushed to Tian Tian's side, and at that moment, they were both amazed. The surrounding mountains, green trees, rocks, and the sparrows and larks perched on the treetops complemented the waterfall, creating a magnificent scene. With the roar it emitted, it seemed to penetrate the soul. At that moment, they seemed to understand the Mongolian people's respect for nature. But respect was fleeting. They were essentially ordinary people, very self-centered ordinary people. Song Shuxian noticed the delicate little flowers on the ground, white and pink intertwined. "Tian Tian, I want to transplant some and plant them in the yard." No woman can resist flowers, so Tian Tian immediately got to work. The two of them dug up enough flowers before stopping. Next, this waterfall became their spot for gathering supplies, sour jujubes, hazelnuts, and they even caught a roe deer. Who would have thought there would be a roe deer here? Catching it wasn't their original intention. Song Shuxian carefully picked sour jujubes, as she really liked their sweet and sour taste. The roe deer, perhaps attracted by the scent or just curious, slowly approached her until it was right by her legs. If they didn't catch it, it would be rude. Song Shuxian didn't like eating roe deer meat, but the people underway Jiangwo wouldn't mind the taste. She could take it back to give them a meal. They also encountered a squirrel, which Song Shuxian disliked, as she found all rodent-like creatures unpleasant and would keep her distance from squirrels. At her home, Lightning and Moing had a very tough job, catching mice. Whenever a mouse appeared, they would definitely scare it away or catch it. Song Shuxian thought about raising a snake, wanting to have a natural enemy at home. Actually, having a cat would be the best, but there were none nearby, so she had to settle for less. Tian Tian didn't understand her reluctance. "I'll come back in late autumn, and we can steal the squirrels' nests. They are great at hiding things. One can stash away several pounds of nuts, and there are so many squirrels here." Tian Tian was excited. Just the squirrels' food supply would be enough for her to have a good winter. Song Shuxian thought, "Dogs are still dogs. Let's go together. I want to hunt rabbits. There are so many rabbits here that if we don't catch some, they will overrun the place." She said this seriously, but Tian Tian knew that she really liked spicy rabbit pieces and even enjoyed gnawing on rabbit heads. The two of them rummaged around the waterfall for various treasures. Song Shuxian glanced at the pond and said, "Tian Tian, there are fish in here." They hadn't eaten fresh fish since they arrived. Hearing this, Tian Tian quickly came over. They were both eager for fresh fish and forgot about searching for other things. Tian Tian took off her shoes and stepped into the water, ready to catch fish. She stood still, blending in with the surroundings. Suddenly, she moved swiftly, and soon there was a big fish on the shore. Song Shuqian hurried over to pick it up and put it in her bag. After that, Tian Tian caught 7 or 8 more big fish. No one comes here, so the fish are not scared. When I catch them, they think it's just a game. Tian Tian didn't want to talk about the foolish fish anymore. Being too comfortable makes one lazy. From now on, this will be our secret base. Next time, let's bring the 3 kids. They will definitely love it, suggested Song Shuqian. Tian Tian agreed. The reason no one comes to this mountain is that it's too far. Without horses, they wouldn't want to come here either. After a busy morning, they were both hungry. Song Shuqian went to gather firewood while Tian Tian cleaned the fish by the pond. Tian Tian moved quickly, expertly scaling and gutting the fish. Song Shuqian remarked, "It takes a lot of fish to get such smooth moves." Tian Tian replied, "You forgot about our time at the beach. Now, when I see fish, I can clean them with my eyes closed." Song Shuqian felt a bit uneasy remembering that time. Once, when they went to the beach, they were lucky to find a pool of water. Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingguo were there too, and the 2 men jumped in to catch fish. They were surprised by how many fish were in that small pool. After catching the fish, the men went off to complete their tasks. Song Shuqian and Tian Tian spent the whole day cleaning fish from morning till night, turning the leftovers into salted fish. Song Shuqian secretly glanced at her bag, realizing there were still a few fish inside that she had forgotten about. After cleaning the fish, Tian Tian gathered various herbs and crushed them to rub on the fish. "You can play around for a bit and see if there are any fish we missed. I'll take care of cooking the fish." With Sweetie's words, Song Shuqian felt at ease and strolled nearby. Fudian and Huzi remained alert, ready to notify them of any danger. The observers had confirmed that these were 2 young women from the city, out for some fun, and there was no danger. One of them had some skills, while the other was a bit of a burden. Indeed, that burden was Song Shuqian, who didn't even use a bow to catch rabbits to maintain her persona. Wei Jiangwo had mentioned that her skills were most effective when she caught others off guard. She was very obedient. Song Shuqian understood the situation and wandered near Sweetie, continuing to look into the pond to see what else was there. She casually flipped over a couple of rocks and found some freshwater shrimp. Quickly, she caught them. Feeling pleased, she became more enthusiastic, and no stones or water plants along the shore could escape her grasp. Not only were there shrimp, but also some stream crabs, which she caught as well. "Sweetie, let's roast some crabs to eat. Look," she said. Sweetie wrinkled her nose. "They're too small. They'll burn before they even cook. Let's take them home. I can make drunken crab. It's really delicious." The 2 agreed, and Song Shuqian continued to catch crabs. She didn't go into the water, so her catch was limited, just enough for a meal. Next time, when Wei Jiangwo is free, we should bring him along. I didn't catch enough. Sweetie glanced at her small basket. "It's fine for today. We can wait until next time when we can gather more mountain goods and take them back together." They happily made that decision. Sweetie was very good at cooking grilled fish, and the delicious aroma wafted through the air. While they were eating, an elderly lady approached. "Young ladies, are you from Dawa village too?" Song Shuqian and Sweetie exchanged knowing looks. "Yes, ma'am. My mother-in-law is kind. Seeing us stuck at home with the kids, she encouraged us to come out and relax. Soon it will be busy with farming, and we'll have plenty to do," Song Shuqian replied smoothly. The elderly lady smiled warmly, and from her appearance, one could see traces of her beauty from her youth. "Your family is lucky to have married such 2 lovely daughters-in-law. Ma'am, what you said sounds just like my mother-in-law. She loves to show off. To be honest, it was my mother-in-law who chose us for the match because we are good-looking." The old lady seemed to recall something, her smile warm and kind. "When you get older, you enjoy seeing pretty young ladies like you." Song Shuqian smiled brightly, but inside, alarm bells were ringing. No matter how kind the old lady appeared, her intuition warned her of danger and urged her to stay away. Suppressing her discomfort, Song Shuqian maintained a polite smile. The old lady continued the conversation. "You're not from around here, are you? We don't have girls as lovely as you." Song Shuqian pretended to be shy, Talking to you is so nice. You flatter me. The ladies here are also beautiful, just in different ways. But we really aren't locals. We came here with our parents for a development project. We grew up together and have a strong bond. When we got married, we wanted to marry into a family of brothers for support in the future. To be honest, my husband is quite lucky. If it weren't for his good brother, I wouldn't have noticed him. As Song Shuxian spoke, she portrayed a proud young lady who is naive and pampered by her family perfectly. Tian Tian played along, acting like a sister who silently indulges her younger sibling. Oh my, you must have a wonderful family. Those who come to help with development are all capable people, the old lady complimented without much thought. Song Shuxian acted a bit smug, but her words were humble. Not at all. Those who come to help are usually from families that struggle and seek better opportunities. Her demeanor clearly showed she was saying what her parents taught her. The old lady was very pleased with Song Shuxian. She took out some snacks. I can smell your fish. Let's share. These are big meat buns made by my aunt. I won't take advantage of you. Song Shuxian, the proud and naive little princess, replied directly, no. Thank you. My mother always taught me not to eat things given by others. That's how tricksters deceive people. If I eat it, I might end up lost in the mountains. The old lady's expression stiffened. Your mother is right. She says that for your own good. However, the aunt isn't a bad person. She just wants to trade because she sees you enjoying your food. Don't worry. She has eaten some of your things too. Song Shuxian quietly hummed, but bad people don't wear the word bad on their faces. If she keeps wanting to trade, she either wants to take advantage of us or harm us. My mother-in-law said that older women like to take advantage of silly girls like me, so I can't agree to anything. I am my mother-in-law's dear little helper. I am very obedient. Tian Tian pinched herself hard. She never knew her sister could be so infuriating. Just look at that old lady. She looked like she was about to bite down hard. At that moment, Song Shuxian perfectly portrayed someone who only trusts her own logic. If Tian Tian didn't know her well, she might have believed this was the real Song Shuxian. The old lady suppressed her anger and turned her attention to Tian Tian, saying, Young lady, you see this. The unspoken message was that she should take care of her sister. Tian Tian played the role of a protective sister, saying, My sister can make the decisions about these things. The old lady said a few more things and even offered to pay 2 yuan for the grilled fish, but neither of them was moved. In the end, the old lady couldn't stand them and turned to leave. As she turned away, her angry expression instantly vanished, replaced by a fierce look. Once they confirmed that no one nearby could hear them, Tian Tian and Song Shuxian exchanged glances and whispered, That old lady is suspicious. Song Shuxian said, Every cell in my body screamed danger when she got close. I've never felt this way before. Tian Tian added, She carries a life on her shoulders, and not just one. Her intuition came from real-life experiences in tough situations and was never wrong. Song Shuxian suppressed her anxiety, asking, What should we do? You did well just now. We need to keep it up. We must not let her know we are suspicious, or it will be dangerous. Song Shuxian nodded and then casually leaned on Tian Tian's shoulder. Tian Tian let go, and the fish fell directly into the fire. The two jumped up, frantically trying to save it. The old lady had approached the fish earlier, but they were not bold enough to eat them directly, fearing they might be poisoned and not knowing what could happen. Song Shuxian felt frustrated and said, Tian Tian, it's all my fault. I'm so clumsy and can't do anything right. Now, the fish you worked so hard to grill is gone. Tian Tian looked at her with understanding and affection. It's okay. I brought some snacks. We can eat a little and head back. I'll cook for you again tonight, and we can let Mom try it too. Song Shuxian smiled sweetly at her. The two took out their snacks and enjoyed them with some water, taking bites of bread and sips of water. After finishing, they put out the fire and checked to make sure everything was cleaned up before leaving. Just like when they arrived, they chatted and laughed all the way back. After they left, the old lady stepped out from the shadows, confirming they hadn't discovered anything. She looked uncertain, debating whether to let them go. She quietly followed behind them, planning to observe more. When Futian noticed someone behind them, he wanted to rush over and catch the person. Song Shuxian crouched down to hold him and comfort him. "You're a dog, but you act like a cat. You can't eat that fish. It's burnt. I'll make you something when we get home." She kept petting him and whispered, "Be good. I have a plan." Feeling his owner's comfort, Fudian obediently followed Song Shuxian. Along the way, they picked some tasty treats to take home. They appeared relaxed, as if they weren't in a hurry and could continue exploring. Perhaps luck was on their side, as Song Shuxian discovered a group of deer hidden in a secluded thicket. This was a great find, very nourishing. She tugged on Tiantian's hand to show her. Tiantian peered through the gap and saw the deer. Just as she was thinking about how to impress the person following them, they stumbled upon this treasure. Tiantian asked Song Shuxian for the bow and arrow, drew it back, and shot 3 arrows, hitting 2 deer. Seeing the herd run away, Tiantian quickly went to finish off the 2 injured deer. With swift and precise strikes, she took them down. The old lady following them squinted her eyes, realizing she had underestimated them. No wonder they dared to venture into the woods. Worried that the smell of blood would attract wild animals, Tiantian quickly gathered some branches to make a simple sled, with 2 dogs pulling it in front. Her skills were impressive. This caught the old lady's interest. Her abilities seemed like a result of early training. In these times, a parent willing to carefully raise their daughter, especially with many new soldiers in the area, likely meant she was the child of an officer. So, the old lady decided to give Tiantian an officer as a father. She also provided a good background for Song Shuxian. Both of her parents were researchers who were too busy to care for their child, so they entrusted her to a trusted friend. That friend was Tiantian's officer father. Why did she think this way? Song Shuxian's every word and action clearly showed she came from a cultured family, something that couldn't be hidden. Yet, she also had the sharpness of a soldier, likely developed from living in such an environment for a long time. The old lady convinced herself. Smiling, she followed along, planning to connect with them. So, at a fork in the road, they met again. The old lady still had her kind demeanor. "You 2 girls are amazing. You caught 2 deer. That's not easy, as they are very alert." Song Shuxian, protective of her catch, lost her earlier casualness, clearly worried the old lady might take the deer. "We were just lucky. These deer were unguarded. We're taking them back to the village to share with everyone, so we won't keep them for ourselves, and we won't share with you." Her tone was quite assertive, reflecting people's strong desire for meat at that time. The old lady wasn't bothered by her defensiveness and felt somewhat pleased. "If you hunted them, they are yours. What do you think I am? I know my limits. Come on, let's go down the mountain together." Song Shuxian quietly sighed in relief and playfully stuck out her tongue at Tiantian. "Annie, you're coming down so early too. I see you didn't catch anything. I came up to gather herbs. My home is far from here, and if I leave now, it will be dark by the time I get back." Song Shuxian looked puzzled. "Auntie, you're not from Dawa village, are you? I thought you were from there." The aunt waved her hand. "My home is far away, from Xiaoyao village. I wouldn't have come here if I didn't need a few herbs." Song Shuxian expressed her admiration at the right moment, saying, "Wow, you are a doctor. My mother-in-law really respects doctors. She says they save lives. It's getting late today, but when you have time, come visit us in Dawa village. Just mention the family with 2 beautiful daughters-in-law, and everyone will point you in the right direction. The aunts in our village are really nice." While Tiantian kept an eye on Song Shuxian, she also scanned the surroundings to ensure the old lady had no accomplices and quietly gave Song Shuxian a knowing look. Song Shuxian understood immediately. As they reached the foot of the mountain, Song Shuxian and Tiantian struggled to support 2 deer. The old lady offered to help, but Song Shuxian politely declined. "It would be a shame to waste such a good opportunity." She said, "Auntie, you don't need to trouble yourself. If my mother knew we let someone of your age help us, she would definitely scold us." Calling her auntie and mentioning her age was something the old lady didn't want to hear. Tian noticed the old lady's fists were clenching and relaxing repeatedly. She felt nervous for the old lady, hoping her sisters wouldn't upset her. Throughout their journey together, the old lady became more certain of their identities and gradually relaxed her guard around Song Shuxian. She even exposed her back to her a couple of times. Song Shuxian suppressed her growing excitement. They had no idea of each other's skills, so she had only one chance and couldn't rush it. The old lady was indeed testing her, having tried twice to confirm that she was just a naive girl overly protected by her family, ready to take advantage of her. When the time felt right, Tian nodded at Song Shuxian and took the lead. The old lady reacted quickly and turned to dodge. Taking advantage of the moment, Song Shuxian struck with a precise move. This was something Wei Jiangwo had trained her in many times, how to knock someone out without causing serious harm. It was now muscle memory. The old lady fell, her eyes wide with disbelief. She never imagined she would be taken down by a naive girl. Song Shuxian and Tian worked well together. One went to get the rope while the other searched the old lady. When Tian pulled a gun from the old lady's lower back, both of them were stunned. Is this the kind of boldness human traffickers have these days? They can use guns now? Song Shuxian reacted quickly. Tian, take off her limbs and jaw. After saying that, she asked, can you do it? If not, let Fudian bite her a couple of times. We can't let her escape. Tian looked at Song Shuxian in shock, wondering when her sister had become so ruthless. Despite her surprise, Tian worked quickly, and soon the old lady was like a rag doll. Still feeling uneasy, they tied her up tightly with rope, from her ankles to her waist, leaving no room for escape. No matter what tricks she had, she couldn't use them. The old lady, who had fainted, woke up in pain and glared at them with a fierce look, full of malice. If she could move, they would be in serious trouble. Song Shuxian shivered under her gaze. The two of them were scared, but not overly so. Guns were still not completely banned, and those who had been through the war might still be hiding weapons. What worried them now was how to transport all the items back. They had 2 deer, a roe deer, a big fish, and a bunch of other things. Oh, and a helpless old lady. Let's send Fudian back to find someone to help. We'll ride one horse together and take our things and the old lady back slowly. Tian didn't have a better idea at the moment. Okay, let's do that. Song Shuxian quickly wrote a note, put it in a sachet, and tied it around Fudian's neck. Fudian, go back and find brother. Have him bring people to help. Fudian barked twice and ran off. Song Shuxian and Tian rode on Qian, following behind. Lizzie carried a pile of items in front. Song Shuxian reminded Tian, keep an eye on that old lady to prevent her from doing anything. Okay. But sister, how did you come up with the idea to remove her limbs and jaw? It doesn't really fit your character. Song Shuxian was a bit confused by the question. Assassins usually hide poison in their teeth. If they get caught and can't escape, they bite the poison pouch to end their lives. Removing the jaw prevents that. As for the limbs, if they're removed, she can't run away, which saves us a lot of trouble. She even advised Tian, being too kind to enemies is cruel to ourselves. Tian, when our ancestors' words have lasted to this day, we should listen to them. Okay, I'll remember that. Tian responded this way, but in her heart, she thought, wow, coming from a big family, there are no real fools. Her sisters may seem timid, but they are decisive when it matters. History often repeats itself. Fu Dian arrived at the military district entrance, and the young soldier on guard was the same one who had taken him to find Wei Jiangwo before, the one who helped rescue Qiqiga. Since they were familiar with each other, the soldier, seeing Fu Dian anxious, took him directly to Wei Jiangwo. Wei Jiangwo skillfully took down the charm and pulled out a note that read, caught 2 deer, 1 roe deer, and a woman smuggler with a gun. Come help me. Seeing the cheerful tone, Wei Jiangwo felt relieved and said, your sister-in-law caught a smuggler with a gun. Kuai Shou and Lone Wolf, come with me. Wei Jiangwo drove them off. From a distance, they saw Li Zai carrying a load, moving slowly. Li Zai thought to himself, I'm a horse, not a donkey. Forget it, if I don't carry it, then it has to be carried by Chi-yun. Let him do it. They quickly drove closer. Kuai Shou and Lone Wolf were very perceptive. Sister-in-law, hello. You're amazing. We're here to help. They quickly moved the catch into the vehicle. When they saw the old lady's condition, they gasped in shock. They thought their sister-in-law was great at hunting, but they didn't realize she was just as skilled at dealing with people. Wei Jiangwo took the gun that Song Shuxian handed him. Seeing the weapon in his hand, his previously stern expression tightened even more. This gun was a Model 59 pistol, developed in 1971, with a 9mm caliber. He opened the magazine to find 14 bullets neatly arranged inside. Wei Jiangwo broke out in a cold sweat. Getting this gun meant that this person was definitely not just an ordinary smuggler, but likely an enemy agent. He carefully examined Song Shuxian. Are you hurt? No. We didn't give her a chance to fight back. Wei Jiangwo nodded quietly and turned around with a cold expression. Lone Wolf, keep an eye on her and search her again. Check her teeth, hair, and ears. Understood. The Lone Wolf and Quick Hand realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly prepared for action. The elderly lady had no ability to resist and allowed Quick Hand and the Lone Wolf to search her. From the moment she saw the military vehicle, she knew she was finished. All she could do was keep her mouth shut and say nothing. Wei Jiangwo turned to ask Song Shuxian, "Where did you find this person?" At this point, Song Shuxian and Tian also realized that things were not as they had thought and detailed the specific address. Wei Jiangwo said, "Quick Hand, you go investigate. Ride on Qian, take Fudian and Huzi with you, and don't alert anyone. Support will arrive soon." After saying this, he turned to Fudian and Qian, cooperate with him, listen to him, and don't cause any trouble. Animals instinctively avoid danger, and when Wei Jiangwo exerted his authority, they became very obedient. Song Shuxian and Tian got into the car with Wei Jiangwo, and they sped towards the military district. Only Lizzie was left alone, standing still. In the urgency of the situation, everyone forgot to arrange for it. Lizzie looked around and then decided to follow his owner. On the way, Wei Jiangwo had a serious expression as he checked his gun. The more he looked, the angrier he became. They were using the best 67-style 7.62mm silenced pistols, which were specially approved for the special forces. Regular soldiers couldn't even use them. These people were using Model 59 instead. The vehicle entered the military district directly, and Wei Jiangwo immediately arranged for Lu Xingua to take people for support while he went to report with his gun. Before leaving, he told Song Shuxian, "Don't be nervous. That person might be a spy. Someone will come to ask questions soon. Just tell the truth." "I understand." "You go ahead, I'm fine," she replied. Wei Jiangwo nodded and left. Commander Feng looked at the gun in front of him and fell silent. "Let's go. We'll check it out together." In the interrogation room, everyone looked at the elderly lady, who had been restrained, and silently praised Song Shuxian and Tian for their excellent work. Soldiers' dislike for spies is almost instinctive. Commander Feng simply instructed to keep an eye on her and then left with his team. These captured spies wouldn't say anything at all. "Let's go see your wife's notes. I'm quite curious about how these two girls caught the person." Here, Song Shuxian and Tian completely recreated the situation from when they first felt someone watching them. They shared everything they said and did, even down to the smallest details. They were worried about revealing any clues. Everyone's first reaction was that the old lady didn't lose unfairly. Who would have thought they noticed something was wrong so early? Their mental strength was impressive. They knew there was danger but still acted, and importantly, they left no flaws. Tian and Song Shuxian initially planned to leave quietly and find help. They didn't expect the old lady to come up to them, so they decided to take her back since she was right in front of them. Finding the gun was completely unexpected. Song Shuxian didn't recognize the type of gun. Tian did, but her knowledge was limited and she didn't know which guns shouldn't be in the country at that time. They sought help from Wei Jiangwo because there was too much to carry back. Colonel Feng asked, "How did you think to disarm the person?" Song Shuxian replied matter-of-factly, because I'm too weak. I could only gain the upper hand by ambushing. Colonel Feng nodded in satisfaction. Good. You have both courage and strategy, and you know your own strengths. That day, everyone in the military district who knew about this kept in mind never to underestimate anyone, especially women. Beautiful women are the most dangerous. The military had everything arranged, and Wei Jiangwo took Song Shuxian home. As soon as they entered, he pulled her into a tight embrace.
Wife.
Song Shuxian gently stroked his back. Don't worry, I'm fine. You taught me my skills. You should trust me. Wei Jiangwo said gloomily, once this is over, I'll apply to teach you shooting. Thinking back on today made him anxious. If the old lady had fired a gun, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that moment, they didn't realize that the real fear was just beginning. After a while, Wei Jiangwo released Song Shuxian. I've taken lightning and am owing with me. Go ahead and be safe. Wei Jiangwo quickly adjusted his emotions and arrived at the military district. Lightning, Shadow, remember her scent. They needed to search the mountain thoroughly. It would be a problem if the spy was hiding something there. Lightning and Shadow were eager, waiting for Wei Jiangwo's command to rush out. Wei Jiangwo didn't keep them waiting long. They split into 3 groups and set off. Fast Hand took the lead, following the path that Song Shuxian and the others had taken. Captain, there's no problem this way. The old lady found her here, and then followed them along this small path. The real contact was at the waterfall. The group searched the path thoroughly, even checking the pool below the waterfall. They found nothing. The first to make a discovery was Lightning. He found the old lady's resting place, an abandoned small wooden cabin, likely a spot for hunters to rest. Wei Jiangwo examined the cabin. It was small, containing a 1.2-meter single bed, a small table, a stool, a stove, and a broken clay pot, everything in the cabin. Search carefully for any traps. Be cautious. Wei Jiangwo also began to search and found an oil paper package under the firewood. Inside was a white powder. He checked it and found it was a sleeping drug. Such a large amount could knock out 7 or 8 cows. He wondered what that person intended to do. Boss, over here. Wei Jiangwo went to look and found an old radio buried 3 meters underground at the cabin's entrance. Wow, this old lady seems to dig everywhere. A young soldier found a small box next to the stove, which contained a book titled Story Records.
Boss here.
Wei Jiangwo took the book. The cover was a bit worn, as if it had been read often. He opened the frequently read pages, but found no notes, not even a hair inside. But the emptiness was alarming. This person was extremely cautious. Unless caught in the act, it would be hard to charge her. Wei Jiangwo had a strong feeling they had stumbled upon something significant. This person was likely the leader of the spies. They left the cabin, planning to continue their investigation further back. Lightning suddenly rushed over, blocking their way and preventing them from moving back. It looked ready to bite anyone who tried to pass. Wei Jiangwo understood Lightning. It still kept its habits from when it was a military dog. Thinking about Lightning's leg, he said, if there's a bomb in front of Lightning, bark once. If not, bark twice.
Woof.
Now everyone became serious. Wei Jiangwo instructed Wu Haibing, Zhang Yaohua, prepare to clear the mines. The 2 immediately took out the mine detectors and inserted them into the ground at an unusual angle and pressure. After carefully searching for over 10 minutes, they finally felt resistance in an open area. Everyone held their breath, and after some effort, they confirmed that there was a 69-type anti-infantry bouncing mine buried below. Darn, this old woman is too cunning. Coming out of the small house, she would definitely continue to search this way. It's the only path. After clearing the mine, they moved back. In a cave, they found several boxes of small yellow fish and a photograph. The photo showed a family of 3, a mother and daughter with beautiful features, dressed in finely crafted kipeos, and a man looking refined in a suit, appearing to be a very happy family. The bottom left corner of the photo was marked 1927. A young soldier said, "Boss, this family looks well off. They must be the owners of these things. They probably suffered at the hands of the spies. Wei Jiangwo stared hard at the photo in his hand, tightly closed his eyes, and suppressed the rising anger. Be careful and move the items. Search thoroughly to see what else can be found. While the others continued to search, Wei Jiangwo focused on the photo, repeatedly looking for similarities between the woman in the picture and that old woman. Mouth, nose, eyes, bone structure. Despite the old woman having changed a lot, he was still sure it was the same person. Mo Ing also brought back good news. There was a cave on the cliffside hiding a large amount of money and a small box. Inside the box were textbooks promoting ideas like the way of the king and other indoctrinating thoughts. After seeing this, Wei Jiangwo couldn't stay a moment longer. He called Lu Xinghua, take your team, and continue searching. Every inch of land must be thoroughly checked. Leave the 4 dogs with you. There may be landmines, so be very cautious. It's urgent. I need to go back first. On the way back, Wei Jiangwo held these items in silence. The young soldier escorting the items was confused, not understanding why their leader was so upset over just a photo and some textbooks. Upon returning to the military district, Wei Jiangwo headed straight to the commander's office. He handed the items to Commander Feng. As expected, Commander Feng looked unusually upset. These scoundrels. Let's go interrogate them. Commander Feng personally conducted the interrogation. In the interrogation room, an elderly woman was handcuffed and shackled, guarded by 4 soldiers. Commander Feng sat down and said, Shirlanxiang, oh no. I should call you Zhangqi, right? Wei Jiangwo stared at her intently and noticed her shocked expression when she heard the name Zhangqi. Even though it was just for a moment, he was sure this person was Zhangqi. With the biggest secret revealed, Zhangqi was willing to speak. Just because of this name, she could face severe consequences. Some information can only be known at a certain level. Some people's photos are circulated throughout the military, and they are to be dealt with ruthlessly upon sight. Zhang Qi was one of them, a notorious traitor. She was the mistress of the major traitor Zhang Jinghui, responsible for harming countless compatriots. To please her own interests, she opened a service center, luring young women and exploiting them for selfish desires, causing immense suffering. She established a XX club, using education as a pretense to traffic young women to military camps and ships. She also collaborated with Zhang Jinghui to promote oppressive education, altering textbooks and harming the future of the nation. Her actions included seizing farmland, oppressing the people, and profiting from national disasters, which were truly unforgivable. In 1945, after Zhang Jinghui was captured, she vanished. For years, there was no trace of her. It was unexpected that she had escaped to Inner Mongolia and hidden in the mountains. Her possession of a Model 59 indicated she had re-established contact with foreign powers. Commander Feng quickly reported this up the chain of command, all the way to the highest leadership. No one expected that 2 military wives going out for a hunt would bring back such a significant surprise. For a long time afterward, Wei Jiangwo was extremely busy. To tell the story from 2 sides, Song Shuxian and Tian Tian returned to the Song family's small courtyard together. After Wei Jiangwo left, they both slumped into their chairs, feeling a bit scared. What kind of luck do we have? We happily went out to hunt and ended up encountering an enemy agent. Song Shuxian had recovered and said, "It's actually good luck. It's better to discover enemy agents early, especially so close to the military district. If they stay hidden for too long, it could lead to serious trouble." Tian Tian added, "Now that I think about it, she approached us to infiltrate the family compound and gather intelligence. I'm a bit relieved it was us who met her. If it had been someone more naive who would talk freely, it would have been a big problem." Song Shuxian pulled her up. "Get up. We still have work to do." "What work?" "We need to take the game we hunted to the military canteen. With so many people seeing it, leaving it here could cause trouble. And we need to plant those flowers quickly." Tian Tian obediently stood up. The 2 of them found 2 young soldiers to help them take 2 deer and a roe deer to the canteen. Then, according to the rules, they claimed their share. Since they contributed a lot, they received a good amount in return. The two of them started preparing the meat at Song Shuxian's house, turning it into jerky for long storage. They didn't dare to give the nourishing deer meat to the children. Since they had small appetites, they decided not to fuss over it. That evening, they made sauerkraut fish and braised fish with the fish they brought back, and pickled the rest. That night, the three older kids enjoyed their meal, happily eating fish and rice. "Mom, did you have fun today?" "Very much. I saw a waterfall today. It was spectacular. From a special angle, you could see a rainbow, which was beautiful." The three kids looked at their mom with eager eyes, clearly wanting to go. Song Shuxian said, "Dad said that area isn't safe right now, so we can't go. When it's safe, we'll ask Dad to come with us." Tian and I also saw a lot of wild fruits and plan to pick them when they're ripe. The children cheered excitedly. And then asked, "Mom, when will Dad come back?" "Dad has been busy lately, and I don't know either. You know, Dad's work is confidential." Anna nodded, showing that he understood. Song Shuxian had always taught them that Dad's work needed to be kept secret, worried they might say something inappropriate outside because of their young age. Now the children's awareness of keeping secrets was very high. "See, who asked Tian, Mom, can I go too?" "Yes, let's all go together, and take your dad along, so he can help us move things." Now the whole family was happily united. Song Shuxian took the opportunity to tell the three children to stay in the family compound for a while, explaining that things outside weren't safe lately. On Wei Jiangwo's side, Zhang Qi admitted to her crimes but refused to say anything more. She knew too well that it didn't matter whether she spoke or not. She had to face the consequences. Just when everyone was at a loss, the telegraph machine came into play, receiving a strange series of numbers. The codebreakers worked on deciphering the numbers and eventually discovered they contained information from story records. Through this telegram, they learned about their mission: infiltration. The main targets for infiltration were the families of military personnel and researchers. Upon receiving this news, the family compound began large-scale screenings, calling in anyone who showed even slight unusual behavior for questioning. Song Shuxian and Tian were also questioned about why they suddenly went hunting. They both focused on being truthful and said whatever came to mind. Song Shuxian said, "The leaders may have underestimated the appeal of the small building to the families. To live there, they have been quite resourceful. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but then it got a bit out of control. Every day, many people brought vegetables or meals from their homes to chat with me. I prefer quiet and really couldn't adapt to this situation. Besides, I didn't intend to get involved in the management of the family compound, so I had to hide away." This was also the first time Colonel Feng learned about this situation in the family compound. He knew they couldn't allow gifts to be given. "Is it spontaneous among the families?" Song Shuxian shook her head. "I feel like someone is stirring things up behind the scenes. Because these gifts were given at just the right time, a bunch of vegetables, a bowl of rice, they could be seen as an exchange between neighbors or as a test. What will be sent next time? Besides, everyone knows my temper. Did someone plan this to make me leave the family compound?" At that moment, Song Shuxian started to suspect a conspiracy. She thought it would be better for the leaders to investigate. After all, this person was just unlucky to be caught up in it. Colonel Feng asked a few more questions before letting them go. That day, the families who sent gifts were criticized and were told to attend safety education classes again. After each class, they had to write a reflection report, each one 2,000 words long. I must say, experience matters. Once the report was released, everyone quieted down. Many people couldn't even write their names, let alone a report. They had to ask someone from logistics for help who said they would write it. The matter was quickly clarified. Someone had indeed guided them intentionally. This person just casually mentioned that Song Shuxian and Saren had the final say, or suggested they should talk it over at home. However, Saren went straight back to her family, and Song Shuxian was not swayed by this. Both of them avoided the situation. We all know who was behind this. It's the young wife who previously asked Song Shuxian for advice on how to manage her husband. She believed that because Song Shuxian didn't teach her, her marriage was struggling, and her husband had been treating her poorly lately. Upon learning the reason, the the word fool lingered in everyone's mind. Did this person really think Song Shuxian was generous? This was just an opportunity to complain. That young wife was eventually kicked out of the family compound. The investigation into the family compound began with great momentum and ended smoothly. Fortunately, no families were compromised. But this was merely due to timing. Zhang Qi had been active in the northeast and had only recently arrived in Inner Mongolia, so she could only connect with some villagers. The hiding place she chose was also very clever, close to the military district, allowing her to gather information without drawing attention. Colonel Feng, holding the findings of the investigation, discussed with the political commissar, "Just look, if we give her 6 months, the family compound will be a mess." This time, she was fortunate to meet Xiao Song and Xiao Tian. One is smart and the other is strong. They work well together and didn't fall for her tricks, successfully capturing the person. If she had encountered others, the clever ones might not have acted decisively, risking their own safety if they made a mistake. The less clever ones might end up betraying themselves while helping others. What to do now? Commander Feng was genuinely worried. If something went wrong, it would be a big problem. He felt helpless. This was a historical issue. In the past 2 years, recruiting soldiers only required a middle school education, and that was for urban soldiers. There were still no requirements for rural soldiers. For people like Wei Jiangwo, as long as they were physically fit and had no disabilities, they could join the army. Most were from rural areas, and many couldn't read or write before joining. They learned in the military. Most of their wives were also from the village. Some were married off by their parents without even meeting them first. What kind of person they ended up with was purely a matter of luck. With such basic conditions, even if Commander Feng and the political commissar had many strategies, they couldn't implement them. The political commissar was also a bit worried, saying, "We need to arrange safety education classes and literacy programs. If they don't know, let's have them learn. We don't expect much from them, just that they don't hold their husbands back." Commander Feng and the political commissar held high positions and knew a lot. In the past, military promotions mainly depended on personal ability, but now family background was also considered. After last year's major evaluation, Wei Jiangwo's family was re-evaluated, and Song Shuxian's background and abilities were praised by higher-ups. This meant that if Wei Jiangwo and another competitor had similar abilities, Wei Jiangwo would get promoted because his family was an asset. Thinking of this, Commander Feng's eyes lit up. Isn't there a ready-made solution? Let Xiao Song and Xiao Tian teach the military families. Look at how well their kids are doing, especially Xiao Song's. My little one comes home praising them, calling them South Brother and North Brother every day. Those 2 kids are only 6 years old. The political commissar, being clever, saw his partner's excitement and didn't want to dampen his spirits. He usually kept a low profile and stayed out of family matters. Wasn't that clear enough? Let him try. He also wanted to see how Song Shuxian would handle it. If Song Shuxian knew what the political commissar was thinking, she would definitely say, "You cultured people have such dirty minds." Commander Feng is a man of action. That same day, he invited Song Shuxian to his home to share his decision. Song Shuxian secretly rolled her eyes, but maintained her elegance on the outside. "Thank you for your kindness, Commander Feng. As a member of the family compound, I also hope for its well-being and will do my best to contribute. However, you may not know that I am a translator affiliated with XX Military Factory. I have translation tasks every month, and I rarely go out because I work from home. I also have to take care of 4 children. The 2 older ones are 6 years old and need guidance during this critical time. The 2 younger ones are not yet 1 year old, crawling quickly and unsteady on their feet, so I have to keep a close watch on them. I truly feel overwhelmed. Moreover, I am quite young, and my status is not strong enough to manage the other women in the family compound. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been pushed to the point of avoiding home and sneaking out before dawn." Commander Feng realized that the issues she mentioned were indeed real, but the root cause was that she did not like the people in the family compound and was unwilling to engage deeply with them or waste her energy. After all, these are military families, not his subordinates, so he couldn't give direct orders. Commander Feng then asked about her work. Song Shuqian shared what she could. It was at this moment that Commander Feng learned how much Wei Jiangwo had secretly studied. After some small talk, Song Shuqian stood up to leave. Commander Feng personally saw her to the door and stood there for a while. Seeing that she hadn't returned, the commander's wife came out and asked, "What are you doing out here instead of going home?" "I'm just admiring Wei Jiangwo's good fortune. How did he end up with such a wonderful wife? I should remind the little ones at home to play more with Wei's boys. I've mentioned before that they get along well. I know how Wei Jiangwo managed to marry this girl. Do you want to know?" The commander's wife was also fond of gossip. She knew all about the unique situations of the military families in the compound. "Go ahead," Commander Feng said, intrigued. Well, it really was Wei Jiangwo's lucky break. Back in '68, the old man of the Song family was not well and wanted to make arrangements for his only granddaughter. I heard that the matchmaking was arranged very closely, basically one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Wei was one of them, and it seems that old Wang was the one who introduced them. Anyway, as soon as they met, they hit it off and got married right away. As soon as they got married, old Song felt relieved and passed away. Colonel Feng slapped his thigh and said, "This kid really got lucky." In the past, with his background, he wouldn't have been able to reach the Song family. Aunt Feng nudged him. "What nonsense are you talking? You can't just say anything like that. I think Wei is a good person and treats her well. Many people in the family compound envy her. Whenever Wei is home, he doesn't let her do any chores. He takes care of all the laundry and cooking. They had 2 kids and worried she might be overwhelmed. He even found someone to help take care of them. Not every family has 4 or 5 kids. Why can't she manage?" Colonel Feng thought to himself that raising children is different from just feeding them. In their eyes, raising kids means just providing food, but for others, it's about developing them in all aspects. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud. There's no point arguing with his wife, who just likes to talk at home. After leaving Colonel Feng's house, Song Shuxian felt refreshed and had passed another hurdle. She believed that with the army personally stepping in to improve the situation, the family compound would definitely become very harmonious. As expected, the people coming to give safety education in the compound were Comrade Zhao Qiang and Comrade Ma from Wei Jiangwo's regiment. These 2 were all about doing their jobs properly and were very strict. They introduced a series of rules. Can't remember? Then write it down, 20 times for each person. Still can't remember?
Keep writing.
Don't follow the rules? No problem. The first time, the man gets fined a month's salary. The second time, he gets confined. The third time, he gets kicked out of the compound. Faced with strict rules and strong penalties, everyone quickly settled down, became obedient, and followed the orders, creating a scene of rules are to be followed. Now, the family compound is even more harmonious than when Song Shuxian first arrived, and there are fewer gossipers around. With the environment in the compound improving, Song Shuxian and Tian felt happier. It had been a month since they last went out for a stroll. During this month, the army had been conducting screenings, so they stayed obediently in the family compound. Now it's finally allowed. Not just them, but the kids couldn't take it anymore. Yaya, being so eager, saw Song Shuxian, held onto something, and stood up shakily, saying, "Mom, let's go." She pointed outside with her little hand. Song Shuxian stood by the bed. "Go? Oh, let's go. Come this way to mommy." If Yaya had any nursery school diploma, she wouldn't be coaxed by her mom to keep practicing walking on the bed. Yang looked at his sister with disappointment. He lay there playing with his little feet, refusing to move no matter what Song Shuxian said. At first, Song Shuxian was really worried when she saw him like this. Yaya could talk, but Yang hadn't said a word. Yaya could walk, but Yang couldn't even crawl. She picked him up and went to see the doctor. "Doctor, can you check if there's something wrong with this child? He's so big, but can't crawl or talk." With a worried look on her face, she started thinking about how to ensure his future if he really had a problem. The doctor, as calm as ever, carefully examined the child's arms and legs, felt his bones, checked his pulse, and said, "This child is perfectly fine, even better developed than kids his age." There's no problem at all.
Not talking might just mean he doesn't want to.
You can guide him a bit more at home. Song Shuxian was still anxious. How could such a little child not want to talk? It was Inan who noticed the issue. Mom, brother practices secretly every day when no one is around. The three of them quietly hid and peeked through the door at the two kids inside. They saw Yang using his little arms to push himself over, carefully standing up while holding onto the blanket, then slowly letting go and taking one steady step at a time. After practicing walking, he sat down and practiced talking to Ye, saying, Mom, Mama, Dad, Daddy, big one, little one. Once he finished practicing, he lay down to sleep. The three of them exchanged glances and quietly left. Lele said, No wonder brother sleeps so long every day. I thought he just slept a lot, but it turns out he's been working hard in secret. And then said, Mom, brother's fine. He just wants to practice well before showing us. Knowing the reason, Song Shuxian felt relieved and was in the mood to tease the kids. She clicked her tongue and said, Mom isn't like that. So concerned about appearances. You must practice well to impress everyone. You and Ye aren't like that. Yang must have taken after his dad. What do you think? Should we let him be, or find a way to help him show his true self? If someone who knew Song Shuxian in her past life saw this child, they would surely say, he is just like her when she was young. Back then, Song Shuxian played happily with everyone during the day at school, but at night, she quietly worked hard, using her special skills to cheat, and no one noticed. She only slept 5 hours each night. In every small test, she always came out on top, and over time, everyone thought she was just smart. Only her maid knew she put in more time than anyone else. And then asked, Mom, how do you plan to make Yang reveal himself? You should know that Yang is never in a hurry. He takes his time eating, talking, and even when sharing gifts. Song Shuxian chuckled. Yang is afraid of pain and hardship. When he gets sick, he has to eat something bitter and get acupuncture. Do you think he's scared? Anin and Lele shivered a little. The two had a strong brotherly bond. Mom, that's not necessary. He's still young and a bit mischievous. We will take good care of him. After saying that, they quickly ran off. Song Shuxian smiled in satisfaction. To get them to unite, she knew she had to be a mother who was occasionally a bit silly, so they could all outsmart each other. Sure enough, Anin went back and told Yang, brother can only help you this far. Mom is worried because you haven't been talking or walking, and she wants to take you to the old doctor for acupuncture. I know you're very smart. You can do this. Show Mom what you can do, or she'll have to give you a needle, and it's a long one that really hurts. Lele added, and you'll have to take bitter medicine. I borrowed a little from the old doctor. Just lick it and see how it feels. This was something Anin and Lele specifically borrowed from the old doctor, just a tiny bit, very bitter, and licking it wouldn't harm him. The only hardship Yang had ever faced was when his dad carelessly fed him a small bite of bitter greens. Listening to his two older brothers, he took a lick of the medicine, and his little face immediately scrunched up. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he looked like he was about to cry. Other than that, Yang didn't understand. He just knew he didn't want to walk and had to eat that bitter thing. He let his brother help him take small steps to Song Shuxian, hugging her leg and saying, Mom, Mommy. Song Shuxian caught him and said, Wow, my son is so amazing. You can walk now, and Mommy is so happy. If you can't walk again, Mommy will take you to see the doctor. A little shot will help. Yang cuddled in his mother's arms, rubbing his little face against her. Song Shuxian realized that her youngest son was the smartest among her 4 children. She rubbed Yang's little face and said, Did your brothers tell you something, From now on, if you have little secrets, you can share them with your 2 brothers. Otherwise, Mommy and your brothers will worry. No matter if the child could understand, Song Shuxian made sure to say everything clearly. If he didn't understand once, she would repeat it. This was her experience in raising happy children. Little ones are smarter than we think. After settling Yang's matter, Song Shuxian began preparing for their outing. This time, she would take An and Lulu. Safety was the top priority. Wei Jiangwo and Lu Xingua were still away on a mission. Only she and Tian could manage 3 kids alone. The place they found last time was already known to the troops, and they couldn't cooperate with them. When Tian Tian arrived, Song Shuxian was still deep in thought. What are you thinking about so seriously? I'm thinking about who we can take with us. The wild berries in the mountains should be ripe now. Let's take Saren. The three of us can go together. Sure, I also want to take an and Lulu. I want to take them to see the waterfall. Let's take them then, Tian Tian said casually. Song Shuxian felt a bit confused. What if there's danger? They are so small, they can't even run away. Tian Tian was surprised. You don't know how capable the kids are, right? They can definitely take care of themselves. Song Shuxian actually didn't know. The kids practiced martial arts every morning. When Wei Jiangwo was home, he took care of them, and when he was away, Tian Tian did. She is a bit uncomfortable watching the children fall and play, and has never taken the initiative to watch them. She is honestly a bit shy. Tian Tian said, don't worry, as long as they learn your subtle way of sneaking up, it will be fine. With Si Hu and Ji Ri Jie La with them, these kids can take care of themselves. Before going out to pick fruits, Song Shuxian first taught the two children how to ride a horse. Upon hearing this news, the two children excitedly hugged Song Shuxian and kept saying, "Thank you, Mom." And then, rarely acting childish, went to show off to Yang Yang. Brother, big brother is going to learn to ride a horse, are you happy? Don't worry, little kids can't learn yet, they have to grow up first. When you grow up, big brother and second brother will teach you. The way he acted was quite proud. Seeing and like this was rare, so Song Shuxian secretly took 2 photos to share with Wei Jiangwo when he returned, and then happily learned to ride using Qi Yun and Li Zai. Song Shuxian didn't plan to buy them horses. They would get their own when Qi Yun and Li Zai had foals. Since both horses were very intelligent and familiar with the family, Song Shuxian took the 2 children out herself. On the grassland, Song Shuxian began her teaching. Mom will first take each of you for a run to feel what it's like to gallop. Although it was not the first time for the 2 children to sit on a horse, it was their first time hearing their mother explain how to ride. Song Shuxian liked to learn through practice. She would tell the children the important points of each action and why they should do it that way. Afterward, she got down, holding the 2 horses on either side, and let the children mount alone. Sit in the center of the saddle. Keep your back straight but relaxed, lean slightly forward, and keep your bottom steady without swaying side to side. Let your legs hang naturally, bend your knees, and gently press the inner sides of your calves against the horse's belly. Your heels should sink slightly, and try to control the horse with your calves. If you feel scared, just talk to Qi Yun and Li Zai. They will stop for you. The 2 children obediently followed her instructions. Song Shuxian said, all right, let's sit like this for 10 minutes and remember this feeling. Li Zi and Qi Yun, you 2 must stay still and cooperate with them. After drinking so much essence, Qi Yun and Li Zi could understand Song Shuxian's words, but they were afraid of being noticed, so they didn't show it. At this moment, there was a horse on each side of Song Shuxian, with a child sitting on each horse in a very proper position. After 10 minutes, Song Shuxian asked, feel where you are most tired, and remember those spots. Those are your power points. Now the horses will start to walk slowly, so hold the reins tightly. But be careful not to grip too hard, or the horses will be uncomfortable. The 2 children had well-developed motor skills and quickly grasped the basic commands and sitting posture. Li Zi and Qi Yun started to jog slowly with them, a very gentle jog, and the children's excited faces turned rosy. It was both tense and thrilling. Song Shuxian felt it was time to stop. All right, that's enough practice for today. Lele couldn't wait and asked, Mom, are we coming back tomorrow? Yes, you 2 are learning very quickly. But remember, you can ride because Qi Yun and Li Zi are gentle and willing to take care of you. Other horses outside may not be like that. You cannot ride unfamiliar horses. You can only ride once I have trained your skills properly. The 2 children nodded eagerly, excited about the possibility of riding in the future. They were still young and not in a hurry. When they returned home, the other mothers saw the 2 kids managing the horses on their own and began to discuss it. Of course, there was nothing negative to say anymore. The most they could do was feel a bit envious of her good living conditions, raising 4 children, and still living freely. These comments didn't bother Song Shuqian at all. Some people admired her for being skilled and able to teach her children. After a week of training, the 2 kids had mastered various riding techniques and learned how to handle different situations. They could ride alone under adult supervision. Song Shuqian worried they might not understand the risks, so she reminded them, "You two are still young, and you cannot ride without your parents nearby." Mom also told Qian and Li Zai that they cannot ride without my permission. Ainin and Lele felt a bit down. They were already 6 years old, but Mom still treated them like little kids. However, they had no choice. If they upset Mom at home, the consequences were serious, and Dad would spank them. Even if a long time passed, he would still make sure to discipline them. Wei Jiangua did not have it as easy as Song Shuqian. Following Zhang Qi's lead, they uncovered many enemy spies. But these spies were very good at hiding. One moment they were at home, and the next they appeared outside the city. Almost every household had a secret tunnel. It was unclear how they managed to stay hidden. At first, Wei Jiangua struggled to keep up with these people, but once he discovered the secret paths, he turned the situation around. These old traitors knew many secrets. The 2 children learned to ride horses, and Song Shuqian and the others officially began their gathering activities. Participants included Song Shuqian, Ainin, Lele, Tian, Sihu, Sarin, and Yuri Gala. Seeing only boys around, Tian felt disappointed. "In our 3 families, only Yaya is a girl. I don't plan to have more kids. I'll treat Yaya like my own daughter." "That's fine. When she turns 3 and starts learning martial arts, she can be your responsibility. Just treat her the same as you do with Lele and the others." Tian asked, "Can you really do that? I can't bear to see Yaya's sweet little face." Song Shuqian replied, "That's exactly why she should be treated equally with her brothers. Wei Jiangua often lacks principles in front of his daughter, so I need to be strict. Whatever her brothers learn, she should learn too. In the future, she needs to be able to face the world on her own." Sarin didn't understand. Ainin and Lele really like their sister and want to protect her, and there's also Yang, her twin brother. Isn't it enough for Yaya to grow up happily? With her brothers around, she'll be fine. Song Shuqian said, "Yaya is an independent child, and her future should be her own choice. In the future, she can choose to have her brothers protect her, rely on herself, or even meet her brothers at the top. As a mother, I have to ensure that she has the right to choose." Sarin didn't quite understand what she meant. Tian quietly felt relieved. After experiencing the end of the world, she believed that relying on oneself was better than depending on others. The skills you learn will never betray you. She thought of reminding Song Shuqian after seeing a sister in the family courtyard pampering her daughter to the point of foolishness. Her sister did not disappoint her and shared the same viewpoint. Of course, they would give the girl some special treatment, like having one more dress than her brother each season, or some pretty jewelry and double the pocket money. But there should be no shortage of what she needs to learn. Tian's meaning was clear to Song Shuqian. She decided to talk to An and Lulu about treating their younger siblings equally, without favoritism. And Lulu and the 4 kids, who Zi and Jiri Jiela, rode their bicycles ahead. Song Shuqian and her 2 companions rode horses behind them. The group wobbled their way toward the big green mountain. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. These 4 kids, who trained every day, rode all the way to the foot of the mountain without asking for a break. At the foot of the mountain, Tian suggested, "Let's find a hidden place to hide the bicycles first, and then let Huzi watch them." Since Song Shuqian got Qiyun, she had been riding horses and had momentarily forgotten about the safety of the bicycles. Sarin, who had experience, said, "Just hide them well. The bicycles have a steel stamp, and no one would dare to steal them." At that time, bicycles needed to be registered at the police station, and it was all under real name registration. Moreover, stealing a bicycle was a serious crime that could lead to reform at a farm. Tian occasionally envied Sarin's innocence. She had never seen the darker side of human nature. She explained that steel stamp can be removed and the bicycle can be taken apart and reassembled. By then, it would be like a new bike. Besides, we only ride these in the village. Where would we go to find them? The police don't have the resources to search every village for our bikes. Saren smiled shyly, realizing she hadn't thought of that. Before, Lightning had helped Wei Jiangwo and the others search the mountain and was familiar with it. Song Shuxian asked it to help find a hidden cave. Lightning received the command, barked a few times, and ran ahead. And Lula followed closely behind. Song Shuxian patted Chiyun's head. Are you coming with me, or do you want to play on your own? Chiyun let out a low sound and followed Song Shuxian closely, showing that it wanted to stay with its owner today. With everything ready, the group began to enter the mountain. A few kids were especially excited and ran ahead. Tian led them to the wild berry tree first. They looked up at the small fruits, but didn't know what to do. Tian quickly climbed the tree to take a closer look. These fruits couldn't be picked directly, so Tian took a pair of scissors and swiftly cut them from the branches. Below the tree, Song Shuxian and the others looked up in admiration. The kids were full of admiration, their eyes sparkling, and they wanted to climb the tree too. Song Shuxian found it amusing. And Lulu turned to Song Shuxian for help. She shrugged. You've got the wrong person. Mom can't climb trees either. Lulu, being clever, sweetly asked, Aunt Tian, can you teach us to climb trees? We can do that when we get back home, but today we need to pick fruits. Go explore nearby, and see if you can find anything else. Song Shuxian took the kids to wander around. After searching for a while, they didn't see even a shadow of a rabbit. Mom, are there no rabbits in this mountain? This mountain has been thoroughly searched by your dad and uncles before, so they might have scared them away. But last time, I saw a snake, so don't lose the medicine packs you have. Without rabbits, the kids didn't get discouraged and went to look for other things. The medicine packs they carried were given by the old doctor, which kept snakes, insects, and mice away. Their main purpose for coming this time was to see the waterfall, and after picking the berries, they headed straight there. On the way, Anand spotted a cluster of white mushrooms. He remembered his mom saying that some mushrooms are poisonous, and if eaten, a whole family could end up in trouble. Mom, Aunt Tian, come quickly and see if this mushroom is poisonous. A few adults returned together, and Song Shuxian and Tian said they didn't recognize them. They looked quite nice, and were completely white. Saren exclaimed, This is a beautiful mushroom. It's very tasty, great for stews and scrambled eggs. Once they confirmed it was edible, Anand picked all of them and put them in her small basket. She also shared some with Sihu and Yirigala. As they walked, they looked for more mushrooms and picked any they found. With Saren, a local, with them, it felt safe. Song Shuxian and Tian loved mushrooms and exchanged many every year with people from Holidio. Standing in front of the waterfall, the little ones mimicked the reactions of Song Shuxian and Tian from that day. Tian kept changing her position and finally said, Come over here. You can see the rainbow from this spot. The kids quickly ran over. Anand looked around, trying different spots, but only the one pointed out by Aunt Tian had a view of the rainbow. After watching for a while, he ran to Song Shuxian and asked, Mom, why is that the only place to see the rainbow? Why can we only see it from there? Song Shuxian patted his head. This has to do with how rainbows form. You know about the dispersion of light. When sunlight hits the tiny water droplets created by the waterfall, the light enters the droplets and bends inside them. We know that sunlight contains many different wavelengths of light, and they bend differently when they pass through the droplets. That's why you can see a rainbow at a specific angle. Lele asked, Mom, can we make a rainbow ourselves? I haven't tried that. Do you want to give it a go? Yes. The two kids replied in unison. Sihu and Yirigala had no idea what Aunt Song was talking about, what principles, what wavelengths, or why there was light. They were confused. They didn't worry about it, as they were used to not understanding the brothers' conversations. They focused on finding little shrimp by the pond. Saren was worried and didn't let them get close to the water. Song Shuxian wasn't too concerned. Children who grew up by the sea know how to swim from a young age. When they were young, Wei Jiangwo took them swimming in the sea with a group of young soldiers. They were great swimmers. Tian also went into the water, hoping to catch more fish. The fish that were easy to catch last time were much smarter this time, and she had to be very careful to catch them. Why have the fish become so clever? Tian murmured. Song Shuxian laughed. Maybe when they checked, they took away the silly ones that got in the way, leaving only the smarter ones. Tian agreed. That makes a lot of sense. When she worked in public security, Tian had collaborated with the military and had seen them search the mountains, checking every inch of land. The fact that so many things were left behind showed they were serious about their tasks and didn't take everything with them. After putting in a lot of effort, Tian caught 3 big fish and decided to give up. Song Shuxian suggested, next time we go to Tsuyuan City, let's buy a fishing rod. Next summer, we can come here to fish. It will be cool and comfortable. Great idea. Saren was a bit worried about them. This place isn't safe. Song Shuxian and Tian reassured her, don't worry, we're just talking. In summer, going out makes you sweat, and by then, we won't want to go out anyway. But they secretly planned to buy a fishing rod. There are more mountains around here, and after this experience, the military's checks will definitely be stricter. Safety is still guaranteed. After this incident, Song Shuxian became a bit braver. P.S. Mongolian lily mushrooms were listed as a second-level protected wild plant in 2021. If you encounter them, please do not pick them. Speaking of finding wild fruits, these eager little kids had sharp eyes. Among them, Yuri Gala, with his rich experience, took the lead. Aunt Tian, there are hawthorns here. Let's pick some to take back. Having eaten a lot of sour food during her pregnancy, Tian couldn't stand sourness now. Just hearing it made her salivate. She tried to convince the kids, these are really sour and not tasty at all. Lele was not easily fooled. Just add more sugar. We can make hawthorn preserves or candied hawthorns. They're really delicious. When it comes to the delicious food often eaten in Holidio, see who couldn't help but speak up. Mom, let's pick some more. We can ask Aunt Qian to make something. Tian helplessly ruffled the heads of the kids and obediently went to help them. Song Shuxi smiled the whole time. Making candied hawthorn and hawthorn jam was simple, and she could do it. She cared for the kids and never refused their normal requests. She also allowed them to bring small snacks from home to share with their friends, and Song Shuxi never minded. However, Anim was careful to only share things that everyone had at home. Rare treats like liquor-filled candies, chocolates, and nougat were usually taken home to enjoy secretly with Sihu, and they never mentioned it outside. Song Shuxi had her eye on Si Buckthorn and was waiting for Tian to finish. Little Tian, I want this. Hearing that familiar nickname again made Tian shiver. Please, I'll get it for you. It was fine when you called me that at 18, but now I'm a mother of 2. It gives me goosebumps. Song Shuxi jokingly showed her arm. Is it really because I'm older? I have goosebumps too. The two shared a laugh. Saren envied their bond, understanding each other with just a glance. Their close relationship was entirely their choice, unrelated to men. Saren couldn't say the same for herself. In the past, the girls in the village looked down on her for marrying a man who had been married before. But when they saw her doing well, they tried to take advantage of her. Saren was simply naive due to her limited perspective, but she wasn't foolish and wouldn't let anyone take advantage of her. Just then, Tian's voice brought her back. Hey, this plant has thorns. Why do you suddenly want to eat this? This is very nutritious. The Compendium of Materia Medica says that sea buckthorn has sour, warm, and non-toxic properties. It helps with chronic diarrhea and abdominal bloating. It can be ground into powder and mixed with wine for great effect. If stored with salt or vinegar, it helps with thirst and sobering up. I'll make some sea buckthorn jam when we get back, and save it to drink slowly. Entering a knowledge gap, Tian pulled out her big scissors. With a quick cut, a branch was made, and they would slowly work on it later. By noon, they returned to the waterfall. Song Shuxian took out a beautiful piece of cloth from her backpack and spread it on the ground. Let's sit here and eat. I made a lot of tasty food. Saren looked at the cloth on the ground and felt sorry for them. Such a large piece could have made a shirt. Song Shuxian brought northeastern rice dumplings, but they were a bit small, just 2 bites each, so they wouldn't get their clothes dirty. The 4 kids had normal-sized dumplings since they were young and didn't need to worry about their clothes. See who was especially touched, Aunt Shuxian. Let's swap. I'm still a kid, so I can eat the smaller ones. Sweet, sweet. My silly son. Song Shuxian thanked Si-hu for his kindness and explained that her stomach was small and she wanted to try many different foods, which is why she made smaller ones. The 4 kids held their dumplings, which were as big as their heads, and ate them happily. Tian took out her homemade brown sugar steamed cake and meat pie to share with everyone. Saren, true to her Mongolian roots, brought milk tea, milk skin, and beef jerky. Everyone shared their food without hesitation. After eating and drinking enough, they continued their treasure hunt. They didn't have a specific goal, mostly picking whatever they found. Saren suggested, "At this time, there are many bitter herbs and sand onions. These are good for storage. If you have time, gather some. Vegetables are scarce in winter, and these can add variety to your meals." Song Shuxian and Tian listened. "When are you going to dig?"
Call us to join.
Song Shuxian said, "The milk skin I got from your relatives last year was delicious. Can you help us get some more this year? We need milk skin, tofu, and butter." Tian added, "And if there are mushrooms, we want those too." Saren was happy to help. Song Shuxian and her friends were generous, and her family had plenty of wild vegetables, meat, and milk, but they didn't have money, making it hard to buy things. Song Shuxian suggested, "We should make dried vegetables. Do you want to learn? They can last all winter. When making stews, add some dried beans and potatoes. The meat doesn't need to change." "Sure, just let me know when you're making them." The 3 agreed and happily continued to stock up. Soon everything they brought was packed, with each person carrying a large backpack, including the little kids. During this time, Lele found a nest of wild chicken eggs, which was the only meat they collected on this trip. It showed how thoroughly Wei Jiangwo and the others searched the mountain. They wondered how long it would take for the frightened animals to return. The group walked down the mountain. After the excitement wore off, the 4 kids felt like their legs were heavy and couldn't move at all. Lele leaned against Ainen, saying, "Brother, I'm so tired. I can't walk anymore."
Just hang in there.
"We chose to come along, so we have to take responsibility for our decision. Besides, little brother, you've grown up, and Mom can't carry you anymore." Lele didn't get upset when his brother pointed out his feelings. With a serious face, he replied, "Brother, I can keep going. I want to come with Mom next time. You're doing great, little brother. I'm tired too, but let's keep going together." Song Shuxian overheard the boys and felt pleased. This was just how it should be. But as their mother, she secretly gave all 4 kids a bit of water mixed with a special solution. It was diluted hundreds of times, just enough to restore a little energy. Lightning led them to the cave where they hid their bicycles. Si-hu and Yurigala didn't want to ride anymore and asked their moms, "Can we switch? We'll ride the horse back, and you can ride the bicycles." Saren had no objections and willingly switched. Tian was reluctant, saying, "But Mom is tired and my legs hurt. I don't have the strength to ride back. Plus, Ainen and Lele only have 1 horse, but there are 2 bicycles. How will we get back?" Si-hu knew his mom well. "Mom, with your stamina, you could do 10 more trips without a problem. You exercise every morning and run at least 10 kilometers. You can be honest with me. You just don't want to ride the bicycle." Tian wasn't embarrassed at all to be found out by her son. "My son is so smart. He's getting harder to fool as he grows up." Ainen and Lele were already used to the idea that they should pamper their mom and didn't mention switching with her. Saren found the interactions between the 2 mothers and sons very interesting. Tian and Si-hu spoke like friends, without many reservations. Between An and Lulu, they pamper Song Shuxian a little more, and they take on the responsibility of caring for their mom. The journey there was easy, but the return was tiring. After finally getting back to the family compound, everyone hurried home to rest. Aunt Fu had already prepared hot water at home. Song Shuxian took a hot bath and felt relaxed all over. And En and Lulu are now aware of their gender and don't want Song Shuxian to help them bathe. When Wei Jiangwo is home, the three of them bathe together. When he is not, the two kids help each other wash their backs. Once they were all cleaned up, Song Shuxian went to find the two little ones, only to discover they were upset. Yaya pouted. Mom Badyongyang was also unhappy, sulking and ignoring everyone. Song Shuxian signaled to An and Lulu, "Come on, cheer them up." In the morning, they had sneaked away to avoid the kids wanting to follow them. Taking advantage of the little ones being drowsy after their milk, they quietly left. Song Shuxian quietly asked Aunt Fu, "Did they cry?" "No, they asked about their mom and brother. I told them I went out to find some special oil for them." The two kids waited for a while, getting a bit anxious in the afternoon when no one returned. Song Shuxian smiled and asked, "Who came up with the idea to ignore us?" "It was Yang. This child is really clever." Song Shuxian told Aunt Fu to rest and went over to comfort the two kids. She asked which little friend is upset. "I went out with your brother to find walnuts. Remember your favorite walnuts?" Song Shuxian held out 2 mountain walnuts in front of them. "Your favorite special oil is made from these by Aunt Tian Tian." Aunt Tian Tian had heard that walnut oil is good for children's development. She collected a lot of walnuts and had them pressed into oil, adding a bit to the kids' meals. The two kids loved it. With this added to their egg custard, they could eat half a bowl more. And promised next time, "I will definitely tell you when I go out so you won't worry, okay? Let's not be upset anymore." The two little ones either understood or felt the emotions around them, and they stopped being upset. After calming the children, they happily fell asleep, and Yaya and Yang also dozed off next to their brothers. Looking at the 4 kids on the bed, Song Shuxian marveled at the magic of family ties. With the little ones from Saren and Tiantian's family, they had little patience and sometimes found it annoying when the kids cried. But with their own 2 strong-willed children, the brothers were very patient, comforting them while explaining things. Once the kids were asleep, Song Shuxian couldn't rest. She started to tidy up the things she had gathered today. The sea buckthorn and wild berries were both prickly, so she wore 2 pairs of gloves to carefully pick them one by one. Aunt Fu saw this and came over to help. With her gloved hands, she swept them off, and the fruits fell out easily. "These 2 things are really sour. Why are you picking them?" "I'm planning to make jam. It will taste sweet and sour." Aunt Fu, who loved sweet things, offered to help. With someone quick and skilled assisting her, Song Shuxian finished up quickly. She stretched her back and said, "I'm so tired. If this doesn't taste good, all my hard work will be for nothing." "I'll help you with it," Aunt Fu said, knowing that Song Shuxian's cooking skills were decent but not exceptional, just home-cooked level. Aunt Fu felt bad about wasting such good ingredients. "Don't worry, Aunt Fu. I'll take my time. You've worked hard all day. Go rest for a bit." Aunt Fu kept looking back, clearly worried. When she saw Song Shuxian take out the sugar jar, her eyes widened. That was sugar. She simply stood there, not wanting to leave. Song Shuxian laughed and invited Aunt Fu to join her. Together, they washed the sea buckthorn in salt water and dried them. Then they crushed them all with a rolling pin and filtered them through fine cloth. They obtained sea buckthorn juice. Next, they poured it into a clean pot and simmered it on low heat. Once the juice boiled, they added sugar and stirred continuously. After confirming that the sugar had dissolved, Song Shuxian added the leftover fruit pulp and continued to stir. Gradually, the water inside evaporated, and the sea buckthorn jam became thick. I added a bit of lemon juice. All done, time to bottle it up. Aunt Fu was surprised. "That's amazing. You can make this too." Song Shuxian felt shy. "Tian Tian taught me on the way back. This lemon was just given to me by Tian Tian," she said to add a little for better flavor. "Come on, let's go inside and taste it." Aunt Fu, being frugal, said, No, there's still some in the pot. Just add a bit of water and heat it up to drink." And then the dog sniffed the aroma and ran over. "What are you drinking, Grandma Fu?" Aunt Fu showed them Song Shuxian's work and praised, "Your mom is really impressive." The two kids were also quite frugal, at least compared to Song Shuxian. They helped Aunt Fu add water to the pot, ready to taste the flavor. They both instantly liked the taste. Mom, there are still many sea buckthorns on the mountain. Let's pick some more. It's delicious. Song Shuxian apologetically said, if you want to eat the sea buckthorn directly, that's fine. But we don't have any sugar tickets left. The two kids looked visibly disappointed. And quickly cheered up, we can trade with the uncles. We don't need our bicycle tickets. Song Shuxian sighed, realizing it was her fault. Earlier, to teach the kids about money, she had taken out the ticket box. No, we can't do that. We need to live within our means and save some tickets for emergencies.
Hey,
You two are already 6 years old. Maybe it's time to learn how to manage money and take care of things. Great. Starting tomorrow, we'll add a new subject. Lele asked Mom, if we learn this, can we manage things ourselves?
no, no, no.
Mom will always be in charge of the household. That's the responsibility of the lady of the house. You two can only manage yourselves. I will give you some pocket money to practice with, and when you're older, you can manage your own lives. For example, buying clothes, stationery, and study materials will all come from your allowance. How to arrange it will be up to you. Thinking about the future, Song Shuxian couldn't help but smile at the thought of her two children running out of money at the beginning of the month and only having plain bread to eat by the end. Indeed, children are the most entertaining. And could sense his mother's glee from her reaction and instinctively felt that the future would be tough. But he liked a challenge. Little Lele was still lost in the joy of having money, and couldn't bring himself to wake him up to reality. In the following days, Song Shuxian became obsessed with foraging for wild food and vegetables. She took turns with Aunt Fu, each working one day. The supplies at home gradually increased. Looking at their finds, Song Shuxian reminded Aunt Fu, Aunt Fu, please find out which team is butchering pigs nearby. Let's see if we can buy some meat. If there's beef, we want some too. Also, we can trade for winter vegetables, dried mushrooms, and milk skins. Aunt Fu happily agreed. She enjoyed chatting with people and always gathered various news. The next days could only be described with one word: busy. Autumn on the grassland is a season of harvest and stocking up. The vegetables in Song Shuxian's yard ripened batch after batch, and she prepared winter supplies with Aunt Fu and the two children. For vegetables like green beans, which can produce multiple times, any leftovers were dried. Anan was in charge of picking the beans. Aunt Fu washed them. Song Shuxian blanched and soaked them, while Lele laid them out to dry.
They formed a simple assembly line.
Song Shuxian explained to them, blanching for about 2 minutes helps remove the bitterness from the beans. Soaking in salt water for about 15 minutes is enough. Soaked beans don't spoil easily. When they were at Holidio, she enjoyed drying seafood, and Wei Jiangwo had built a large rack, which was now very useful. Lele carefully climbed the ladder, placing the beans one by one. It took them a whole day to finish sorting the beans. Lele cheered, we finally did it. But he was exhausted. It was a different kind of tired from training. Song Shuxian ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. What we completed today is just part of it. Once the beans are dried, we will start making potato chips. Mom also wants to make some sweet potato chips. Tomorrow, let's make some tomato sauce together. Lele's little face looked worried. The tomatoes here are especially delicious, sweet and tangy. This year, Song Shuxian got some seeds for yellow tomatoes and, out of curiosity, planted quite a few. We all know that tomatoes can produce fruit multiple times. This led to an abundance of tomatoes at the Song family home. If there were no outsiders, Song Shuxian could quietly gather them and store them in a special jar. But now, Aunt Fu is at home. Aunt Fu is very careful with household matters and pays close attention to the harvest. Song Shuxian didn't dare to use the special jar, so she had to use the most common method of storage. The next day, the family got up early and started working together. They happily went to pick tomatoes and brought them back in several trips. Aunt Fu cleaned them thoroughly. Song Shuxian made a crosscut on the tops of the tomatoes, then placed them in hot water to make peeling easier. By this time, Aunt Fu had finished her task and came over to cut the tomatoes into very small pieces. Song Shuqian poured oil into the pot, added minced garlic and chopped onions, and sautéed them on low heat until fragrant. Then she added the chopped tomatoes, stirring and pressing them down with a spatula to break them up as much as possible. Next, she added sugar and salt, letting it simmer on low heat. She continued until the tomato sauce became thick, then added lemon juice. Finally, she poured the sauce into clean jars, ensuring there were no air bubbles. After cooling, she placed the jars in a steamer and steamed them for 20 minutes. This tomato sauce can last a long time. In winter, it makes a delicious tomato soup. A little can also be added to meals for flavor. They worked hard for an entire week, preparing garlic eggplant, pickled vegetables, various salted dishes, sweet garlic, and dried vegetables. And then lay on the couch, completely unwilling to move. Song Shuqian found it amusing. Why is our energetic little one so tired? Anan came over and leaned against her, saying, "Mom, you worked hard." Lele also said, "From now on, we'll help Mom with the chores at home." The two of them had just realized how much work their mom had to do at home. In the past, there was no helper at home, and my mom did everything by herself. It must have been so tiring for her. They really shouldn't have done that. Working at home didn't stop them from attending classes on time. And Lulu also noticed that many classmates, even at their teenage years, still ask their moms to help with laundry. And quietly removed those people from their friend list. After one day of work, the two boys decided they would help their mom more in the future. Song Shuqian felt very touched by her son's words. Her kids were truly wonderful. She decided to raise them more comprehensively. This could be seen as a beautiful misunderstanding, but in the end, everyone was happy.
Right?
That day, Lula brought back some news. "Mom, Yuri Gala said his great-grandma's family is having a Natum festival. Can we go?"
Natum?
Having lived on the grasslands for 2 years, Song Shuqian knew what Natum was. She was very interested and wanted to see it. Did he say if there are any requirements? "I want to go too." Yuri Gala said there will be wrestling, horse racing, and a traditional game, and in the evening, there will be a bonfire party where people gather to sing and dance. As Anan spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Confirm with him if there are any important details. Anan can now communicate in simple Mongolian, so try to use it to talk with everyone. It will help build relationships and improve your speaking skills. Anan nodded seriously. He really liked Mongolian, and to help him learn, Dad found some soldier uncles to teach him. He was still Mom's Mongolian teacher. Now at home, when An and Mom wanted to share secrets, they used Mongolian. Dad and his younger brother couldn't understand. Song Shuqian took out some fabric from her treasure box to make 2 outfits for the kids to wear to the Natum festival. When Sarin came over, he saw her making clothes again. Under her hands, the sewing machine seemed to come alive. "What are you making?" "I was just thinking of finding you." The kids said Yuri Gala's family is having a Natum festival and they want to go, so I'm preparing clothes for them. Can you help me check if there are any taboos or things to avoid? Sarin offered several suggestions to make the clothes more suitable for horseback riding. "I came to find you for this reason. Do you want to go? It will be fun." "I really want to go, but Yaya and Yongyang will be upset if they can't see me at night." "Just bring them along. They can go out now, and we can stay in my grandmother's yurt at night." Song Shuqian hesitated. Her upbringing did not allow her to stay out overnight. "There's still some time. Let's see if Wei Jiangwo can come back. You might laugh, but I don't dare take the 2 little ones out alone without him. Anan and Lulu can protect themselves if they encounter bad people, but the little ones are just too young." Sarin didn't fully understand, but respected her feelings. She then went to find Tian and invited her to join. Surprisingly, Tian also said she would wait for Lu Xingwa to return. It was unexpected. They were both thoughtful girls but surprisingly followed the rules in this matter. If Song Shuqian knew what she was thinking, she would definitely say that respect is mutual. If she did this, Wei Jiangwo would worry, and he had never stayed out overnight except for work. Do not impose on others what you do not want for yourself. Song Shuqian wouldn't double standard on such matters. Whether or not they would go to the Natum fair was still uncertain, But they received good news that the 4-9 City Art Troupe would come for a performance. During this time, people's spiritual lives were very limited. The family compound was far from the city, and it was hard to even watch a movie. The performance by the art troupe made everyone especially excited. This time, it was the art troupe from 4-9 City. The capital always filled people with longing and doubled their expectations. While practicing, Lulu felt a bit restless and took 2 songs to get into the right mood. Now, Anan and Lulu had reached a beginner level in their piano skills. The left hand could skillfully use various complex finger techniques, and the right hand could easily switch between different bowing methods. Songs like Waliahan Kongir and Galloping Horses were already easy for them. The only downside was the lack of emotion. They were still too young to understand such complex feelings. These things couldn't be taught. They could only experience them themselves. During this time, wherever they went, they could hear discussions about the art troupe. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. The performance troupe arrived quickly. On the day of the show, Saren took a few children to secure good seats early. Song Shuxian, Aunt Fu, and Tian Tian each carried a child and came to join the fun. The little ones seemed to have a special connection. As soon as they gathered, they started chattering away. Ye and Yang Yang, who could already use simple words to express their thoughts, joined in the chatter as well. The adults didn't interfere, letting the kids play freely. Behind the stage, a young girl from the troupe peeked through a gap to observe what was happening outside. Feeling the unfamiliar gaze, Song Shuxian looked up. The girl quickly withdrew her gaze, patting her chest and saying, "So sharp." She turned to the girl next to her and said, "That woman is so beautiful. Just sitting there, she makes everyone else look dull. We can't compete with her." The other girl scoffed, "I don't understand why the leaders brought us to this remote place. A bunch of housewives around the stove don't know anything about art." The girl didn't get upset. She continued to sneak peeks through the gap. Meanwhile, Saren was asking, "Why is the 4-9 City Troupe here? Shouldn't it be the Inner Mongolia Troupe?" Song Shuxian explained, "The Hebei Military District, Shaanxi Military District, and our Inner Mongolia Military District all belong to the 4-9 City Military District." Anan quietly noted this down, curious about the reason. Inner Mongolia is so big. Why can't it be independent? This topic was sensitive, so Saren didn't press further. They shifted the conversation to guessing the performances, creating a lively atmosphere around them. Seeing so many people made Yaya excited. She stood up and bounced around, wanting to explore. She reached out her little hand to greet those nearby, repeatedly saying, "Auntie, hi." Yang Yang glanced at his silly sister, sitting steadily in his brother's lap, clearly thinking, "Stay away from me. I don't know you." In this family, Yang Yang liked Anan the most and would stick to him whenever he had the chance. Anan reads while he follows along, practices piano while he keeps her company, and even watches her play chess. Song Shuxian has experimented a few times and found that this child has a great memory, just like she did when she was young. She remembers things from as early as 1 year old, so she doesn't see any issue with Yang Yang's memory. It might be due to the special drinks she had during pregnancy. As for why Yaya is a bit silly, it's clearly inherited from her father. Yaya's appearance is the best explanation for that. The performance on stage begins. A man and a woman come to the center of the stage. The man is a charming young man, and the woman is graceful and eloquent. Dear leaders of the XXX Military District and beloved comrades, hello, everyone. Here, on the vast land of Inner Mongolia, we bring the deep affection of the people of the 4-9 City and the enthusiasm of cultural workers to our heroic XXX Military District. As the introduction ends, the first program, a grand song and dance titled Ode to Heroes, officially begins. Listening to their singing and watching their dancing, Song Shuxian feels as if she is witnessing that war firsthand. Around her, the ants quietly sob. They are the witnesses of the war and know well how hard won today's peace is. En and Lele clap enthusiastically, their little hands turning red. After the performance, everyone is filled with excitement. And quietly asks, "Mom, can you tell me about it when we get home? I'm not very clear on this, but when Dad comes back, we can go to the city to watch a movie." Heroic Sons and Daughters is about this. Let's hope we can catch it. When Dad returns, you can ask him any questions you have. This is his area of expertise. And in nods, Mom, Dad is a great hero, a hero who protects our country. Yes, Dad is a hero. But at home, he is just your father. He is usually serious and doesn't know how to express himself with you. You both are growing up now, so try to be a little accommodating to Dad and let him know how you want to spend time together, okay? Lele pats his chest confidently. No problem. I've got this. Despite their quiet voices, the three of them were close enough to be overheard by the leaders of the performing arts troupe in front of them. He stole a glance at Song Shuxian and then at the two children, wondering which man was lucky enough to have such an understanding partner. The next performance was two Mongolian dances, Ondai dance and Bowl dance. The performers wore beautiful traditional costumes and showcased the charm and culture of the ethnic minority through graceful movements, lively steps, and challenging actions. Lele loved it, saying, Mom, can I learn it?
Huh?
Learn to dance? This left Song Shuxian a bit unsure. Which one do you want to learn? Song Shuxian asked carefully. She had no objections to the performance on stage or to the male dancers in the troupe. But if that person was her son, she found it a bit hard to accept. Lele said, I want to learn the Ondai dance. I think it's very powerful. Song Shuxian sighed lightly, then go ahead and try it out, but don't spend too much time on it. In her mind, Song Shuxian started planning extra lessons for Lele, thinking about all sorts of things, but he wouldn't get tired. Since he wouldn't get tired, all his time could be spent learning. Lele felt no sense of urgency and was happily enjoying himself. Anan, holding Yang, poked his little nose with a finger, saying, You must not learn from your second brother. He's always being silly and digging his own holes. Anan was sure that his mom was planning to discipline Lele. It was strange. Lele was quite smart when he was out, but once he got home, he seemed to put his brain away and didn't want to use it at all. Anan worried for him, thinking that if he didn't use it for a long time, it might get rusty.